Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 484, Shin's Bounty. A few days later, Shin, holding a newspaper delivered by a news coup, also saw his bounty. As expected, the bounty he had been waiting for had arrived. Name. Identity, unknown. Ability, suspected space fruit user. Bounty, 956 million berries. This was Shin's bounty. They didn't even know his name. There was a picture of Shin, probably drawn by Kazan. A bounty of over 900 million berries. In the New World, he could be called a great pirate. After all, the bounties of some great pirates at this time were not particularly high. There were very few with bounties over 1 billion berries. The highest bounty, of course, belonged to the pirate king, Roger, with a bounty of 5,564,800,000 berries. But Roger was already dead, so it was pointless to mention. There was also Whitebeard, with a bounty of over 5 billion berries, second only to the pirate king, Roger. Alvia also had a bounty, branded as the Demon of O'Hara, with a bounty of 530 million berries, far surpassing the original 79 million. Similarly, Robin, the Devil Child, had a bounty of 100 million berries, a significant increase from what it was in the original story. Robin, you're probably the youngest person with a bounty over 100 million, Shin said to Robin with a smile. Shin and I, this doesn't seem like a good thing, right? Robin couldn't help but say. Such a high bounty was definitely not a good thing. She didn't know how many people would be after them. Wealth moves people's hearts. The reason those pirates became pirates wasn't it for money. Anyway, most pirates were in it for the money. Robin, a little girl of only 8, with a bounty of over 100 million berries, had definitely been targeted by many people. Why don't I have a bounty? Hancock was somewhat gloomy, seemingly unhappy. Hancock, you don't think being wanted is a good thing, do you? Alvia smiled wryly and shook her head. Seeing the bounty, she knew they were in real trouble. The world government would not easily let them go. Shin wasn't worried at all. He threw the newspaper aside. The information on it was heavily censored. I advise you to improve your strength as much as possible in the future. Though I can protect you when you're with me, I'm not a nanny. Shin said to Alvia and Robin. You need to understand that this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. No matter what your goals are, whether it's to reveal the truth of history or simply out of interest in history. But you need to understand one thing, without strength, you can't do anything. Shin had said all he needed to say. As for whether they wanted to improve their strength, that depended on their own resolve. Alvia glanced at Robin, then nodded solemnly and requested of Shin, I hope you can teach me. Please. Even for her daughter's sake, she had to find a way to improve her strength. Before, she had irresponsibly left Robin to go out to sea in search of the poneglyphs, wanting to know the truth of the Void Century. Now, Alvia had come to terms with it. These things were perhaps not as important as her daughter. She had to protect Robin. Me too. Please teach me, Shin and I want to protect Mother and Shin and I, Robin said firmly. You don't need to protect me. Just don't cause me any trouble, Shin said to Robin. He didn't think he would ever fall to the point of needing to be protected by others. Robin stuck out her tongue, but secretly resolved in her heart to one day have the strength to protect Shin and I. That's right. I'll protect Shin and I. Hancock looked at Robin with hostility. Normally, Hancock was nice to Robin. But when it came to Shin, Hancock immediately changed. Where are we going now? Alvia asked Shin. She was the navigator now, but it was Shin who determined the destination. Let's go back to Amazon Lily. Shin looked at Alvia and the others and chose a destination. He was returning to Amazon Lily because Shin wanted to build a large ship. Being attacked by those pirates before was probably because his was a small ship. Indeed, compared to those pirate fleet flagships, his was just a small, shabby boat, quite out of place. In the future, when sailing the seas, he should at least have a large ship. That way, he wouldn't lose face when he went out. Are we really going to Amazon Lily? Alvia confirmed with Shin. Though Alvia hadn't been to Amazon Lily, she knew its location. It was an island in the calm belt, a nesting ground for sea kings. Their small ship would be a snack for them. You don't think I can protect you? Shin asked Alvia. Shin, though you are indeed very strong, but the true rulers of the sea are the sea kings. Alvia shook her head and said to Shin. You're overthinking it. Shin scoffed. If you accidentally fall into the sea, you'll lose your abilities. Alvia tried to persuade Shin again. First of all, I'm not a devil fruit user. Don't get that wrong, Shin said to Alvia. Not a devil fruit user. Alvia's eyes widened at Shin. Though she didn't quite believe it, Shin didn't seem to have a reason to deceive her. The world is vast. Don't be limited by what you know. Shin said meaningfully to Alvia. His power didn't come from this world. But if Shin encountered a strong devil fruit user, he definitely wouldn't mind copying it. For example, the glint glint fruit, the rumble rumble fruit, the hobby hobby fruit, and even the tremor tremor fruit. As for the dark dark fruit, it was useless to Shin. The dark dark fruit countered other devil fruits, which was irrelevant to Shin. Then there was its repulsive and attractive force. Shin's 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen definitely surpassed the dark dark fruit by who knows how much. Alvia looked at Shin with surprise. Not a devil fruit user. Alvia was very curious about what kind of power Shin possessed. Though she really wanted to know, Alvia didn't ask Shin. Everyone had their own secrets. Chapter 485, Returning to Amazon Lily. Sailing through the calm belt, where there was absolutely no wind, was a new experience for Alvia. After all, the calm belt wasn't a place just anyone could enter. Alvia lacked the strength to venture here before. Shin lay on the bow, his gaze fixed on the sea kings below, contemplating whether to catch one for a barbecue. Hancock, does sea king meat taste good? Shin asked Hancock. Among them, only Hancock would have had the chance to eat it. But Shin was mistaken. Even Hancock had never tasted sea king meat. I don't know what sea king meat tastes like. I've never had it, Hancock shook her head. She also didn't know if the meat was any good. Are you really thinking of eating a sea king? Alvia looked at Shin, thinking his idea was completely insane. Did he have no regard for the strength of a sea king? Well, there's one coming towards us now. Let's kill it. A katana appeared in Shin's hand. It was the Kusanagi blade, which he hadn't used in who knows how long. In the Naruto world, it was a divine weapon. But in the One Piece world, he wasn't sure how it would rank. Shin recognized the Kusanagi blade's toughness, but who knew how powerful the supreme grade swords of the One Piece world were. Even if it couldn't compare to a supreme grade sword, Shin felt it should be comparable to a great grade sword. An invisible aura gathered around Shin. At this moment, Shin seemed to become one with the sword, then unleashed a seemingly average slash, and yet, this seemingly average slash directly parted the sea. The Sea King, 10 times larger than their ship, was killed by Shin's single slash. Boom. Its body was cut in two, its blood instantly dyeing a large patch of the sea red. A piece of Sea King meat. Let's see how it tastes. A piece of meat appeared in Shin's hand. This piece was at least 50 pounds, but it was nothing compared to the massive size of the Sea King. Shin couldn't possibly bring the entire Sea King aboard, its size was too large. He just took a good piece of meat. We should hurry up and leave. You'll cause a Sea King riot if you keep this up. Alvia was not as calm as Shin. From the moment they entered the calm belt, Alvia had been tense. Even after seeing Shin's swordsmanship that parted the sea, Alvia didn't relax. Besides their powerful individuals, what made the Sea Kings truly terrifying was their numbers. If an army of Sea Kings attacked, how would they deal with it? Alvia quickly steered the ship, increasing its speed. Shin didn't tell Alvia to stop. Since she wanted to leave quickly, he let her have her way. After that, no other Sea Kings came. Not because they didn't encounter any, but because they were scared off by Shin's aura. Though Shin didn't have Conqueror's Haki, his own aura was perhaps much more powerful than the so-called Conqueror's Haki. They smoothly arrived at Amazon Lily. And just as they arrived, they were met by the island's patrolling female warriors. While this place was located in the calm belt, the people of Amazon Lily were still very cautious, dispatching many female warriors to observe. Shin and his group were surrounded, but with Hancock there was no trouble at all. Moreover, they all recognized Shin. Shin had lived on Amazon Lily for half a month, basically, everyone on the island knew him. It couldn't be helped. Shin was the only man on Amazon Lily. It would be strange if they didn't recognize him. Is this place Amazon Lily? Alvia had been to most places, even some islands in the New World, but she had never been to a place like Amazon Lily. To the outside world, Amazon Lily was very mysterious. After all, it was an island located in the calm belt. The Sea Kings were a natural barrier. Unless equipped with marine warships, pirate ships basically couldn't reach here. Hancock, you're finally back. Elder Nyan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Hancock return, then looked at Shin with hostility. He had abducted Hancock, so obviously, Elder Nyan was hostile towards him. She also knew that Shin was now wanted. The bounty poster issued by the Marines had already spread across the sea, including to Amazon Lily. Although it didn't have Shin's name, it had his picture. Elder Nyan could still recognize him. Are they Nico Alvia and Nico Robin? Elder Nyan, realizing she couldn't do anything to Shin, turned her gaze to Alvia and her daughter. Her eyes flickered. Elder Nyan was thinking of a way to make Alvia and Robin leave. Having them here would likely attract the Marines. If the Marines were attracted here, it would be real trouble. No matter how good Amazon Lily's terrain was, it couldn't stop the Marines. At most, it could stop pirates. Elder Nyan, I know what you're thinking. But you should put those thoughts away. Shin glanced at Elder Nyan. He could guess what she was thinking. They'll be staying here for now. Do you have a problem with that? Elder Nyan's face turned slightly grim. I want to kick you out too. Who knew he would cause so much trouble after going out? In the end, Elder Nyan didn't say anything. Seeing Shin's attitude, she couldn't forcibly drive them away. She could only try her best to hide their news. As long as it didn't spread, Amazon Lily would be safe. Your current strength is a bit too weak. I'll give you some special training. Shin thought of the sea king meat he had eaten earlier. The taste was actually okay, no worse than some sea beast meat. But the nutritional value was not on the same level. Long-term consumption of sea king meat could quickly enhance one's physique. In the future, he could catch a few sea kings and have them eat sea king meat. As for teaching, Shin gave them the 6 powers. This was a versatile training methods, not only including techniques but also methods to improve physical fitness. Shin wasn't stingy. He gave a copy of the 6 powers to Elder Nyan, which was equivalent to giving it to all the female warriors of Amazon Lily. Because she obtained the training method for the 6 powers, Elder Nyan's mood improved a lot, and she looked at Shin much more favorably. Though training in the 6 powers might offend the Marines, it didn't matter. Improving their strength was the most important thing. As long as their strength improved to a certain level, they wouldn't need to fear the Marines. Chapter 486, 2 years later. On the beach of Amazon Lily, there was a nice sandy area. At this moment, Shin was lying on the beach, leisurely sunbathing. Not far away, Hancock, Robin, Alvia, and the others were training hard. So tired. Hancock let out a breath but didn't give up. Even Robin hadn't given up, of course, she couldn't. Robin, take a break. Shin called out to Robin. Robin stopped, wiped her sweat, then looked at Shin with confusion. Your physique is weak. It's not suitable for high-intensity training for now, Shin said seriously to Robin. Though Robin and Hancock were about the same age, unlike Hancock, Robin had been somewhat malnourished before. Now her body couldn't support high-intensity exercise. Robin nodded, then came to Shin's side, drank some water, eased her fatigue, and sat down beside Shin, taking out a book to read. You like reading a lot, Robin? Shin asked Robin with a smile. Yes. In the past, my only form of entertainment was reading. Robin closed the book and nodded, a hint of sadness on her face as she remembered the past. O'Hara had been destroyed. Professor Clover and the others had all died in O'Hara. Looking at the sad Robin, Shin shook his head slightly and ruffled her soft hair. Perhaps because Shin's headpad had some magical power, Robin gradually didn't feel sad anymore, her face even showing a hint of comfort. Shin and where is your hometown? Robin looked up and asked Shin curiously. From Hancock, Robin already knew that Shin wasn't from Amazon Lily. After all, Amazon Lily only had women. I'd like to know too. Hancock suddenly pounced on Shin, nuzzling against him. Hancock, your sweat is getting all over me. Shin pinched Hancock's cheek, annoyed. Hee, I didn't do it on purpose. If Shin and has a problem with it, we can take a bath together later. Shin looked at Hancock's sparkling eyes with a black line on his forehead, then noticed that even Alvia had come over. Do you also want to know where I come from? Shin looked up and asked Alvia. Yes, I do want to know. Alvia nodded. After spending this period of time together and seeing the various abilities Shin displayed, Alvia believed Shin wasn't a devil fruit user. So Alvia became even more curious about Shin, wondering about his origins, where he came from. I come from a very distant place, so far away that you can't go there, and I can't go back. Shin said to them. He wasn't lying to them. In his past life, he came from Earth, and in this life, he had traveled here from the Naruto world. He still had a chance to go back to the Naruto world, but he didn't know if he could ever go back to Earth. Then, Shin and aren't you homeless? So pitiful. Hancock looked at Shin with sympathy. From now on, Amazon Lily is Shin and I's home. Shin smiled upon hearing Hancock's words. Alvia was thoughtful, but in the end, she still shook her head. Shin didn't look like he was lying. All right, you two, don't slack off. Go train quickly. You know that in this sea, and even in any world, strength is the most important thing. Shin urged them to practice. Right now, they couldn't practice armament hockey and observation hockey. They had to improve their physiques first. While anyone could train armament hockey and observation hockey, there were requirements for real training. First, one's physique had to be strong enough. This was the case for armament hockey. It relied on one's own body, slowly mastering that power through training. However, observation hockey had a chance to awaken from a young age. Some people with exceptional talent might have mastered observation hockey from birth. But such people were few and far between, almost non-existent. Shin had Hancock not practice her fruit ability, but purely train her physique. In Naruto, chakra was essential, while in One Piece, it was stamina. Using a fruit ability also consumed stamina. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Hancock was now 12 years old. And because of training and improving her strength, she had grown much taller and had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Robin was the same. The current Robin wasn't as malnourished as before. Alvia hadn't changed much. If there was a change, it was Alvia's strength. Before, she was at most a history scholar with a flintlock. Now, she was strong, probably at the level of a Marine headquarters captain. That was just a rough guess. But Alvia's strength had improved smoothly, which also showed she had really worked hard. Although Hancock was young, her strength was no less than Alvia's. And with the power of the love fruit, her strength was even above Alvia's. Robin's strength was a bit weaker than Alvia's, but with the flower fruit, she could also be unpredictable. We've stayed on the island long enough. Let's go out to sea, Shin said. Shin and I, are we leaving Amazon Lily? Hancock's eyes sparkled. Shin nodded. Elder Nyan had informed him earlier that the large ship they were building was completed. Though not the best, it wasn't bad either. 2 years ago, Shin had asked Elder Nyan to help him build a ship. It was only completed now. The speed was quite slow. But this was a great effort from Elder Nyan. Building this ship had cost a lot of money. Fortunately, Shin had reimbursed her. Is it really okay for us to go out? Alvia couldn't help but ask. What could be the problem? Do you want to hide here for the rest of your life? Shin looked at Alvia. I'm not afraid, but I'm worried about Robin. Alvia looked at Robin. She wasn't worried about herself, but Alvia was worried about Robin. You don't need to worry. I will protect you. But the matter of sailing the ship will be up to you. Shin planned to let Alvia be the navigator. Who else here knew how to sail? Of course, there was another reason. Alvia was very familiar with the terrain of the sea. To find the poneglyphs, where hadn't Alvia been? She had even been to the New World. It was unknown how some weak scholars like them navigated in the dangerous environment of the New World. But from this aspect, it also proved Alvia's ability. Chapter 487, Getting Sick Easily, Destination, Skypiea. Are you really going out to sea, and with just a few of you? Elder Nyan jumped up when she heard Shin's words and grabbed Hancock's hand. I think you shouldn't take Hancock with you. No, I have to go. Hancock, hearing Elder Nyan's words, her little face turned cold, and she unceremoniously kicked Elder Nyan away. Though Elder Nyan was reluctant, in the end, she had no choice. She could only watch Shin take Hancock away. They had prepared a lot of food for this trip, especially fresh water. On the sea, other things were manageable, but fresh water was absolutely the most important resource. Leaving Amazon Lily again, this time it was estimated that they wouldn't be back as quickly as last time. But Shin still planned to return to Amazon Lily in the future. After all, Amazon Lily was the first island Shin had landed on. He had some affection for it. In Shin's heart, it was already considered his own territory. And he believed that Hancock, the future empress, wouldn't object. In fact, Hancock probably wished Shin would stay on Amazon Lily forever. The new ship Elder Nyan had built was quite good. It had plenty of power and was extremely fast. But the faster it was, the more commotion it made, so it easily attracted Sea Kings. The attracted Sea Kings were quickly killed by Shin's single slash, all of them dealt with. Where are we going? After leaving the calm belt, Alvia asked Shin. To Jaya Island first. Shin said to Alvia. Going to Jaya Island, of course, had a purpose. The purpose was to go to Skypiea. On Skypiea was the rumble fruit, the strongest Logia-type devil fruit. Whether it was the strongest Logia type or not was debatable, but the power of the rumble fruit was indeed unquestionable. In the original story, Luffy being able to defeat Enel, who had eaten the rumble fruit, was due to plot armor. Otherwise, how could Luffy, who hadn't mastered armament hockey, defeat Enel? Anyway, with the rumble fruit, as long as it was continuously developed, reaching the level of a marine admiral was a certainty. Alvia didn't ask Shin why he was going to Jaya Island. Since Shin had said so, Alvia just had to be responsible for sailing the ship to Jaya Island. I wonder if I can find the rumble fruit. It all depends on luck. Shin didn't know if he could find the Rumble Rumble fruit, but the difficulty was really great, not just ordinary great. Skypiea was so large. Finding a single fruit was easier said than done. Unless he mobilized the power of everyone on the island. Shin could do that. To find the Rumble Rumble fruit, wasting some time was no problem. From their current location, reaching Jaya Island would probably not be a short trip. So, Shin decided to speed up the ship. Using repulsive force to push the ship forward at high speed, it was like having a rocket installed. But even so, it still took several days. Shin and yesterday evening, I went to your room to find you. Why weren't you there? Hancock asked Shin. She had even searched the entire cabin but couldn't find Shin. In the end, unable to find Shin, Hancock went back to her own room to sleep. Oh, I had something to do. Shin was stunned for a moment, then said to Hancock. Of course, she couldn't find Shin yesterday. Because Shin had gone to the system space to be with Kushina and the others last night. So, it was normal that Hancock and the others couldn't find him. Something to do. Shin and you have a certain scent on you. Hancock frowned, then leaned closer to Shin and sniffed hard. Then her face suddenly changed. Did Shin and go find another woman last night? This seemed to be a woman's scent. Hancock's little mouth pouted. Shin and you went to find a little vixen, didn't you? Hearing Hancock's words, Shin felt a little embarrassed. If Kushina heard you say that, she would definitely beat you until you cried. But Hancock's nose was really sensitive. Shin had already taken a bath, yet Hancock could still smell it. Alvia, what are you looking at? Shin noticed the strange gaze of Alvia, who had just come out, and asked her, annoyed. Shin, I think I need to remind you. Messing around outside can get you sick easily. Alvia said seriously to Shin. Shin's mouth twitched, then he felt Hancock pull on his arm. Shin and look at me, I'm not small anymore. Hancock lifted her head. Though she was only 12, her development was not inferior to a 16-year-old's. Heh, I'm afraid of being arrested. Shin glanced at Hancock and said. After all, Hancock was still too young. All right, we've arrived at Jaya Island. So, prepare yourselves. Don't be surprised. Shin looked at Jaya Island in the distance but had no intention of landing. He used repulsive force to control the ship and flew directly into the sky. The ship is flying. Hancock's mouth was wide open. Before, Hancock knew Shin could fly with people, but this time he was flying with a ship. Hancock was only a little surprised, while Alvia and Robin were truly shocked. I remember the float fruit has this ability. Alvia said. But Alvia also knew Shin wasn't a devil fruit user, she had seen him swim in the sea. Besides, even if he was a devil fruit user, what kind of devil fruit could bring so many abilities? Why are we flying? Are we looking for Skypiea? Alvia asked Shin. You know about Skypiea too? Shin looked at Alvia with some surprise. He hadn't expected Alvia to also know about Skypiea. Yes, I know. But I've never been there. Alvia nodded. We're going to Skypiea to find a devil fruit. The Logia-type Rumble fruit is on this island. What? The Rumble fruit? Alvia was shocked again. She had certainly heard rumors about the Rumble fruit, hailed as the strongest Logia-type devil fruit. Logia devil fruits were already the strongest. And the Rumble fruit was hailed as the strongest Logia type. This showed how powerful the Rumble fruit was, arguably the strongest of all devil fruits. In everyone's eyes, Logia devil fruits were stronger than Paramecia devil fruits, and Paramecia devil fruits were stronger than Zoan devil fruits. But in Shin's view, some Paramecia devil fruits were much more powerful than Logia devil fruits. For example, the Time fruit that could travel to the future, and the Hobby fruit that could turn anyone touched into a toy. The Soul fruit, the Tremor fruit, and the Op fruit that could perform eternal life surgery. Were these devil fruits inferior to Logia devil fruits? Their abilities were overpowered. Zoan devil fruits weren't weak either. After all, there were mythical Zoan types among the Zoan devil fruits, even rarer than Logia devil fruits. Chapter 488, Controlling the entire Skypiea to find the Rumble fruit. Not long after, Shin and his group arrived at Skypiea. The air here was quite thin, 10,000 meters above the ground, higher than any highland region. I can't breathe. Hancock said, leaning on Shin. Everyone except Shin was struggling. He wasn't affected. After all, he could survive in space, let alone in a place with thin air. Lack of air wouldn't affect him. Shin, do you know where the Rumble fruit is? Alvia asked Shin. She had now adapted to the thin oxygen at high altitude. I don't. But the Rumble fruit is definitely on Skypiea. Alvia's mouth hung open, speechless. This place was too big. Skypiea wasn't a small place, it was composed of multiple islands. How to find a single devil fruit? Finding a single devil fruit would be harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Shin smiled slightly. He had a way. The god of Skypiea now should still be gone fall. Closing his eyes, when Shin opened them again, his eyes had become the 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen. Alvia didn't dare to look directly at Shin's eyes. She didn't know what kind of eyes they were, but she could feel great power from them. Perhaps Shin's strength was even beyond her imagination. In that instant, everyone on Skypiea was controlled, even the animals were controlled by Shin. For Shin to find the rumble fruit himself was a great difficulty. But what if he could control all the people and animals on Skypiea to search for the rumble fruit? A systematic search. As long as the rumble fruit hadn't been eaten, he would get it. And it wouldn't take long. Next is just waiting. Let's stroll around Skypiea. Shin said to Hancock and the others. Shin and I, how did you do that? Hancock asked Shin curiously. Simple. I controlled all the living beings on Skypiea to conduct a systematic search for the devil fruit. The rumble fruit now is within my grasp. Shin said confidently. If he still couldn't find it this way, then it could only mean the rumble fruit wasn't on Skypiea at all, and the original story was wrong. Shin had ordered a search for all kinds of fruits. After all, he didn't know what the rumble fruit looked like. He could only let Alvia identify it after finding it. Smacking his forehead, Shin looked at Alvia. Alvia, can I trouble you with something? Of course. I'll do anything I can. Alvia said seriously. Alvia had always wanted to repay Shin, but Shin had never made any requests, so she hadn't had a chance to repay him. Now, finally, there was an opportunity. Don't be so serious. Actually, it's not too difficult. I want you to draw all the devil fruits you know and label them. Shin said to Alvia. This matter shouldn't be too difficult for Alvia. That's easy. Give me 3 days. Alvia nodded seriously. Shin and I can help too. Robin spoke up. She had stayed in the Tree of Knowledge for so long and had read countless books. And now with Alvia's teaching, Robin knew many things. In these 2 years, she had even read all the books in the Amazon Lily Kingdom's library. All right. Thank you, Robin. Shin patted Robin's little head and said. Her face turned slightly rosy. Being able to help Shin, Robin was also very happy. Hancock pouted slightly. It seemed she couldn't help. Hancock knew nothing about this. Regarding devil fruits, Hancock's knowledge wasn't as high as Shin's. Alvia began to work tirelessly, drawing devil fruits and creating a devil fruit encyclopedia. Though Shin had advised Alvia not to rush, that he didn't need it right away, Alvia just wouldn't listen. Alvia, who had said she would finish in 3 days, actually completed it in 2. The devil fruit encyclopedia was placed in Shin's hands. You should go rest first. Shin looked at Alvia's dark circles and said to her. Alvia was also very tired. Robin also went to rest with her. Shin was looking at the encyclopedia Alvia had worked so hard to create. A few hundred devil fruits, it could be called the most comprehensive devil fruit encyclopedia in the One Piece world. Shin even found that there was a diagram of the op fruit. It seemed Alvia really knew a lot. Not many people should know about the op fruit, right? After all, this fruit involved many secrets. Hancock also came to Shin's side and looked at the devil fruit encyclopedia with Shin. Shin could remember everything after seeing it once, but Hancock couldn't. Shin and can I take a look at it? I can help Shin and I find devil fruits in the future, Hancock asked Shin. Of course. But devil fruits aren't that easy to find. Shin shook his head slightly. The number of devil fruits wasn't small, but this world was also very large. Compared to the population of this world, the number of devil fruits was too small. In these few days, Shin had also received a few devil fruits, but they were all Zoan-type devil fruits. Among them was a horse fruit, which had appeared in the original story. Unfortunately, the rumble fruit still hadn't been found. But Shin wasn't in a hurry. It had only been 2 days, there were still many places on Skypiea that hadn't been searched. Alvia and Robin rested for a whole day before recovering. You don't need to work so hard in the future. I'm not in a hurry, Shin said, looking at Alvia. Alvia, hearing his concerned words, smiled slightly and nodded gently at Shin. Though she nodded now, if Shin really needed her for anything else, she would go all out again. He also saw this and didn't say anything more. Chapter 489, Copying the Rumble Fruit's Ability. Finally found it. Shin held a strange, apple-like blue fruit with peculiar patterns. One look and you knew it was odd. The strongest Logia. Alvia said. Shin, if you eat this devil fruit, probably no one in the world will be a match for you. Alvia looked at Shin expectantly. However, Shin shook his head. Finding the rumble fruit didn't mean he was going to eat it. Shin would never willingly create a weakness for himself. The rumble fruit is powerful, but it has side effects. I have no intention of eating it, Shin said to Alvia. But, even with the side effects, the benefits clearly outweigh the drawbacks. Alvia tried to persuade Shin further. Shin's lightning release ninjutsu is no weaker than the rumble fruit, but in terms of destructive power, if Shin used Sage Mode to release a lightning jutsu now, its power would far surpass Enel's full power ultimate move. However, Shin didn't know the full potential of the rumble fruit. And the rumble fruit had some advantages that even lightning release couldn't compare to. Though Shin didn't want to eat it, that didn't mean he didn't want to obtain its ability. System, can I copy rumble fruit? Shin curiously asked the system. Yes. It requires one divine replication card. Alvia, this rumble fruit is for you. Shin handed the rumble fruit to Alvia. Alvia looked at Shin in astonishment. He was actually handing her this incredibly precious Logia-type devil fruit. For me. No, this is too precious. Alvia shook her head, refusing. Take it. If you don't eat it, then I'll have to find someone else to eat it. Shin said to Alvia. He was waiting to copy the rumble fruit's ability. If Alvia didn't eat it, how could he copy it? Don't let good things go to outsiders. Now that Alvia was one of them, he couldn't just find some random person to eat it. I have an ability that allows me to copy other people's devil fruit abilities without any side effects. So, this rumble fruit is useless to me. I'm waiting for someone to eat it. Shin decided to explain it to Alvia. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. After all, strength determined everything. It didn't matter if it was exposed. And Shin believed that Alvia, Hancock, and Robin wouldn't reveal this. What an amazing ability. As expected of Shin and II. Then. Shin and II, did you copy my love fruit ability? Hancock asked Shin curiously. I haven't. Shin shook his head. He hadn't copied Hancock's love fruit. He felt his own charm was high enough, he didn't need to increase it. And the love fruit's attacks were too girly. Even if Shin did copy it, he would be too embarrassed to use it. He couldn't ruin his lifelong reputation. So that's how it is. No wonder you have so many abilities. Alvia nodded. She believed Shin's words. Robin, Hancock, you two must not tell anyone about this. It would cause a lot of trouble for Shin. Alvia said to Robin and Hancock with extreme seriousness. Yes, we know. Hancock and Robin were smart enough to understand the consequences of revealing such a broken ability. Then Alvia no longer hesitated and ate the rumble fruit. After eating it, faint sparks of electricity appeared on Alvia's body, and then her whole body was enveloped in lightning. Mother. Robin wanted to get closer to Alvia with concern, but Shin stopped her. Robin, if you don't want to get electrocuted, it's better not to get close to Alvia. She's fine now. Not long after, the lightning around Alvia completely subsided. This meant Alvia could now control the power of the rumble fruit, though she could only use it in a basic way for now. Powerful devil fruits required time and effort to master. Of course, if you were already very strong, like when Blackbeard took Whitebeard's tremor fruit, you could immediately unleash considerable power. System, copy the rumble fruit. Shin instructed the system, consuming one divine replication card and obtaining the rumble fruit's ability. Alvia had just obtained the rumble fruit and could at most release some electricity. She couldn't even elementalize yet. But Shin was different. After Shin copied the rumble fruit, coupled with his own mastery of lightning release, he instantly mastered the rumble fruit to a very deep level. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he instantly crossed the sky, appearing far away. The speed of thunder was second only to the glint fruit. Of course, it certainly couldn't compare to space-type devil fruits, but over short distances, it could still compete with them. Then Shin returned, his body crackling with ear-piercing electricity. Other things aside, it was indeed very imposing. The purpose of coming to Skypiea has basically been achieved. But the gold also has to be taken. Shin suddenly remembered that Skypiea still had gold. Besides gold, there was also the poneglyph, which recorded the history of the Sea King Poseidon. And Roger's message. Roger had also been to Skypiea. Though Roger couldn't read the poneglyphs, his observation haki had the ability to hear the voice of all things. So, though he couldn't read the poneglyphs, he could understand their meaning. Roger's ability was also very broken. He was able to reach Laugh Tale and become the Pirate King. After Shin and the others found the gold, they realized this was indeed the land of gold. All this gold was moved by Shin to the Kamui dimension. Things like gold were basically hard currency in any world, which was why Shin stored some. They had been on Skypiea for less than 7 days and had already obtained the Rumble fruit. The speed of obtaining it was a bit faster than Shin had expected. And Shin and the others had also explored here. Though the various dials here were very special, Shin didn't have much interest. Hancock and the others were very interested, collecting many dials, such as the tone dial that could play music, the light dial that could be used as a lighting tool, the water dial that could store water, and the impact dial and reject dial that could be used for attacks. Chapter 490, Shin's Target. When leaving Skypiea, Shin let Alvia, Hancock, and Robin experience the feeling of bungee jumping. He let their ship fall straight down from Skypiea under the influence of gravity, scaring them quite a bit. Shin was scolded. Even Hancock, who was the most attached to Shin, was angry because of this and gave him the cold shoulder. But the Cold War only lasted half an hour before she was clinging to Shin's side again. "Are you all right?" Shin asked the pale-faced Alvia. Among them, Alvia had the biggest reaction. Even now that they had landed on the sea, her face was still as pale as paper. "I think I have acrophobia now," Alvia said to Shin, annoyed. She had been throwing up for a long time. "It's not that exaggerated." Shin shrugged, then prepared to make them some food to calm their nerves. The chef on the ship was Shin. There was no other choice, besides Shin, no one could cook. Hancock and Robin aside, Alvia also knew nothing about cooking. The food she made was comparable to Kushina's and Tsunade's. After eating and drinking their fill, Alvia finally calmed down and steered the ship towards the New World. Shin didn't plan to mess around in the New World. He planned to go there, and according to the current timeline, Wano country was about to experience turmoil. So, he planned to see the turmoil in Wano country. In this great battle, Kaido was cut by Kazuki Oden. And Kazuki Oden seemed to also have the ability to hear the voice of all things, just like Roger. So, Shin had plans to copy it. First, let's see if copying the ability to hear the voice of all things required an advanced replication card or a divine replication card. If it required a divine replication card, then Shin might give up. Hearing the voice of all things sounded very powerful, but to Shin, its value wasn't that great. Shin's consumption of replication cards was based on value. To exchange a divine replication card for this ability, Shin felt it wasn't very cost-effective. To go to the New World, we still need to go to the Sabaody Archipelago. Alvia spoke up. Going to the Sabaody Archipelago was for coding, then heading to the New World from Fishman Island, which was 10,000 meters under the sea. There were only 2 ways to enter the New World. One was through the sea, and the other was through the Holy Land of Mary Geos. Even the Marines had to apply to the world government to pass through the Holy Land of Mary Geos. And it was even more impossible for pirates to pass through there. "Alright, let's go." Shin nodded, looking forward to the scenery of the New World. Though Shin had been to the New World before, he hadn't looked at it carefully, he had just gone to the West Blue. The New World was the true domain of the strong. One could meet more powerhouses there. Shin was mainly interested in their devil fruits. For example, Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. He could consider copying it, but it was probably impossible to copy it with an advanced replication card. Even the Rumble fruit required a divine replication card. Of course, this didn't mean the Tremor fruit was stronger than the Rumble fruit. It was hard to say which of these 2 fruits was stronger, it depended on the user. If the user developed it to a higher level, it would naturally be stronger. But Shin found that advanced replication cards were somewhat useless, they couldn't copy many things. Like powerful devil fruits, they couldn't be copied. The key was still the divine replication card, it had no upper limit. Perhaps if a real god appeared here, Shin could copy his power with a divine replication card. As Shin and his group headed towards the Sabaody Archipelago, their tracks were discovered by the Marines. When Shin controlled the ship to fly up in Jaya Island, it caused quite a commotion, so it was leaked. Not only did the Marines know, but even some pirates came to attack Shin and his group. I suspect these pirates have a problem with their brains. Do they really think my bounty is for nothing? Shin looked at the pirates who came one after another to cause trouble, feeling a bit annoyed. The purpose of these pirates was very clear, they came for the money, for Shin and the others' bounties. Besides Hancock, who hadn't been wanted yet, who among them didn't have a sky-high bounty? This sky-high price referred to the first half of the Grand Line. After going to the New World, only Shin's bounty would be considered relatively high. But these small fry weren't useless either. They all served as practice for Alvia and the others. "Shin, our tracks have been exposed. This is going to be annoying." Alvia, after electrocuting a group of pirates with the Rumble fruit, said to Shin. These pirate small fry were not to be feared, but the Marines and the world government might send people over. Instead of worrying about this, you should quickly improve your strength. I'll teach you a quick way to improve your strength, use electric currents to stimulate your cells and activate your body. Shin was naturally talking about the lightning release chakra mode. Now that Alvia had the Rumble Rumble fruit, she could also use this training method. Use the lightning generated by the Rumble Rumble fruit to replace lightning attribute chakra. But you need to be careful not to overdo it, or you'll completely damage your own cells. Shin reminded Alvia. Alvia nodded, then followed Shin's guidance to practice and master it. The process was very smooth. This would increase her physical strength much faster, and her control over the Rumble Rumble fruit would be higher. Influenced by Alvia, Hancock and Robin were working hard to improve their strength. In these few days, Alvia's strength improved the fastest. After eating the Rumble Rumble fruit, her strength rose in a straight line. Now she could release up to 100 million volts of lightning. She could probably even fight a Marine Vice Admiral. As for whether she could win, that couldn't be determined. And this Marine Vice Admiral referred to a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. The strength of a branch Vice Admiral was far inferior to that of a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. The Love fruit seems much weaker than the Rumble Rumble fruit. Hancock, seeing Alvia's strength soaring like a rocket, couldn't help but say, "Devil fruits aren't everything. You can't become a top-tier powerhouse just by relying on fruit abilities." Shin comforted Hancock. Besides, Hancock's current strength wasn't weak. At least for her age, she was already very strong. When she grew up, she wouldn't be weaker than Alvia, who had eaten the Rumble Rumble fruit. After all, the current Hancock had more room for growth than the Hancock in the original story. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Shin and his group were approaching the Sabaody archipelago. But at this moment, they had encountered a marine warship. The leader was Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Mamanga. He was skilled in swordsmanship, with extraordinary strength, and was also a student of Admiral Z. Z taught many students. The 3 Marine Admirals were all his students. The current Z still held the position of Marine Admiral. Chapter 491, Alvia vs. Mamanga. Mamanga, is it? You came here all alone. That's awfully bold of you. Shin stood on the bow of the ship, calmly looking at Mamanga. Mamanga's face was expressionless, but he was inwardly panicking. He knew that Kuzan, a powerhouse of monstrous strength, had been defeated by this man. Honestly, Mamanga had no confidence in winning this fight, but he didn't need to capture his opponent. He just needed to stall. Just before, Mamanga had already used a Den Den Mushi to send a message back. This place wasn't far from Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. Reinforcements could arrive in half an hour. I haven't had the pleasure of your name yet. Mamanga's right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, slowly tightening. It was actually quite amusing. The Marines still didn't know Shin's name. It couldn't be helped, there was simply too little information on Shin. To the Marines, Shin was someone who had appeared out of nowhere. Despite their investigations, and even the deployment of CP0 by the world government, they still hadn't found a single piece of information about Shin. My name is Shin Uzumaki. I'm guessing you're stalling for time, right? Shin asked Mamanga with a light chuckle. A wave of pressure radiated from Shin towards Mamanga. Mamanga's body went cold, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he looked at Shin in horror. The Marine soldiers brought by Mamanga fainted under the pressure of Shin's aura. Though Shin didn't have Conqueror's Haki, his aura was no weaker than Conqueror's Haki. His immense chakra could also create an unparalleled pressure. Shin and II is so cool. Hancock looked at Shin with admiration. As Shin released his aura, the Marine soldiers fainted. Even Mamanga, a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, was forced to one knee, using his sword to prop himself up. Shin and II, will we get into trouble if we kill them? Robin asked Shin rationally. We will. But they're not dead yet, are they? Shin smiled and turned his head to Robin. As a smile appeared on Shin's face, all the pressure dissipated, as if it had never existed. Mamanga, who had been kneeling on the ground, finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Alvia, he was one of the Marine Vice Admirals who executed the Buster Call. Are you going to let him go? Shin asked Alvia. A cold glint flashed in Alvia's eyes, but she still hesitated. You handle it. Shin decided to let Alvia handle it. This was also a test for Alvia, to see how her strength compared to a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Alvia nodded. Blue sparks of electricity appeared around her body, and then lightning completely enveloped her. Less than 30 million volt, lightning beast. Alvia pulled her hands apart, and a giant beast of lightning emerged from the sparkling electricity, rushing towards Mamanga. A devil fruit user. Mamanga's eyes showed shock. He knew about Alvia's information. He hadn't expected that after 2 years, she would become a devil fruit user. And from the destructive power contained in that lightning beast, Mamanga could tell this devil fruit was not weak. Using lightning abilities, could it be the legendary Rumble Rumble fruit? The Rumble Rumble fruit was also a legend, as it hadn't appeared for a long time. But in the records, the ability of the Rumble Rumble fruit was exceptionally powerful. Without time to think, he covered his entire body with armament haki, bracing for the lightning beast's attack. In the New World, armament hockey was rampant. As a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, how could he not know armament hockey? Not only did he know it, but he was also very proficient in it. Slash. Instantly drawing the long sword from his waist, he then began to counterattack, a sword aura slashing towards Alvia. Momonga's attack was very fast. He could be called a master swordsman, second only to a great swordsman. But no matter how fast his attack speed, it was no match for the instantaneous movement of the Rumble fruit. Using the electric field generated by the Rumble fruit, she transformed into a current and moved instantly within the electric field, ignoring all obstacles. In terms of speed, it was probably second only to the Glint fruit. But the instantaneous movement of the Rumble fruit wasn't as rigid as the Glint fruit. After all, light could only travel in a straight line. Even if it wanted to turn, it needed to be refracted. Its speed might be faster than the Rumble fruit, but its agility was inferior. As Momonga released his sword aura slash, Alvia had already teleported behind him. Lightning kick. A lightning-fast kick struck Momonga from behind. Though Momonga had used armament hockey plus iron body to defend, he was still sent flying. This kick might not be comparable to Kizaru's light speed kick, but it wasn't far off. And this kick carried a burning and paralyzing effect. Momonga's body was already entangled in electric currents, even armament hockey couldn't resist it. He fell miserably into the sea. The entire sea area was enveloped in electricity, and many fish were electrocuted. Alvia glanced at the unconscious Marine soldiers on the ship, her eyes complicated. In the end, she didn't act. Though she had hatred, Alvia was not an extremist like Akainu, she didn't kill them. Don't look at how she had the upper hand in the previous exchange, but the damage she caused to Momonga was not as great as imagined. Momonga swam up from the sea, using moonwalk to return to the warship. His hair and beard were gone, burned away by the electric current. Lightning attacks also carried extremely high temperatures, so it was normal for Momonga's hair and beard to be burned away. His body was also somewhat charred. From this perspective, Luffy's gum fruit countering the Rumble fruit was a bit of a stretch. Though insulators weren't afraid of electricity, could they withstand high temperatures? Tempest kick. Momonga attacked again, his target being Shin's ship. First, destroy Shin's ship to prevent him from escaping. This was Momonga's thought. Slave arrow. The moment Momonga kicked out a vacuum slash, Hancock used the love fruit, shooting out pink arrows. Even the vacuum slash was hit and petrified, which slightly surprised even Shin. However, if one used armament hockey, they probably wouldn't be afraid of the love fruit's ability attack. Another devil fruit user. Momonga's brow furrowed deeply. Then he hoped for reinforcements to arrive quickly, otherwise, he really couldn't hold on. Shin Uzumaki hadn't even acted yet, and he was already at a disadvantage. If Shin Uzumaki acted, couldn't he kill him in seconds? Even that monster Kazan was no match for Shin Uzumaki, so Momonga didn't think he was a match either. He had some self-awareness, Momonga wasn't someone without it. Chapter 492, Fleet Admiral Kong. Alvia, don't hesitate. Kill him with all your might. You think if you let him go, the Marines will let us go? Shin saw the hesitation in Alvia's heart and said to her. But if you hold back so much, can you even beat him? Shin interrupted Alvia just as she was about to speak. She was still not decisive enough. Though killing Momonga would lead to being relentlessly targeted by the Marines, even if she let Momonga go, would the Marines not continue to hunt them? I understand. Alvia nodded, releasing all the lightning from her body, causing thick clouds to form in the sky. Dark thunderclouds enveloped the sky, pressing down with an ominous aura. 100 million volt, Kirin. This move was actually the lightning release, Kirin that Shin had taught Alvia, released using the power of the Rumble fruit. In a thousandth of a second, a ferocious beast descended, carrying the might of thunder, and landed on the Marine warship. Boom. The warship was instantly blown up. As for the Marines on it, Alvia naturally couldn't be concerned about them. After using her ultimate move, even if Alvia didn't want to kill them, they had no ability to dodge. Weakness is a sin. In a battle between the strong, the weak are not at fault, but they die due to the aftermath of others' battles. Can you still blame the strong for being too strong? Momonga had no chance to dodge and was blasted into the sea by Alvia's single move. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. Let's go. Shin glanced at the sea. Momonga wasn't dead, and his life force was still very tenacious in Shin's perception. The people of the One Piece world were very tough. A move that could destroy a ship, Momonga could still withstand. And the defense of armament hockey plus iron body was indeed formidable. Momonga's strength in the One Piece world could only be considered grassroots. Seeing how tough Momonga was, Shin wondered how durable Kaido was. Shin estimated he could probably withstand 2 of his punches. Are they all dead? Hancock asked, leaning on the bow. No, that Momonga isn't dead. He's still alive, Shin said to Hancock. If you want to kill him, Alvia, you can use Kirin again. If you don't want to kill him, then let's go. Shin's gaze fell on Alvia. Alvia shook her head, then said to Shin, my stamina is exhausted. I don't have the strength to use Kirin again. In terms of stamina, Alvia was still relatively weak. Now Shin also saw that Alvia's strength was still no match for a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Being able to suppress Momonga at the beginning was mainly because Momonga didn't know much about Alvia's rumble fruit. Even if she could suppress him early on, unless Alvia could quickly kill the opponent, the one who would lose in the end would definitely be Alvia. For women, stamina was indeed a major weakness. Of course, monsters like Big Mom were an exception. Big Mom destroyed a giant village at the age of 5 and killed the giant's hero in seconds. Looks like more trouble is here. Just as Shin was about to leave, he saw a powerful man coming from a distance, flying through the air. His eyes narrowed slightly. One look and you could tell his body was outrageously strong. His hair and beard were shaped like a mountain, and there was a scar under his left eye. Shin was very familiar with this person, the current Marine Fleet Admiral, Kong, who would later be promoted to Commander-in-Chief of the world government. Though his strength wasn't shown in the original story, just his oppressive aura showed his strength was immense. Kong's strength would definitely not be weaker than an admiral's. I wonder who is stronger between him and Garp. Perhaps this guy is not weaker than Garp. Fleet Admiral Kong, also known as Steel Bone. We're in trouble this time. Alvia was very solemn. Kong was definitely one of the top-tier combatants in this world. Even though he was over 80 years old, no one dared to underestimate him. From a great distance, Kong threw a punch. Like a Tempest kicks vacuum slash, Kong punched out a giant vacuum fist. Perhaps you can let me warm up. Shin was completely unafraid. Before the vacuum fist could reach him, it was dispersed by an invisible repulsive force. As long as Shin didn't allow it, Northwest Attack could get close to him. Shin used the power of his 9-tomo Rinnegan to create a repulsive field. Anything Shin didn't allow would be instantly repelled. It was equivalent to having Shinra Tensei always on, and Shinra Tensei was specific, not an indiscriminate attack. For example, Hancock and the others beside Shin wouldn't be affected at all. The Fleet Admiral himself is here. They really think highly of me. Shin looked at Kong with surprise. And looking at Kong's appearance, he had used Moonwalk all the way here. His stamina must have taken a considerable hit. Kong stood in the air, treading on it. He asked Shin coldly, where's Momonga? He's not dead, yet, universal pull. Momonga, who had been hiding in the sea, was pulled up by Shin's gravitational force. Momonga's body floated uncontrollably in the air, his life and death completely in Shin's hands. Let Momonga go. Kong's voice was filled with anger. Are you ordering me? Shin was expressionless. He clenched his hand, and Momonga's body, floating in the air, began to twist, as if being squeezed by something. Kong's brow furrowed tightly. What kind of devil fruit is this? Didn't Kuzan say he was a space-type devil fruit user? It doesn't look like it. No matter. Momonga is an indispensable backbone of the Marines, a future combat force against pirates. He couldn't let anything happen to him. So Kong acted, reaching out to grab Momonga, wanting to save him first. Heh, the person I want to kill, you can't save, Shin chuckled coldly, then clenched his palm. Momonga was instantly killed, his body crushed into a meat patty. Actually, if Kong hadn't come, Momonga might have lived. Shin wouldn't have gone out of his way to kill him. So Momonga was also quite unlucky, being crushed to death by Shin just like that. Bastard. Kong couldn't hold back anymore. His temper was already bad. Now, someone had killed his subordinate right under his nose. It would be strange if he could endure it. Shin raised his hand to block Kong's punch. Let me see if you're really made of steel bones. With a single kick, Shin sent Kong flying, then instantly chased after him. An axe kick from above slammed Kong down from the sky, sending him straight into the sea. Boom. Kong's fall created a not-so-small wave, making Shin's ship rock a bit. Shin and II is so amazing. Hancock looked at Shin with sparkling eyes. Alvia smiled wryly. He is amazing, but it will be very annoying later. His bounty would probably increase again. Chapter 493, I don't know how strong I am. Shin's single blow sent Kong flying into the sea, but Kong's physical resilience was plain to see. Just looking at his exaggerated muscles, one could tell how tough his body was. Soon, Kong shot out from the seabed, using Moonwalk to fly into the air. With Kong's stamina, Moonwalk was no longer a technique for short bursts of flight. His stamina was enough to support him in the air for an extended period. The place where Shin had kicked him, several bones were already broken, some even shattered. Not bad. Your body is quite tough. Guess how much of my strength I used just now? Shin asked Kong with a smile. Kong remained expressionless. He used Moonwalk to charge at Shin, his entire body enveloped in armament hockey, turning him completely black. 6 Powers Secret Technique, 6 King Gun. Rob Lucci of CP9 could use the 6 Powers Secret Technique. Though it was said only Lucci knew it, in fact, many people could use it. Kong was one of them. His mastery of armament hockey was very deep, reaching a level where he could release it externally. He could use it for offense, defense, and even to bypass a target's surface and directly destroy their insides. All of Kong's attacks passed through Shin, but they couldn't harm him at all. The Kamui was indeed a bug, far more unbeatable than the elementalization of Logia devil fruits. You'll never land a hit on me, unless I allow it. Shin said calmly to Kong. He let Kong attack, watching calmly. Using Kamui gave him a great sense of superiority. This feeling of watching others struggle in vain, unable to hit him at all, was overwhelming. Next, it should be my turn to counterattack. Are you ready? If you can survive, I won't kill you. Shin smiled faintly, his chakra overflowing and surging into his fists. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. The ultimate taijutsu from the Naruto world, its power was world-destroying, capable of instantly obliterating even a perfect Susanoo. When Shin practiced the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack in the Naruto world, he had destroyed countless islands. Right now, Shin wasn't using his full strength. Mainly because there was no need to. If he really used his full strength, it would cause a massive tsunami, drowning who knows how many islands and shaking the entire world. Countless fists landed on Kong's body. Even steel bones couldn't withstand it. Though Shin wasn't using his full strength now, the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack he unleashed could probably sink Marineford. And Kong, unable to evade, had to endure Shin's 80 Gods Vacuum Attack head-on. Even his deeply trained armament hockey couldn't hold up. In an instant, his body was twisted to varying degrees. After Shin's attack ended, a sea wave at least 100 meters high appeared on the sea. Shin had controlled his ship to fly into the sky before attacking. Hancock and the others were also safe. Is he really human? Alvia looked at Shin, her mouth agape. What are you talking about, Alvia? Isn't it normal for Shin and I to be so strong? Hancock said as if it were a matter of course. No matter how strong Shin was, it was normal in Hancock's heart. Because Shin should be that strong. Alvia glanced at Hancock. She knew Hancock was Shin's loyal fangirl, so there was no point in arguing. Kong is the fleet admiral. He should be dead now, right? If he's dead, what happens now? Robin's eyes showed a hint of worry. Robin, don't worry. Alvia patted Robin's head and smiled. Her worries had lessened a lot. Before, she had been worried mainly because she didn't know how strong Shin was. Now, seeing Shin's world-destroying power, she wasn't afraid at all. Just like Whitebeard. Didn't the Marines want to eliminate him? Didn't the world government want to destroy the Whitebeard pirates? But the Whitebeard pirates still sailed freely on the sea. Strength could determine everything. Shin's strength was already enough to deter the world government. They probably wouldn't dare to act rashly now. Shin landed on the ship, smiling at Hancock and the other 2 women. Hancock, seeing Shin, immediately pounced on him, leaving a lipstick mark on his face. Shin and you're so amazing. I've decided. I'm going to marry you when I grow up. Robin glanced at Hancock, her face flushing slightly. Alvia glanced at Robin, who was looking at Shin from time to time, and had a thoughtful look. Is Kong dead? Alvia asked Shin. No. This guy is really tough. He didn't die from that. Shin was surprised that Kong hadn't died. But Shin had no intention of finishing him off. Shin didn't need to finish him off. Kong had been swept away by the giant wave. It was unknown if he could survive. Even if he did survive, Kong was heavily wounded. Shin's 80 Gods Vacuum Attack had shattered every bone in Kong's body. His life force was very weak. The possibility of survival was slim. Even if he did survive, it would be worse than death. He would be bedridden for the rest of his life. 2 roadblocks, wasting our time. Let's go. Shin controlled the ship to fly in the sky. The giant waves on the sea had not yet subsided, so they could only fly. Good thing we can fly. Otherwise, we might have been swept into the sea by the waves. Robin said with relief. Shin, was that your full strength you showed earlier? Alvia asked Shin curiously. Full strength. I don't even know how strong I am at full strength. Maybe one day when I meet an evenly matched opponent, I'll be able to see. Shin said in a deep tone. Unfortunately, even in the entire One Piece world, he probably couldn't find such an opponent. Alvia didn't know how strong Shin truly was. But Shin looked to be only around 20. How did he have such great strength? In the One Piece world, one usually reached their peak strength around the age of 40. Alvia didn't know that Shin wasn't really 20. Age no longer had any meaning for Shin. After all, he was already immortal. Steering the ship towards the distance, he paid no mind to the huge waves he had caused this time. The whole world would be shaken this time. Chapter 494, Bounty increased again, Wano Country. Marine Ford. Sengoku, Garp, and the others were all here, their expressions extremely solemn. Originally, Sengoku and Garp, along with Sakazuki and the others, were in the New World. This was why Fleet Admiral Kong had personally gone to capture Shin and his group. Because he really had no one else available, he had to go himself. And this was the result. Kong wasn't dead, swept by the waves to an island and then found by the Marines. But when Kong was found, he was already on the verge of death. They immediately notified Admiral Sengoku, Garp, and the others to return to Marine headquarters. Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan didn't come back. They were still in the New World, suppressing the turbulent situation at sea. Ever since Roger started the Great Pirate Era, the sea hadn't had a single day of peace. Admiral Sengoku, Fleet Admiral Kong's life is saved, but in the future. Not long after, a doctor ran to report to Sengoku. It was a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The doctor didn't finish the bad news, but Sengoku could guess. After all, he had seen Kong's condition. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. It was a miracle he was still alive. In the future, he would probably be bedridden. I understand. You may leave. Sengoku clenched his fists, forcing himself not to get angry. Reporting, Admiral Sengoku. According to intelligence, Shin Uzumaki, Alvia, and the others have arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Just then, a Marine soldier ran in and reported to Sengoku. The Marines had finally found out Shin's name. Hearing this report, Sengoku immediately stood up. But just as he stood up, Garp put a hand on his shoulder. You're no match for him. You know how strong Fleet Admiral Kong is. Garp said to Sengoku. Garp had great respect for Fleet Admiral Kong, and the Fleet Admiral he respected so much was severely injured. It would be useless for Sengoku to go now. Honestly, even if Fleet Admiral Kong fought Whitebeard, he might not have been so severely injured. This showed the strength of that Shin Uzumaki. If Sengoku went now, it would be a suicide mission. Garp had to stop Sengoku. The Marines could not afford such a loss. Garp is right. We know nothing about Shin Uzumaki's intel. Acting rashly will only increase unnecessary damage. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. Vice Admiral Tsuru advised Sengoku. It wasn't that they didn't want to avenge Fleet Admiral Kong, but that they couldn't act rashly. Even if they really gathered all the Marines' combat power, could they take down Shin Uzumaki? They had to consider the pirate situation. The era was already out of control. If the Marines suffered another major loss, then this era would be completely out of control. After a long silence, Sengoku was finally persuaded. Sengoku wasn't an irrational person. He was the famous strategist. He had just been blinded by anger earlier. Then what do you propose we do? Garp, you go. Sengoku looked at Garp and said. Sengoku, we're old comrades. You can't just want to kill me because I stole your rice crackers. Garp picked his nose. He might take on Whitebeard in a one-on-one fight without flinching, but even then, he'd think twice before facing the mysterious Shin Uzumaki. Sengoku, for now, we should think about how to suppress the situation at sea. Let's leave Shin Uzumaki alone for now, or let the five elders have a headache over it. Vice Admiral Tsuru said to Sengoku. Even if Garp and Sengoku teamed up, they might not be able to deal with Shin Uzumaki. If they recalled Sakazuki and the others, what about the pirates? Who knew if the pirates would take the opportunity to unite and counterattack? The Marines' strength was indeed great. No single pirate crew would be a match for them. But the Marines had more than one enemy. They couldn't use all their strength to suppress one enemy. Sengoku clenched his fists, feeling somewhat humiliated. He couldn't even deal with one person. Let's wait until Fleet Admiral Kong wakes up and get more information about Shin Uzumaki. Sengoku finally compromised helplessly. He was still an admiral now, it wasn't appropriate for him to give direct orders. Increase Shin Uzumaki's bounty by another 3 billion berries. Sengoku gritted his teeth. To this, Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru said nothing. They knew in their hearts that increasing the bounty was useless. Whitebeard's bounty was even higher, but who had the courage to go take Whitebeard's head to claim it? But, it wasn't completely useless. At least Shin's name is about to become famous thanks to the increased bounty. A bounty of nearly 4 billion berries. At this time, Shin's bounty was second only to Whitebeard and Shiki. As for Kaido, Big Mom, and the others, though they were famous now, they hadn't reached the level of the future 4 emperors yet. Their bounties were only around 2 billion now. Red-haired Shank's bounty was even lower, just over 100 million now. The red-haired pirates were still an unknown small pirate crew, not yet entered the New World. Shin became famous in one battle, severely injuring Marine Fleet Admiral Kong, his bounty soaring by 3 billion berries. The great pirates of the New World had all received the news. The commotion caused was too great to be hidden. But now Shin had already gone to Fishman Island. He didn't even get a coating, just went down like that. The seawater was kept out by Shin using pressure. He didn't go through the holy land of Mary Geos in a grand manner again. Not because Shin was afraid, but because he wanted to go see Fishman Island. When Shin arrived at Fishman Island, he found the situation there was quite chaotic. On the island, he saw fishmen and merfolk, these two non-human species. Fishmen were very popular with the celestial dragons. Their bodies were stronger than humans, and many were captured as slaves. Of course, merfolk were even more popular. Many lawless people tried their best to capture merfolk for auction. After staying on Fishman Island for 3 days, Shin and his group left Fishman Island and headed for the New World. Heading to the New World was quite dangerous. It was unknown how many people had been buried at the bottom of the sea. If one were to salvage at the bottom of the sea, who knew how many shipwrecks they would find? But this danger was non-existent for Shin. The ship broke through the sea surface, finally setting foot in the New World. The second half of the Grand Line, the New World, was the most dangerous sea in the One Piece world. Countless great pirates gathered in the New World, and the strange weather was dangerous for seafarers. Target, Wano Country. Let's go. Chapter 495, The Changing Plot. The weather here is terrible. Hancock leaned over the bow, watching the massive waves churned up by the fierce wind. Lightning flashed across the sky, and rain poured down in sheets. The dark clouds overhead made it feel like the end of the world. But Hancock wasn't afraid. With Shin by her side, she felt completely safe. An invisible force protected the entire ship, blocking the torrential rain and shielding them from the violent winds and waves. "This is the power of nature," Alvia remarked with awe. "Alvia, you ate a Logia-type devil fruit." In a way, Logia fruits represent the power of nature. Logia devil fruits could indeed unleash power comparable to natural disasters. "Unfortunately, I haven't developed the Rumble fruit enough." Alvia shook her head. She was still far from unleashing its full potential. A single Kirin could deplete her stamina. Of course, the Kirin she used was definitely more powerful than Sasuke Uchiha's lightning release, Kirin. But it also consumed more energy. Sasuke Uchiha had utilized natural energy, whereas Alvia had to create the storm clouds herself using the Rumble fruit's power. "You've only had the Rumble fruit for a short time. Don't be too ambitious." Shin placed a hand on Alvia's head and gently patted it. "We need to speed up, or we'll never reach Wano." Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka to open a spatial portal in front of the ship, then steered the vessel through it. Traveling this way was indeed fast. They arrived in Wano country not long after. Though Wano was isolationist, they probably didn't have time to deal with outsiders now. Kazuki Oden had already led his retainers into a full-scale war against Kaido and Kurazumi Orochi. The extent of the fighting was unclear. Kurazumi Orochi was the current shogun of Wano country, its supreme leader. He had orchestrated the death of the previous shogun, Kazuki Sukiyaki, Oden's father, and seized the position, then allied with Kaido to take complete control of Wano. Originally, Kazuki Oden had a chance to reclaim everything, but for some unknown reason, he had made a deal with Orochi instead of fighting, even dancing naked in exchange for a few paltry coins, completely losing his dignity. Perhaps it was out of concern for Wano. After all, Oden, having sailed the seas, had changed from someone who didn't care about the people of Wano to someone who didn't want to see them get hurt. Whatever the agreement, after 5 years of playing the fool, Orochi still hadn't honored the deal. And now, Oden was fighting Orochi again, but his past actions had cost him the people's trust. Only his loyal retainers still fought alongside him. Though he had been pretending to be a fool, Shin felt Oden had become a real one. To trust such a despicable person, it was the biggest joke in the world. Upon arriving in Wano, Shin inquired about the war. It turned out he was a step too late. Kazuki Oden was already dead. He and his 9 retainers had been executed by boiling. "Looks like I'm late. The civil war in Wano is already over." Shin sighed. If he had known, he would have come earlier. Perhaps he could have met Kazuki Oden. But Oden's retainers, along with Kazuki Momonosuke and Kazuki Hayori, should have been sent to the future by Toki. Toki was Oden's wife, a woman from 800 years ago, possessing the time fruit ability, allowing her to travel to the future. She had traveled from 800 years ago to the present era. That's what Shin had originally thought. But after staying in Wano for a few days and learning more about the situation, Shin learned that Kazuki Oden's retainers were dead, truly killed, not sent to the future. As for why Shin knew this, it was because Kazuki Oden didn't have a wife, and therefore no son or daughter. Toki Amatsuki didn't exist. Not all the retainers had died, a few had managed to escape. The plot has changed. Is it because of me? Shin's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't even arrived in the One Piece world at that time. How could he have affected this world? Even if he did affect this world, creating a butterfly effect, it shouldn't have affected Wano. What are you thinking about, Shin? Alvia, seeing Shin lost in thought, couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Shin shook his head, not dwelling on it. Perhaps even a small event could change the course of the world, let alone a major event like his transmigration. It was useless to think so much. He had originally wanted to meet the hero, Kazuki Oden, but he hadn't even seen his body. We made a special trip to Wano, and it was a wasted trip. Let's leave tomorrow. Shin didn't plan to stay in Wano any longer. The change in Wano's plot wouldn't affect him in any way. The food here is different from other places, Hancock said, hugging Shin's arm. Shin nodded. The food here was Japanese style, similar to the food in the Naruto world. Seeing it now made him feel quite nostalgic. Fortunately, if he ever felt truly nostalgic, he could go to the system space and have Mikoto cook for him. As they were strolling down the street, Shin and his group were suddenly surrounded by a group of samurai, their eyes filled with hostility. You're not from Wano, are you? Oh, looks like we've run into trouble. Shin smiled at them, not at all panicked. He hadn't encountered any trouble before, Shin had thought he wouldn't. It seemed he had thought too much, there was still trouble to be found. Wano was quite irritating. The people here were extremely xenophobic. And Shin and his group hadn't changed their clothes, one look and you could tell they weren't from Wano. These women are quite beautiful. Capture them. Perhaps the shogun will like them, and maybe he'll reward us. One of the samurai couldn't help but say. Disgusting. Hancock shouted delicately, using her love fruit ability to turn the group of samurai into stone. Others had their necks snapped by Robin using her flower fruit. Robin had also been participating in battles recently. After all, just training without real combat experience wouldn't allow one to master their abilities. Shin's eyes turned cold. He had already sentenced Kurazumi Orochi to death. Kurazumi Orochi is a mythical Zoan type, 8-headed serpent devil fruit user, right? A rare mythical Zoan. Chapter 496, Kurazumi Orochi and Kaido. Though Kurazumi Orochi was a mythical Zoan devil fruit user, Shin had no intention of copying his ability. The mythical Zoan, 8-headed serpent fruit was not weak, but Shin found it disgusting. He wouldn't want the ability even if it were given to him for free. The main island of Wano was divided into 6 regions, Kuri, Kibi, Udon, Ringo, Hakamai, and the flower capital. Shin and his group were currently in Kuri, which had once been Kazuki Oden's domain. The supreme ruler of Wano was the shogun, followed by the daimyos of the 6 regions. This place was originally Kazuki Oden's territory, but since Oden was dead, it had naturally been taken over by Kurazumi Orochi. However, Kurazumi Orochi wasn't here. He was in the flower capital, the most prosperous place in Wano, where the ruler resided. Let's go to the flower capital. Shin had originally planned to leave, but now he had changed his mind. He was going to the flower capital to eliminate Kurazumi Orochi. Going to the flower capital, are you planning to deal with the shogun of Wano, Kurazumi Orochi? Alvia was very smart and guessed it right away. Yes. And to see if Kaido is still here. Shin wanted to see Kaido. Kaido should be injured now, wounded by Kazuki Oden, leaving him with 2 permanent scars. The current Kaido's strength was at least on par with an admiral. Even Sengoku might not be able to defeat the current Kaido. This showed how strong Kazuki Oden was. If Kazuki Oden were alive, the title of World's Strongest Swordsman would not have fallen to Mihawk. It didn't take long to get from Kuri to the flower capital. Shin had basically killed his way there. There was no other choice. Kurazumi Orochi's men were too numerous, and they were all hostile towards Shin and his group. Shin was traveling with 3 beautiful women, it was inevitable that they would be targeted. Alvia was a great beauty herself. Then there was Hancock. Though she was still young, after eating the love fruit, even Alvia couldn't compare to the still tender Hancock in terms of charm. Finally, there was Robin. Though Robin was even younger, she was also very beautiful and delicate. A future great beauty for sure. Kurazumi Orochi was fond of wine and women, so his men had ill intentions, wanting to capture Alvia, Hancock, and Robin to please him. So this is the flower capital. It's quite prosperous indeed. Shin looked around. He even saw many brothels. It was truly a place of indulgence. Shin and I don't look at those lowly women. Hancock directly covered Shin's eyes. Ahem, Hancock, I actually think these people are having a hard time. They need some care. Shin coughed twice, then said seriously to Hancock. So, that's your reason for wanting to visit a brothel? Alvia asked Shin with a straight face. Hey, Alvia, don't take me for that kind of man. Shin shook his head. Let's go to the shogun's residence. Shin asked around and quickly found out where Kurozumi Orochi's shogun residence was. After all, the shogun's residence was the most famous place in the flower capital. The shogun of this country lived there. Though Kurozumi Orochi's position as shogun was not legitimate, he was indeed the one in power now. Arriving at the shogun's residence, Shin wasn't well-mannered. Boom. The gate of the shogun's residence was directly blasted open by Shin using lightning. Then Shin walked in with Alvia and the others. Who has the nerve to cause trouble at the shogun's residence? Myriad thunder. Shin waved his hand, creating a thundercloud. Then, a furious thunder descended, instantly shattering the entire shogun's residence. Bastard. Soon, the furious Kurozumi Orochi rushed out. Beside Kurozumi Orochi was Kurozumi Semimaru, a barrier fruit user, an old man on the verge of death. Kurozumi Orochi was fine because this old man's barrier fruit had blocked the attack. And here, Shin also saw Kaido. Kaido looked like he was watching a show, with no intention of interfering. Who are you? Kurozumi Orochi asked Shin angrily. Oh, my name is Shin Uzumaki. Shin said with a smile. No one here really recognized Shin. In the sea, he was indeed very famous, but this was Wano country, which didn't communicate with the outside world at all. Kaido didn't recognize Shin either, because recently Kaido had been staying in Wano country. No matter who you are, if you have the audacity to step into our domain and stir conflict, you will die. Haha, you want me to die? You've got a big mouth. Shin asked Kurozumi Orochi with an amused look. Lightning release, Kirin. Shin gestured with his hand, and the thundercloud in the sky gathered into a terrifying beast, swooping down from the sky. Be careful. Kurozumi Semimaru was loyal to his master. He flew up and used his barrier fruit ability to defend. But in an instant, the barrier was completely shattered. Then Kurozumi Semimaru was gone with the wind, his body not even leaving a speck of dust under the terrifying lightning. He was too fragile. Let's see if you're any different. Shin showed Kurozumi Orochi a smile and asked. Have I done something to anger you? Kurozumi Orochi's heart was filled with anger, but being cunning and treacherous, he didn't want to act rashly. You haven't. But that doesn't mean your subordinates are in the clear. Shin's smile disappeared, his tone calm as he spoke to Kurozumi Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi was furious. He saw that Shin Uzumaki was just looking for trouble. Just after getting rid of the threat of Kazuki Oden, another one came. Kurozumi Orochi glanced at Kaido. Kaido didn't seem to have any intention of interfering. Yes, helping Kurozumi Orochi deal with Kazuki Oden was to get some information from Oden. After all, Kazuki Oden was someone who had reached the final island with Roger. But this person before them was entirely Kurozumi Orochi's own enemy, he had no need to interfere. Chapter 497, Killing you is enough. So, my subordinates got a bit too full of themselves and crossed the line with you. I can hand them over. Kurozumi Orochi, a man who knew when to bend and when to stand, offered a compromise. Seeing Shin's overwhelming power, Orochi didn't want to cause any more trouble for himself. Of course, this didn't mean he was letting it go. He planned to deal with this guy later. No need for that. They've already been sent to the afterlife. How about you go join them? Shin's calm tone carried a hint of killing intent, a killing intent that even Kaido, standing nearby, found horrifying. Before, Kaido hadn't paid much attention to Shin. He hadn't sensed any threat from him. But now, the sense of crisis Kaido felt from Shin was even greater than the one he had felt from Kazuki Oden. Oden, at most, posed a danger. Though he could injure him, he couldn't cause a life-threatening crisis. But from Shin, Kaido felt a mortal danger. Shin glanced at Kaido. He was known for his durability, he'd been tortured over 1,000 times, sentenced to death 40 times, and had even survived being hanged, guillotined, and impaled. It was an impressive record. But that also spoke to his strength. If he wasn't strong, he'd have died countless times. And this guy also liked to commit suicide. He had even jumped from a sky island. Shin wondered why the Marines hadn't just fed him 2 devil fruits. That would have killed him for sure. Unless he was a unique case like Blackbeard, who could consume multiple fruits. The Marines must have been nerfed. Shin muttered softly. Since Kaido was so durable, he must be quite tough. Shin wondered if his golden will reincarnation explosion could kill him. As this thought arose in Shin's mind, Kaido felt a sense of alarm. He subconsciously wanted to flee this place. But in the end, Kaido forced himself to stop. He was the immortal Kaido. If he fled like this, wouldn't it be too shameful? Shin noticed the cross-shaped scar on Kaido's chest, a wound from Kazuki Oden. Where is Kazuki Oden's body? Shin's gaze fell on Kurazumi Orochi. He'd arrived too late to meet Oden, but that didn't mean he couldn't see him. The Edo Tensei should work in this world. Do you have a connection to Kazuki Oden? Orochi's face darkened. He suspected Shin was here for revenge. If that was the case, there was no room for negotiation. He had to strike first. Kurazumi Orochi's arms were wrapped in armament haki, lunged at Shin. The armament haki of Wano country should be called Ryuo, but it was just a different name for the same thing. Shin remained expressionless, not even defending against Kurazumi Orochi's sneak attack. As Kurazumi Orochi's attack approached, an invisible barrier blocked it. Barrier fruit. Kurazumi Orochi looked at Shin in astonishment. This is called repulsive force. After Shin spoke, a powerful repulsive force sent Kurazumi Orochi flying. And you? Are you going to join in? Shin looked at Kaido calmly. His calm gaze, however, brought unimaginable pressure to Kaido. Kaido hesitated. Could he just watch his ally die? He still needed Kurazumi Orochi to control Wano country. Kurazumi Orochi climbed up, holding the famous swords Aim no Habakiri and Enma. Both of these swords were among the 21 great grade swords, and they had both belonged to Kazuki Oden. In the original story, Aim no Habakiri had ended up with Momonosuke, while Enma was in the hands of Kazuki Hiyori. But that was in the original story. Now the plot had changed. Oden had no son or daughter, so the swords naturally fell into Kurazumi Orochi's hands. Kurazumi Orochi was also very proficient in the two-sword style. Basically, anyone from Wano country was proficient in swordsmanship. Die! Kurazumi Orochi roared, and his two swords, like streams of light, shot towards Shin. A sword appeared in Shin's hand, the sword he used in the Naruto world, the Kusanagi blade. This time using this sword, Shin wanted to test if the Kusanagi blade could compare to the 21 great grade swords. As for the 12 supreme grade swords, Shin didn't think the Kusanagi blade could compare. The Naruto world didn't value swords as much as the One Piece world, their craftsmanship likely couldn't compare. The Kusanagi blade could barely withstand Shin's strength now. If Shin used too much force, the Kusanagi blade would shatter. Clawing. Using the Kusanagi blade to block Kurazumi Orochi's two-sword style slash, Shin's Kusanagi blade was not damaged at all. Shin hadn't imbued the Kusanagi blade with armament haki, while Aim no Habakiri and Enma were both imbued with armament haki. Especially Enma, this sword was very special. As long as you held this sword, it would constantly release armament haki until the user was drained. So, not just anyone could use this sword. An average person holding this sword might even die. Impressive. The Kusanagi blade is sharper than I thought. Shin looked at the Kusanagi blade with some surprise. Originally, in Shin's view, the Kusanagi blade might not be comparable to the supreme grade swords. But now it seemed it might not be inferior. Is that a supreme grade sword in your hand? Kurazumi Orochi looked at the sword in Shin's hand with some greed. To a swordsman, a sword was more important than a wife. So, from this, it could be inferred that Shin was not a qualified swordsman. I don't know if this sword is a supreme grade sword, but it's enough to kill you. Shin said calmly. This was the first time Shin had fought a great swordsman from this world. Perhaps Kurazumi Orochi was at the bottom among the great swordsmen, but his swordsmanship still made Shin's eyes light up. Though Shin's swordsmanship had immense destructive power, it was entirely due to his strength. Chapter 498, Copying Conqueror's Haki, Do You Think I Care About Wano? Boom. Orochi's body flew like a ball, leaving a large crater in the ground. The two great grade swords in his hands also flew out of his grasp. A deep, bone-visible gash appeared on his body. Get up and fight, or I'll kill you. Shin said coldly to Orochi. He had suppressed his strength, using Orochi to hone his swordsmanship. Orochi's swordsmanship might not be the world's strongest, but it was definitely among the world's top tier. Kaido, aren't you going to act yet? Orochi roared at Kaido. Are you ordering me? Kaido's ferocious aura pressed down on Orochi. Orochi wanted to vomit blood. Why are you showing off to me instead of dealing with the enemy? He really wanted to cut him down. Why didn't Kazuki Oden just kill Kaido? You should understand, if something happens to me, your military factory in Wano is finished, Orochi threatened Kaido. Kaido snorted coldly, then took out his club. Indeed, Orochi was still useful now. He couldn't let him die here. His ferocious murderous aura pressed towards Shin. That 8-meter height, plus the aura, was indeed awe-inspiring. Kaido could kill enemies with his aura alone. And this was without him even showing his Conqueror's Haki. Shin had already successfully copied Conqueror's Haki from Kaido. Originally, if Conqueror's Haki required a divine replication card, he absolutely wouldn't have copied it. But since it only required an advanced replication card, Shin wouldn't be stingy with one. Alvia, Hancock, Robin, don't move. Shin, seeing they wanted to help him, shook his head at them. Right now, Alvia and the others were no match for Kaido and his group. Oh, okay. Hancock didn't insist. Actually, she also knew she would at most be a hindrance. Come on, let me see how strong the strongest creature is. Shin beckoned to Kaido, taunting him. By the way, at this time, Kaido hadn't yet earned the title of strongest creature. Orochi, let's attack together, Kaido said to Orochi. Kaido didn't dare to underestimate Shin. Ganging up was ganging up. Kaido wasn't a person who fought honorably. Otherwise, he wouldn't have schemed with Orochi to sneak attack Oden. Though this guy liked to commit suicide, he didn't want to die. Perhaps because he knew he couldn't die, he liked to commit suicide. Orochi retrieved the 2 great-grade swords. The 2 swords were still sharp, not even a nick on them after clashing with Shin earlier. Sword art, Gale Slash. Shin's single slash created a furious wind blade. The wind blade blotted out the sun and sky, even tearing the clouds in the sky. I'll block it. Kaido stepped forward, his entire body covered in armament haki. The wind blade slashed at Kaido's body, creating a shower of sparks, as if striking steel. No, even the hardness of steel couldn't withstand the wind blade. At this moment, Kaido's hardness definitely surpassed sea stone. But even so, under the countless wind blades, several wounds still appeared. Kaido retreated a dozen steps, his bell-like eyes staring at Shin. There weren't many people who could injure him, let alone injure him so easily. Who the hell are you? Kaido asked Shin cautiously. Didn't I tell you before? My name is Shin Uzumaki. Shin had a faint smile on his face. Kaido's brow furrowed tightly. Shin Uzumaki. He had never heard this name on the sea. But he looked a bit familiar. He should have seen him somewhere. But Kaido couldn't remember now. Kaido had also seen the bounty poster issued by the Marines 2 years ago, which was why he felt Shin looked familiar. But at that time, Kaido hadn't paid any attention to it. 2 years had passed, Kaido naturally didn't recognize Shin. Now Shin had done a big thing, severely injuring Marine Fleet Admiral Kong, but Kaido had been staying in Wano country and didn't know the intel at all. Orochi looked at the wounds on Kaido's body and began to scheme. This guy was even more powerful than Kazuki Oden. Even with him and Kaido together, their chances of winning weren't high. At this moment, Orochi wanted to slip away. This guy was also a coward who feared death. Seeing Shin so powerful, he was scared. But to give up the power he had worked so hard to obtain, Orochi was very unwilling. But if he continued to fight, Orochi had no confidence. He would likely lose and be killed. Oden is already dead. Why do you have to avenge him? I am willing to share Wano country with you. Orochi said to Shin, his heart aching. Kazuki Oden's death has nothing to do with me. As for Wano country, do you think I care about it? Shin said calmly. Let alone sharing Wano with Orochi, even if the entire Wano country was given to Shin, he would have no interest. Orochi wanted to vomit blood. Since you said it has nothing to do with Kazuki Oden, why did you ask for his body? If he really had Kazuki Oden's body, Orochi actually wouldn't mind giving it to him. But Oden's body had already been reduced to ashes. Orochi had not only boiled Kazuki Oden, but he hadn't even spared his body in the end. This showed his cruelty and brutality. Don't give me so much useless talk. Today, no matter what, you must die. There is no choice. Shin looked at Orochi. As for you, whether you can survive depends on your own ability. Shin glanced at Kaido, who was holding a club. Kaido's kanabo was quite large, much larger than Shin. Kaido was 8 meters tall, the weapon he used was naturally quite large. It was a giant iron pillar. Chapter 499, The Invincible Kaido Runs Away. Kaido, we have no way out. I expect you to go all out. Hearing Shin say he wouldn't be spared, Orochi prepared to fight for his life. As for escaping, Orochi had already tried that and was promptly slashed back by Shin's sword. I don't need you to command me. Kaido roared, then transformed into a dragon, an eastern dragon, looking ferocious and domineering. He created several clouds, and Kaido's sharp claws gripped them, allowing him to fly. He then opened his mouth and spat a giant fireball at Shin. Child's play. Shin sneered and swung his sword at Kaido. The blade cut through the massive fireball and then slashed the dragon's body. Once, there was the dragon-slaying samurai Ryuma, who had slain a dragon in the sky. Today, Shin, with a single slash, also brought down the flying Kaido. Transforming into a dragon is impressive, but it doesn't increase your power much. Shin casually sheathed his Kusanagi blade. After transforming into a dragon, Kaido's strength wasn't much greater than in his human form. And with his increased size, he became a living target. If Kaido in human form could suppress or even defeat Kizaru, then in his dragon form, he might only be able to take a beating. Though the dragon form was also agile, such a massive body, blotting out the sun and larger than a small mountain, would still seem clumsy. In any case, against a very agile opponent, the dragon form wouldn't be very effective, especially against a rumble fruit user. Of course, this was just Shin's deduction based on the power Kaido had displayed. Perhaps Kaido still had untapped power. But with a single slash, he had been brought down by Shin, his body crashing to the earth, unable to maintain his dragon form. Kaido, is that all you've got? It wasn't Shin who said this, but Kaido's ally, Orochi. At this moment, Orochi suspected that Kaido was putting on a show. To be defeated so easily, was that even possible? But looking at the wound on Kaido's chest, it wasn't fake. Blood was pouring out of his body. Get lost. Kaido roared at Orochi, sending him flying with a swing of his club. When Kaido was angry, he hit everyone, even his allies. Even his all-stars would be beaten to death. Orochi, caught off guard, was sent flying, spitting up blood, barely able to stand. Kaido, you bastard. Are you looking for a fight? Orochi almost couldn't hold back, wanting to take his sword and kill Kaido. This guy, with a major enemy before him, was still attacking his own ally. Shin Uzumaki, you don't want me to live? Then I won't let you have an easy time either. The ferocious and sinister Orochi roared at Shin. Then Orochi transformed into the Yamada no Orochi. Having eaten the mythical Zoan, 8-headed serpent fruit, he could transform into the legendary 8-headed serpent. So ugly, Hancock couldn't help but comment, looking at the Yamada no Orochi. Indeed. Compared to the dragon Kaido transformed into, the difference is too great. Alvia nodded. It could only be said that the contrast between the two was too stark. Though the dragon Kaido had transformed into was cut down by Shin with one slash, it was much better looking than the Yamada no Orochi. What a joke. Not even as intimidating as Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent technique. Shin, looking at the Yamada no Orochi, also couldn't help but comment. Susanoo. A tall Susanoo emerged. Compared to the Susanoo before them, the Yamada no Orochi seemed a bit small. Since we're killing the Yamada no Orochi, we have to let Susanoo do it. Shin said with a smile. Susanoo was Susanoo no Mikoto. In mythology, the Yamada no Orochi was slain by Susanoo no Mikoto. What's going on? His devil fruit should be related to lightning, right? Kaido's eyes widened, looking at the massive figure of the Susanoo. Even after his dragon transformation, he wasn't as large as the Susanoo. And within this massive body, there was unparalleled destructive power. Destroying an island was probably not a difficult task. Alvia and the others weren't surprised. Since they knew Shin had the power of replication, they wouldn't be surprised by any power Shin displayed in the future. Orochi, I wonder if you can withstand a single slash. Shin controlled the Susanoo, slowly drawing out a katana formed from chakra. Kaido's expression was uncertain as he looked at the giant Susanoo. After hesitating for a long time, Kaido made a decision, TOFLEE. As for Orochi, he couldn't be bothered with that anymore. Their relationship wasn't that close. When disaster struck, it was every man for himself. If Kaido had been confident he could defeat Shin, he absolutely wouldn't have fled. But he wasn't confident, and he didn't want to die, so he could only run away. Don't look at how Kaido often challenged others one-on-one and committed suicide from time to time. He did that because he was confident he wouldn't die. If Kaido really wanted to die, there were plenty of ways. The simplest way was to eat 2 devil fruits. One could only eat 1 devil fruit. If you ate 2, you would surely die. Of course, there was one exception, Blackbeard. His body structure was unusual, different from average people, so he wouldn't die even if he ate 2 devil fruits. But even so, Blackbeard absolutely wouldn't dare to eat a third. And the reason Blackbeard could eat a second devil fruit might also be related to the dark fruit. Otherwise, Blackbeard wouldn't have refrained from eating other devil fruits before eating the dark fruit. The important thing was that the invincible Kaido had run away. The Kaido who was the strongest one-on-one fights had fled in disgrace. Of course, how much of that strongest one-on-one was an exaggeration, that was unknown. He was strong, but strongest one-on-one. Shin didn't think Kaido had that strength. The One Piece world was full of talented people. Were the other 4 emperors weaker than Kaido? But now there was no title of 4 emperors yet. The four emperors hadn't yet been decided on the sea. Kaido's escape, Shin could of course detect. After all, with Kaido's massive size, it was impossible to run away without making any noise. Besides, Shin's observation haki covered the entire flower capital. How could Shin not know Kaido was running away? But Shin didn't care about Kaido running away. He didn't want to kill Kaido right now. After all, Shin's target here was this guy Orochi. If Kaido had recklessly stayed here, Shin wouldn't mind killing him. But since Kaido had run away, Shin wouldn't go after him. The reason Kaido ran away was probably because he sensed that staying here meant certain death. So Kaido had the self-awareness to run away. A strong person's perception was very sharp. Shin didn't care about Kaido running away, but Orochi cared a lot. Chapter 500, Susanoo slashes the eight-headed serpent. Shin didn't know that Orochi was still thinking about getting revenge on Kaido after surviving. Orochi was already on Shin's kill list. Still thinking about surviving. Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. Orochi wouldn't even have a chance to dream in the future. Shin didn't immediately attack Orochi. He brought Hancock, Alvia, and Robin into the Susanoo. Susanoo was known as the god of destruction. Its destructive power was too great. Bringing them inside the Susanoo would prevent them from being caught in the crossfire. Looking down from here, it feels like looking down on everything. Hancock stood beside Shin, looking down from the crystal on Susanoo's forehead. She felt as if she had become a king looking down on everything. I thought the Yamada no Orochi was big before, but now it seems so small, Robin said. Is this also a fruit ability Shin and I copied? But what devil fruit is it? Robin curiously looked up at Shin. When creating the devil fruit encyclopedia before, Robin had helped her mother. She knew about most devil fruit abilities. But there were still many devil fruits she didn't know much about, like the devil fruit that allowed Kaido to transform into a dragon. And the ability Shin was displaying now. But Robin didn't know that the Susanoo Shin was using was not the power of a devil fruit. I'd like to know too. Alvia was also very curious. With such a powerful ability, it shouldn't be unknown. This isn't a devil fruit ability. This world has more than just devil fruits as a special power. Shin said to Alvia. As Shin and the others were chatting, Orochi had already attacked. At this moment, after transforming into the Yamada no Orochi, Orochi had 8 heads and 8 tails. The 8 heads bit towards Shin's Susanoo, their tails striking at various parts of the Susanoo like sharp blades. Shin and I, that monster is attacking. Hancock reminded Shin. It's fine. Let him attack. It's impossible for him to break through Susanoo's defense anyway. This was Shin's confidence. With the power of the Yamada no Orochi, it was simply impossible to break Susanoo's defense. Even if it could, Shin's chakra would instantly repair any damage to the Susanoo. He let the Yamada no Orochi attack for a while, but it didn't cause any damage to Shin's Susanoo. You've been attacking for so long. Shouldn't I have a turn? Shin asked Orochi calmly. Can we reconcile? I am the shogun. I am willing to be your puppet. I will give you all of Wano country. Orochi stopped his attack and pleaded with Shin, almost kneeling down and begging for mercy. To be honest, Shin was very contemptuous of Orochi's behavior. But it wasn't wrong for him to act like this. Orochi and Kazuki Oden were actually two sides of the same coin, opposite in every sense. Didn't I already say? I don't care about your Wano country. Shin said calmly. Who cares about your country? Our Amazon lily is much better than your Wano country. It all belongs to Shin and I. Hancock said with disdain. After Hancock said this, Alvia and Robin looked at Hancock with strange expressions. Giving away the country at such a young age, she's quite something. If Elder Nyan heard this, would she faint from anger? But that was how it was. In Hancock's heart, Shin and I was more important than Amazon Lily. Elder Nyan had already said that when she came of age, she would inherit Amazon Lily and become the empress of the country of women. Hancock thought to herself, isn't my stuff Shin and I's stuff? But strictly speaking, Wano country was much stronger than the Amazon Lily. After all, Wano was a country even the Marines were wary of. Orochi, are you ready to die? Shin controlled the Susanoo, ready to finish Orochi. So, whether Orochi was ready or not, it didn't matter. Anyway, it couldn't change the fact that he would be killed. I've only just become the shogun of Wano country. How can I die? Orochi roared at the sky, unleashing his strongest attack on Shin. The heads of the Yamada no Orochi spewed out poison, fire, gales, and other attacks. The mythical Zoan, 8-headed serpent fruit couldn't be said to be weak. He could only be truly killed if all 8 heads were cut off. And each head had a different elemental attack. The tails could clash with a great sword without breaking. But all of this was insignificant in the face of absolute power. Shin controlled the Susanoo and swung its sword. All 8 heads were cut off by Shin's single slash. From the Yamata no Orochi form, he reverted back to his human form. But at this moment, Orochi's head was already separated from his body. These 2 swords might be worth keeping. Do you like swords? Shin asked Hancock and the others. Shin took aim no Habakiri and Enma. Though they weren't supreme grade swords, great grade swords were also extremely precious. Shin and I, can you teach me? Hancock's eyes flashed with a hint of interest upon hearing this. Of course. If Hancock wants to learn, I can teach you. Shin nodded to Hancock. After honing his swordsmanship with Orochi earlier, Shin felt his swordsmanship had improved a lot. Before, Shin could slash the sky with a swing of his sword, but it had little technique, it was achieved through pure strength. Now, in terms of technique, he was stronger. Then I'll have to trouble you, Shin and I. Please teach me seriously. Hancock said to Shin with a serious face. At this moment, Hancock was secretly delighted. If Shin taught her swordsmanship, wouldn't they have more time to spend together? This was Hancock's plan. It wasn't that she simply wanted to learn swordsmanship. The so-called swordsmanship was actually just an excuse in Hancock's heart. Chapter 501, 501, Staying in Wano. Shin didn't notice Hancock's little scheme. Even if he had, he probably wouldn't have cared. Do you two want to learn swordsmanship? Shin asked Alvia and Robin. I'd like to try, Robin said, raising her hand. Alvia, however, shook her head. She knew she couldn't bite off more than she could chew. The Rumble Fruit's abilities awaited her development, and her physical training couldn't be neglected under any circumstances. Armament hockey, observation hockey, and the 6 powers, all required training. She had no spare time for swordsmanship. Only after making significant progress in those areas would Alvia consider learning something else. Robin, I don't think you're suited for swordsmanship, Hancock said to Robin with a straight face. She wanted Shin to teach her alone. If Robin joined, Hancock wouldn't be happy. I haven't even started training yet. How would you know? Robin retorted, not backing down. I just know. My eyes are very sharp, I can tell at a glance. Besides, don't you like reading? Hancock said to Robin with frustration. I'll try first, Robin said, unwilling to back down. You two, don't fight, Shin said, seeing them at odds. Hancock, take this sword for now. Shin handed aim no Habakiri to Hancock. As for Enma, Shin didn't give it to Robin. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it to Robin, but Enma's characteristic was to constantly consume armament hockey. And Robin currently didn't have armament hockey. It would drain her stamina instead, and she could die from exhaustion. This was a very dangerous sword, at least for now, it wasn't suitable for Robin. You two can learn together. It's the same for me whether I teach one or two. Shin had already gotten used to the role of a teacher. After all, in the Naruto world, Shin had taught Tsunade, Mikoto, Kushina, and the others quite a bit. Especially Hinata, who had been taught single-handedly by Shin. Oh, I see. Hancock was a little unhappy, glancing at Robin. Robin, we're rivals now. Before, Hancock had thought Robin was nice, but this time, all of Hancock's good feelings were gone. What a pity, the Shogun's residence is gone. The treasures Orochi collected are probably all gone too. Shin looked at Orochi's Shogun residence, a hint of regret on his face. Perhaps Orochi had some good treasures, like devil fruits. But now the Shogun's residence was leveled, even if there were treasures, they couldn't be found. Let's leave Wano. Shin had originally planned to leave Wano long ago. If not for Orochi's men, he wouldn't have come here to deal with Orochi. It could be said that Orochi was quite unlucky, completely screwed over by his own subordinates. Of course, Orochi himself was no good either. Killing him could be considered eliminating a threat to the people. The people of Wano should be grateful to him. By the way, I almost forgot something. Shin smacked his forehead. He had originally wanted to use Edo Tensei to revive Kazuki Oden and meet him. Shin casually found one of Orochi's men and grabbed him. After Kazuki Oden was executed, where was his body placed? Shin asked the subordinate of Orochi. Jigon. The Shogun had him reduced to ashes. Not even ashes were left. This subordinate of Orochi stammered, terrified. Shin waved his hand, letting the men go. Looks like my plan fell through. Shin shook his head slightly. He hadn't expected Orochi to be so ruthless, not even sparing Kazuki Oden's body after his death. Shin, aren't you planning to teach Hancock and Robin swordsmanship? You can stay in Wano for a while. Learning swordsmanship here should be fast. Alvia said to Shin. This place was full of samurai. There were many swordsmen in Wano. Perhaps they couldn't find a great swordsman now, but finding a master swordsman should be no problem. To learn swordsmanship, one needed to fight and hone their skills against opponents to become stronger. You have a point. In that case, let's stay in Wano for a while. Shin, who had originally planned to leave, changed his mind again, preparing to stay in Wano for some time. Alvia smiled upon hearing Shin agree. She had a reason for asking Shin to stay in Wano. Shin was currently in the eye of the storm. Alvia felt it was better to lie low for a while. Being in the eye of the storm on the sea was not a good thing. Pirates would want to defeat Shin to make a name for themselves. The Marines' hatred for Shin was even greater. So, there would be a lot of trouble. Though Shin's strength was great, she was afraid of them being ganged up on. And behind the Marines, there was still the world government. They needed to lie low for a while. Alvia was worried she couldn't persuade Shin. Fortunately, a reason came up. Since they planned to stay in Wano, they naturally had to find a place to live. This was simple. Shin's release could create a house with ease. With a wave of his hand, he could create a house, and a very exquisite one at that. Not in the city, Shin chose a relatively quiet place. Learning swordsmanship couldn't be done in a very noisy place. Let's start with swinging the sword, training slowly. Let me tell you first, learning swordsmanship is very hard. Shin gave Hancock and Robin a heads up. And training in swordsmanship was not just hard. If it were just hard work, then too many people could do it. But the most important thing in swordsmanship was talent. If your talent wasn't good enough, then everything was a waste. So, Shin also had to check Hancock and Robin's talent in swordsmanship. If their talent wasn't good, then it was better not to continue practicing swordsmanship. Because they wouldn't achieve much, just a waste of time. Chapter 502, The Five Elders, Investigating Shin. On a large ship of the beast pirates, Kaido's face was grim. His all-stars didn't dare to make a sound. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see that Kaido was very angry. Have you found anything? Kaido spoke, his voice like a muffled thunder, making people's ears hurt. We did. That Shin Uzumaki, not long ago, he severely injured Marine Fleet Admiral Kong. Now Kong's life and death are unknown. Then Shin Uzumaki came to the New World, to Wano country. King the Conflagration, one of the All-Stars, said to Kaido. As the strongest of the All-Stars, Kaido's strongest subordinate, King's strength was very powerful. He had the record of kicking Big Mom into amnesia. Severely injured Steelbone Kong. Kaido clenched his fists tightly. If he had heard this intel before seeing Shin Uzumaki, he might not have believed it. But now, Kaido absolutely believed this intel was true. Though he hadn't fought a life-or-death battle with Shin, Kaido knew he was no match. If there had been even a sliver of a chance, Kaido wouldn't have abandoned the favorable situation in Wano country and fled in disgrace. Captain, how about we all go together and wipe out that Shin Uzumaki? Jack the Drought asked Kaido. Kaido glanced at Jack the Drought coldly. He was no match. What good would it do to bring all the members of the Beast Pirates? The Beast Pirates were not as strong as they would be in the future, but the All-Stars had already gathered. But even so, Kaido had no confidence that he could defeat Shin Uzumaki with the three of them. Leave Wano country. Kaido gave the order, swallowing his humiliation. As for the military factories in Wano country, Kaido didn't want them anymore. He threw them all away. He'd think of a way to get them back in the future if he had the chance. I'll remember this. One day, I'll pay it back. Kaido's gaze fixed on the direction of Wano country. Shin still didn't know that he had earned the hatred of one of the future four emperors. If Shin didn't want to let Kaido go, Kaido would have been killed by Shin long ago. The fact that Kaido could keep his life was entirely due to Shin letting him go. The news of Kaido's setback in Wano country quickly spread. As for what exactly happened within Wano, no one knew. But the matter of Shin going to Wano country was not a secret. After all, Shin's ship was still parked at the port. Wano country has experienced great turmoil. According to intel from our internal sources, Kazuki Oden was killed by Kaido and Orochi. And Orochi died at the hands of Shin Uzumaki. St. J. Garcia Saturn said to the other five elders. He glanced at the bald five elder in a white robe. St. Ethan Baron V. Nustero held a sword very similar to the Sandai Katetsu, his face expressionless. He didn't seem to care much about the mention of Wano. Is Shin Uzumaki related to Wano country? From his name, it can be inferred that he is from Wano. St. Topman Warkuri guessed. Very likely. Only by coming from Wano could we not be able to investigate his identity. St. Marcus Mars strongly agreed with St. Topman Warkuri's guess. Then how should we treat him? St. Ethan Baron V. Nustero finally spoke, asking the other five elders. Shin Uzumaki had become famous in one battle. Even the five elders had to pay attention. After all, they were very clear about Kong's strength. Kong's strength was not weaker than any of them. Though he was 80 years old, thanks to good medical conditions, his strength could still be maintained at its peak. Unlike pirates, the Marines had an advantage, which was medical conditions. Their peak period was longer than pirates. People of the same era, perhaps the Marine side was still going strong, but the pirates were plagued by injuries. Let CP0 continue to investigate secretly. If necessary, we will eliminate him with all our might. The 5 elders finally reached a unified opinion. If necessary, they would act together to eliminate this threat, Shin Uzumaki. Powerful and uncontrollable, that was a huge threat. Whether it was the Marines, the pirates, or the world government, at this moment, they all wanted to know Shin's information. But they probably wouldn't be able to find out about Shin, because Shin was not from this world. Could they investigate and find out Shin was a transmigrator? The matter of Wano country came to a temporary end. At this time, the supreme leader of Wano country was dead, but no one went to snatch the position of shogun. Shin was still in Wano country, and the daimyos of various places in Wano were well aware. No one would be foolish enough to jump out at this time. The once prosperous flower capital had now become the most chaotic place, even comparable to the former Kuri. And Shin, who was being investigated by all parties, was currently in front of a waterfall. Shin had built a house here. He didn't have to worry about food, he could just go out and buy some. At this moment, Shin was guiding Hancock's swordsmanship. Actually, the simpler the move, the greater the power it can unleash. Shin's swordsmanship had no fancy moves. It was purely swordsmanship trained for killing. The sword aura was also one of overwhelming force. Watch. Shin drew the Kusanagi blade and swung it towards the waterfall in front of him. With one slash, he cut the waterfall in two. The falling water was unable to fall due to the influence of the sword aura. Using sword aura and sword momentum to influence the operation of nature. Shin said to Hancock with a smile. Now Shin was wholeheartedly teaching Hancock. Robin had already given up on practicing swordsmanship because Robin was not suitable for it. Robin had no talent in this aspect. Her greatest talent was deciphering the poneglyphs. Shin, your swordsmanship may not be suitable for Hancock. Alvia walked to Shin's side and said seriously to him. Shin was stunned for a moment, then fell into deep thought. He found that what Alvia said seemed to be right. His swordsmanship might not be suitable for Hancock. Only with his strength could he unleash that power. Even if Hancock practiced for a lifetime, she probably wouldn't be able to obtain such terrifying power. Women didn't have an advantage in swordsmanship. Because their strength was not enough. Unless they were born with exceptional talent. But how many such people were there? Chapter 503, The Situation on the High Seas. After Alvia's reminder, Shin adjusted his teaching method, focusing on Hancock's technique and fundamentals. Every true master swordsman forges their own path, their own unique style. Shin could only provide Hancock with the basics, the rest was up to her to discover. 2 years passed. Hancock laid solid fundamentals during their time in Wano. Her swordsmanship wasn't yet masterful, but her basics were strong. Swordsmanship wasn't something that could be mastered overnight. Besides, Hancock was still young, she needed more time to hone her skills. Practicing swordsmanship also supplemented her offensive capabilities. While the love fruit wasn't weak, it wasn't overwhelmingly powerful either. Planning to leave Wano? Alvia asked Shin. How did you know? Shin was surprised. When did Alvia become so perceptive? He hadn't said anything. I've been watching you these past few days. You seem to have the urge to leave. Alvia said with a smile. You're right. It's time to leave Wano. We've been here for quite a while. 2 years in Wano was long enough. It was time to see other places. Pack up. We're leaving. Shin called out to Hancock and Robin. Robin closed the book she was reading, a historical text about Wano. She had read it at least 10 times. Shin didn't understand how she could find such a dry subject so captivating. Robin must have inherited her love of history from Alvia. Shin and I, do we have a destination? Hancock asked, coming to his side. Not yet. We'll just drift for a while, Shin replied, shaking his head. He had no specific destination in mind. They'd just explore the new world for now. 2 days later, Shin's ship was sailing on the open sea. Though it had been docked for 2 years, it had been well maintained. A single word from Shin, and the daimyos of Wano wouldn't dare to neglect it. After all, Shin had killed Kurizumi Orochi and driven out the beast pirates. The people of Wano were grateful to him. If Shin had wanted to become the shogun of Wano, no one would have objected. But Shin had no interest in ruling such a small country. Though Wano wasn't small, compared to the entire world, it was insignificant. News of Shin's departure from Wano reached those who were paying attention, including Kaido of the beast pirates. Shin Uzumaki has left Wano. Kaido clenched his fists. The beast pirates had grown significantly in the past 2 years, but his own strength hadn't improved much. At his level, improving was difficult. He still wasn't confident he could defeat Shin. And without confidence, Kaido wouldn't act. Though he appeared to be a brute, he was extremely cautious. The 5 elders and the Marines also received the news, but they took no action. The Marines had undergone significant changes. Sengoku had become fleet admiral, and Sakazuki and the others had finally become admirals. The 3 Marine admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, had been promoted earlier than in the original story, all due to Shin's influence. Shin had severely injured Kong, forcing Sengoku to take over as fleet admiral ahead of schedule. And Akainu and the others had accumulated enough merits, so they became admirals. I didn't expect Sengoku to become fleet admiral, and for Akainu and the others to become admirals. Shin held a 2-year-old newspaper. Wano was a great place, but the only downside was its lack of information from the outside world. Shin was just now learning about events from 2 years ago. It's probably related to you. Kong was severely injured by you, he couldn't continue as fleet admiral. Alvia said. She was smart. Alvia's guess was almost spot on. If not for Shin, the 3 of them would still be vice admirals. So, they should probably thank Shin. But if they ever met, they would likely just fight. I'm surprised Kong is still alive. Shin was surprised that Kong was still alive. The people of this world truly had tenacious life force. According to the intel, though Kong had survived, his condition was critical. The Marines hadn't revealed the specific details, but Shin, having been the one who attacked him, could guess Kong's current condition. Even if he had survived, it was worse than death. He would likely be a living vegetable for the rest of his life. With all his bones shattered, he probably couldn't even speak. The most important thing is the situation on the seas. Robin handed Shin a more recent newspaper. Shin and the seas have become chaotic. Shin took it and read. Indeed, the seas had become truly chaotic. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates had clashed several times. The Big Mom pirates had destroyed numerous pirate crews and occupied countless islands, and also had friction with the Whitebeard pirates. And then there was the rising red-haired pirates. Though their crew was small, they had already established a foothold in the New World. Many veteran great pirates had been defeated by the red-haired pirates. And the fact that red-haired Shanks was a former apprentice of the Roger pirates had also been exposed. Now, some pirate crews that had a grudge against the Roger pirates were targeting red-haired Shanks. Though Roger was the pirate king, it didn't mean he had no enemies. On the contrary, Roger's enemies were numerous and very powerful. For the red-haired pirates, this was a great trial. But if they could endure it, then the red-haired pirates could soar to the top. Shin and let's make a name for ourselves in the New World too, Hancock said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shin. I don't think that Whitebeard deserves to be called the world's strongest man. Only Shin and is worthy. Hancock said with a hint of disdain when she mentioned Whitebeard. Shin is much stronger than him. Why is Whitebeard called the world's strongest man? Hancock, don't provoke Shin into fighting Whitebeard. Alvia chided Hancock. Don't you think Shin and can beat Whitebeard? Hancock retorted, dissatisfied. Alvia shook her head slightly. Whitebeard was called the world's strongest man and was recognized as such. He was undoubtedly powerful. Chapter 504, The Red-Haired Pirates. I do want to meet Whitebeard. But finding him won't be easy. Shin really wanted to meet Whitebeard. If they could have a fight, that would be great. After all, the current Whitebeard was at his peak. Unlike the future Whitebeard, who was not only old but also plagued by injuries, his strength reduced by at least 40%. But Whitebeard roamed the seas, with no fixed abode. So, finding him wasn't easy. At this moment, I suddenly realize we're missing something. Shin said, stroking his chin. What are we missing? Robin asked curiously. Intel. We basically have no intel. If we had a source of information, finding Whitebeard would be simple. Shin shrugged. Should I form a faction? Like a pirate crew? Having come to the One Piece world, not forming a pirate crew would be a waste. Shin, are you really planning to find Whitebeard? Alvia asked Shin seriously. Yes. I had no goal before, but now I do. Next, we'll find Whitebeard. Shin said very seriously. Of course, Shin wasn't after the title of World's Strongest Man, but for Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. Also, Shin really wanted to find the Hobby fruit. At this time, the Hobby fruit shouldn't have been eaten by Sugar yet, it was unknown if Sugar had even joined the Don Quixote family. But if that was the case, perhaps the Don Quixote family had obtained the Hobby fruit and then given it to Sugar to eat. Alvia didn't know the many things Shin was thinking. But at this moment, a hint of worry appeared on Alvia's face. Shin, I think it's better not to find Whitebeard. Even if you can defeat Whitebeard, you'll become an enemy of the Whitebeard pirates. They had already angered the Marines and the world government. If they crossed the strongest pirate, Whitebeard, then they would probably have a hard time moving on this sea. Alvia, you don't need to worry so much. Shin chuckled. The only one in the Whitebeard pirates he was interested in was Whitebeard himself. And Whitebeard's other sons, they could be said to be good. But if Whitebeard, this pillar, collapsed, the Whitebeard pirates would definitely fall apart. But Shin he wasn't planning on killing Whitebeard, though. He wanted to copy the Tremor fruit and test his own strength. If he didn't see it now, he probably wouldn't have a chance to see Whitebeard's peak strength in the future. Whitebeard's age was about the same as Sengoku and Garp's, but his physical condition was worse. He was strong, but his body had countless hidden injuries from the past. He could suppress them now, but when he got older, he wouldn't be able to. Alright. Alvia didn't try to persuade Shin anymore. Having known Shin for a while, Alvia also knew that if Shin made up his mind, he would definitely not change it. I don't know where Whitebeard is. We'll have to ask some pirates. The Whitebeard pirates' fleet was relatively large. He had no intel now, but that didn't mean other pirate crews didn't. Their luck wasn't bad. They randomly encountered a few pirate crews. Some indeed didn't know, but by chance, one pirate crew actually knew the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates. So, based on the information they got, they headed towards the Whitebeard pirates. Shin and I, look. There's a pirate crew ahead. It seems to be the recently famous red-haired pirates. Hancock ran to Shin's side, tugging on the sunbathing Shin. The red-haired pirates. Shin took the newspaper off his head and put it aside, then stood up and looked into the distance. Looking at the pirate flag on the ship, it really was the flag of the red-haired pirates. At the same time, the red-haired pirates had also discovered Shin and his group. No pirate flag. They're probably not pirates. Lucky Roo took a bite of meat, then said to Shanks. Not necessarily. Perhaps they're deliberately hiding it. There are many such pirate crews, Ben Beckman wouldn't be so careless. In the New World, one absolutely could not be careless. Otherwise, only a dead end awaited. Ben Beckman was the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, with very formidable strength. Likely stronger than Kaido's all-stars. I can see clearly now. It's Shin Uzumaki, the mysterious man who severely injured the Marine Fleet Admiral. Shanks put down the telescope in his hand and said very solemnly to his crewmates on the ship. Shin Uzumaki. Should we take a detour? Ben Beckman asked Shanks. Though he was the vice-captain, Ben Beckman usually just gave suggestions. The final decision was still up to Shanks, the captain. Captain, running away would be embarrassing. Lucky Roo said. I agree. Yasopp nodded. If they ran away just by seeing someone, that would be too shameful. It would be a lifelong disgrace. Yasopp was Usopp's father, a very outstanding sniper. Let's go meet him. A smile appeared on Shanks's face. He also wanted to meet this legendary figure, Shin Uzumaki. He had never heard of him before. The O'Hara Buster Call incident was what brought him to people's attention. And after the battle with Kong, Shin became completely famous throughout the world. There were very few people who didn't know Shin now. For example, the pirates Shin had encountered earlier had told him everything they knew, terrified of him. They're speeding up towards us. Do they want to fight us? Hancock held the hilt of aim no Habakiri, somewhat eager to try. Hancock, your swordsmanship isn't good enough yet, Shin said to Hancock, seeing her eagerness. Oh. Hancock put away her thoughts. Indeed, though she had practiced swordsmanship for 2 years, she was only at the entry level. But in these 2 years, Hancock's strength had indeed improved a lot. Practicing swordsmanship could also greatly improve her stamina. This way, her devil fruit ability could be used more times. She'd even mastered 2 of the 6 powers, Shave and Finger Pistol. They were the easiest to learn and the most useful in battle, especially Shave. It was a high-speed movement technique, incredibly versatile. Chapter 505, 505, First Meeting with Whitebeard. Not long after, Shin's ship came into close contact with the red-haired pirate's ship. Red-haired Shanks stood on the deck, looking over at Shin, who was also standing at the bow. Shanks wore a cheerful smile, but Ben Beckman, his vice-captain, was extremely vigilant, cautiously sizing up Shin. It was understandable for Ben Beckman to be so wary. He'd never met Shin Uzumaki, only knew he was incredibly powerful. He didn't know his personality. What if a fight broke out? If a fight did break out, their entire pirate crew combined probably wouldn't be a match for him. This was why Ben Beckman was so cautious. Ha ha ha. I'm Shanks, captain of the Red Hair Pirates. It's a pleasure to meet you. Shanks said, smiling at Shin. Red-haired Shanks. I've heard of your red-haired pirates. Your strength after entering the new world is quite impressive. Shin looked at Shanks. Though Shanks was still relatively young, he already possessed considerable strength. Especially the members of the red-haired pirates, their strength was formidable. Though their numbers were small, everyone on the ship was an elite. My name is Shin Uzumaki. I assume you've heard of me. Of course. Your name is known in every corner of the sea. Shanks wasn't just flattering Shin, it was a fact. Shin's name was now widely known, even comparable to Whitebeard's. Mainly because Shin had severely injured the Marine Fleet Admiral, something even Whitebeard hadn't done. Some were even debating who was stronger between Shin and Whitebeard. Then Shanks invited Shin, wanting to have a banquet with him, but Shin refused. If he wasn't looking for Whitebeard, he wouldn't mind talking with Shanks a bit more. Shanks looked at the departing Shin, lost in thought. Let's go. We also have to start our journey to challenge stronger pirate crews, Shanks said. In any world, to reach the top, you had to climb over a mountain of corpses. Only by challenging strong opponents could one improve their strength faster. Of course, Shanks hadn't foolishly tried to challenge Shin earlier, because Shanks knew very well that he was no match for Shin Uzumaki. If he really fought Shin Uzumaki, he would be miserably defeated in the end. Actually, Shanks wasn't afraid of failure, but he was afraid of what Shin Uzumaki would do to the red-haired pirates after he was defeated. This was what Shanks was most worried about. Shin, based on the intel, finally found the Whitebeard pirates a day later, seeing Whitebeard's large ship. The Moby Dick, which looked like a giant whale, even surprised Shin a little. This ship was indeed ridiculously large, the largest ship Shin had ever seen. You guys stay on the ship for now. Shin turned his head and said to Hancock and the other women. Alvia, just protect them. Robin and Hancock's strength was still weak, but Alvia, after 2 years of improvement and with Shin's guidance, had improved very quickly. Now she should have quasi-admiral strength, like Admiral candidate Guion. Yes. Be careful. Alvia nodded and told Shin to be careful. Don't worry. Shin smiled faintly. He didn't need to be careful with Whitebeard. Among all the opponents Shin had encountered, Whitebeard's strength wasn't in the highest tier. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning. Shin used the rumble fruit. As long as he was within the electric field's coverage, Shin could unleash a speed like instantaneous movement. This speed was not much different from the light speed movement of the glint fruit, and was even more flexible, but it was still a bit inferior to spacetime ninjutsu. But for short-distance movement, it could be said to be not much different. In the blink of an eye, Shin appeared on the Moby Dick. The massive figure of Whitebeard looked over at Shin. The moment Shin appeared on the Moby Dick, he was detected by Whitebeard. An incredibly powerful body, with large and small scars, and a crescent-shaped mustache, this was Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The world's recognized strongest man, one of the future 4 emperors. Whitebeard had many titles. Young man, you look very familiar. Whitebeard stared at Shin and stood up directly. After Whitebeard stood up, he was quite tall, but his height was still a bit less than Kaido's. Pops, he's Shin Uzumaki, the one who severely injured the Marine Fleet Admiral not long ago, Marco explained to Whitebeard. Oh, Gururara. I remember now. Whitebeard laughed a few times, his gaze fixed on Shin. To be able to severely injure Fleet Admiral Kong, that's impressive strength. Are you here to join the Whitebeard pirates? Shin had a black line on his forehead. As everyone knew, all members of the Whitebeard pirates were Whitebeard's adopted sons. Whitebeard's words were undoubtedly saying, "Come be my son." Whitebeard had initially wanted to say that, but he also didn't want to antagonize Shin, so he swallowed those words. Regarding Kong's strength, Whitebeard was one of the few who knew it well. It could be said that he didn't have absolute confidence in severely injuring Kong. So, Whitebeard didn't want to antagonize such a person. It wasn't that Whitebeard was cowardly, but that he cared too much about the family on his ship. He might not care about challenging a major enemy, but he had to think about the sons on his ship. Whitebeard, I have no interest in your pirate crew, Shin said calmly. Then are you here to cause trouble? The first division commander, Marco, looked at Shin cautiously. The other division commanders were all very cautious. Shin's gaze swept over all of them. He didn't see Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. You could say I'm here to cause trouble. I want to see Whitebeard's strength. Shin didn't look at Marco, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard. Gururara. You're here to challenge me. All right, I accept your challenge. Whitebeard, seeing Shin was here to challenge him, didn't refuse. Actually, many people came to challenge Whitebeard, and Whitebeard basically never refused. Many of the sons on his ship had joined the Whitebeard pirates after being defeated in a challenge against him. Like Ace and Crocodile, they had both challenged Whitebeard. Ace eventually became Whitebeard's son, while Crocodile was let go by Whitebeard after being defeated. Chapter 506, 506, Shin vs. Whitebeard. On a deserted island, Shin and Whitebeard stood opposite each other. Whitebeard held his Naginata, Murakumajiri, one of the 12 supreme grade Mito. Gururara. Shin boy, I won't be holding back. Whitebeard released his aura, the aura of Conqueror's Haki. The animals on the island were all knocked unconscious by this aura. Though this was a deserted island, there were many animals on it. But with Shin and Whitebeard choosing to fight here, these animals were out of luck. I don't want you to hold back either. Shin said in a calm tone. At the same time, Shin also released his Conqueror's Haki. The sky was covered with a layer of dark clouds, an oppressive feeling descending. The ground was cracked by Shin's Conqueror's Haki, and all the trees were snapped. His Conqueror's Haki was copied from Kaido, and Kaido certainly couldn't achieve this level. Conqueror's Haki could be seen as a mental pressure, and mental power could affect reality. To the people of One Piece, this was very surprising. But to Shin, it was a small matter. The Yin release created by Yin Yang release represented spiritual power, which could create form from nothingness. What a powerful Conqueror's Haki. This is the strongest Conqueror's Haki I've ever seen. Even Roger can't compare. Whitebeard, feeling the mental pressure, said seriously to Shin. Strictly speaking, the power of this Conqueror's Haki had already surpassed Whitebeard's cognition. Even so, Shin hadn't used his full Conqueror's Haki. Otherwise, with just Conqueror's Haki, Shin could achieve a world-destroying level. You flatter me. Shin said. Honestly, even Shanks, hailed as having the strongest Conqueror's Haki, was far from his match. He was referring to the grown-up Shanks. The current Shanks, even if he had awakened Conqueror's Haki, wouldn't be strong. The reason was simple. Conqueror's Haki was enhanced based on your experiences and your spirit. Shin boy, take this. Whitebeard, withstanding the influence of Conqueror's Haki, swung his Naginata at Shin. As expected of Whitebeard. Even Kaido would be affected by such Conqueror's Haki. Seeing Whitebeard attack at this moment, Shin could confirm that Kaido's strength was far inferior to Whitebeard's. At least in this period, Kaido's strength was no match for Whitebeard's. As for later, when Whitebeard was weakened, that was unknown. Whitebeard's single slash cracked the clouds in the sky, and the earth began to split apart. He was going all out from the start. In the past, when facing challengers, Whitebeard would never use his full strength, basically holding back some of his strength. For those promising youths, Whitebeard was reluctant to kill them. But now, facing Shin, he couldn't hide his strength. Shin was worthy to make him go all out. This was a sign of respect for his opponent. Repulsive field. Shin used the power of his 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen to form a repulsive field, resisting all power, able to repel everything. It was the strongest defense. Even the power of Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit still couldn't break through Shin's repulsive barrier. Whitebeard's expression was grave. Seeing his attack had no effect, he wasn't particularly surprised. Because Whitebeard had anticipated this. After all, this was the man who had defeated that old geezer Kong. Whitebeard would never underestimate him. If this move had really had an effect, then Whitebeard might have been more surprised. There was no one else on the island, just Shin and Whitebeard. Because the impact of the battle would be great, Whitebeard didn't let his sons follow. If they came, they probably couldn't even withstand the aftershocks. The future Marco could fight a Marine Admiral. Though he couldn't win, he could at least fight for a while. But the Marco of this period had at most the strength of a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Though not weak, he wasn't strong either. With such strength, facing a battle that surpassed the Admiral level, he really could be killed by the aftershocks. Especially Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit, which was very ruthless, capable of shattering an island with a single punch. At this moment, Whitebeard had already slashed several times, each slash a full power attack, but he still couldn't break through Shin's repulsive field. Myriad Thunder. Shin used the Rumble Fruit, and with a wave of his hand, 10,000 bolts of lightning fell, all of them concentrated and striking towards Whitebeard. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Even Marco and the others, who were watching, couldn't help but worry. Marco, do you think Pops will be alright? The 4th Division Commander, Thatch, asked Marco. Don't you have confidence in Pops' strength? When has Pops ever lost? Don't forget, Pops is the world's strongest man. Marco's face was filled with confidence. Of course, this was just on the surface. Inwardly, Marco was a little worried. It wasn't that Marco didn't believe in Pops, but that this opponent was really powerful. Though Shin looked very young, his strength was extraordinary. The Marine Fleet Admiral, whose strength was also at the pinnacle of the pyramid, was defeated by him, and it was said that his injuries were extremely severe. Marco and the others of the Whitebeard pirates were worried. On the other side, Alvia and Robin were also very worried. Hancock was fine. She had no worries. Because Hancock firmly believed that Shin would definitely win. It was a guaranteed victory, why worry? Boom. The poor island was on the verge of collapse, already shattered into pieces. Whitebeard's tall body was sent flying by Shin's punch. Cough, cough. Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood. A fist print was left on his body. This was from Shin's punch. His advanced armament hockey couldn't withstand Shin's punch, his defense was broken by Shin's single punch. Gururara. Since Roger's death, this is the first time I've been injured. Whitebeard climbed up from the ground. The Murakumajiri in his hand had already flown out, knocked away by Shin long ago. Though he was injured, Whitebeard laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he had had such an intense battle. Shin boy, you ate the rumble fruit, right? Whitebeard asked Shin. Chapter 507, copying Whitebeard's tremor fruit. I haven't eaten any devil fruit. Shin told Whitebeard plainly. You haven't eaten any devil fruit. Whitebeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Honestly, he was skeptical of Shin's claim, or rather, he didn't believe it at all. If you don't want to talk, then let's continue the fight. Whitebeard didn't press further. What he wanted now was a thrilling battle. Whitebeard was a battle enthusiast, but his immense strength meant he rarely found a worthy opponent. But now, he had won. Shin's strength was beyond his imagination, but even so, Whitebeard felt no fear. Quake punch. A white, spherical halo of energy formed around Whitebeard's fist as he threw a punch at Shin. Anything struck by Whitebeard's fist would be shattered. However, Whitebeard had to actually hit his target. As he swung, Shin had already appeared behind him. The Kusanagi blade unsheathed, flashing like a stream of light, and slashed across Whitebeard's massive back. Blood gushed out, and Whitebeard was sent flying by the force of the blow. Most would have lost the ability to fight after such an attack, but Whitebeard was no weakling, he possessed monstrous vitality. In the original story, even in his old age, after Akainu had damaged half his face, he still hadn't died. He could even continue to fight and thrash Blackbeard. And now, Whitebeard was still in his prime, his strength at its peak. His endurance was naturally even greater. Getting up again, Whitebeard's expression didn't change, as if the wound on his back was nothing. The Naginata, Murakumajiri, was back in his hand. As Shin had sent him flying, Whitebeard had managed to retrieve his weapon. Murakumajiri, as a supreme-grade sword, could withstand the power of the tremor fruit without shattering. Whitebeard held his Naginata and rushed towards Shin. Despite his large size, Whitebeard's speed was incredible. Even without using techniques like the 6 powers for explosive speed, Whitebeard's own explosive power was immense. With a single step, the ground cracked. In the blink of an eye, Whitebeard was upon him. His Naginata descended with the force of a mountain cleaver, slashing towards Shin. Boom! The sound of steel clashing rang out. Murakumajiri and the Kusanagi blade collided. In terms of weaponry, Shin should have been at a disadvantage. But Shin, holding his sword with one hand, blocked Whitebeard's full power attack. It's hard to imagine what kind of incredible power is hidden in that body of yours. Whitebeard looked at Shin, stunned by his strength. He was born with immense strength. He had never lost in a contest of strength before, but this time, he truly had. I don't know how strong I am either. Shin spoke the truth, then with a powerful swing, he pushed Whitebeard's Naginata aside and swung his own sword straight at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's reaction was also extremely fast. He quickly used Murakumajiri to block in front of him. Though he was sent flying again by Shin's slash, his injuries weren't as severe. This is the first time I've suffered such a huge loss. Whitebeard got up, his gaze fixed on Shin. He had many enemies in his life, but no matter who they were, none had ever gained an advantage over him. He had fought Roger, Shiki the Golden Lion, and the marine hero Garp, but he had never suffered a loss. I think our fight can end now. Shin said to Whitebeard. What do you mean? Whitebeard, who was about to continue the fight, was stunned by Shin's words and forgot to act. We have no grudge. To me, this was just a spar. So let's end it here. Shin had no interest in continuing the fight. Whitebeard was no match for him. If Shin had gone all out, Whitebeard would be dead by now. Whitebeard nodded. He wasn't an unreasonable person. If the fight continued, he would likely die. He couldn't die yet. He was worried about his sons. They were still fledglings. This time, I lost. Thank you, Shin boy, for holding back. Whitebeard said to Shin. Well, I think the sea would be a bit dull without you old geezers from a bygone era. Shin smiled faintly and said to Whitebeard. Old geezers from a bygone era? Whitebeard was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Gururara. Shin boy, you're not wrong. Whitebeard didn't get angry but instead laughed heartily. If anyone else had said that, Whitebeard would definitely have been angry and let them know the strength of an old geezer from a bygone era. But since it was Shin who said it, it was a different matter. Shin's strength had earned Whitebeard's recognition, so Whitebeard didn't mind him saying so. An old geezer's strength also improves. I'll keep up with this era. I hope you won't be defeated by this old geezer. Whitebeard clenched his fists and said to Shin. At this moment, Whitebeard wasn't the old man of the future. He still had a competitive spirit. Though he had been defeated by Shin this time, Whitebeard didn't want to give up. Shin shook his head slightly. Whitebeard's strength had already reached its peak. It was basically impossible to improve. In fact, let alone improving, maintaining his current state was the best he could hope for. The peak period was from 40 to 60 years old. After 60, unless one had no hidden injuries from the past, their strength would slowly begin to decline. System, use one divine replication card to copy Whitebeard's powers. Shin instructed the system. He hadn't forgotten his other purpose for finding Whitebeard. In fact, this purpose was the most important. He copied the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, and even Whitebeard's other strengths were also copied. Shin clenched his fists. At this moment, his fists were wrapped in armament haki, but it was completely invisible. This was Whitebeard's armament haki. It looked as if there was nothing, but in fact, it was covered by armament haki. He had copied not just the ability of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, but also Whitebeard's other strengths with one divine replication card. Shin was very satisfied with the power of the tremor fruit. Though he hadn't used it yet, Shin felt he could overturn the entire sky and sea. He had copied Whitebeard's tremor fruit, so his current level of development of the tremor fruit was also Whitebeard's. Shin and Whitebeard went back together. When they walked out of the shattered island, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates were stunned. What did they see? In their minds, their invincible Pops, the man who would never be defeated by anyone, was actually injured. And looking at the injuries on his body, they were very severe. Chapter 508, Shin's Warning. Pops, you're injured. Marco rushed to Whitebeard's side in agitation. It's nothing. A small wound like this can't do anything to me. Whitebeard pushed Marco away with a bold air. Shin glanced at Whitebeard. As the one who had inflicted the damage, Shin had the most say in Whitebeard's current condition. Honestly, Whitebeard's injuries were not light. If not treated promptly, it was uncertain what kind of after-effects would remain. Just then, the members of Whitebeard's pirate crew surrounded Shin. The division commanders all drew their weapons. Are you trying to fight me? Shin asked them with a faint smile on his face. Put away your weapons. Whitebeard roared. But Pops. No buts. Are you not even listening to my words anymore? Whitebeard's face darkened as he scolded them. At this moment, Whitebeard was protecting them. He had fought Shin personally, and even he was no match for Shin, let alone his sons. If they really fought Shin Uzumaki, Whitebeard didn't think Shin would show mercy. So he had to stop them. Besides, he had lost the previous battle. If he let his sons attack, wouldn't that mean he couldn't afford to lose? He, Whitebeard, had stood tall and proud his entire life. A loss was a loss. He had never been a sore loser. After Whitebeard showed his authority, no one said another word. They immediately put away their weapons. Actually, they weren't fools. Even Whitebeard was injured, and the other party looked completely fine. This already said everything. If they really fought, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. But seeing the injuries on Whitebeard's body, they couldn't help but feel angry. This also showed Whitebeard's status in their hearts. Besides Blackbeard, everyone else only had love and respect for Whitebeard. They were very grateful to Whitebeard for giving them a peaceful environment. Shin, are you all right? A flash of lightning, and then Alvia appeared here, asking Shin. She had been using observation haki to observe here all along. Seeing the Whitebeard pirates showing signs of wanting to attack, Alvia immediately rushed over. Of course I'm fine. Shin didn't have a single wound on his body. In fact, let alone a wound, his clothes weren't even a little bit torn. Whitebeard looked at Alvia, his expression slightly frozen. She had used a lightning ability just now, right? And Shin Uzumaki had also used a lightning ability when he fought him before. What's going on? Whitebeard didn't know, but he also didn't ask. These were private matters, it was best not to ask. Whitebeard, it seems your sons care about you a lot. Shin's gaze swept over the members of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, they were all looking at him with unfriendly gazes. And at this moment, Shin also saw Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. When Shin looked over, he even gave Shin a friendly smile. Blackbeard, at this time, didn't seem like a bad person at all. He looked very friendly. Gururara. They're all my family. Of course, they're concerned about me. Whitebeard looked at Shin and said with great pride. His family was his pride. Even in a family, there can be scum. A backstabbing wolf is not unheard of. So I'm warning you, Whitebeard, be careful in the future. Shin said meaningfully to Whitebeard. After saying that, Shin ignored Whitebeard's expression and left with Alvia. What does he mean? Whitebeard was a little unhappy at this moment. Shin's last words seemed to be questioning his sons. Having already considered his crewmates as family, Whitebeard would never doubt his sons in his heart. So, Whitebeard didn't take Shin's words to heart at all. Unless someone really did something to betray him, Whitebeard would never believe any of his children would betray him. Shin didn't care about Whitebeard's thoughts. He also knew that even if he told him everything, Whitebeard wouldn't believe him. After all, to Whitebeard, he was just an outsider. Believing an outsider or believing his own people, this was a no-brainer. But a reminder to Whitebeard, it could change things. If not, it didn't matter. Besides, Blackbeard hadn't found the dark fruit yet. He was being very obedient, his ambition not exposed at all. Shin, what you said to Whitebeard earlier, it should have a deeper meaning, right? Is there a traitor among Whitebeard's sons? Alvia asked Shin curiously. Alvia knew that Shin wouldn't speak without reason. Since he said so, then there must be one. Whitebeard has so many sons. It's a mixed bag. There are plenty of people who joined the Whitebeard pirates for their own purposes. What do you think? Hearing Shin's words, Alvia nodded secretly. Indeed, the Whitebeard pirates were indeed a mixed bag. As long as you called Whitebeard Pops, you could become a member of the Whitebeard pirates. With so many sons, it wasn't strange for a few rebellious ones to appear. Perhaps some people had other intentions at first, but in the end, they truly regarded Whitebeard as their father. Ungrateful wolves like Blackbeard were really a minority. Blackbeard was almost domesticated. If he hadn't found the dark fruit, he might have stayed with the Whitebeard pirates for the rest of his life. Returning to their own ship, Hancock immediately pounced on Shin and checked him, checking if Shin had any injuries. Shin and I, are you all right? Robin asked Shin. She just asked, not touching him like Hancock. Touching Shin all over like Hancock. Robin was too shy. Hancock, your hands are wandering a bit too much. Shin quickly stopped Hancock. If he didn't stop Hancock, Hancock might have even stripped off Shin's clothes. I'm just checking if Shin and I is injured. Hancock said to Shin with a charmingly naive expression. All right, I believe you. But you should let go now. I'm not injured. And you're about to rip my clothes off. Shin said to Hancock with a sigh. Oh. Then Shin and I, did you beat Whitebeard? Hancock looked up, her eyes sparkling, filled with admiration. Shin nodded calmly. Defeating Whitebeard didn't seem like something to be proud of. Of course, that was for Shin. For others, it was an incredibly astonishing event. Chapter 509, Shiki comes looking for trouble. Shin's victory over Whitebeard quickly spread throughout the world. It wasn't Shin who spread the news, but Whitebeard himself. Though his sons had advised against it, fearing it would tarnish Whitebeard's reputation, Whitebeard was an honorable man. Besides, he never cared much for titles. And so, Shin, the man who defeated Whitebeard, took his place as the world's strongest man. Shin and I is so amazing. Hancock clung to Shin, swinging back and forth. Shin, with Hancock hanging off him, felt a bit overwhelmed. Hancock's development was quite remarkable. This is a complete pain. Though he was now known as the world's strongest man, it's not a title he particularly cares for. It'll probably attract a lot of challengers. The title might deter some, but others would see it as an invitation. Just like Whitebeard, he'd be facing a constant stream of challengers. Shin despised such trouble. Shin and I, you don't seem very happy, Robin said, looking at Shin with a puzzled expression. I don't think it's a big deal. It'll just bring more trouble. Shin shrugged. When trouble came, he'd have to be more decisive. That would be the only way to deter the ignorant. Where to now? Alvia emerged from the cabin and asked Shin. Let's head back to Amazon Lily. Shin's eyes flickered. Just now, the system had issued a mission, become the captain of a pirate crew. If the reward had been an advanced replication card, Shin might have ignored it. But this was a divine replication card, he couldn't pass it up. Returning to Amazon Lily was for the Kuja pirates. Creating his own pirate crew would be too much of a hassle. He'd just take over the Kuja pirates. Elder Nyan probably wouldn't object. And the future Kuja pirates belonged to Hancock anyway. Hancock certainly wouldn't object either. Though Alvia didn't know why Shin was returning to Amazon Lily, she still steered the ship away from the New World, towards the island. However, their journey back wasn't entirely smooth. A massive island flew towards them, its speed was incredible. Shiki. Looks like he's coming for me. Shin's eyes narrowed slightly. Before Roger's execution, Shiki had attacked Marine headquarters and been captured by Sengoku and Garp. Around the time Shin had arrived in this world, Shiki had escaped from Impel Down's 6th level. Shiki, one of the 3 legendary pirates. Alvia's face showed a hint of surprise. She had met Whitebeard earlier, and now she was seeing Shiki the Golden Lion. This was a great pirate on par with the Pirate King Roger and the former world's strongest man Whitebeard. In fact, Shiki was even more aggressive. Shiki and Roger had once had a great battle. He had wanted to rule the world and had proposed an alliance with Roger, but Roger had refused. The enraged Shiki had waged war against the Roger pirates, pushing them to the brink. That was the famous Battle of Ed War. If not for a sudden storm, the Roger pirates might have been annihilated in that battle. In the future, he would try to capture Nami, but he would be defeated by Luffy. It was a bit embarrassing, a legendary pirate being defeated by a not-so-strong Luffy at the time. Luffy at that time had only developed Gear 3rd. To be able to defeat Shiki, regardless of other reasons, Shiki was a disgrace. But his defeat at Luffy's hands was probably due to plot armor. Otherwise, Shiki wouldn't have been so miserable. He's not coming in peace. I suspect this guy is here to cause trouble. Shin said. It was a gut feeling. His intuition told him Shiki was here for trouble. Did you cross him at some point? Alvia asked Shin strangely. If he had really gotten on Shiki's bad side, then Shin had made quite a few enemies now. I've never even met him. Shin had never met Shiki. He had probably just eaten his fill and was looking for some excitement. He must have come to pick a fight with Shin and Hancock held aim no Habakiri, a cold glint in her eyes. Shin looked at Hancock and placed his hand on her head. Her strength wasn't enough yet. She couldn't even produce a sword aura. Being able to produce a sword aura meant you were a master swordsman. And a great swordsman could split mountains and cleave seas. Even a warship could be easily cut in 2 with a single slash. As they talked, the island in the sky had already descended. It was indeed Shiki. Only his float fruit could make an island float. The ability of the float fruit was to allow objects and himself to escape gravity and float in the air. Are you Shin Uzumaki? Shiki looked at Shin. His single sentence revealed that Shiki had come specifically for him. Though his purpose was unknown, the aura he exuded showed he was not friendly. Shiki, I'm curious. What brings you here? Shin looked at Shiki with a calm gaze. Shihahaha. I heard you defeated Whitebeard. I don't believe it. I want to see your strength. Shiki laughed loudly. You came here just for that. What does my fight with Whitebeard have to do with you? Why are you sticking your nose in? Shin questioned Shiki bluntly. Honestly, Shin found Shiki quite amusing. When Roger was captured, Shiki had stormed Marine headquarters, saying he didn't believe the Marines could capture Roger. And he was right. Roger had turned himself in. But this matter had nothing to do with Shiki, yet this guy insisted on rampaging through Marine headquarters. And the result was also amusing. He was captured and imprisoned in Impel Down. To escape, Shiki had cut off his own legs. This incident hadn't taught him a lesson. He still hadn't changed. This time, he came looking for trouble with Shin. You're the first person who has the nerve to speak to me like that. Shiki's face immediately darkened. His already dark face now became even darker. Is that so? Then it's my honor. But I can tell you for sure that I'll be the last person to speak to you like that. A murderous intent appeared in Shin's eyes. Chapter 510, you think you're worthy of partnering with me? Faced with the killing intent in Shin's eyes, Shiki didn't mind. Instead, his face showed some appreciation. Many people were so scared by his name that they would piss their pants. It had been a long time since he had met someone who dared to look at him like that. Shiki's heart moved, and he invited Shin, how about joining my Golden Lion pirates? After Shiki was captured, the Golden Lion pirates had fallen apart. And after Shiki escaped, it didn't take long for him to form a large Golden Lion pirates crew again. However, Shiki didn't have any strong subordinates. They were all a mob of rabble. You're inviting me. You really don't know your place, do you? Shin sneered. In his eyes, Shiki had no reputation. On the contrary, he was a walking joke. Shiki's face completely fell, looking at Shin coldly. Young man, it's your honor that I'm inviting you to join. Are you? Before Shiki could finish his words, the air exploded, and then Shiki's body was sent flying. Boom. Along with the island, he was sent flying a great distance. Shiki couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, almost falling to his knees. That was armament hockey, projected from a distance. With advanced mastery, armament hockey could be released externally, used for both offense and defense, even bypassing an object's surface to destroy its interior. Shiki wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up, his face grim. With your pathetic strength, who are you to talk to me like that? It looks like you haven't had a proper taste of reality. Shin said with disdain. With a wave of his hand, clouds gathered, the sky darkened, and lightning flashed. Endless wild bolts of lightning rained down, striking Shiki's island. The lightning barrage instantly wiped out the entire Golden Lion crew, except for Shiki. The island itself was obliterated by a ball of lightning. This was the power of the Rumble fruit, destroying an island with a wave of his hand. Alvia took a deep breath, wondering when she would reach that level of power. It wouldn't be easy, she wouldn't even dare to hope for it now. Shiki, thanks to his float fruit, managed to survive by levitating. But he was charred black, his hair like burnt charcoal. So the rumors are true. You really did defeat Whitebeard. Feeling the numbness in his body, Shiki finally became serious. Before, he hadn't believed the rumors. He thought no one in this era could defeat Whitebeard. Even he, greatly admired Whitebeard's strength. How about we cooperate? With our combined strength, we could rule the world. Shiki's ambition was once again revealed. Among the three legendary pirates, Shiki was the most ambitious, a trait he likely inherited from Rox D. Zebek. Shiki had been a member of the Rox Pirates. Rox, the overlord of over 2 decades ago, had been glorious. Even Whitebeard had been one of his crew. But Rox had long since fallen, defeated by the combined forces of Garp and Roger. Shin didn't know the full details. With Rox's powerful crew, including Kaido and Big Mom, how could they have been defeated? Perhaps Rox's downfall was something they had wanted to see. A power too strong would suppress others, leaving them with no hope. Who the hell do you think you are, to cooperate with Shin and I? Hancock looked at Shiki with disdain. Though young, Hancock was already arrogant. She wouldn't show it in front of Shin, but she would in front of others. Mind your tongue, girl, unless you wish to die. Shiki kicked out a sword aura, slashing towards Hancock. Are you ignoring me? Shin swung his sword, shattering Shiki's sword aura, and questioned him coldly. That little girl doesn't know her place, Shiki said calmly. Heh, I think you don't know your place. Hancock was right. What makes an old fossil like you qualified to cooperate with me? Shin was blunt. There was no need to be polite with Shiki. From the moment Shiki came looking for trouble, Shin had no intention of letting him leave alive. Speaking of which, Shiki was truly cold-blooded. Shin had killed his entire crew, yet Shiki hadn't mentioned it once, even wanting to cooperate with Shin. If his crew knew, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Lion's threat, Earth Scroll. Shiki couldn't hold back anymore. He used the swords on his feet, kicking out countless sword auras that enveloped Shin. Shatter. Shin threw a punch, using the Tremor Fruit's ability for the first time. The sea split from the force of the vibration. The sword auras were dispersed before they even reached him. The shockwave continued towards Shiki. That's Whitebeard's power. Shiki's face contorted in disbelief. How did this man also possess the Tremor Fruit's power? This should be impossible. The Tremor Fruit was powerful, but it had a drawback: the user also had to withstand the vibrations. Shin's constitution was fine, but now he understood why Whitebeard was plagued by injuries. His injuries were self-inflicted. Though he only absorbed a small portion of the vibrations, over time, even Whitebeard couldn't handle it. Shin wasn't concerned. His perfect sage body could instantly heal any injuries. What's more, he was immortal. This immortality was different from Kaido's. Shin's was true immortality. He couldn't be killed, only sealed. But who in this world could seal him? No one. Getting sidetracked again. At this moment, Shiki was in a pathetic state, covered in wounds, sent flying thousands of meters like a rubber ball. If not for Shiki timely using the float fruit, he would have fallen into the sea. Shin, what are you going to do? Kill him? Alvia asked. She knew Shin never hesitated when it came to action. Of course. I'll make an example of him, to make certain people in this world think twice. Shin nodded. Chapter 511, Making an Example of Shiki. To avoid future trouble with clueless challengers, Shin decided to make an example of someone. Thank you for your contribution. I'll grant you a spectacular death. How about it? Shin asked Shiki with a smile. Cough, cough, how do you possess Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit ability? Shiki coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and asked Shin. If he didn't get a clear answer, he felt he couldn't die in peace. Not only can I possess Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit power, but I can also possess your fruit's power as well. Though Shin said this, he had no real intention of copying the float fruit. Not that the float fruit wasn't powerful. In fact, this devil fruit was quite impressive. Flying in the sky was equivalent to being in an invincible position. After all, even the Marine's moonwalk couldn't keep them in the air for long. In aerial combat, Shiki definitely had the advantage. Unfortunately, what the float fruit could do, Shin's repulsive force could also do, so there was no need to obtain the float fruit. So, are you going to give up, or continue to resist and be killed by me? Shin asked Shiki. Jihahaha. I am Shiki the Golden Lion. A man who had the audacity to challenge Marine headquarters alone, could you expect him to give up? Absolutely not. Shiki didn't run either. He had his pride. He would never be a deserter. It doesn't matter if you're the Golden Lion or the Silver Lion. If I want you dead, you will die. No one can save you. Shin instantly appeared in front of Shiki, his fist landing directly on Shiki's face. Shiki was sent flying like a cannonball into the sea. Both his speed and power surpassed Shiki's ability to withstand. Shiki's observation haki couldn't even track Shin's movements. Observation haki wasn't Shiki's strong suit. Though considered advanced, it definitely wasn't top tier. The highest level of observation haki could predict the future, or possess various abilities like hearing the voice of all things and reading people's minds. Shin's current observation haki could see a corner of the future, which was very useful in battle. But Shin had no use for it. With his strength, he could just push through directly. Why bother with all these miscellaneous tricks? Knocked into the sea. He's done for. Alvia was certain that Shiki was doomed. As a devil fruit user, falling into the sea was a one-way ticket to death. I don't want to leave him in the sea. Isn't he a float fruit user? I'll send him to the sky, let him truly float off this planet. Shin clasped his hands together. Chibaku Tensei. A pitch-black sphere appeared in his hand, then left his hand and flew towards the sky. Endless gravitational force erupted. The black sphere attracted everything around it into the sky, the wreckage of the shattered island and the endless seawater. Shiki, who had been knocked into the sea by Shin, was also uncontrollably pulled up by the gravity and sealed within the Chibaku Tensei. After who knows how long, a giant water sphere with a diameter of 100 kilometers floated in the air. The sea level had even dropped slightly. Alvia and the others looked at this giant water ball with their mouths agape. This should be considered a small planet, right? It seems I still underestimated your abilities, Shin, Alvia couldn't help but say. Alright, it's time to send Shiki to the sky. Shin controlled the asteroid, which was almost entirely composed of seawater, and sent it flying towards space. To prevent it from being made of water and unable to fly out of this planet, Shin had completely frozen this water sphere. Seeing Shin use the power of ice, Alvia, Robin, and Hancock weren't surprised. They thought it was a copy of Akiji's ice fruit ability. But in fact, this wasn't the ability of the ice fruit, but the power of Shin's ice release. But Alvia and the others didn't know. There will be no more Shiki, no more Golden Lion pirates. Shin said. And he also had to find a way to spread this news. This was Shin's way of making an example. If the news couldn't be spread, what effect would it have? I shouldn't have killed all the members of the Golden Lion pirates before. I should have left a few alive to spread this information. Shin felt a little regretful. But there was a remedy. Using the shadow clone technique, Shin created 3,000 shadow clones, then had these shadow clones use the transformation jutsu to spread this news. Though it felt a bit undignified for him to do it himself, it was because Shin hadn't considered it thoroughly before. You can even make clones. You have so many abilities. The copying ability is truly broken. Alvia couldn't help but call Shin a monster. Not just clones, but also changing appearance, Robin added. That's nothing. You'll know in the future that I haven't even used my truly powerful abilities yet. Shin didn't think he had shown much of his abilities. Why were they so surprised? He didn't think there was anything to be surprised about. Alvia and Robin were speechless, while Hancock's eyes sparkled, thinking Shin was so amazing. Shin's move was very effective. Soon, the clones had spread the news. 2 days later, Shin dismissed all the shadow clones, receiving the memories of the intel they had passed on, and nodded with satisfaction. He estimated that in less than 3 days, this major event would be on the front page of the newspapers. And facts proved that Shin's guess was wrong. After a day, the newspapers came out. This time, Shin killing Shiki had a very strong reaction. Right now, Shiki still had a lot of prestige. He hadn't been forgotten yet. After all, 4 years ago, Shiki had just escaped from Impel Down. This was a great feat plus, Shiki's reputation was originally high, comparable to Whitebeard's. Shin defeating Whitebeard and killing Shiki completely pushed his reputation to the peak. Some of the great pirates who had been eager to act, wanting to challenge Shin and make a name for themselves by stepping on him, all backed down. The legendary great pirate, Shiki, had been killed. If they went, wouldn't it be a one-way ticket to death? The world government, which had some plans against Shin, now before the plans even started, they were aborted due to a series of news. Shin's current fame had already ignited the entire world. Chapter 512, Taking Over the Kuja Pirates. At the Holy Land of Mary Geos, in the conference room. The 5 elders, Sengoku, and the 3 marine admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, were all seated here. Sengoku, what's your strategy for Shin Uzumaki? St. J. Garcia Saturn asked Sengoku. Hearing the 5 elders' question, Sengoku's brow furrowed. This was a difficult question to answer. Though Shin Uzumaki is not a pirate, his actions are heinous. The Marines will do their best to capture him. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, St. Ethan Baron V. Nustero slammed his hand on the table, his sharp gaze fixed on Sengoku. Do your best to capture him. Tell me, how will you do your best? The 5 elders could all tell that Sengoku's words were just an excuse. The so-called best was a joke. Sengoku was a little angry. Don't you know the pressure the Marines are under right now? This wasn't just about dealing with one Shin Uzumaki. The Marines' main target was the pirates of the New World. Dealing with those pirates was the most important objective. Shin Uzumaki had killed Vice Admiral Momanga and severely injured former Fleet Admiral Kong. Sengoku hated Shin Uzumaki very much. But now that he was in the position of Fleet Admiral, he also knew what it meant to prioritize the bigger picture. Could the Marines really go after Shin Uzumaki? Unless the 3 admirals, Garp, and even he himself all acted, there was no guarantee of capturing him. What if, at that time, the great pirates of the New World caused trouble? Just like in the future, the Marines wouldn't easily go to war with any of the 4 emperors, because one move could affect the whole situation. To eliminate an aging Whitebeard, the Marines lost their headquarters, Marine Ford, and suffered many casualties. If the losses hadn't been so great, they wouldn't have initiated the world military draft to supplement the Marines' losses. Sengoku was angry but couldn't vent it. There was no way around it. Those were the 5 elders, the rulers of the world government. Could he refute them? Currently, the Marines indeed do not have the resources to deal with Shin Uzumaki. Sengoku said to the 5 elders. If the 3 admirals were sent, it was unclear if they could defeat Shin Uzumaki, let alone capture him. If the 3 admirals teamed up, even Whitebeard would have to retreat. But Shin Uzumaki had defeated Whitebeard and killed Shiki. Moreover, the 3 admirals couldn't all be sent to deal with Shin Uzumaki. They couldn't just ignore the other pirates. If possible, you 5 elders can dispatch CP-0 to deal with Shin Uzumaki. CP-0 was the upper echelon of CP-1 to CP-9, its full name being Cipher Pole Aegis 0. Among them were top powerhouses with strength not inferior to a Marine Admiral. They were the Celestial Dragon's strongest shield. Silence. Is CP-0 something that can be easily mobilized? Saint Shepherd Jupiter reprimanded Sengoku. No matter what you say, the Marines are temporarily unable to deal with Shin Uzumaki. Sengoku stood up. He was being unusually firm this time. Then Sengoku and the 3 admirals left, leaving the 5 elders with grim faces. For now, we can only closely monitor Shin Uzumaki's movements. Also, report this matter to Imusama. The 5 elders finally discussed for a while and said. They certainly couldn't act themselves. And Shin, at this moment, had already returned to the first half of the Grand Line and was heading towards Amazon Lily. Shin had thought that the Marines would come looking for trouble, but they hadn't. It seemed they were wary of Shin's strength. Finally back to Amazon Lily. Shin's gaze looked at Amazon Lily, a hint of nostalgia on his face. Perhaps it was because Shin considered Amazon Lily his home. After all, the first place Shin had appeared when he traveled to this world was Amazon Lily. And Elder Nyan, upon learning that Shin and Hancock had returned, also immediately ran over to welcome them. At this time, Elder Nyan was very respectful to Shin. Before, when she saw Shin, though she didn't show it, she was quite unhappy. But now, seeing Shin, she was all smiles. Shin was currently discussing a relatively important matter with Elder Nyan. You said you want to become the captain of the Kuja pirates. Elder Nyan looked at Shin with a conflicted expression. Shin nodded. It depended on whether Elder Nyan agreed. If she didn't, Shin wouldn't force it. All right, I agree. Elder Nyan surprisingly agreed, and without much hesitation. You agreed. Shin looked at Elder Nyan with some surprise. Shin had originally thought Elder Nyan would find it difficult to agree, and even if she did, she wouldn't agree so quickly. Though it violates the traditional rules of our Amazon Lily, your appearance here has already broken them. Originally, the Amazon Lily had a prohibition against men. No men were allowed to appear here. It was a true country of women. However, Shin appeared here, and she couldn't do anything to him. This prohibition had already been broken. Now, Shin wanted to become the captain of the Kuja pirates. Elder Nyan could refuse, but Elder Nyan had originally wanted to hand it over to Hancock. And Hancock's thoughts? Elder Nyan had already seen through them. Handing it over to Hancock was equivalent to handing it over to Shin. Another reason was a benefit she couldn't refuse. Shin possessed the power to defeat Whitebeard and had killed Shiki. Perhaps he could lead the Kuja pirates and Amazon Lily to glory. But I have one condition. Elder Nyan looked at Shin seriously. Please speak. Shin nodded. You can become the captain of the Kuja pirates. But you know our rules. You, a man, staying here and becoming the captain of the Kuja pirates is already an exception. I don't want a second exception. Elder Nyan's meaning was already very clear. You can be the captain of the Kuja pirates, but the Kuja pirates absolutely cannot recruit men. All right. I can agree to that. Shin nodded. He had no intention of recruiting men in the first place. Taking over the Kuja pirates was all for the reward. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on becoming a pirate captain. Reward, Divine Replication Card X1. As Shin officially took over the Kuja pirates, the system's reward also arrived. This was the easiest reward Shin had ever obtained. I got the reward so easily, and it's a Divine Replication card. A smile appeared on Shin's face. Chapter 513, Heading Out to Sea Again. Shin and I heard you became the captain of the Kuja pirates. I want to join too. I want to be the vice captain. Hancock came flying over, clinging to Shin like a koala. All right. Shin didn't refuse. Hancock might be too young to be a vice captain now, but she would definitely have the strength in the future. What about you two? Shin's gaze turned to Alvia and her daughter, Robin. Where else can we go? We can only follow you, Alvia said with a smile. Robin breathed a sigh of relief. She had been afraid her mother would take her away. Alvia certainly wouldn't leave. She hadn't repaid her debt yet, so of course she wouldn't leave. Let's go check out the situation of the Kuja pirates. Shin didn't know how strong or weak the Kuja pirates were now, but they weren't famous on the seas, and their bounties weren't high. But bounties were sometimes unrelated to strength. Some pirate crews had high bounties because they committed more evil deeds. The Kuja pirates didn't plunder villages when they went out to sea. They didn't cause much harm, so their bounties were naturally not high. After getting on the Kuja pirates' ship and taking a look, well, how to put it, they weren't strong, but they weren't weak either. At least in the first half of the Grand Line, they had a place. If they went to the New World, they would be cannon fodder pirates. But strength could be improved gradually, and the overall structure of the Kuja pirates was not bad. However, Shin found the appearance of these female pirates to be quite disappointing. Amazon Lily, as a country of women, did have many beauties. But the women who became pirates were mostly very fierce. It's not bad. Keep up the hard work, Shin encouraged them after observing for a while. Shin and you don't seem happy. Hancock keenly sensed Shin's mood. I can't say I'm disappointed. It's all right. The Kuja pirates aren't weak, but compared to the pirates of the New World, there is indeed some gap. Actually, it wasn't some gap, it was a big gap. If the Kuja pirates entered the New World, they would be swallowed up in an instant, not even leaving a trace. Of course, if it were the Kuja pirates of the original story, with a grown-up Hancock, they would have a place in the New World. The key was that Hancock hadn't grown up yet. But it didn't matter. Him becoming the captain of the Kuja pirates meant the Kuja pirates would become the strongest pirate crew. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 4 years, Shin rarely left Amazon Lily, basically staying on the island, and under Shin's training, the strength of the Kuja pirates had improved by more than one level. Alvia's strength had reached quasi-admiral level, that is, the strength of an admiral candidate. She could even fight an admiral. The power of the Rumble fruit was just that strong. But to be able to grow so fast was also thanks to Shin's help. Yin-Yang Release, Life Contract. This was a forbidden jutsu Shin had developed in the Naruto world, which could share life with others. Originally, Shin had developed this jutsu to help his women become immortal. Now, Shin had tried using it on Hancock and the others, and it unexpectedly had an effect. And it could change their constitution, turning them into perfect sage bodies. It was precisely because of this that Hancock, Alvia, and Robin's strength had greatly improved. A woman's weakness was stamina. And with the perfect sage body, their stamina was also supplemented. However, when Shin had them try to refine chakra, they still couldn't produce it. Hancock's strength had also improved rapidly. At only 16, she already had the strength of a master swordsman. And her fruit ability had also been developed to a very high degree. She had also successfully trained armament hockey and observation hockey. As for conqueror's hockey, it hadn't been awakened yet. Robin's strength had also increased a lot. Her current strength should be even stronger than when she first appeared in the original story. At this moment, Shin was fishing on an island. This wasn't Amazon Lily, but Rusakana Island, the island where Luffy trained hockey in the original story. It was located northwest of Amazon Lily, very close to it. The island had many ferocious and huge beasts. Shin wasn't bothered by the powerful beasts here. Actually, the meat of these beasts was actually quite delicious. Fisher Tiger rampaged through the holy land of Mary Geos, freeing several thousand slaves. At this moment, Shin was holding a newspaper. The matter of Fisher Tiger rampaging through the holy land of Mary Geos had already happened. And Tiger had formed the Sun Pirates. Arlong of the Arlong Pirates was now also a member of the Sun Pirates. The sea is about to get lively again. A smile appeared on Shin's face. This was not a small matter. It could be said to be a major event. Especially since it involved the celestial dragons. Fisher Tiger is very brave, but the Marines and the world government will not let him go. Alvia was certain that Fisher Tiger was doomed. Unless he had strength like Shin's. Even without being as strong as Shin, as long as one had strength like Whitebeard's, they could deter the Marines. Unfortunately, Fisher Tiger had none. Shin, should we go out to sea? Hancock hugged Shin from behind, nuzzled her head against his back, and then asked Shin. Now Hancock didn't call him Shin and I. It was unknown if it was because of Hancock's influence, but even Robin didn't call him that anymore. You want to go out to sea that much? Hancock nodded heavily. All right. We've been idle long enough. It's time to go see the sea. Shin nodded. But this time, Shin was going to take the Kuja pirates with him. Now the crew of the Kuja pirates had been reduced by more than half by Shin. The ones left were all powerful individuals. Let's go. Let's return to Amazon Lily first. Shin took Hancock, Alvia, Robin, and the other three and flew up, heading towards Amazon Lily. Before leaving, Shin also killed a giant beast and took it with him. The beasts here tasted very good, which was why Shin took a giant beast's corpse with him. Are we going to the New World this time? Alvia asked Shin. Of course. We're going back to the New World. Isn't the New World currently competing for the position of Emperor of the Sea? We'll participate too. A smile appeared on Shin's face. At this time, the competition for the Emperor of the Sea had already begun. Whitebeard was the first great pirate to become an Emperor of the Sea. As for who had bestowed the title of 4 emperors, Shin didn't know. Shin guessed it might be related to the Marines or the world government. This was a good way to make the pirates kill each other. Chapter 514, He's just too annoying. Shin set sail smoothly on the Kuja pirates' ship. The current ship of the Kuja pirates was newly built. The old ship could at most sail in the first half of the Grand Line. If it went to the New World, it wouldn't be able to withstand the harsh climate of it. So, Elder Nyan had rebuilt the ship, because she knew Shin would go to the New World. In fact, even if Shin didn't want to enter the New World, Elder Nyan would have encouraged him to do so. 2 giant Yuda were currently pulling the pirate ship forward. These 2 Yuda were Sea Kings, and also the Kuja pirates' reliance for entering and exiting the Calm Belt. By the way, not many people know I'm the captain of the Kuja pirates, right? Shin couldn't help but say. No, you're wrong about that. It has already spread throughout the world. Alvia said to Shin. Shin was a little surprised, then came back to his senses in a moment. It must be Elder Nyan who spread the news. Yes. Elder Nyan spread this news 4 years ago, Hancock said to Shin. And it was precisely because of this that Amazon Lily had become more prosperous. Though Shin hadn't gone out to sea, it didn't mean the Kuja pirates hadn't. After all, the entire country needed to be supported by the Kuja pirates. At that time, the Kuja pirates were running rampant in the first half of the Grand Line, plundering many pirate crews. Yes, the Kuja pirates lived by plundering the treasures of other pirate crews. This was also the survival method of many pirate crews. As for plundering the treasures of common people, that was something small-time pirates would do. Great pirates lived by robbing their peers and the treasures of the world. Many great pirates in the New World had many kingdoms under them paying tribute, or rather, those kingdoms were paying for peace. Leaving the Calm Belt, Shin led the Kuja pirates and set off for Sabaody Archipelago in a grand manner. At the same time, the Marines also received news of Shin leading the Kuja pirates out to sea. Because of the world government's order, the Marines paid special attention to Shin's movements. Garp, I didn't call you here to eat. Sengoku's face was black. He clenched his fists, wanting to beat Garp up. Garp yawned boredly. Sengoku, I'm just a vice admiral. What are you discussing with me? I'm not in charge of anything. Garp picked his nose and said nonchalantly. Sengoku was really angered by Garp. This guy had become a scoundrel. Sengoku didn't know what to say to his old comrade. I kind of regret not being like you. Sengoku looked at the carefree Garp and couldn't help but say. Garp had refused promotion opportunity several times before. If Garp really wanted to be promoted, the one sitting in the Fleet Admiral's position now would be Garp. Bwahaha. I knew long ago that being a Fleet Admiral wasn't easy. Garp laughed loudly. Let alone Fleet Admiral, he didn't even want to be an admiral. Since that's the case, I'll send you to deal with Shin Uzumaki. Sengoku looked at the smile on Garp's face, feeling a little unhappy. Garp's smile stiffened. Send him to deal with Shin Uzumaki. He'd rather not. The fate of former Fleet Admiral Kong was still a warning to him. Sengoku, we're old comrades. Don't set me up. Garp couldn't help but say to Sengoku. Humph. Then what do you say we do about Shin Uzumaki? Shin Uzumaki should be heading to the New World. For us, it's a great thing. Garp said while eating senbei. Perhaps. Sengoku wasn't as optimistic as Garp. And Sengoku, I think you should talk to Tsuru about these things. She's the chief of staff. It's useless to talk to me. If Tsuru were here, would I need to find you? Sengoku glanced at Garp. Tsuru wasn't at Marine headquarters, she was out hunting Doflamingo. Then it's none of my business. I'm leaving. Don't bother me if there's nothing. I'm going to see my grandson. Garp was going to Fusha village to see Luffy. He was already 3 years old. As for Luffy's father, Dragon, he had already established the Revolutionary Army. Looking at the departing Garp, Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Garp was becoming more and more unreliable. Especially after his grandson was born, Garp had been running out all the time, not staying at Marine headquarters for long. If it were anyone else, they would have been dismissed long ago. But Marine hero Garp was the face of the Marines. We still need to be on guard. We must not cause any trouble. After Garp left, Sengoku muttered to himself. He was very cautious. Shin's strength was too great, he had no choice but to be cautious. Though according to their guess, Shin was heading to the New World. If he went to the New World, then there wouldn't be too big of a problem. But the most crucial thing was that Shin hadn't gone to the New World yet. What if he caused some trouble before going to the New World? Akainu and Akiji were now in the New World, so Sengoku could only call Kizaru to be on standby. He didn't let Kizaru attack, but had him on standby. This made the lazy Kizaru helpless. Kizaru's personality was one of just getting by. He didn't want to face an annoying guy like Shin Uzumaki. Shin didn't know about the movements on the Marine side. They had already arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. He didn't come here for coding. Shin didn't need coding to get his ship underwater. They came here to replenish supplies. After all, with so many people on the ship, the consumption was not small. Especially the people of the One Piece world, who were basically all big eaters. It's been a long time since I've been to Sabaody Archipelago. Shin looked at the bubbles in the sky, as if he had come to a bubble kingdom. I wonder if I can see the celestial dragons. Shin had been in this world for a while but had never seen a celestial dragon. Though the celestial dragons lived in the holy land of Mary Geos, they sometimes came to Sabaody Archipelago. But this time, the celestial dragons were scared and didn't have the nerve to come out for now. They were scared by Fisher Tiger. Fisher Tiger freeing the slaves, though he hadn't killed a single celestial dragon, had scared them badly. Chapter 515, Kaido vs. Whitebeard. Without the celestial dragons around, and with no pirates looking for a fight, the Kuja pirates were left alone. Even though Shin hadn't been seen on the sea for 4 years, his reputation was enough to scare off most pirates. After resupplying, Shin and his crew headed for Fishman Island, their gateway to the New World. Arriving at the depths of 10,000 meters below the sea, Shin looked at Fishman Island, his eyebrows slightly raised. It was much better than the last time he'd been here, less chaotic. But Shin and his crew didn't linger. Not long after, they proceeded to the New World. Upon entering the New World, the members of the Kuja pirates grew tense. Shin and Hancock weren't concerned, but the Kuja warriors couldn't help but be on edge. They had never been to the New World before. This was their first time setting foot in it, but they were well aware of its dangers. The Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are at war. Shin had just arrived in the New World when he heard this explosive piece of news. Should we go check it out? Hancock asked Shin, eager for some action. Let's go. A clash between two great pirate crews, how could we miss it? Shin said with a smile. Kaido and Whitebeard were likely fighting for the title of Emperor of the Sea. It seemed the title of Emperor held a great attraction for Kaido. Shin had come for that position as well. And to become an emperor, you had to step on others to rise. At this time, there was no concept of the 4 emperors. The title, 4 emperors, came later, when only 4 sea emperors emerged. So, for now, all pirates believed there should only be 1 emperor. If Kaido could defeat Whitebeard, he would naturally become the emperor. By the time Shin and his crew arrived, Kaido, leading the Beast Pirates, and Whitebeard, leading the Whitebeard Pirates, had already met on an island. "Kaido, you brat, I didn't expect you to challenge me." Whitebeard held Mirakumajiri, his body exuding a kingly aura that even made Kaido feel a slight discomfort. "Old man, you were defeated by Shin Uzumaki, what right do you have to be an emperor of the sea?" Kaido held a giant kanabo, his face grim as he looked at Whitebeard. "Kaido, I heard you were scared out of your wits by Shin Uzumaki in Wano and fled like a coward. I wonder if that's true." Marco retorted at Kaido. He couldn't stand anyone looking down on his pops. "Bastard." Kaido unleashed Thunderbagua, swinging his lightning-wreathed kanabo at Marco. This move could one-shot Gear 4th Luffy. But, Marco had the Phoenix Fruit, he wouldn't be so easily one-shot. "Kaido, you have the nerve to attack my son in front of me." Whitebeard's face darkened. He hadn't been too angry when Kaido had spoken to him like that. But now, seeing Kaido attack Marco, Whitebeard was really angry. Boom! He swung his Naginata, blocking Kaido's kanabo. With a shake of his arms, a wave of vibrational force sent Kaido flying. What a formidable strength! Kaido took several steps back. His strength had increased since his time in Wano. But facing Whitebeard, he couldn't even gain the upper hand in terms of strength. "Kaido-sama, should we help?" The three All-Stars asked Kaido. "Stay out of it. This is a battle between me and Whitebeard." Kaido didn't let them interfere. If they did, it would probably start a full-scale war between the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. Such a battle would not be good for either pirate crew. Moreover, Kaido was a guy who liked to fight one-on-one. Regardless of whether he won or lost in the end, he just liked to fight one-on-one. This also suited Whitebeard's intentions. If both sides went to war, it would only benefit others. And most importantly, Whitebeard didn't want to see his sons get hurt. Many great pirates had come to watch this battle. Neither the Whitebeard Pirates nor the Beast Pirates drove them away. For Kaido, the more people who saw this battle, the better. He wanted to become the Emperor of the Sea, so he needed to be recognized by others. He wanted to defeat Whitebeard in front of everyone. And just then, Shin and the Kuja Pirates also arrived. "Looks like we're not late." "Their battle has just begun," Shin said with a smile. The battle between Whitebeard and Kaido represented the clash of the world's top-tier powers. Shin was very much looking forward to the result. "I wonder when I'll have that kind of power," Hancock couldn't help but say. Hancock knew that only with that kind of power could she truly help Shin. Otherwise, in a battle between true masters, she couldn't even interfere. "You're still young. Just improve your strength slowly," Shin patted Hancock's little head and said to her. Hancock was only 16, she was still young. And even at her current age, she already possessed considerable strength. Perhaps her combat experience was lacking, but her strength was already comparable to a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Most importantly, this was the period of her fastest strength improvement. In another 2 years, Hancock would at least have quasi-admiral strength. Perhaps before she turned 20, she would have strength comparable to an admiral. This was truly hard to imagine in the One Piece world. That's the flag of the Kuja Pirates. The great pirates around saw the flag of the Kuja Pirates. Though the Kuja Pirates had always stayed in the first half of the Grand Line, the pirates in the New World, the second half, were very familiar with the Kuja Pirates. There was no way around it. How could they not be familiar with Shin's pirate crew? What if they accidentally disrespected them? There were those who were afraid, and of course, there were those who were dismissive. Some pirates felt it was no big deal. After all, Shin hadn't been in the news for 4 years. People were forgetful. This was why Shin wanted to take the title of Emperor of the Sea. With this title, no one would even think of forgetting. As they looked at Shin, Shin also looked at them. Among these people, Shin saw a few familiar faces, such as red-haired Shanks, Gecko Moria, and Crocodile. Several of the future 4 emperors and 7 warlords were already gathered. But Big Mom hadn't come. Chapter 516, Akainu and Akiji arrive. After glancing at these future famous great pirates, Shin's gaze returned to Whitebeard and Kaido. The battle between Whitebeard and Kaido was the main event. "Shin, the Marines are here too." Alvia reminded Shin, pointing to the warship sailing in from not far away. Akainu and Akiji were here. "What are the Marines doing here?" Hancock was surprised. This was a battle between great pirates. What did it have to do with the Marines? What were they doing here? If Whitebeard and Kaido are both seriously injured, the Marines will definitely not mind stepping in to take them down. Shin glanced at the Marine warships and had already guessed the Marines' purpose. It wasn't hard to guess. So that's how it is. Hancock nodded. She hadn't expected the Marines to have such a plan. There must be other reasons. The pirates around should also be their targets, Robin said. Yes, Robin is smart. Indeed, these great pirates around are also the Marines' targets. Even if they can't deal with Whitebeard and Kaido, dealing with these great pirates is a win for the Marines. Shin smiled and nodded. Robin's guess was not wrong. The news of the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido had spread so quickly. Perhaps they had been the ones pushing it. Just like when Roger was executed, the Marines also took the opportunity to capture countless pirates. Now, it was probably an imitation of last time's opportunity. With two admirals, Akainu and Akiji, leading the team, the pirates around were a little agitated. At this time, Akainu and Akiji had already made a great name for themselves on the sea. What are the Marines doing here? Are they here for Whitebeard and Kaido? Crocodile guessed in his heart. But Crocodile still kept a lookout, finding a position that was easy to escape from. If anything went wrong, he would slip away immediately. He couldn't handle a Marine admiral. Crocodile had self-awareness. The other pirates were the same. Seeing the Marines, they weren't so brazen anymore. After all, this was not the era ruled by the four emperors. At that time, the Marines' control over the New World was at its weakest. But now, though the control was still weak, it could still make the pirates tremble in fear. As the pirates were in a panic, Marine Admiral Akiji also frowned. Shin Uzumaki's Kuja pirates are also here. Akiji looked at Shin on the ship of the Kuja pirates not far away, his mood somewhat complicated. This was the second time he had seen Shin, and the first time he had almost died. Akainu snorted coldly, his eyes becoming somewhat dangerous. Akainu, I'm warning you, it's best not to act on your own. Let's ask for Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders first. Akiji looked at Akainu and said to him. Akainu's personality was too extreme. He was really afraid that Akainu would act recklessly, and then the original plan would be ruined. So Akiji quickly used a Den Mushi to contact Sengoku at Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. This is Marine Headquarters. Akiji, what do you have to report? Sengoku's voice came over. The Den Mushi had also changed to have some battle-like features. The One Piece world had many strange things, the Den Mushi was one of them. Fleet Admiral, we found Shin Uzumaki here, where Whitebeard and Kaido are fighting, Akiji reported. What? Shin Uzumaki has reached the New World. Sengoku hadn't expected Shin Uzumaki's speed to be so fast. Don't engage Shin Uzumaki. Continue with the plan. Remember, do not think about engaging him. Sengoku ordered. Akiji nodded, then his gaze turned to Akainu. I hope you won't act on your own. Don't use the Fleet Admiral to pressure me. Akainu didn't even look at Akiji, his gaze fixed on Shin Uzumaki. That's a rather unpleasant gaze. Shin's perception was sharp. I don't like being stared at by dogs. Shin said calmly. Though his voice seemed small, the distant Akainu could definitely hear it. Akainu's gaze turned cold. Don't forget our original plan. Akiji placed his hand on Akainu's shoulder. He certainly had to stop Akainu. If Akainu could defeat Shin Uzumaki, Akiji wouldn't stop him. But the most crucial thing was that Akainu was no match for Shin Uzumaki. Though the two had never fought, Akiji knew the strength of both sides. Akainu's strength was not much different from his. And Shin Uzumaki's strength was above his. If Akainu acted, he would probably be thrashed in minutes. Even if the two of them acted together. Unless they called Kizaru. Akiji felt that if the three admirals teamed up, they could still fight Shin Uzumaki. As for whether they could defeat him, that was hard to say. Akainu didn't speak, he was persuaded by Akiji and didn't attack Shin. But this time, Akainu said he would remember Shin. He himself didn't have much tolerance, especially since Shin had called him a dog, and in front of everyone. Probably some pirates had heard it. To be honest, in this situation, that Akainu could hold back from attacking, Shin was a little surprised. You've made an enemy of another Marine Admiral, Alvia said with a sigh. We were enemies to begin with. What's the difference? Shin shrugged. Pirates and Marines were originally enemies. Let's watch the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido. Why did they stop? Shin looked at Whitebeard and Kaido with surprise. Are they also wary of the Marines, afraid of being taken advantage of? This time Shin was wrong. They weren't afraid of the Marines, but wary of Shin. From the moment he arrived here, the two of them gradually stopped. They're not going to fight anymore? Shin had come here specifically to watch their great battle. If they really weren't going to fight, then wouldn't he have come for nothing? Probably not. Looking at Kaido's aggressive manner, he won't give up easily. Alvia felt they probably wouldn't stop so easily. Indeed, since they had fought this time, Kaido had no intention of stopping easily. Today, a winner had to be decided between him and Whitebeard. Otherwise, if he really chickened out, he could forget about becoming an emperor in the future. He would become a laughingstock of the sea. Chapter 517, Kaido transforms into a dragon again. Kaido, are you scared? Whitebeard held Murakumajiri, his sharp gaze fixed on Kaido. He was furious with Kaido, primarily because of Kazuki Oden's death. Oden had been the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division before being borrowed by Roger. This had even led to a battle between the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. In the end, Oden had left with the Roger Pirates, promising to return after a year. However, he never did. He went back to his homeland, Wano. Whitebeard had felt a bit resentful about this. But if he had known Oden's situation at the time, Whitebeard would have undoubtedly charged into Wano to help him. However, Oden never informed the Whitebeard Pirates, perhaps out of guilt. Scared? Me, Kaido, scared. Though Kaido denied it, his hand instinctively touched a massive scar on his body. Kaido had 3 scars in total. The cross-shaped scar was from Kazuki Oden. The other was from a slash by Shin. Whitebeard, to hell with you. He swung his kanabo, the air exploding from the force of the blow. The shockwave rushed towards Whitebeard, who narrowed his eyes at Kaido. Humph. In front of me, you're just a brat. I am Whitebeard. Facing the aggressive Kaido, Whitebeard's surroundings began to tremble. The sea and sky were thrown into turmoil. Retreat. Fall back. Kaido's 3 all-stars immediately ordered the beast pirates to retreat. The collateral damage from the clash between Kaido and Whitebeard was too great. If they stayed, they would be caught in the crossfire. We're pulling back too. Marco glanced at the other division commanders, signaling them to retreat as well. If they didn't, the massive waves would capsize all their ships except for the Moby Dick. Shin, watching the approaching waves, was about to act when Alvia used her rumble fruit to blast them apart. I don't think you need to intervene in such a small matter, Alvia said with a smile. A pity. We missed our chance to act. Hancock sheathed the aim no habakiri she had half-drawn. She was confident she could have cut through such small waves. At the level of a master swordsman, she already possessed considerable ability. At full power, she could slice a ship in 2. Though, against a specially made warship, it would likely be a different story. I wonder what the result is. Robin looked curiously into the distance. The waves had blocked their view of the earlier clash between Whitebeard and Kaido. But now, they could see clearly. Whitebeard seemed unharmed, but Kaido looked to be in a bad state. One of his arms was a bloody mess, and his body had been thrown to the edge of the island. He was panting heavily as he looked at Whitebeard. Pops is invincible. Marco, the pineapple head, showed a hint of joy on his usually expressionless face. Kaido's nowhere near Pop's level. Exactly. Challenging him is just asking to get crushed. Hey, commanders, should we take this opportunity to wipe out the beast pirates? The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were ecstatic. Their Pops was amazing. Kaido was defeated that easily. Hancock couldn't help but look at Kaido with disdain. No, actually, Kaido's injuries aren't that severe. Shin glanced at Kaido. He could see how vigorous Kaido's life force was. Kaido just looked severely injured. Roar! Kaido roared, his body expanding in the wind. In an instant, he transformed into a dragon, an incomparably huge dragon. He exuded a powerful pressure. The Zoan Devil Fruit users, in particular, felt an even greater pressure from Kaido. Marco, are you alright? You don't look too good. The 5th Division commander, Flower Sword Vista, asked Marco. Blue flames appeared on Marco's body. These flames caused no harm, they were flames of regeneration, capable of healing his injuries. I'm fine. Marco nodded. He was in relatively good condition. However, Kaido's pressure still affected him somewhat. Whitebeard, I'll make you and this island disappear from the sea. Kaido gripped the clouds, floating in the air, and roared angrily. Gururara. Kaido, you brat. You're still too young. You don't have the strength. Whitebeard laughed, facing the dragon-transformed Kaido, a surge of domineering aura erupting from his body. Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki was also at the top tier of the One Piece world. He completely ignored Kaido's draconic pressure. I didn't expect Kaido's ability to be so strong. He can even transform into a legendary dragon. Akiji looked deeply at Kaido. Before, though the Marines had taken Kaido seriously, they hadn't put him on the same level as Whitebeard. But now, seeing the strength Kaido displayed, though not as strong as Whitebeard, it wasn't far off. Akiji wasn't confident he could take down Kaido. The dragon-formed Kaido spewed a mouthful of fire, attacking Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't swing his sword. He clenched his fist and threw a punch forward. The very air was torn apart by the force of the tremor. The flames were dispersed by Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability, and the force of the tremor continued, striking Kaido's body. Splat. The dragon-formed Kaido's eyes rolled back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and a few of his teeth were knocked out. That was a heavy punch from Whitebeard. Shin chuckled lightly. He had knocked Kaido senseless with one punch. The current Whitebeard was indeed a notch stronger than Kaido. Perhaps in the future, at the start of the story, Whitebeard wouldn't be able to defeat Kaido. But even if he couldn't defeat Kaido, he definitely wouldn't be defeated by him. In any era, Whitebeard's strength stood at the pinnacle of this world. Kaido-sama is injured. Should we intervene? Jack asked King and Queen. Jack was already itching to act. He wanted to rescue Kaido. And facing Whitebeard, he wasn't afraid. Jack was not weak. You could tell from his bounty. He was a being who could destroy a country by himself. Unfortunately, his brain wasn't very bright. Still, a guy like him would make a good subordinate. Don't interfere. Just watch quietly. Queen glanced at Jack and said calmly. Chapter 518, Kaido runs away again. Kaido grabbed the clouds and flew in the air, his lantern-sized eyes staring at Whitebeard. He knew it was impossible to defeat Whitebeard this time. After clashing, he finally knew how big the gap was between him and Whitebeard. And it was indeed quite large. He hadn't caused a single injury to Whitebeard, while he himself had been injured. Kaido's body was extremely strong, not easily injured. Yet now, he had almost been beaten silly by Whitebeard. If Whitebeard is this strong, then how strong is Shin Uzumaki, who defeated Whitebeard? Kaido couldn't help but wonder. It seemed that seeking revenge in the short term was impossible. At least he had to have the strength to defeat Whitebeard before he could seek revenge on Shin Uzumaki for last time. But the key was that the current Kaido couldn't even beat Whitebeard. While Kaido was thinking about these messy things, Whitebeard had already started to attack. Kaido wasn't attacking now, but that didn't mean Whitebeard could let Kaido go. Kaido, taste my slash. Whitebeard roared. The clouds were scattered by the tremor. Whitebeard's slash descended. Even dozens of warships together probably couldn't block this single slash. Whitebeard should be considered a great swordsman, right? Shin couldn't help but say. That's a Naginata. Alvia covered her mouth and said to Shin. That's also a blade. Shin took out the Kusanagi blade. The Kusanagi blade was also a Tachi. Alright, even if he's not a great swordsman, he's a great blade master. Alvia and Robin had black lines on their foreheads. They had never heard of a great blade master. It was probably something Shin made up himself. Looks like Kaido is planning to run away. Shin's gaze flickered as he looked at Kaido. Shin had no doubt that Kaido would run away. Because last time, hadn't Kaido run away? He doesn't look like he's running away. Hancock couldn't help but say. She saw Kaido not running but meeting Whitebeard's slash head-on. Of course he can't run now. If he runs now, he'll only die. He only has a chance to run after blocking Whitebeard's slash. As Shin and the others were talking, Kaido had already transformed from a giant dragon back into his human form. Yes, he didn't plan to use his dragon form to block Whitebeard's slash. He had learned his lesson twice. Once with Kazuki Oden and once with Shin Uzumaki. Every time he used his dragon form, he was slashed down from the sky. He didn't want to go through that again. And the dragon form's target was too large, leaving no room for evasion. But the current Kaido, actually, also had no room for evasion. His entire body was wrapped in armament haki. Kaido held his club and smashed it towards Whitebeard. If he only passively defended, he would be too passive. Not to mention it wasn't his style, the degree of passivity was not something Kaido wanted to choose. Boom. The sea raged, and waves dozens of meters high were stirred up. The island they were fighting on couldn't withstand it anymore and had already split into several pieces. Ice Age. Just then, Akiji suddenly acted. Extreme cold air froze the surrounding sea surface. A range of dozens of kilometers was instantly frozen. Shin glanced in Akiji's direction. It definitely wasn't just to stop the waves. The Marines are going to act against the pirates. I wonder if they will act against us. Alvia looked towards Akiji and said. I can't guess that. Shin stroked his chin. He also couldn't guess if the Marines had the courage to make a move against him. If Akiji were the only one present, then Shin could be absolutely certain that the Marines wouldn't risk taking action. But Akainu was here. Who knew how crazy this red dog would be? It doesn't matter. Shin wasn't worried. In his heart, he didn't have any ill feelings towards the Marines. But if they caused him trouble, he wouldn't let them off. Shin waved his hand, and a repulsive force swept across, shattering the iceberg in front of them. This iceberg was blocking his view, so he cleared it away. Akiji looked over here, his brow furrowing. The ice he had created with Ice Age was very hard, it was generally impossible to shatter it so easily. Whitebeard, we'll fight again next time. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood and roared at Whitebeard. His internal organs were injured. Kaido's defense was very strong, and his body wasn't injured much. But his internal organs couldn't withstand the power of the tremor fruit. After roaring, Kaido immediately retreated, and also gave a look to his 3 all-stars. Want to leave? Stay here. A ball of crimson magma shot towards Kaido. Kaido's gaze narrowed, his fierce eyes looking at the rapidly approaching Akainu. Let's go. Abandon the others. Kaido shouted to his 3 all-stars. He had expected they would take advantage of the situation, so Kaido wasn't too shocked. His fist, wrapped in armament haki, blocked the magma attack, then he quickly left. After transforming into a dragon, Kaido took his 3 all-stars and ran away. This running speed was as agile as last time. However, Kaido only took his 3 all-stars. The other members of the Beast Pirates were all left here. The 3 all-stars were his main forces and couldn't be abandoned. But the other pirate members, Kaido didn't care about at all. He could easily gather more. Damn it. Akainu was furious. He hadn't expected Kaido to run so fast. It was impossible to keep Kaido here now. So cowardly. This isn't the Kaido I know. Shin shook his head. Looking at the fleeing Kaido, he wondered if he had been possessed. How can he be so cowardly? He didn't have the domineering presence he had in the anime. The battle is over. Should we leave? Alvia used lightning to shatter the ice and then asked Shin. No hurry. There's still a show to watch. Shin was very calm. Not far away, dozens of warships were approaching. Before, only the ship Akainu and Akiji were on had come. But the main force was still behind. Now the main force had arrived. These main forces coming over were definitely to deal with the pirates here. Shin could guess that without needing to be told. Since Kaido has run away, then you can all stay here. Akainu, with a great eruption, destroyed several ships of the beast pirates. They were truly destroyed, not even a scrap left. Chapter 519, Whitebeard's Choice. Akainu's sudden attack startled the pirates who had gathered to watch, and seeing his bloodthirsty aura, they began to worry. Could it be that the Marines were going to attack them too? We need to leave immediately, or we won't get away. Shanks's expression was grim. He swung his sword, shattering the ice that had frozen his ship, and then quickly departed. No one is leaving. Great eruption. A giant magma fist shot towards the red-haired pirates. Shanks drew his sword with a grave expression. Griffin, one of the supreme-grade swords, gleamed in his hand. He swung the sword, blocking Akainu's magma fist. Shanks was struggling. He was only in his 20s now, his strength not yet at its peak. Facing Akainu was quite a challenge. Akainu's strength had already reached its peak. Even with further training, he wouldn't improve much. And Akainu's strength was at the pinnacle of the One Piece world. Alone against Whitebeard, he might be thrashed, but if Akainu wanted to escape, Whitebeard couldn't stop him. The Marine's strongest combat power wasn't just for show. A Marine admiral facing a Yonko one-on-one might not be a match, but they weren't far off. If it were 2 against 1, it would be a stalemate at least. And 3 against 1, even Whitebeard wouldn't stand a chance against them. But that was only if Kizaru didn't slack off. Kizaru's strength was very ambiguous. His fights seemed like a game. But his power should not be weaker than Akainu's and Akiji's. After all, they were all called monsters. If Kizaru couldn't win, he could slip away. The Glint fruit's lightspeed movement, besides space movement type fruits, no one else could really catch him. But Kizaru should also have a weakness, like the gravity of the dark fruit. That was actually Kizaru's nemesis. Under gravity, even real light could be swallowed. The premise was that the dark fruit had to be developed to the level of a black hole. But that was probably impossible. Now it was the clash between Akainu and Shanks. Not bad. Looks like I can't leave you alive. A cold light flickered in Akainu's eyes. His move had actually been blocked. Not many pirates could block his magma fist. And Akainu also knew about Shanks. Shanks was a supernova. And he was an apprentice of the Roger pirates. The danger level was even greater. Hurry up and go. Ben Beckman shouted to the other members of the red-haired pirates. Right now, their pirate crew couldn't face an admiral. Shanks's strength hadn't reached the level of an admiral yet. He was probably at a quasi-admiral level now, able to fight an admiral and not lose in a short time. But in the long run, he would definitely be defeated. Whitebeard, I hope you won't interfere in this matter. Take the Whitebeard pirates and leave as soon as possible. Akiji came to Whitebeard's side and said to him. Are you threatening me? A cold light flickered in Whitebeard's eyes. If no one else intervened, Whitebeard felt he could kill Akiji. Akiji held an ice sword. It's not a threat. But if the Whitebeard pirates want to go to war with the Marines, then we don't mind keeping you company. Facing Whitebeard, though he didn't want to fight them, Akiji didn't flinch. The Marines were only wary of the Whitebeard pirates, not afraid of them. Wary of going to war with the Whitebeard pirates, which would cause serious damage in the end, not afraid of fighting them. Whitebeard glanced at the members of the Whitebeard pirates behind him, a hint of hesitation on his face. Shin wasn't far away and saw the hesitation on Whitebeard's face. He shook his head slightly. Whitebeard really had a lot of concerns. But it was understandable. Whitebeard treated his crew as family and didn't want to risk his family for a single choice. If they really fought the Marines, the best outcome would be a lose-lose situation. The most important thing was that it wasn't worth it. They had no irreconcilable hatred with the Marines. They were just asking them to leave. What do you think Whitebeard will choose? Shin turned his head and asked Alvia. I'm not sure. I don't know Whitebeard's personality either. Alvia shook her head. She also wasn't sure if Whitebeard would fight. I think he will fight. If he leaves like this, wouldn't the Whitebeard pirates lose face? Hancock said. I don't think so. The Whitebeard pirates don't need to risk themselves for a strange pirate. Robin held a different opinion from Hancock. Shin couldn't guess either. Anyway, there were only two choices. Now it depended on Whitebeard's decision. He stared curiously at Whitebeard and Akiji, wondering if Whitebeard would slash at him. Though he had only fought Whitebeard once and hadn't had much interaction, Shin didn't think Whitebeard was a good-tempered person. We're done here. Withdraw. Whitebeard punched the frozen sea surface, shattering it, then jumped onto the Moby Dick and led the Whitebeard pirates away. He really left. I'm a little disappointed. Shin was slightly disappointed, but he could also understand Whitebeard. What's the point of staying? Other pirate crews had no relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. Challenging the Marines for them. Whitebeard wouldn't do such a foolish thing. After seeing Whitebeard leave, Akiji breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing the Kuja pirates still here, Akiji had a headache again. The Whitebeard pirates had left. How should they deal with the Kuja pirates now? Should he drive the Kuja pirates away in the same way, or warn the Kuja pirates not to attack? Akiji felt that if he really did that, it would likely have the opposite effect. The situation would become even worse. So, Akiji took an out of sight, out of mind approach. He simply ignored them and went to deal with the other pirates. The other pirates were about to escape. If he didn't deal with them now, they would really get away. The plan couldn't fail. I thought he was going to drive us away too. I already drew my sword. Hancock disappointedly sheathed her sword again. If Akiji had come to drive them away, Hancock would have definitely slashed at him. Hancock, your strength is not enough to fight a Marine Admiral yet. Shin said to Hancock. Aren't you here? You definitely won't let me get hurt. Hancock directly clung to Shin and asked. Shin didn't speak. He felt Hancock would become a little vixen sooner or later. Chapter 520, You've crossed the line, Shin vs Akainu. Damn it. Gecko Moria looked at Akiji angrily. At this moment, Akiji was dealing with Gecko Moria. Among the future 7 warlords, Gecko Moria's strength was at the bottom. Don't push your luck. I'm not the only pirate here. Gecko Moria roared angrily. Seeing his subordinates being frozen by Akiji, Gecko Moria was very angry. Akiji didn't even look at Gecko Moria, exhaling a cold breath. His pirate subordinates were frozen again. Suddenly. Boom. Marine reinforcements arrived, and cannonballs rained down continuously. A great battle officially began. Facts proved that one shouldn't easily come to watch a show. Now, none of these onlookers had a good end. Even Shanks was injured, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, a scar on his face. Captain, hurry up and run. Lucky Roo shouted to Shanks. Shanks heard Lucky Roo's shout and showed a bitter smile. If he could go, he would have gone. You guys go first. I'll find a way to get out, Shanks shouted to Lucky Roo and the others after retreating. Ah. You still think you can run? Akainu sneered. His attack became even more fierce, completely suppressing Shanks. Shanks didn't even have a chance to speak, desperately blocking Akainu's attack. Let's go. Ben Beckman, the vice captain, said seriously to the others. What do you mean? Are we just going to leave the captain here? The red-haired pirates valued camaraderie very much, they were very close to each other. We're just a burden. Only if we leave can Shanks escape. Ben Beckman asked the others. If not for holding back Akainu, Shanks could definitely escape. Though he wasn't Akainu's match now, escaping from Akainu's hands was still no problem. Alright, let's go. If something really happens to the captain, we'll just come back and kill them. Yasopp, you go help him. Lucky Roo said to Yasopp. Yasopp was a sniper. After strengthening his bullets with armament hockey, he could also pose some threat to Akainu. At least he could help Shanks share some of the pressure. This was still achievable. Yasopp didn't speak. He had actually been helping Shanks share the pressure all along, or Akainu would have severely injured Shanks several times already. Let's go too. Shin, seeing most of the pirate crews fleeing, didn't plan to stay here any longer. So he prepared to leave. Alvia nodded. She went to operate the ship. Alvia was still the navigator on the sea. If it were in the first half of the Grand Line, Alvia actually wouldn't be needed. The female warriors of the Kuja pirates could handle it. But this was the New World. The surrounding sea was unfamiliar to the Kuja pirates, who were new to the New World. Only Alvia, in search of the poneglyphs, had been to the New World and was more familiar with it. Without a familiar navigator, they would get lost in the New World. Even the log pose was useless because the magnetic field here was constantly changing. The New World was a sea of death. A pirate crew that wasn't fully prepared would only find a dead end in the New World. Just as Shin's pirate crew was about to leave, a ball of magma smashed towards them. Thunder Dragon. With a wave of his hand, Shin used the ability of the Rumble fruit to create a huge thunder dragon. It was no less impressive than the dragon Kaido had transformed into, even more majestic. Roar! The thunder dragon roared, then fiercely charged towards the distance, swallowing the ball of magma. Without losing momentum, it went straight for Akainu, who was fighting Shanks. Yes, this ball of magma was thrown by Akainu. Though Akiji had told Akainu before. Akainu still couldn't hold back. Seeing Shin's Kuja pirates about to leave, he couldn't help but act. Looks like he has a death wish. Shin's calm gaze fell on Akainu. He wasn't angry. After all, if an ant tried to hit you, would he get angry with an ant? If he was really annoyed, he could just squash it. Though Akainu was a marine admiral, in Shin's eyes, he really wasn't much stronger than an ant. Akainu had no time to say anything now. Facing the attack from Shin, even Akainu had to be serious. Good opportunity. Shanks, seeing Akainu cautiously defending against Shin, had a gleam of light flash in his eyes. Taking the opportunity, he slashed a sword light at Akainu, then turned and left, not wanting to fight Akainu anymore. If he continued to fight, he would lose. Originally, Shanks had a hard time finding an opportunity to escape. But now Akainu had offered the opportunity on a silver platter. Damn it. Akainu used observation hockey and discovered that Shanks had escaped. He had no way to stop him. Akainu still needed to block Shin's attack. This time Akainu was downright foolish. If he hadn't pissed off Shin, there was a great chance to capture Shanks. Boom! The sound of lightning exploding rang out. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. The magma on Akainu's body was blasted apart. Fortunately, Akainu could elementalize, transforming into magma. Otherwise, Akainu would have been killed for sure. Oh, I forgot you were a Logia devil fruit user. Shin just realized he had forgotten an important thing. Elementalization could grant immunity to physical attacks. Though lightning was energy, for elementalization, it could still be immune. If it were Akiji's ice, he would probably be severely injured by the lightning. The high temperature carried by the lightning could melt Akiji's body. Not telling Akainu he wasn't afraid. So the grandiose attack Shin had just launched didn't cause much damage to Akainu. Akainu was actually not feeling well either. The elementalization of Logia could indeed resist damage, but it also consumed stamina. Tell me, Akainu. How do you want to die? Shin crossed his arms and looked at Akainu. Bold move. If Shin don't make him pay for that, wouldn't that just be letting him walk away scot-free? Shin wouldn't let Akainu off easy. Chapter 521, I haven't eaten a devil fruit. What the hell is Sakazuki doing? Akiji abandoned the pirates he was about to capture and rushed towards Akainu. He had already told Akainu not to anger Shin Uzumaki. There was no choice, Akiji could only help Akainu now. He couldn't just watch Akainu be beaten to death. Boom. Akainu's body slammed into a warship, sinking it. Fortunately, just as he was about to fall into the sea, Akiji caught him. Akiji stood on the sea, the surface of which had been frozen again by him. Akiji's ice fruit was quite good at creating a battlefield. Sakazuki, why did you attack Shin Uzumaki? Akiji asked Akainu, somewhat angrily. Shin Uzumaki was someone even the fleet admiral avoided pissing off, yet Akainu just had to push his luck. In Akiji's eyes, that was straight up suicidal. Is it wrong for the Marines to attack pirates? Akainu said coldly. Akiji didn't say anything more, because Shin had already kicked over. A sharp sword aura slashed towards Akainu and Akiji. Is that Tempest Kick? Akainu's brow furrowed. He wrapped his arms in armament haki and blocked the sword wave kicked out by a single kick. Even though Akainu's armament haki was trained to a very high level, his arms were still injured. Are you alright? Akiji couldn't help but ask Akainu. Though they'd had their share of internal conflicts, but right now, Akiji wanted to focus on the real enemy. Akainu didn't speak. He used Moonwalk to fly into the sky, heading towards the floating Shin Uzumaki. Great eruption. His arm transformed into a giant magma fist, bigger than Shin himself, and smashed towards Shin. He's not holding back at all. Akainu never held back. When he struck, it was all out, no mercy. And against someone like Shin, he'd go even harder. After all, Akainu's strength didn't come close to Shin's. Holding back against him would have been a death sentence. Robin, why are you stopping me? Just as Hancock was about to act, Robin grabbed her hand, preventing her from acting. Are you going to fight? Robin asked Hancock helplessly. Of course. I want to help Shin. Hancock drew her sword and said to Robin. You can't help. You'll just be a hindrance if you go. Robin said to Hancock mercilessly. Shin can handle it. Hancock, you should stay back. I'll go. Alvia walked over at this moment and said the same to Hancock. Fine. Hancock gritted her teeth with some reluctance. Her strength was still not enough. If people found out that Hancock had this much power at barely 16, and still think it wasn't enough, they'd probably lose their minds. What kind of strength does she need to be happy? Alvia acted, activating the power of the Rumble fruit. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning gathered in Alvia's hand. 100 million volt, lightning spear. Alvia held a lightning spear in her hand and thrust it towards the distant Akiji. Akiji, who was about to support Akainu, had to block the lightning spear that was attacking him now. Shin glanced at Alvia. He didn't stop Alvia from stepping in. Going up against Akiji would be a good experience for her. With her strength, she wouldn't be defeated easily, and even in a drawn-out fight, Akiji might not be able to touch her. The speed of the Rumble fruit was the most annoying. Akiji's speed really couldn't keep up with the speed of the Rumble fruit. Akainu, aren't you tired? Shin asked the desperately attacking Akainu with a smile. What devil fruit ability do you have? Akainu asked Shin with an ashen face. All of Akainu's attacks were ignored by Shin, standing there. All attacks passed through Shin's body, not hitting him at all. I haven't eaten a devil fruit. Shin said calmly. He had used Kamui just now. Using Kamui was much more effective than elementalization. After all, elementalization could still be hit by armament haki. But Kamui was different. Even if Shin stood still and let Akainu attack however he wanted, he would not be able to harm him. With this one ability, he could basically roam the entire One Piece world. As for Shin saying he hadn't eaten a devil fruit, Akainu was 100% skeptical. Besides devil fruits, it was very difficult to obtain other special powers in this world. Of course, it wasn't impossible. Perhaps some people, some races, were exceptionally talented and might have special abilities. But Shin hadn't seen any yet. When it came to the world of One Piece, Shin had only scratched the surface. After all, most of the time he had been on Amazon Lily. Alright, Akainu. I'm done wasting time, I've got better things to do. Shin's aura suddenly changed. A thick pressure directly enveloped Akainu, making even his breathing feel heavy. You. Boom. Before he could finish his words, Akainu was hit by a heavy blow and directly lost consciousness. Seeing Akainu about to fall into the sea, Shin grabbed his clothes and threw him onto the Kuja pirate's ship. Tie him up. And use sea stone. Shin instructed the female pirates of the Kuja pirates. Devil fruit users, after touching seawater, would become powerless and unable to use their devil fruit abilities. And sea stone was a crystallization of the sea. This was even more effective than seawater. Akainu, with his strength, would basically have no way to break free if he wore sea stone handcuffs. Alvia. Stop wasting time. Shin shouted to Alvia. Hearing Shin's words, Alvia stopped and retreated to Shin's side. Akiji didn't go to attack Alvia. Shin Uzumaki, what do you want? Akiji asked Shin. What does he want? Sakazuki had been captured by him. And there was no way Shin Uzumaki did that without a reason. One way or another, he had to find a way to rescue Sakazuki first. Akiji, go back and tell Sengoku, if you want Akainu alive, start gathering the berries. As for how much, I'll let you guys decide. Shin said calmly to Akiji. Let them decide. If the price didn't meet Shin's standards, well, there'd be no saving him. Sakazuki's life would be over. Chapter 522, Sengoku's discussion. Shin and the Kuja pirates left, taking their spoils of war, Akainu, with them. Akiji looked at the departing pirate ship, not knowing if he should pursue. In the end, Akiji sighed. It was better to let the fleet admiral decide. Taking out a den mushi, Akiji immediately notified Marine Ford. As for the fleeing pirates, Akiji couldn't be bothered with them anymore. Akiji, how did it go? Sengoku asked Akiji. He had assumed Akiji came bearing good news, but he was wrong. Fleet Admiral, there's an important matter that must be decided by you. Akiji said to Sengoku with extreme seriousness. What is it? Sengoku already had a bad feeling. From Akiji's tone, Sengoku didn't feel any happiness, but rather a sense of heaviness. Sakazuki's been captured, by Shin Uzumaki. And he said if we want Akainu to live, we must prepare the berries. Akiji said to Sengoku with a heavy heart. Sengoku's face darkened, a wave of anger on his face. Shin Uzumaki is going too far. Does he really think the Marines wouldn't fight back? What exactly happened? Sengoku asked Akiji in a low voice. It was like this. At that time, when Shin Uzumaki was about to leave, Akainu attacked Shin Uzumaki, and then... Akiji explained the matter once, which also angered Sengoku quite a bit. He remembered he had said not to bother Shin Uzumaki. But Akainu had turned a deaf ear to his words. If he had the power to take on Shin Uzumaki, Sengoku wouldn't have cared, in fact, he'd have gladly let Akainu go after him. But the truth was, he wasn't a match. Put simply, Akainu was marching to his grave. All right, I understand. Send someone to keep an eye on the Kuja pirates. Remember not to get too close. After saying this to Akiji, Sengoku hung up the den mushi. Bye. He slammed his palm on the table, and even the table was shattered by his palm. The den mushi next to it was also startled. Sengoku's face was uncertain. Akainu had been captured. Should they rescue him? If they rescued him, they would have to face Shin Uzumaki. In the end, Sengoku decided to hold a meeting. A Marine Admiral. Sengoku couldn't easily give him up. This was the Marine's highest combat power. Besides Garp, who was in the East Blue, and the admirals on missions, the other Marine headquarters vice admirals basically all came. Kizaru also came to the meeting room. I've already told you the specific situation. What do you think should be done? Sengoku asked them. Obviously we're rescuing Admiral Akainu. Since when are the Marines afraid of a damn pirate? An extremist immediately stood up, wanting to go rescue Akainu. Vice Admiral Doberman, please sit down first. Sengoku glanced at Doberman. His style was hard-edged, much like Akainu's. He'd always been part of Akainu's faction, so his reaction wasn't surprising. Vice Admiral Tsuru, what's your opinion? Sengoku asked Tsuru. Sengoku, don't you already have an idea in mind? Why are you asking me? Tsuru glanced at Sengoku and said calmly. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Sengoku's face, but it was indeed as Tsuru had said. He already had an idea in his heart. In fact, this meeting was just a formality. I don't think we should clash with the Kuja pirates. Once they enter the New World, it's only a matter of time before they run into other crews. We can just sit back and let the beasts tear each other apart. Then, Fleet Admiral, do you mean we should compromise with Shin Uzumaki? Doberman stood up again and asked Sengoku. Sengoku looked at Doberman, a hint of displeasure on his face. This is to rescue Admiral Akainu. If we completely fall out with Shin Uzumaki, will Akainu still have a chance to live? Sengoku's words made the tough Doberman sit down. Sengoku belonged to the Dove faction. Now that he was the Fleet Admiral, what he said went. You can leave first. Sengoku waved his hand, letting the other Vice Admirals leave, leaving Kizaru and Vice Admiral Tsuru. To save Sakazuki from Shin Uzumaki, what price do you think we should pay? Sengoku asked the two of them. Shin hadn't said how many berries he wanted, but the more it was like this, the more difficult Sengoku felt it was. What if they lowballed him, only for Shin Uzumaki to kill Akainu in one strike? Aren't you planning to let Akiji negotiate with Shin Uzumaki? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked Sengoku. It's not that I don't plan to let Akiji negotiate, but Shin Uzumaki has no intention of negotiating at all, Sengoku said with a wry smile. Then prepare 3 billion berries first. Vice Admiral Tsuru's brow furrowed. Huh. Sengoku was shocked when he heard Tsuru ask him to prepare 3 billion berries. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but for the Marines, it was already a lot. The more you can offer, the better. Isn't Sakazuki worth the price? If Shin Uzumaki isn't satisfied, have you even thought about what happens next? Faced with Tsuru's question, Sengoku was silent. He had of course considered it. He was just heartbroken. After all, the Marines themselves were a black hole, the money they had wasn't enough. All right. I'll have Kizaru go personally. Sengoku looked at the silent Kizaru at the side. Kizaru's sleazy face was starting to twist. Seriously? Go face Shin Uzumaki. And actually negotiate with him. Kizaru really didn't want to do this kind of thankless job. Unfortunately, Sengoku didn't leave Kizaru any room to refuse. Time was of the essence. Kizaru took 5 billion berries and headed for the new world. Yes, another 2 billion berries were added, to save Akainu's life. Of course, this was only if the 3 billion berries couldn't get the job done. Then the remaining 2 billion berries would be added as a bargaining chip. There was no need to go through Fishman Island. The situation was urgent. After an emergency approval from the Holy Land of Mary Geos, he passed through the Holy Land of Mary Geos to the New World. After arriving in the New World, Kizaru immediately went to find Akiji. He naturally pulled Akiji along with him. That way, he would be safer. If things really went south, he could always throw his teammate under the bus, sell out Akiji and make a run for it. That was the little thought Kizaru kept tucked away in the back of his mind. Shin and his group were currently staying on a small island in the New World. This island was a deserted island. In the New World, desolate islands like this were pretty common. Because the environment was harsh and brutal for people to live on. Most of these places were completely uninhabited, with even wildlife rarely seen. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll cut you down. Hancock said arrogantly to Akainu. Right now, Akainu was tied to a tree, wearing sea-stone handcuffs, his gloomy gaze fixed on Shin and the others. Chapter 523, a face even a mother couldn't love. Shin sat by the sea, eating roasted meat and smiling faintly as he glanced at Akainu. Right now, Akainu was his cash cow. Before, Shin hadn't cared about berries. But now, he had a large group of people to support. With the addition of the Kuja pirates, and Amazon Lily relying on the Kuja pirates' earnings to survive, he needed a steady income. Although Shin could create money, it was still fake. He didn't feel comfortable using it. Akainu, aren't you going to say something tough? Shin asked Akainu. One day, I will capture you with my own hands. Akainu glared at Shin with hatred. This time, he, Akainu, had truly been disgraced. From now on, he'd never be able to hold his head high on these seas again. After all, as a Marine Admiral, the very face of the Marines, he had been captured. You've got ambition, I'll give you that. But do you really think you can pull it off? If I wanted you dead, you'd already be in the ground. Want to test that theory? Shin drew his sword and gestured at Akainu. Akainu's face turned ashen. He didn't continue to oppose Shin. Akainu was quite radical, but he wasn't stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the fleet admiral in the future. Angering Shin Uzumaki would lead to death. Akainu wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die in such a pathetic way. He would rather die in battle than be executed like this. Looks like you'll be free soon. Shin suddenly sheathed his sword and stopped scaring Akainu, because a marine warship was approaching. Most importantly, Shin saw Akiji and Kizaru. They should be here to pay the ransom. If not, well, then he'd just have to kill all three of them to send a message. So scary, so that's Shin Uzumaki. He looked so young. Kizaru's gaze was fixed on Shin. Haven't you seen his picture before? Akiji didn't know what Kizaru was so surprised about. It's different. A picture can't compare to the real person. Kizaru's sleazy face rarely looked so serious. From Shin, Kizaru could feel a threat, a fatal one. His senses were very sharp. This was what had saved him from disaster several times before. Kizaru still believed in it. Soon, the warship arrived at the shore. The other Marines didn't move. Kizaru and Akiji got off the warship. Akiji glanced at Akainu, his brow slightly furrowed. Akainu had many bruises on his body. These marks weren't the injuries Shin had left him with before, but new ones. It wasn't Shin who hit him, he wasn't that petty. Beating up a prisoner meant nothing to him. These were from the female warriors of the Kuja pirates. They had used Akainu as a punching bag, which was why he was like this. Now that Akainu was captured and couldn't use armament hockey, even though his body was very tough, he was still beaten black and blue. Akiji didn't say anything. He didn't want to start another conflict with Shin over this. His most important purpose now was to rescue Akainu. Kizaru didn't give a damn about Akainu's wounds. The three admirals were never close, just colleagues doing the same job. In fact, there were many conflicts between Akiji and Akainu. Their ideals clashed. As for Kizaru, he was a neutral party. Truly sleazy. This was the first time Shin had seen Kizaru. Though he knew Kizaru's appearance was very sleazy, seeing him in person still amazed him. This look was not just a little sleazy, it was too sleazy. Shin didn't know how Kizaru could be born so sleazy. I don't know why, but I have a feeling I want to hit him. Hancock felt Kizaru's appearance was particularly punchable. This couldn't be blamed on Kizaru. Being born with a punchable face, Kizaru probably didn't want to look like this either. Did you bring the berries? Shin asked Kizaru and Akiji. Shin Uzumaki, we brought the berries. I wonder if this amount is enough. Kizaru asked. Akainu, hearing this, lowered his head, gritting his teeth. No one could see Akainu's expression. Akainu felt this was his shame. Drop every last berry you brought. Akainu walks. But if even one's missing, none of you are leaving. Shin looked at Kizaru calmly. Shin didn't know how many berries Kizaru had brought, but Shin was sure it was definitely more than 3 billion berries. This is a bit difficult for me. I need to report to the fleet admiral. Kizaru turned his back, took out a den mushi, and started contacting Sengoku. Akiji glanced at the unreliable Kizaru, sat down cross-legged, and waited. He estimated the fleet admiral would agree. After a brief exchange, Kizaru agreed without much resistance. Sengoku had already given the green light. Without that, the decision wouldn't have been his to make. You're not going to take my salary too, are you? Kizaru, as if remembering something, suddenly asked Shin. Oh, I'm very curious about your salary. If it's too low, I welcome. Shin had originally wanted to recruit Kizaru, but then he thought better of it. He had promised Elder Nyan the Kuja pirates wouldn't take men. And Kizaru's appearance was sleazy. Looking at him made it a bit hard to eat. For the sake of you bringing me money, I'll leave your salary. But the others are not so lucky. Shin smiled faintly and said to Kizaru. Then thank you, Shin Uzumaki. 5 billion berries, it instantly made Shin and their Kuja pirates rich. Of course, compared to the great pirates, their Kuja pirates were not yet wealthy. Just like Whitebeard, though he roamed the seas all day, his territories had to pay taxes. The Emperor of the Sea was not just a title, it wasn't an empty name. You can take Akainu away. Shin waved his hand at Kizaru and the others. Kizaru nodded, reached out his hand, and a sword was held in his hand. The Ama no Murakumo sword, a light sword created by Kizaru with the glint fruit. Then Kizaru slashed towards Akainu's wrist. Crack! The sea stone handcuffs on Akainu's wrist were cut, and Akainu also broke free from his bonds, his power returning. For someone like Akainu, who lived and breathed power, the feeling of being restrained by sea stone was worse than death. As Akainu broke free, Akiji stood beside him, his gaze fixed on Akainu. He was doing this to prevent Akainu from attacking again. If Akainu attacked Shin Uzumaki again, then Akiji would definitely do his best to stop him, absolutely not letting him succeed. Actually, Akainu wasn't that foolhardy. He didn't act, just looked at Shin obediently. Shin could feel the hatred in Akainu's eyes. You seem to hate me quite a bit, Akainu, should I just finish you off now, to save myself the trouble of leaving an enemy alive? Shin asked Akainu with a faint smile. The moment Shin finished speaking, Akiji's expression shifted sharply. He eyed Shin warily, already bracing himself, just in case Shin decided to take the money and break the deal. Chapter 524, Copying Glint Fruit, Target, Whole Cake Island. You've got the berries, don't push it. You wouldn't want to break your word, would you? Akiji said coldly, a chill radiating from his body. Ha! You know who I am now, don't you? Since when do pirates give a damn about promises? Shin laughed loudly and asked Akiji. Shin Uzumaki, if you go back on your word, you'll be putting us in a very difficult position. Kizaru looked troubled, but in fact, he was already prepared for battle. Difficult. Not my problem. Bye-away-am. Akainu, standing between the three, was suddenly hit by a heavy blow and sent flying, all the way into the distant sea, his body sinking. Consider this a little warning. If you're weak, don't look at me like you're some kind of threat. Shin said to Kizaru and Akiji. What a fast attack. When did he act? Kizaru was very cautious internally. Standing beside Akainu, he didn't even know when Shin had attacked him. Quick! Get Admiral Akainu! Akiji shouted to the Marines on the warship. Immediately, some Marines jumped down, preparing to salvage Akainu, who had fallen into the sea. Akainu was a devil fruit user. He couldn't swim. If he wasn't salvaged quickly after falling into the sea, he would be drowned. But a powerhouse of Akainu's strength wouldn't be drowned in a short time. He could probably hold his breath for an hour without any problem. Soon, Akainu was salvaged. At this point, Akainu definitely wasn't in any position to talk tough. Not that it mattered, he'd already passed out. We'll take our leave. Akiji used moonwalk to return to the warship, and Kizaru also turned into a beam of light and returned to the warship. Shin was a bit conflicted at this moment. He had met Kizaru. Should he copy Kizaru's Glint Glint Fruit ability? Come to think of it, Kizaru's Glint Glint Fruit wasn't weak at all. Maybe it was worth copying. In the end, Shin shrugged off his hesitation and copied Kizaru's Glint Glint Fruit ability. He consumed a divine replication card, but he also obtained Kizaru's Glint Glint Fruit. Thinking about it, it wasn't a loss. Laser. Shin's finger gathered photons, then shot out a laser beam. The laser instantly pierced through all obstacles in front of him. Not bad. The penetration is quite strong. After the photons were gathered, the laser beam they shot out had very strong penetration. If used by Shin, even Whitebeard using armament hockey couldn't defend against it. Shin, did you copy the Glint Glint Fruit's ability? Alvia, seeing the power of the Glint Glint Fruit Shin used, wasn't surprised, because Shin had already mentioned the copying ability. Yes. The Glint Glint Fruit is quite good. The penetration of light is even stronger than the piercing of lightning, Shin nodded. Let's go. We're done here. Shin called to Hancock, Alvia, Robin, and the female pirates of the Kuja pirates to board the ship. Captain, should we find an island to replenish our supplies first? A female pirate asked Shin. Yes, we should indeed replenish supplies. We just got a large sum of money. Let's go to a nearby town and do some shopping. Shin nodded, then looked at Alvia. Only Alvia knew the way here. Thankfully, they had her. Without Alvia, navigating these seas would have been a nightmare. She was also training the ship's navigator, passing on her knowledge of sailing through the new world. Should I find Nami? Shin thought to himself. The current Nami was probably not very old. There was no hurry now. When Nami grew up, he would find her to be his navigator. After all, Nami's talent in navigation was definitely one of the best in the One Piece world. Even Shiki wanted her talent. Where is our target? Robin asked Shin curiously. The target is to become an emperor. Now we have to find someone with a reputation to fight. Shin stroked his chin and said. After all, reputation was forged in battle. Shin may have defeated Whitebeard once, but that alone didn't make him an emperor. To some, Shin's individual strength might have surpassed Whitebeard's, but that didn't mean he was stronger than the Whitebeard pirates as a whole. Right now, they were still regarded as the strongest pirate crew on the seas. And truth be told, Whitebeard's sons were nothing to take lightly. Are we going to war with another pirate crew? Hancock's eyes showed interest. You that eager for a fight? Shin stroked Hancock's soft hair and asked her. Yes. I want to test my strength. I want to be able to help Shin. Hancock pounced on Shin and said seriously. Hancock, can you get off Shin first? Robin pulled on Hancock. Oh. Are you jealous? Hancock turned her head to look at Robin and asked. Robin's face flushed red, embarrassed by Hancock's teasing. The current Robin was still a tender young girl, not the future older sister. It was normal for her to feel shy. After arriving at a small island and replenishing their supplies in the town on this small island, Shin and his group set off. After giving it some thought, he finally decided to target Big Mom. She was, after all, the easiest one to track down. Big Mom was on Whole Cake Island. This island was like a layered cake. We're going to stir up trouble with the Big Mom pirates. Alvia looked at Shin, speechless. Was he trying to make enemies of the entire world? Of course. So what if I cause her trouble? Shin said with a faint smile. In the entire sea, you're probably the only one bold enough to do this. Alvia didn't know what to say anymore. Though she hadn't been to Whole Cake Island, Alvia still knew its location. By the way, let me tell you something. Big Mom actually has a road poneglyph, Shin said to Alvia, telling her something she would be interested in. Even now, for Alvia, history was still one of her greatest interests. Really? Robin, hearing Shin's words, also quickly came over, looking up at Shin and asking. Probably. Shin stroked his chin and said. Judging by the look on your face, Shin, you're not so sure yourself. Alvia couldn't help but say. If Shin really knew, he wouldn't use the word probably. Shin shrugged. Who knew if the current Big Mom had obtained one of the 4 road poneglyphs? In the future, she did possess one of them. The giant ship of the Kuja pirates slowly sailed towards Whole Cake Island. Shin didn't hide anything. He didn't go secretly. If he was going to cause trouble, he'd do it out in the open. Shin wasn't the type to sneak around, he had a reputation to uphold. Chapter 525, one-shotting a sweet commander. In the massive palace on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom was resting. Big Mom's life revolved around eating and sleeping. She especially loved cakes and sweets, which explained her unique appearance. The Big Mom pirates were essentially her family. The upper echelons of the crew were mostly her children. Big Mom had 39 daughters, 46 sons, and a total of 43 husbands. This showed just how formidable Big Mom was. Even a pig probably couldn't produce as many offspring. Nearly 100 children, it was a mystery how she did it. How many could a womb possibly bear? Given that Big Mom was no average person, it was best not to dwell on it. At this moment, someone burst into Big Mom's bedroom. Baron Tamago ran in, breaking out in a cold sweat. If it weren't a major issue, Baron Tamago would never have dared to disturb Big Mom's sleep. He knew all too well, if he woke Big Mom, she might just devour him on the spot. She might even swallow her own children, treating them as snacks, let alone an outsider like him. Mama. Baron Tamago called out to Big Mom, but she didn't wake up. Big Mom was a very deep sleeper, it was difficult to wake her. There was a guaranteed way to wake Big Mom, forcefully. But Baron Tamago didn't have the guts to try it. His life was important. If he hit Big Mom to wake her up, he might as well dig his own grave. What do I do? Shin Uzumaki is approaching Whole Cake Island. Baron Tamago paced anxiously. In the end, he went to consult the 4 sweet commanders. The 4 sweet commanders were Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snack, all Big Mom's children. In the future, Charlotte Snack would be defeated by the Mad Monk Urge and be stripped of his title, leaving only the 3 sweet commanders. But that was after the start of the story. Now, there were still 4 sweet commanders. Besides Big Mom, their authority was basically the highest. After finding Katakuri, Baron Tamago immediately told him the situation. At this point, Katakuri was still fairly young, but far from weak. He hadn't reached his full potential yet, but even now, he was on par with Kaido's 3 All-Stars. Is Shin Uzumaki's target really Whole Cake Island? Katakuri asked Baron Tamago. I'm not lying. Shin Uzumaki is heading straight for us. I can't wake Mama right now. What do we do? Baron Tamago asked Katakuri in a panic. Does this matter even require Mama's attention? I can handle him. Snack said. Katakuri frowned upon hearing this. Even he wasn't confident, how could Snack possibly stand a chance against Shin Uzumaki? None of them had seen Shin in person, everything they knew was based on rumors. But if the rumors were even half true, he was someone you didn't mess with. Defeating Whitebeard, making Kaido suffer a setback, and killing one of the 3 legendary pirates, Shiki. Who else could achieve such feats? Underestimating Shin Uzumaki was a one-way ticket to death. I'll go wake Mama, Katakuri said to the others. Alas, it was too late. Shin had already arrived at Whole Cake Island. As for the people who tried to stop him, they had already been dealt with. Shin hadn't acted. It was all Alvia, Robin, Hancock, and the female warriors of the Kuja pirates. The female warriors of the Kuja pirates, after training, were quite strong, not weaker than the grassroots of the major pirate crews. This island is really strange. Hancock said, looking at Whole Cake Island. No wonder it was called Whole Cake Island, it really was a cake. It is strange. But there are many strange places in this world. For example, Skypiea, and also Reverse Mountain. To Shin, these places were all very strange. You guys stay here for now. Shin jumped off the ship and said to Hancock and the others. All right. This time, Hancock didn't insist on following. She knew her strength was not enough, she would just be a burden. This made Hancock even more determined to improve her strength. Alvia didn't move either. Though she felt her strength could help Shin a bit, she also had to stay behind to protect the others. Shin's crew didn't really have any top-tier powerhouses. The only one who came close was Alvia, whose strength was around quasi-admiral level. Hancock's strength wasn't weak, but she was still too young. She probably couldn't even defeat a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Of course, the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral here referred to an average Marine Vice Admiral, not someone like Garp or Tsuru. Garp's strength was unfathomable, the strongest in the Marines. And Vice Admiral Tsuru's strength was also very formidable. Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru could be considered a trio. Vice Admiral Tsuru was someone who could make Doflamingo flee in terror. Stepping onto Whole Cake Island, Shin headed towards Big Mom's palace. As for how he knew, that was thanks to observation haki. His observation haki enveloped the entire island. Shin knew exactly where Big Mom was. She's actually sleeping. Shin chuckled. It seemed Big Mom didn't know danger was approaching. On his way to Big Mom's palace, Shin naturally encountered many small fry, including Big Mom's sons and daughters. As expected of Big Mom's children. They all look so bizarre, Shin commented. Their strength was not bad, but that was only relative to others. In Shin's eyes, they were just small fry. When he arrived at the palace, Shin finally saw some decent opponents, the 4 sweet commanders and Baron Tamago. Their strength was not weak, especially the 4 sweet commanders. They were the powerhouses of the Big Mom pirates. Is he Shin Uzumaki? Smoothie stared at Shin, a trace of doubt in her eyes. He didn't have the presence of someone truly powerful. Compared to the many powerhouses of the One Piece world, Shin's appearance seemed rather slender. But strength was not determined by body size. I'm just here to spar with Big Mom. Are you sure you want to stop me? Shin asked the 4 sweet commanders calmly. Attack. Snack couldn't hold back. He held a samurai sword and slashed at Shin. Actually, the current Snack wasn't very old, but he could become one of the 4 sweet commanders, above the other cadres. This showed his strength was not weak. Just in time to test the Glint fruit's ability, laser. Shin raised a hand, and a laser beam shot out from his hand, killing a sweet commander in the blink of an eye. Snack's eyes were dazed as his body fell, losing all signs of life. In the center of Snack's chest was a large hole pierced by the laser. With a gaping hole in his chest, there was no way Snack could survive, he wasn't Whitebeard. Chapter 526, The world is so beautiful, yet you are so violent. As Charlotte's Snack fell, Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Baron Tamago, who were standing by, finally came back to their senses. You killed Snack. Katakuri stared at Shin angrily, his body exuding killing intent. Snack was his younger brother. He cared deeply for his family. Seeing his younger brother killed in front of him, Katakuri couldn't control his rage. His arm stretched towards Shin, his right hand turning into Machi, able to extend very far. Katakuri was a Machi fruit user. The Machi fruit wasn't especially powerful on its own, it all depended on who wielded it. And while Katakuri was still young, his mastery over the fruit was already impressive. I don't have time to waste on small fry, Shin said calmly. Myriad thunder. Thunderclouds churned in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Baron Tamago all fell to the ground, black smoke rising from their bodies. And the castle not far away was also torn apart by the furious thunder. Big Mom inside was buried. Katakuri and the others weren't dead, but they had fainted. Who is it? A voice filled with unparalleled anger, the earth was torn apart. Big Mom's massive body crawled out from the ruins. This height was really tall, much taller than Whitebeard. But this appearance, it was really hard to describe. Shin found the idea that Big Mom had ever been a beauty completely absurd. With how she looked now, there was just no way. If she had been beautiful once, the gap would have been so extreme it'd defy explanation. Was it you who disturbed my sleep? Big Mom stared at Shin, her gaze extremely ferocious. Her mouth opened, and saliva flowed out. The flowing saliva was like sulfuric acid, capable of corroding the ground. Shin looked at Big Mom. He felt this woman wanted to eat people. Big Mom suffered from a food-craving illness, which would act up from time to time. And after it acted up, she would enter a state of madness. In that state, she wouldn't recognize anyone. Usually, after waking up, her food-craving illness would act up. At this time, Big Mom was the most dangerous. Even her own children didn't want to get close. Because Big Mom didn't care if they were her own children, she only cared about filling her stomach. Big Mom instantly rushed towards Shin, her giant hands grabbing towards him. Shin clenched his fist, a white halo appearing on his fist. The surrounding air vibrated, and even space was torn apart. Boom! With a single punch, Big Mom was sent flying. Though her body was powerful, it didn't mean her internal organs were equally strong. Big Mom's 7 orifices bled, looking very miserable. What a vigorous vitality. Shin could sense that Big Mom hadn't died. The punch he had thrown with the tremor fruit hadn't killed her. Has she not created homies yet? He looked around Big Mom, but there were no such creatures as homies. Homies were created by Big Mom using the soul fruit. She would inject souls into objects and animals, obtaining subordinates with human thought and power. These things were also called homies. The highest level homies were the Sun Prometheus, the Bicorn Hat Napoleon, and the Thundercloud Zeus. But now, they hadn't appeared beside Big Mom. It was unknown if they hadn't been created yet. Stop playing dead. Get up. I know you're fine. Shin stretched his hands and feet. Big Mom wasn't playing dead, she was stunned. That hit just now, it was the power of the tremor fruit. It was impossible, only one devil fruit of a kind could exist in the world. And yet, somehow, someone had shattered that rule. There was no mistaking it. That power was identical to Whitebeard's. Big Mom had fought him before, she knew exactly what it felt like. Whoosh! The aura of Conqueror's Haki swept over. Big Mom activated the power of the soul fruit, wanting to extract Shin's soul. The soul fruit could extract souls, extract lifespan, and even grant souls to other objects. Among all devil fruits, the soul fruit should also be considered a relatively powerful one. Your conqueror's haki can't affect me. Shin yawned and said to Big Mom. Big Mom's expression was one of horror. The madness from her food craving had been completely cleared. I think we can talk things out. There's no need to fight and kill. A chair appeared behind Shin, and he sat down casually. Big Mom, having calmed down, didn't madly attack Shin anymore. So it's you, Shin Uzumaki. Big Mom also knew Shin's name. After all, Shin's name had spread too widely, there were very few who didn't know it. Before, due to a few years of dormancy, Shin's fame had slightly decreased. But now, Shin was famous again. Capturing one of the 3 admirals, Akainu, forced every pirate in the New World to take a fresh look at Shin. Some even began to believe he was on par with the Whitebeard pirates, and that he might soon rise as the next emperor of the sea. But not everyone agreed. While Shin Uzumaki's individual strength was undeniable, many believed the overall power of the Kuja pirates still fell short compared to other major crews. Becoming an emperor of the sea wasn't just about raw strength, your influence had to be just as overwhelming. I didn't expect you to know me. Shin said with a smile. He really was making a name for himself. At this rate, becoming one of the emperors of the sea didn't seem so far off. Do you want to go to war with me? Big Mom asked Shin. Yes, you can think of it that way. Shin nodded. He came to find Big Mom to cause trouble, to make a name for himself. So in the end, Big Mom was just a stepping stone, handpicked by Shin to sharpen his blade. Die. Big Mom was very irritable. Her fist, wrapped in armament haki, struck towards Shin. The world is such a beautiful place, and yet you're so violent. That's a shame. Shin made no move. Countless trees rose from the ground, blocking Big Mom's attack. They twisted and coiled around her body, even if broken, they regenerated almost instantly. So Big Mom fought a battle of wits and courage with the trees created by Shin's wood release, deep forest emergence, while Shin sat on the side and watched the show. Big Mom's destructive power was not small, but the tree's regeneration was faster. Often, Big Mom would destroy half a forest with one punch, and in the blink of an eye, it could regenerate again. Are you done with your useless attacks? Shin said calmly. Under Shin's control, some trees pierced into Big Mom's body. If this continued, Shin could kill Big Mom with wood release alone. The wood release displayed by Shin with his current strength, the toughness of the trees and the sharpness of the branches had reached an unimaginable level. Even Big Mom's defense could be broken. Chapter 527, Big Mom backs down. After being impaled by several blood-red spikes, Big Mom finally relented, retreating from the forest Shin had created with his wood release. Once she was out, her injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. It couldn't compare to the healing speed of a perfect sage body, but it was still remarkably fast, a testament to the incredible physiques of the One Piece world. Of course, Big Mom's constitution was exceptional to begin with. A freak of nature with strength surpassing even the giants. At the age of 5, she had destroyed a giant's village and killed the giant's hero in a single blow. Give up, Big Mom. You're no match for me, Shin's voice reached Big Mom's ears. What do you want? I don't want anything, and I didn't say I was going to kill you. Don't get so worked up. I just want you to admit defeat. Shin said calmly to Big Mom. Are you trying to recruit me? Big Mom became agitated again. Though she didn't attack, she was on the verge of it. Recruit you? Shin was stunned for a moment, then sneered and said, Don't flatter yourself. My ship doesn't take people like you. What did you say? Big Mom was clearly displeased. Was Shin Uzumaki looking down on her? Even if my ship recruits people, it has to be beautiful women. The Kuja pirates don't want someone like you. Shin said with a straight face. Who would want to take a female Tyrannosaurus like Big Mom and lose face? He couldn't even eat in front of her. Damn it. Shin Uzumaki, you've crossed the line. Ha ha ha. If you could kill me, you'd have done it already. Screaming at me won't change that. Shin didn't care about Big Mom's shouting. All you have to do is announce to the world that the Big Mom pirates were defeated by the Kuja pirates. That's all. I won't make things difficult for you, Shin said to Big Mom in a calm tone. What if I don't agree? Big Mom's expression was extremely ferocious. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. It just means you'll have to die here. Shin stood up, his aura surging towards Big Mom. Boom. The violent aura made Big Mom feel like a lone boat in the sea, unable to move forward. Big Mom's face changed. This was the first time she had seen such a violent conqueror's haki. Even her mind was affected. Now she felt a sense of dizziness, as if she could fall at any moment. All right, I agree. Big Mom didn't want to say anything else at this point. She was forced. She had to agree. At worst, the Big Mom pirates would lose a bit of pride, but compared to her life, that was nothing. Survival came first. Good. I hope you don't forget, because if you do, whole Cake Island will be wiped off the map. After Shin finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Honestly, Shin didn't want to see Big Mom's face anymore. After returning to the Kuja pirates, looking at Hancock and the others, Shin felt they were very pleasing to the eye. Phew, it's still more pleasing to look at you guys. That Big Mom is really too ugly. Shin couldn't help but pinch Hancock's little cheek and said. Is Shin praising me for being beautiful? I'm so happy. Hancock's face flushed upon hearing this, and her body leaned into Shin's embrace. Looking at Hancock clinging to him, Shin looked helpless on the surface, but inwardly, he felt a secret thrill. By the way, Hancock had definitely grown up, and in certain areas, she'd grown fast. Standing this close, Shin couldn't help but notice. Is Big Mom dead? Alvia asked Shin. No, I didn't kill her. Shin came to cause trouble. He had no intention of killing Big Mom from the start. Hancock and the others were puzzled. They didn't know what Shin was thinking. Why didn't he kill Big Mom? If Big Mom died, I feel the future new world wouldn't be so exciting. Shin, as if seeing their confusion, said to them. The most important thing was that Shin didn't think Big Mom was a threat, so it didn't matter if he killed her or not. Let's continue to roam the new world. If we encounter any pirates we don't like, we'll just wipe them out. Shin said. A few days later, the news of Big Mom's Big Mom pirates being defeated by Shin spread throughout the new world. Countless great pirates were shocked. Though Big Mom wasn't an emperor of the sea at this time, she was one of the most powerful contender. And this most powerful contender was actually defeated by Shin Uzumaki, raising Shin's reputation by more than a notch. Even the fame of the Kuja pirates had expanded by who knows how many times. Not bad. Big Mom's more reliable than I thought, she went ahead and promoted us herself, Shin said with a satisfied nod. Had she gone back on her word, Shin wouldn't have hesitated to turn around and kill her. Honestly, that might have boosted his reputation even more. I think we're drawing a bit too much attention out here. Alvia couldn't help but say. What's wrong with drawing attention? Hancock couldn't help but say. Hancock didn't see the issue, pirates were meant to make waves. Fame and fortune went hand in hand. The louder the name, the greater the legacy. Most pirates were like this. Even Luffy, wasn't he chasing the title of Pirate King? And there are the 5 elders. If we attract too much attention, who knows if they'll make a move? Alvia's face was filled with worry. Though the world government had made no move, Alvia still couldn't rest easy. Who knew what the 5 elders would do? What if they acted behind their backs? Don't forget, the power the world government has accumulated. They have ruled the entire world for 800 years. I don't think you need to worry too much, Mother. Robin glanced at Shin and said to Alvia. Robin is right. Those 5 old geezers who had lived for who knows how long were definitely very strong, but at most, they were at the level of emperors. With that kind of combat strength, Shin could kill one with a single slash with ease. If they stood together, he could solve them all with one slash. Chapter 528, Shin wants to recruit crew members. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Shin and his group had been sailing in the New World for 2 years, having been to most areas of the New World. At this time, Shin and the Kuja pirates were one of the 4 emperors of the sea. The 4 emperors were Shin, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. As for red-haired Shanks, sorry, he hadn't become an emperor of the sea yet. The New World was already nearly carved up. For Shanks, becoming the 5th emperor now would be a daunting task. Whether he could still rise to emperor status as he did in the original story remained uncertain. What is Shin thinking about? Hancock hugged Shin from behind, her head resting on his, and asked him. Hancock was already 18 years old, having blossomed into a graceful young woman. Especially with the power of the love fruit, it added a charm to Hancock. Probably any man who saw Hancock would be captivated, no, not just men, but women as well. Of course, Shin was an exception. Hancock's love fruit couldn't charm Shin, so Hancock had been desperately developing the ability of the love fruit recently. Turning his head to look at Hancock, Shin smiled and said, I think the Kuja pirates should add some members. In these 2 years, even after becoming a Yonko pirate crew, the Kuja pirates hadn't added any members, it was still the same people. Then are we returning to Amazon Lily? Yes, we are returning to Amazon Lily. But since we're recruiting crew members, it won't be limited to Amazon Lily. Shin said. Shin, you're not going to recruit men, are you? Hancock couldn't help but say. I didn't say I was going to recruit men. I'm recruiting women. And they have to be beautiful. As soon as Shin finished speaking, Hancock gently bit his shoulder to vent her frustration. She hadn't even succeeded yet, and he's going to recruit some little vixens. Though she was dissatisfied in her heart, Hancock had no intention of stopping him. It's time to eat. Perhaps unable to stand seeing Shin and Hancock so intimate, Robin put down her book and called out to Shin. The food was, of course, prepared by Alvia. Alvia was no longer the navigator on the ship, she had changed her profession to a chef. At the same time, Alvia's strength was the strongest in the Kuja pirates besides Shin, probably comparable to a marine admiral. Thanks to the power of the rumble fruit, Shin's guidance, and her perfect sage body, Alvia's strength skyrocketed. In just 5 or 6 years, she had reached the strength of a marine admiral, and she was a woman. In the world of One Piece, women were typically less dominant in raw power, unless they were exceptionally talented. Hancock's strength wasn't lacking either, she stood at a quasi-admiral level. For someone her age, that placed her among the absolute best in the One Piece world. Robin was a bit weaker, but she could also be compared to a Marine headquarters vice-admiral. But besides them, the strength of the others on the ship was not that great. Compared to other pirate crews, Shin felt his own crew was a bit lacking in top-tier fighters, so he wanted to recruit some. But only recruiting strong women. He hoped he would be lucky. Leaving the New World and returning to the first half of the Grand Line, Shin's movements were not hidden. In the New World here, Shin had also conquered some territories, and although the Kuja pirates had left the New World, they didn't need to worry about what would happen to their territory. Shin was the strongest of the 4 emperors. No one with a brain would pick a fight with him. We've received news that the Kuja pirates are suspected to be returning to the first half of the Grand Line. What are your thoughts? In Marineford, Sengoku convened a meeting. This was not a small matter. The Kuja pirates represented one of the 4 emperors. And Shin Uzumaki's strength surpassed the other 4 emperors. If I had to guess, they're heading back to Amazon Lily. I don't think we should interfere. Akiji spoke up. I disagree. I think now is a good opportunity to eliminate Shin Uzumaki, Akainu stood up and said. Sengoku frowned upon hearing this. Eliminate Shin Uzumaki? Sengoku hadn't considered this problem for now. Was Shin Uzumaki really that easy to eliminate? Even if he asked the 5 elders for help, Sengoku couldn't say with confidence that it would work. Moreover, the 5 elders were not the type to act easily. Garp. Sengoku slammed the table, glaring at Garp. They were in a meeting, yet Garp was lying there sleeping. It was outrageous. Though he knew Garp's personality, Sengoku couldn't help but feel angry. The meeting isn't over yet. Garp yawned and couldn't help but ask. This is a meeting. Get serious. Sengoku suppressed the urge to beat Garp up and said. There's no point dragging this out, facing off against Shin Uzumaki just isn't an option, Garp said as he stood up. If you think you can handle Whitebeard, go ahead and make a move. But if you can't even deal with the Whitebeard pirates, don't even think about touching the Kuja pirates. Vice Admiral Garp, the Kuja pirates can't be compared to the Whitebeard pirates, Akainu said calmly. Though Shin's strength was the strongest among the 4 emperors, many people still felt that the Kuja pirates' combat strength was not comparable to the Whitebeard pirates. The reason was simple, the Kuja pirates had few people, and they were all women. Alright, let's vote. Those who agree to deal with Shin Uzumaki, raise your hands. Sengoku didn't want to waste any more words. Continuing to discuss like this, they would never reach a result. So, they just voted. Seeing the few scattered hands raised, Sengoku nodded. This voting result was still satisfactory to Sengoku. Besides Akainu, only a few vice admirals raised their hands. The others didn't agree to act against Shin Uzumaki. The reason was simple, insufficient strength. The Marines couldn't go all out to deal with Shin Uzumaki. The other 4 emperors also had to be monitored. Even if they somehow managed to take down Shin Uzumaki, what would they gain? Nothing. In fact, it would only open the door for the other 4 emperors to swoop in and capitalize on the chaos, that much was obvious. At best, the outcome would be a mutual defeat. And once that happened, the Marines would be in an even weaker position. Their grip on the seas was already slipping. Akainu's face was black. He hadn't expected so many voices of opposition. Akainu alone couldn't do anything. In the end, he had no choice but to follow orders. Chapter 529, Releasing Information, Returning to Amazon Lily. Akainu, don't act on your own again. If you do, don't blame me for what happens next. At the end of the meeting, Sengoku gave Akainu a clear warning. He knew it would piss him off, but whether Akainu liked it or not didn't matter. Like it or not, he wasn't letting Akainu make a move. Sengoku wasn't about to send the Marines to their doom. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are you saying we should retreat whenever we encounter Shin Uzumaki? Akainu's voice rose, more like a roar. I will find a way to deal with Shin Uzumaki. I will not compromise with him. But right now, you need to consider our position and situation. Sengoku reprimanded. Akainu's words made it sound as if he was afraid of Shin Uzumaki. Was Sengoku really afraid of Shin Uzumaki? No, he wasn't afraid of Shin. He just didn't want unnecessary casualties. Whether Akainu could understand or not, Sengoku needed to consider the overall situation and couldn't act on personal feelings. Akainu slammed the table and left without a word. The other few hawks followed him and left together. Sigh. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh, a hint of worry on his face. At this moment, he was truly worried. Glancing at the carefree Garp, Sengoku's anger rose again. Comparisons are odious. He, the dignified fleet admiral, was 2 ranks higher than Garp, but his life was not as free as Garp's. Garp really saw things clearly, he had never wanted to be promoted from the start. But even if he could go back in time, Sengoku would definitely climb up. He and Garp were fundamentally different. Stop sighing. Shin Uzumaki isn't that much of a villain. Garp said to Sengoku. Garp knew a little about the situation in the New World. The territories of the Whitebeard pirates were relatively peaceful. The people lived a decent life, at least they could get by. But the places ruled by Big Mom and Kaido were a living hell. The people on Kaido's territory couldn't even fill their stomachs. And the people on Big Mom's territory were even more miserable, afraid of dying accidentally. Big Mom's temper, she would destroy an island at the slightest provocation, and everyone on it would die. And the place ruled by Shin was the most stable region. At least people could live a good life. For average people, being able to live a good life was enough. He's a pirate, and that means it's our duty to take him down. And, don't forget about Fleet Admiral Kong. Sengoku glanced at Garp and said. When Sengoku mentioned Fleet Admiral Kong, Garp also fell silent. Kong was half a mentor to Garp. Garp, I have a mission for you. Ahaha, I just remembered I have something very important to do. I'm leaving Marineford right away. Garp immediately stood up, making a gesture to leave. Hold it right there. If you walk out now, you'll never make it out of Marineford on your own again. Sengoku stepped in and blocked Garp, he couldn't let him leave. If Garp walked out now, Sengoku would completely lose it. Alright, then tell me what the mission is. I'll listen first. Garp sat down with a helpless expression, waiting for Sengoku to state the mission. The mission is simple. I need you to keep an eye on Akainu, to prevent him from doing anything. I'll give you half a month's leave afterwards. Sengoku was afraid Akainu would disobey orders and attack Shin Uzumaki, which would be troublesome. So he wanted Garp to keep an eye on him. As for why he chose Garp, the reason was simple, no one else was more suited for the job. If he sent Akiji or Kizaru, they might not be able to stop Akainu. But Garp could. He was 100% capable of stopping Akainu. Alright then. Garp agreed with a grin. The reason, of course, was the half-month vacation. This was the most important thing to Garp. Don't make any mistakes, or you'll never be able to go see your grandson on your own again. Sengoku's expression was very serious. You've got nothing to worry about. I accepted the mission, I won't let it go wrong. Garp also became serious for a rare moment. With his strength, he could definitely suppress the kid Akainu. Though Akainu was no longer young, in Garp's eyes, he was just a kid. Akiji, Kizaru, you two stand by, ready to head to the New World at any time. Sengoku said to the two of them. The situation in the New World must be balanced. The initial plan for the Emperors of the Sea also had his hand in it, to make the pirates fight each other. The plan was very successful. In these years, for the position of the 4 emperors, countless great pirates had been buried at the bottom of the sea. Lately, Sengoku had been feeling the pressure. The power of the 4 emperors was overwhelming, and he couldn't afford to make any reckless moves. But the more cautious he became, the bolder the pirates grew. The New World had completely lost control. Sengoku had already started to think of ways to balance the 4 emperors. He estimated that the 7 warlords' plan would not be far off. Shin didn't know about the reactions on Sengoku's side. At this moment, he had already arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, just having returned from Fishman Island. Which pirate crew is that? Some pirates looked at the Kuja pirates and couldn't help but say. Watch your mouth, that's a Yonko crew you're talking about. Unless you've got a death wish. When Shin and his group docked at the Sabaody archipelago port, it caused some discussion among the pirates. Shin didn't get off the ship. He sent a few female pirates to buy food and replenish supplies, and then prepared to leave and return to Amazon Lily. Before leaving, Shin had the female pirates of the Kuja pirates release some news. The Kuja pirates were recruiting crew members. The requirement was female crew members. Only women could join the Kuja pirates, and they had to be beautiful. I bet many people will think Shin is a big pervert. Robin said with a smile. Shin made one thing clear, only beautiful women could join. No matter how strong they were, if they weren't attractive, he wasn't interested. Finding some beautiful women was to please the eye. Shin had zero interest in dragging around any hideous dinosaurs to kill the mood. Robin, isn't that a fact? Alvia also had a smile on her face. Shin looked at Alvia and Robin with a straight face, making the mother and daughter feel a little uncomfortable. Hancock stood beside Shin, watching Alvia and Robin with schadenfreude. Seeing the two of them in trouble, Hancock felt particularly good. She didn't know how Shin would punish them. Chapter 530, Amatsuki Toki. Akainu, you're not happy, are you? On a warship, Garp pressed Akainu's shoulder and asked him. Akainu's brow furrowed tightly. He almost couldn't control his temper. Akainu had also come to Sabaody Archipelago earlier and watched as Shin's Kuja pirates left. Whether you're happy or not doesn't matter. This was Sengoku's order. If I don't do a good job, Sengoku won't let me off easily. Garp said with a yawn. Recently, Garp had been keeping a close eye on Akainu to prevent him from taking any action. If Akainu did anything, Sengoku would definitely hold him accountable. Garp was afraid Sengoku would put him under house arrest. If he got locked up in Marineford and wasn't allowed to leave, how the hell was he supposed to visit his grandson? Brat. If you want to throw a tantrum, take it up with Sengoku. Then, Garp displayed his talent, the talent of sleeping while standing. Don't let Garp's napping fool you. If Akainu actually tried something, he'd be wide awake in a heartbeat. Akainu gave Garp a deep look, then ordered the warship to turn back. He knew that with Garp around, he couldn't do anything. So Akainu didn't waste any more time here. Shin and his crew made it back to Amazon Lily without a hitch. Honestly, even if Akainu had attacked, it would have been a suicide mission. Elder Nyan is really making a grand affair of this. Shin stood on the bow of the ship. He could already see Elder Nyan leading people to welcome them, and it was the entire population of Amazon Lily. Elder Nyan, long time no see. Shin looked at Elder Nyan with a faint smile and said. Elder Nyan grinned from ear to ear. She had made the right bet. Back then, she had let Shin Uzumaki become the captain of the Kuja pirates, and now the Kuja pirates had become a Yonko pirate crew. It could be said that this was the best bet Elder Nyan had ever made. She could boast about it for the rest of her life. Afterward, they followed Elder Nyan to the Amazon Lily Palace, and then Elder Nyan called Hancock away. About 2 hours later, Hancock returned. What did Elder Nyan want with you? Shin asked Hancock with some curiosity. It's like this. Elder Nyan wants me to succeed her as the Empress of the Amazon Lily, Hancock replied, a hint of reluctance on her face. Isn't that a good thing? Why the long face? Robin asked. Becoming the Empress of Amazon Lily means I'd have to run the whole country, and I'm just not up for that. Hancock's main concern was that she wouldn't be able to go out to sea with Shin. If you don't want to handle it yourself, just delegate, someone like Elder Nyan could take care of it. Alvia suggested to Hancock. Suddenly. That's right. Hancock's eyes lit up, but then she shook her head. I'm not interested in being the Empress of Amazon Lily. I just want to stay by Shin's side. Honestly, it'd be nice if he became the Emperor instead. Hancock's eyes lit up slightly. If Shin could become the Emperor, then she could consider the position of Empress. Shin raised his hand and stroked Hancock's soft hair. Don't let Elder Nyan's good intentions go to waste. Even if you become the Empress, it's not like you can't go out to sea. Your title will be even more famous then, Shin said to Hancock. Since Shin said so, then okay. Hancock nodded. Knowing that Hancock had agreed, Elder Nyan was ecstatic and immediately prepared to hold the succession ceremony. Though Amazon Lily wasn't a vast nation, proper etiquette was still a must. Thank you, Shin. Elder Nyan specifically found Shin and thanked him. Elder Nyan knew that if not for Shin's persuasion, Hancock might not have been willing to become the Empress of Amazon Lily. No need to thank me. Elder Nyan, you've also helped me a lot. Shin said with a smile. Compared to the help I've given, it's nothing compared to how much you've helped Amazon Lily. Without you, Amazon Lily would just be an average small island. At this point, even the Marines didn't dare make a move on Amazon Lily, and the world government stayed silent too. You could say they were at the height of their power. By the way, Shin, there's something I need to tell you. Elder Nyan suddenly became serious. A year ago, something strange happened on Amazon Lily. At the very spot where you first showed up, a woman appeared out of nowhere. The place where I first appeared. Shin's eyes narrowed slightly. Was it related to his transmigration to this world? Where is that woman now? Shin asked Elder Nyan. That woman is still on Amazon Lily. She hasn't left. Elder Nyan said to Shin. She had suddenly appeared on Amazon Lily, and even if she wanted to leave, Elder Nyan wouldn't allow it. So, for the time being, she was kept under watch. No matter how much she wanted to go, with Elder Nyan refusing to let her, she had no way off the island. Then bring her to me. Shin nodded. Elder Nyan immediately went to make arrangements. After a while, a stunningly beautiful woman was brought over, her looks not inferior to Hancock, Alvia, and the others. What's your name? Shin's gaze was fixed on this woman. Not because she was so beautiful, but because Shin wanted to confirm her identity. In the original story, such a plot shouldn't have happened. Could this woman also be a transmigrator? My name is Amatsuki Toki. She didn't try to hide anything, directly stating her name. Amatsuki Toki. Wait, you're Amatsuki Toki. Shin looked at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. She was actually Amatsuki Toki. She had eaten the time fruit, an ability that let her travel into the future, but not return to the past. She could also send others forward in time. In the original story, she was Kazuki Oden's wife, Kazuki Momonosuke's mother. You know me? Amatsuki Toki was a bit surprised. Logically, people of this era shouldn't know her. How did you travel to this point in time? Shin asked Amatsuki Toki. Kazuki Oden had been dead for 7 or 8 years. Amatsuki Toki had only traveled here now. Amatsuki Toki should have traveled more than a dozen years later. You know my ability. Amatsuki Toki became vigilant. From Shin's words, Amatsuki Toki realized he already knew about her ability. But did he also know her true identity? Could he really be someone who had lived for 800 years, all the way to the present? Right now, I'm the one asking the questions, not you. Shin said coldly. His icy tone made Amatsuki Toki's body tremble. Amatsuki Toki gritted her teeth. Her strength was nothing to scoff at, but standing before this man, Amatsuki Toki felt utterly powerless. I am a time fruit user. When I was traveling through time, an accident happened, and then I appeared here. Toki Amatsuki said in compromise. Chapter 531, Hancock's Conqueror's Hockey. Shin's eyes narrowed. Toki Amatsuki hadn't lied. If she had, she wouldn't have been able to deceive him, unless she was stronger than him. An accident during time travel. And she appeared at the exact spot where he had transmigrated. Suddenly, a strange expression crossed Shin's face. Could it be that his arrival in this world caused an accident for Toki as she was traveling from the past to the future? Though it was just a guess, Shin felt it was highly likely. System, was her arrival related to my transmigration? Shin asked the system, seeking confirmation. It is related. The system gave a definitive answer. Why did you travel from the past to the present? Shin asked Toki. Toki remained silent, refusing to answer. Not all secrets could be revealed. If I really wanted to know, you couldn't hide it from me. I could rip your soul out and read every memory. But there's no need for that. Shin's words made Toki's body stiffen. She had no doubt about Shin's words. A woman's intuition was often terrifying. She felt Shin wasn't lying. You're not afraid of me. Shin leaned closer to Toki, whispering in her ear. Toki's cheeks flushed briefly before settling. She glanced at Shin. Honestly, she didn't feel afraid. If he looked cruel or intimidating, maybe she would've. But Shin wasn't intimidating. In fact, he was the most handsome man she'd ever laid eyes on. We have no grudge against each other. There's no reason to fear you, right? Toki said, feigning calmness. She believed that since they had no enmity, she had no reason to be afraid. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Now I'll give you 2 choices. One is to join the Kuja pirates. The other is to leave Amazon Lily immediately. Shin sat on the throne, looking at Toki. Isn't that just giving me one choice? Toki's face showed a hint of defiance, her mood not very good. She had been on Amazon Lily for over a year. She knew where it was located. This was the calm belt, the sea outside filled with sea kings. Even 800 years ago, they were very wary of the massive sea kings. If she chose to leave Amazon Lily, it'd be a death sentence. Toki didn't have the strength to cross the calm belt, and as a devil fruit user, the sea itself was her enemy. Without a ship, she'd drown before she got anywhere. You can try to continue traveling to the future, Shin said to Toki. The power of the time fruit cannot be used at will. I don't have the ability to travel through time again now. Toki shook her head. Traveling from 800 years ago to this era was already quite a bug. So, the power of the time fruit naturally had its limits. For the next 10 years, she couldn't even think about traveling through time again. Otherwise, Toki would have left long ago. You actually revealed your weakness in front of me. Shin looked at Toki with interest. You're a smart person. Even if I don't say it, you can guess. Since that's the case, I might as well just tell you directly. The reason Toki said everything was that she didn't want to be clever. Besides the things she really didn't want to say, Toki wouldn't hide anything else. Then you can tell me your choice now, right? Shin asked Toki. I agree to join the Kuja pirates. Toki said with a wry smile. She didn't want to die yet. She could only join the Kuja pirates for now. A wise choice. Shin didn't ask Toki any more questions. It was possible Toki knew something about Imu and the Five Elders, but she might not say. As for directly searching Toki's memories, Shin didn't want to do that. There was still a long time. It was better to slowly uncover the secrets of this world. After all, Shin couldn't leave the One Piece world, not yet. The system needed to fully recharge before it could take him anywhere. He had plenty of time to slowly understand the secrets of this world. Slowly understanding them was more interesting for Shin. Follow me. Shin told Toki to follow him to attend Hancock's succession ceremony. Hancock had changed into a grand outfit, looking quite majestic. Her body even exuded a hint of domineering aura. Shin, look at Hancock's great change. Robin, after Shin came over, said to him. Hancock's current change was too much of a contrast for Robin. Mainly because when Hancock was with Shin, she always had a well-behaved appearance. It's normal. Hancock has the qualities of a king. Shin wasn't surprised at all. Besides appearing well-behaved and clinging around him, in front of others, Hancock always had an arrogant appearance. Shin, who is this woman? Alvia's attention was focused on Amatsuki Toki, who was wearing a samurai uniform and standing behind Shin. It was impossible not to notice. Even if she was behind Shin, many people would notice her stunning beauty. For example, Hancock, who was currently on the stage for her succession ceremony, also saw Toki. That woman. Hancock's eyes showed hostility. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from her body, pressing down on Toki. Shin stared in surprise at Hancock on the stage. She had just awakened Conqueror's Haki, right here, right now, on the day she became Empress of Amazon Lily. This was a great thing. Shin didn't know that Hancock had awakened Conqueror's Haki because she was stimulated by seeing Toki standing beside him. Toki, targeted by Hancock, felt her head grow heavy, a dizzy feeling coming from her mind. Hancock's Conqueror's Haki was still very weak, so it didn't have much effect on Toki. Hancock really does have the qualities of a king. This is Conqueror's Haki. Robin's face showed surprise. Among a million people, not even one person with the qualities of a king might be born. And even if one had the qualities of a king, they might die halfway through. So, the number of people who could truly awaken Conqueror's Haki on the sea could basically be counted on one hand. The succession ceremony was over quickly, but Hancock's expression remained cold the entire time. Shin knew exactly why Hancock was upset. And he had a feeling it wouldn't be long before she came looking for him. Sure enough, just as the succession ceremony ended and the banquet was about to be held, Hancock ran directly to find Shin. Shin, who is this woman? I've never seen her before. Hancock hugged Shin's arm, looking at Amatsuki Toki with full hostility. Chapter 532, Target, Op Fruit. So that's how it is. Elder Nyan didn't even tell me. After Shin introduced Amatsuki Toki's identity, Hancock pouted with a little resentment. Traveling from the past to the future. What a powerful devil fruit. Alvia and Robin were the most surprised. You're not interested in studying history? This is a living fossil, suitable for studying, Shin said with a smile. Amatsuki Toki looked at Shin with a gloomy gaze. You're now also a citizen of Amazon Lily. I am the Empress of Amazon Lily. Why don't you kneel when you see me? Hancock looked at Amatsuki Toki arrogantly. She just wanted to suppress Amatsuki Toki's spirit. The main reason was that she felt uncomfortable seeing Amatsuki Toki standing beside Shin earlier. Hearing Hancock's words, Toki Amatsuki was visibly unhappy. Her original status was just as distinguished. Now she was being asked to kneel. In her dreams. Amatsuki Toki snorted coldly, ignoring Hancock. Are you disobeying my words? Hancock looked at Amatsuki Toki with her head held high. Despite being younger, Hancock was actually a bit taller than Amatsuki Toki. Don't get carried away. Amatsuki Toki looked at Hancock angrily. All right, you two, stop it. Shin, seeing the two of them about to fight, immediately said. Since Shin said so, I'll let you go this once. Hancock hugged Shin and said to Amatsuki Toki in a demonstrative manner. The reason Hancock was like this was mainly because Amatsuki Toki was too beautiful, posing a great threat. So she wanted to give Amatsuki Toki a show of strength first. But since Shin had spoken, Hancock couldn't continue to target Amatsuki Toki. She didn't want to affect her image in Shin's heart. Hancock glanced at Alvia and Robin. This Amatsuki Toki is an outsider. Should she rally the others to gang up on her? Hancock, there's something I need you to take care of. Shin said to Hancock. Hearing this, Hancock's eyes immediately lit up, her sparkling eyes staring at Shin. What is it? I promise I can complete it. Aren't we recruiting crew members for the Kuja pirates? Of course, we'll start by picking from the Kuja warriors here on Amazon Lily. I'm leaving that to you. Shin handed this task to Hancock, becoming a hands-off manager. Hancock not only wouldn't get angry, but she would also be happy to do it. Any task Shin gave her, she would carry out without question. We won't be staying on Amazon Lily for too long. We'll be leaving soon, Shin said to Hancock. This meant Hancock should be quick. Yes, don't worry. I will definitely recruit the crew members as soon as possible. Hancock nodded. Recruiting crew members from Amazon Lily was easy, because she was the Empress of Amazon Lily. Though she had just taken office, her control over Amazon Lily was very strong. The charm of the love fruit was irresistible to men and women, old and young. At this time, many people outside were shouting Hancock's name. Others might face obstacles when succeeding to the throne, but Hancock had no obstacles at all. Afterward, Hancock gathered the strongest female warriors of Amazon Lily, among them Hancock's two younger sisters. Compared to Hancock, her two younger sisters weren't exactly blessed in the looks department. The others were the guardian warriors of Amazon Lily. The most beautiful should be Marguerite, a beautiful young woman with pretty good strength. After staying on Amazon Lily for half a month, Shin and his group set off. Their target was the North Blue. That's right, Shin's current target was to go to the North Blue, and it was for the Op fruit. The fruit could grant immortality through the fabled immortality operation, but only if its wielder could push its power to the absolute limit. Shin had no interest in this. He was already immortal. What he wanted wasn't longevity, it was the power of the Op fruit itself. With it, he could create a powerful subordinate. Is your target the Op fruit? Amatsuki Toki's expression was very complicated after knowing Shin's purpose. Let me ask you, is the immortality operation real? Shin asked Amatsuki Toki. Clearly, the Op fruit was still a major prize, and the world government wanted it just as badly. Yes, it's real. It can really make people immortal. Amatsuki Toki nodded, her gaze particularly complicated. Shin nodded, his face calm. Hancock, Alvia, and Robin were also completely calm. Amatsuki Toki couldn't help but be stunned. Why weren't you all surprised? Did you already know? Did you think we'd be surprised by this useless information? Hancock sneered. Amatsuki Toki really wanted to nod, but in the end, she turned her head and ignored Hancock. Is the immortality operation a useless information? If she knew that Shin could make people immortal, she would probably be the one who was shocked. Robin looked at Amatsuki Toki, her eyes sparkling. Amatsuki Toki should know many things. After all, she was a person who had lived 800 years ago and should know many secrets. Shin had no interest in digging into the past, but Robin was different. She genuinely wanted to uncover the truth, especially when it came to the Void Century. Robin's mother, Alvia, shared that same thirst for knowledge. In the past, she'd even left Robin behind to search for the poneglyphs. Looking back, she felt a twinge of regret. Alvia no longer chased after the poneglyphs with the same obsession, but that didn't mean she'd stopped wanting the truth. Where are we going to the North Blue from? Alvia asked Shin. Of course, Reverse Mountain. I'm very curious about Reverse Mountain. Shin said with a smile. He was in the world of One Piece, there was no way he'd miss seeing the legendary Reverse Mountain. This was the route the Four Seas had to take to enter the Grand Line. In truth, the Four Seas were far larger than the Grand Line. Unfortunately, the real powerhouses were concentrated in the Grand Line. The pirates of the Four Seas were just small-time weaklings by comparison. Pirates also had a chain of contempt. Pirates in the New World looked down on those from the first half of the Grand Line, while those same pirates turned their noses up at the ones from the Four Seas. Of all the Four Seas, the East Blue had the weakest pirates, so it was often looked down on by the rest of the world. There was a reason East Blue's pirates were so weak. Marine hero Garp kept dropping by whenever he pleased. With him around, how could any pirate in East Blue ever grow strong? Chapter 533, Sengoku's Undercover Plan. At Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, Sengoku once again convened a meeting. We have received intelligence that Shin Uzumaki's Kuja pirates have left Amazon Lily. Sengoku placed the intelligence report on the table. Are they heading to the New World? Garp asked Sengoku. There weren't many people at the meeting, just Sengoku, Garp, and a few key vice admirals. None of the admirals were present, they had all gone to the New World. The New World was in turmoil. Kaido's Beast Pirates and Whitebeard's Whitebeard Pirates had gone to war. Though a war between two Yonko-level pirate crews was a good thing for them, they also needed to control the situation to prevent it from getting too serious. The three admirals were there to suppress the situation. That wasn't a major concern. They are not returning to the New World. If they were, I could relax a little. Sengoku's face was filled with worry. His hair had turned a few shades whiter, and more wrinkles had appeared on his forehead. It was all due to stress. Not returning to the New World. Garp's brow also furrowed. Though Garp didn't like to get involved in things, it didn't mean he didn't care about anything. If he truly didn't care about anything, Garp would have retired already. But he hadn't. If they're not going back to the New World, then where is Shin Uzumaki going? Garp asked Sengoku. Based on the Kuja pirates' movements, it is estimated that they are heading to the Four Seas. As for which sea they are going to, it is not clear. Sengoku could only analyze the Kuja pirates' purpose based on their movements. Going to the Four Seas. Garp frowned for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that they are heading to the North Blue? Sengoku looked at Garp, then nodded lightly. That's a possibility. After all, the op fruit has been causing quite a stir recently. As a strategist, Sengoku had analyzed many things from some intelligence and had guessed Shin's target. But truthfully, it didn't matter, Shin had never tried to hide it. With his level of power, what was the point in secrecy? By the way, Garp, I have something I want to discuss with you. This matter is very important. Sengoku said seriously to Garp. Don't say it. Garp, seeing Sengoku's serious look, immediately didn't want to discuss it with him. He knew it was not good news. I must say this. And I need your help. All right, let's hear it. I'll help if I can, but don't push me if I can't. Garp hesitated for a moment, then decided to listen first. However, his intuition told him that it was definitely not something good. Sengoku took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of him. Garp curiously picked it up. His expression was slightly strange. Garp asked with confusion, "Why are you showing me the Kuja Pirates recruitment notice?" The recruitment notice, the one Shin had issued before. The Kuja Pirates were recruiting powerhouses worldwide, limited to women, and they had to be beautiful. The Kuja Pirates, especially Shin Uzumaki, are too much of a concern for us. So I have prepared a plan to deal with the Kuja Pirates. Oh, what's your plan? Garp asked curiously. At this moment, the curious Garp completely missed the sly smile on Sengoku's face. Garp had been completely pulled into the pit by Sengoku. An undercover plan. I want to send a marine to go undercover in the Kuja Pirates. Undercover? Who do you want to send? Garp frowned and asked Sengoku. Average marines couldn't go undercover. And most of the excellent marines were men. To send someone undercover, it had to be a woman. After all, the Kuja Pirates only wanted women, they didn't want anyone else. Also, if they weren't strong enough, the plan was doomed. And if they got discovered, it'd be a serious problem. Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Gion. What? Hearing the name Sengoku said, Garp exploded. He jumped up and questioned Sengoku. Garp didn't care about Sengoku's undercover plan, but Sengoku actually wanted Gion to go undercover. Was he crazy? And the most crucial thing was that Sengoku was actually dragging him into this. No wonder he had a bad feeling. It turned out Sengoku was this suicidal, and he was being dragged in as well. Gion was Momosaji. Her rank was Vice Admiral, but her strength was very formidable, and she was considered a candidate for Marine Admiral in the future. The most crucial thing was that Momosaji was Tsuru's younger sister. Though not blood sisters, they had a very close relationship. Tsuru was not here right now, she was out hunting Doflamingo. If Tsuru knew about this, would he still be alive? Gion has already agreed. And she has already left, Sengoku said to Garp. What? Before, Garp had just reacted strongly. Now he was about to explode. Now Garp understood. This wasn't a discussion, Sengoku was looking for someone to take the blame. That's right, Sengoku was looking for Garp to take the blame. If Garp didn't take the blame, who would? Of course, Sengoku knew he couldn't escape either. But if it were just him, he would likely be beaten to death by Tsuru. After all those years as comrades, if Tsuru really turned on him, Sengoku wouldn't have the heart to fight back. Besides, Tsuru wasn't exactly weak. If Garp were there, the attention would probably shift to him. After all, he and Tsuru had plenty of unresolved history. Though they didn't talk about it now, Sengoku knew that Tsuru still had some resentment towards Garp. This time, it might just erupt all at once. He could take the opportunity to extricate himself. As expected of a strategist, he had calculated Garp perfectly. The key was that Garp couldn't even escape now, because Gion had already left. You bastard, you're trying to get me killed, aren't you? Garp slammed his fist on the table, shattering it, and roared at Sengoku. Get Momosaji back immediately, or things are going to get ugly. Garp gritted his teeth and roared. Because of Tsuru, Garp also had a very good impression of Momosaji. I can't call her back. She even left her Den Den Mushi behind, Sengoku said to Garp, shaking his head. Why did you let Momosaji go? Garp asked Sengoku angrily. You're asking the obvious. In the entire Marine Force, Gion's the most suitable, isn't she? She's strong enough, and more importantly, she's beautiful. Momosaji was a hidden combat force, the various factions didn't know about her. It was precisely for this reason that Sengoku had sent Momosaji. If it were someone else, say, the new recruit Hina, her strength wasn't bad, but her background could be dug up with minimal effort. She simply wasn't fit for undercover work. Looking across the entire Marine Force, Gion seemed to be the only real option. So Sengoku made his decision. He had also discussed it with Gion. If Gion didn't agree, Sengoku wouldn't have forced her. But when he told Gion at that time, Gion agreed directly. This was for the best. Gion was sent out after all her information was erased, and Sengoku conveniently pulled Garp in to take the blame together. Chapter 534, Momosaji joins. In Sengoku's office, Garp and Sengoku sat in their chairs, neither saying a word. After a long while, Garp spoke. This matter, we have to tell Tsuru at some point. You tell her. Sengoku placed the Den Den Mushi beside Garp, his expression instantly darkened. Sengoku, are you seriously trying to get me killed? I'm not saying a word to her. This has nothing to do with me. When Tsuru gets back, I'm telling her it was your idea. Garp left Sengoku's office in a huff. After Garp left, Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi with a gloomy expression. Trying to get out of it. Not so easy. Since I've dragged you in, I certainly won't let you go easily. Picking up the Den Den Mushi, Sengoku immediately called Tsuru. Sengoku, I'm hunting Doflamingo. What is it? Tsuru's voice came into Sengoku's ears. Sengoku was silent for a moment. He had to say it. He absolutely couldn't keep it from Tsuru. Or it would be easier to cause problems, and it might even lead to Momosaji's identity being exposed. Tsuru, there's something I want to tell you. I hope you can remain calm, Sengoku said to Tsuru. What is it? Tsuru, who was chasing Doflamingo, frowned. She had a bad feeling. I discussed it with Garp earlier and decided to let Gion go undercover to keep an eye on Shin Uzumaki. She has already set off. After Sengoku finished speaking, there was no movement on the other side. But it was precisely because there was no movement that Sengoku felt even more uneasy. Knowing Tsuru, Sengoku knew that Tsuru was now an active volcano about to erupt. And it was precisely because he knew Tsuru would be angry that Sengoku had wanted to drag Garp into it. He was unlucky. If Garp had a choice, he would definitely sever ties with Sengoku. They were brothers who had been through life and death together, yet he had set up his brother like this. It was really too much. Was it really you and Garp who discussed it together? Tsuru asked calmly. Yes. Sengoku said yes, and didn't say more. The more he said, the easier it was to be seen through. After all, he was very clear about Tsuru's intelligence. We'll talk when I get back. Aren't you going to continue hunting Doflamingo? Sengoku couldn't help but ask. Do you think I'm in the mood for that? Tsuru said unhappily. Her sister had been tricked into going undercover, how could she be in the mood? Can we still get Gion back now? We can't. I estimate Gion has already found Shin Uzumaki now. Sengoku said. This really couldn't be done. Because when Gion left, Sengoku had already cut off all contact with her. As for future contact methods, they would talk about it after she gained Shin Uzumaki's trust. By the way, according to our guess, Shin Uzumaki is very likely to also go to the North Blue. His target seems to be the op fruit. Sengoku said to Tsuru. It was better to tell Tsuru about this. Since that's the case, I won't go back for now. Hearing this news, Tsuru was stunned for a moment, then decided not to go back to cause trouble for Sengoku for the time being. But this didn't mean she had let Sengoku off. And Garp, she wouldn't let him off either. Tsuru was very angry now, but she had been suppressing her anger. The more she held it in now, the worse it would be when it finally exploded. Which meant Sengoku and Garp were both in for a world of trouble. Okay, I know. But I hope you'll be careful, Tsuru, Sengoku said to Tsuru. I know. Tsuru snorted coldly, then cut off contact with Sengoku. Sengoku smiled wryly, feeling that at this time, he should probably go out and avoid the limelight, and come back after Tsuru had vented her anger. And at this time, the Kuja pirates had indeed encountered Momosaji. You said you want to join the Kuja pirates? Hancock looked Gion up and down. In terms of looks, she has stunning features, graceful presence, and undeniable beauty, which made Hancock feel a little threatened. While Hancock was sizing her up, Momosaji was also looking at Hancock. She took a deep breath. She was almost affected by Hancock's charm. Is it a devil fruit ability? Momosaji thought to herself, becoming particularly cautious. Yes, I came here out of admiration, hoping to join the Kuja pirates. Then I'm curious, just how strong are you? The Kuja pirates don't take in weaklings, Hancock said to Momosaji. I'd say my strength is decent. Momosaji was somewhat proud. She was very confident in her own strength. Hancock nodded, then suddenly attacked Momosaji, kicking towards her. Boom. Momosaji was startled, took a step back, then sidestepped to avoid Hancock's kick. It all happened in an instant. The moment Hancock unleashed her strength, Momosaji was caught off guard, the speed was so intense, she could barely react. At this time, though Hancock was only 18. You know observation haki? Hancock asked Momosaji. Momosaji nodded. If she didn't use observation haki to predict the attack, she probably really wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Based on the strength you've shown, you're more than qualified to join the Kuja pirates. But whether you actually get in, that's up to Shin. Hancock felt Momosaji's strength was good. Joining the Kuja pirates would greatly enhance their strength. So, she took Momosaji to see Shin. At this moment, Momosaji was slightly nervous. This was the first time Momosaji had done something like going undercover. And the key was, if she was really exposed, Momosaji had no ability to escape. It was precisely for this reason that Momosaji felt nervous. Shin, I brought someone who wants to join our Kuja pirates. Her strength is good. Hancock said to Shin after finding him. Shin glanced at Momosaji, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What's your name? My real name is Gion. But you can just call me Momosaji. Momosaji relaxed, trying her best to maintain a relaxed state. It didn't matter if she said her real name. She was originally a hidden force of the Marines, not many people knew her. So, even if she said her real name, she wasn't afraid that others would know her identity. But Momosaji didn't know that Shin was a transmigrator. Shin, of course, knew her identity. Alright, welcome to the Kuja pirates. Our pirate crew is in need of talent like you. Shin said with a smile. Momosaji's strength was undeniable. As a future admiral candidate, her power was already near admiral level, maybe even there already. Hearing Shin allow her to join the Kuja pirates, Momosaji let out a small sigh of relief. She'd made it in. So far, infiltrating the Kuja pirates didn't seem all that difficult. Her eyes lingered on Shin, quietly sizing him up. Momosaji couldn't help her curiosity. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had warned her just how dangerous Shin Uzumaki really was. However, looking at Shin Uzumaki now, she didn't feel he was that dangerous. Chapter 535, Why Waste a High-Level Fighter? So, Captain, what's my first assignment? Momosaji asked Shin. Joining the Kuja pirates, Momosaji was at a loss. She knew nothing about being a pirate. For now, there's nothing for you to do. But if you have any skills besides fighting, feel free to mention them. Shin glanced over at Momosaji. He had no immediate use for her, but her sudden appearance on his ship raised questions. Was she here as an undercover agent? Unaware that Shin had already seen through her identity, Momosaji stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Robin, why don't you find her a place to stay? Alvia said to Robin. Robin put down the book in her hand, looked at Momosaji, and smiled slightly. Come with me. Momosaji followed Robin to the ship's cabin, where she was assigned a room. After Momosaji left, Alvia's expression turned serious. Shin, I think there's something wrong with that woman. Oh. How did you figure that out? Shin looked at Alvia with surprise. Just a feeling. Do you also think there's something wrong with her? Alvia asked, equally surprised. Her intuition told her that Momosaji was trouble. Intuition, huh? Seems your intuition is quite sharp. You're absolutely right about her. Momosaji's a Marine Vice Admiral. Her presence on this ship, it's no coincidence. She's almost certainly here as an undercover agent. Shin confirmed Alvia's suspicions. She's an undercover agent. Hancock's face turned cold. She couldn't believe she had brought a spy onto their ship. Hancock felt a surge of anger and embarrassment. No. She had to go and deal with that undercover agent now. I'll go deal with her. Hancock was about to act, but Shin stopped her. As Shin grabbed her, Hancock accidentally fell into his arms. Oh, Shin, what are you doing? This is so embarrassing, Hancock said, her face flushing as she nuzzled against him. Amatsuki Toki, standing behind them, felt her mouth twitch. Were all women of this era like this? Throwing themselves at men. Shin's mouth twitched. He gently stroked Hancock's soft hair. Don't kill her yet. A high-level fighter just walked right into our hands. Why waste that? If Shin had wanted to kill Momosaji, he wouldn't have let her join in the first place. Are you sure it's not because she's beautiful? Hancock thought of Momosaji's long legs and pretty face and looked at Shin with suspicion. Ahem, of course not. Shin quickly denied it. Yeah right, like he'd say that out loud. Shin could admit to himself he found her attractive. He wasn't a creep or anything, Momosaji just has an amazing body. I knew it. Hancock snuggled deeper into Shin's embrace, like a contented kitten. But even in that adorable state, Hancock was breathtakingly beautiful. Are you really going to let her go? She's an undercover agent, Amatsuki Toki couldn't help but say. I think you should really consider this carefully, Shin. And can she overhear our conversation? Alvia said. Don't forget, this world has observation hockey. If she used it from a distance, she could hear them. She wouldn't dare to use observation hockey so carelessly. It'd blow her cover in an instant. Shin said with a faint smile. Keeping her is a good idea. She's a strong fighter, no weaker than Hancock, Shin said. With Momosaji and Amatsuki Toki, the strength of their Kuja pirates had increased by more than a notch. Amatsuki Toki wasn't a weak woman either. She also possessed considerable strength, comparable to the current Robin. All right. You're the captain. You decide. Alvia didn't say anything more. Shin was the captain. I'll keep an eye on her, Hancock said. From now on, she would watch her. She wouldn't let her do anything. Hancock was confident about that. We're about to reach the Twin Capes. Should we stop? Alvia asked Shin. No need to stop. If we're late, we won't get the op-op fruit. Shin was too focused on the op-op fruit to even think about seeing Laboon. First priority was getting that fruit, everything else could wait. Any delay meant Law might beat him to it. Trafalgar Law's life or death was irrelevant to Shin. The only thing that mattered was claiming the op-op fruit. With that power, he could create an unstoppable subordinate. Top-tier devil fruits didn't mess around. Of course, you didn't need a devil fruit to become a powerhouse. Take Silver's Rayleigh and red-haired Shanks, neither had eaten a devil fruit, yet they were powerhouses on the seas. As for the Pirate King, Roger, it was unclear if he had eaten a devil fruit. Reverse Mountain was a very peculiar place. Water flowed in from 4 directions and out from one. 4 rivers flowed in from the 4 seas, and then flowed out into the Grand Line from one exit. From Reverse Mountain, you could see the strange sight of water flowing upwards. Perhaps it was due to the magnetic field. The One Piece world had many strange sights. Shin and his group had to go against the current to head to the North Blue. Then, halfway up, the ship began to struggle, unable to move forward. The speed was very slow, and it was slowly sailing upwards against the current. Let's just fly. This is too slow. Shin used repulsive force to make the Kuja pirates' ship fly. The giant ship flying up, some passing pirates were terrified. Are you a float fruit user? Amatsuki Toki couldn't help but ask Shin. Amatsuki Toki also knew a lot. According to her knowledge, only the float fruit could do this. I already killed the float fruit user. It'd be nice to track down the fruit itself, though. Shin wasn't particularly impressed with the float fruit, its abilities overlapped too much with his own. Anything the float fruit could accomplish, Shin could do better using the repulsive force of his 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen. But if Shin found it, he could use it to strengthen the Kuja pirates, adding another powerhouse to the crew. As their captain, he naturally wanted to boost the crew's overall strength. After all, the captain couldn't always be the one leading the charge. Otherwise, what was the point of having a crew? The float fruit user was killed by you. Amatsuki Toki looked at Shin in astonishment. By the way, should I kill you and see if I can get the time fruit to drop? Shin asked Amatsuki Toki with a grin. Toki Amatsuki immediately took several steps back upon hearing this, looking at Shin with vigilance, a hint of defensiveness in her eyes. I was just kidding around. Why so tense? I generally don't hit women. Shin said with a shrug. Hearing Shin's words, Amatsuki Toki relaxed slightly, but she still kept her guard up, deliberately maintaining some distance from him. Chapter 536, You Can Flatter Too. After admiring the strange scenery of Reverse Mountain in the air, Shin then controlled the pirate ship to fly towards the North Blue. Shin, let me remind you, this is not the North Blue. This is the South Blue. You've gone the wrong way. Alvia patted Shin's shoulder and said to him. Robin, Hancock, and the others were snickering. Shin's expression darkened. This was incredibly embarrassing. Had he seriously lost his sense of direction? I know. I just wanted to see what the South Blue looks like. Shin said calmly, trying to save face. Ha 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 ha. After Shin finished speaking, they laughed even more wantonly, completely dismissing him. Hey, are you even looking at my face? I'm telling you, I'm pissed off right now. And that could be a serious problem for you. Shin said with a dark expression. But maybe because they understood his personality, even Amatsuki Toki wasn't really afraid of him, she was still snickering. Remember, when I settle scores, none of you will escape. Shin said to them fiercely. After saying that, Shin went into the cabin and into his room. Because Shin's ship was very large, the cabin rooms were also very large. Is Shin really angry? Hancock's expression was worried. If Shin got angry and ignored her, that would be a huge bad news for her. When have you ever seen Shin angry? Alvia asked Hancock. From the time she had met Shin until now, honestly, Alvia had never seen Shin angry. What if he's angry this time? No. I have to go see. Hancock hurriedly ran towards Shin's room. Robin, seeing how concerned Hancock is about Shin, what do you think? Alvia suddenly turned her head and asked her daughter Robin. What am I supposed to think? Robin answered somewhat unnaturally. Alvia shook her head. She knew her own daughter. If she really didn't care, her hands wouldn't be clenched so tightly, the book in her hand was already crumpled. After a while, Hancock came back dejectedly. Shin's not in the room. I don't know what he's doing again. Hancock said listlessly. Hancock wasn't particularly worried about Shin's disappearance. The reason was simple, this wasn't the first time he'd vanished. After it happening so many times, she'd stopped panicking. And where was Shin at this moment? He had gone to the system space to see Kushina, Mikoto, Conan, and the others. Basically, whenever Shin had free time, he'd head to the system space to spend time with Kushina and the others. After spending some time in the system space and engaging in some beneficial activities, Shin emerged back into the real world. According to Shin's estimation of the time, they should be arriving at Minion Island soon. Oh, you're already eating. Didn't expect that. After Shin came out, he saw Hancock and the others eating. Shin, where did you disappear to this time? You have a woman sent on you. Hancock leaned close to Shin and asked him. Hancock had a keen sense of smell, she could detect it easily. And the scent on Shin was way too strong. Anyone with a working nose could pick it up. Ahem, I'm a little hungry now. Shin changed the subject, sat down, and picked up the roasted meat Alvia had made. Alvia, you've improved. I feel your cooking is on par with mine now. Shin said with a satisfied expression. Just changing the subject, Hancock said with a slight pout. Reporting, Captain. A marine warship has been spotted ahead. Please give your orders. Just then, a charming female pirate ran over and reported to Shin. This charming female pirate was the national warrior of Amazon Lily, Marguerite. Hearing this, Shin's observation hockey spread out. He quickly captured the warship in the distance and also knew who was on the ship. A wicked smile appeared on his face. What a wicked smile. Robin, who happened to see Shin's wicked smile, couldn't help but say. Looks like someone's in for some bad luck. I just don't know who. Alvia said. According to their understanding of Shin, once Shin showed such an expression, someone was definitely going to be unlucky. Marguerite, go call Momosaji over. Shin said to Marguerite. I'll go right away. Marguerite lit up with excitement. The captain actually knew her name. How thrilling. After all, Marguerite was one of Shin's biggest fans, second only to Hancock. Why are you calling Momosaji over? Hancock asked Shin with confusion. To let her earn some merits. This warship will be handled by her. This is a credit for her. To Alvia and the others, Shin's smile looked downright diabolical at that moment. They already knew Momosaji was an undercover marine agent. Now he was having her deal with the marines herself. Was this making her bite the hand that feeds her? A clever move. Amatsuki Toki couldn't help but say. Shin looked at Amatsuki Toki strangely. You can flatter too. Anyone with half a brain who knew the truth would do the same thing. What kind of clever move was that? Clearly, Amatsuki Toki was just stroking his ego. Amatsuki Toki's face turned red with embarrassment. This man was insufferable. She traveled through centuries and had never encountered anyone so infuriating. At the same time, Amatsuki Toki found that Hancock's gaze towards her had become increasingly cautious, her guard raised to the extreme. This woman was suddenly sucking up to him. She had to be trying to win Shin over. It was obvious now, this vixen is trying to steal him. She had to stay alert. What if she hadn't even made a move yet, and someone else had already swooped in and stolen him? How embarrassing would that be? Humph. She's up to something. Hancock looked at Amatsuki Toki with full hostility. My life is so hard. Toki Amatsuki looked at the sea with a lonely gaze, feeling that her life was very difficult. She had just said a nice word, and not only was she retorted, but even Hancock's gaze towards her was full of hostility. This made Amatsuki Toki not know what she had done. There was no way around it. Life was just this difficult. Amatsuki Toki fell into a state of self-pity. Soon, Momosagi's arrival broke the awkward atmosphere. "Captain, you were looking for me." Momosagi held a sword in her hand. This sword was one of the great swords, named Kenpaira. "Yes, I have something very important for you. See that warship in the distance? Sink it," Shin said to Momosagi with a grin. Momosagi's expression froze upon hearing this. Looking at the marine warship in the distance, she gripped Kenpaira tightly, her expression darkening. Shin Uzumaki was actually ordering her to attack the marines. "What's wrong? Can't handle it?" "If you can't, I won't force you." "I don't force any of my crew members to do anything." Shin patted Momosagi's shoulder, his smile never wavering as he waited for her response. Chapter 537, Momosagi, I can't do it. Momosagi snuck a glance at Shin, but she couldn't read anything from the smile on his face. However, Momosagi understood that this was a test for her. If she failed this test, she might never have another chance to gain Shin Uzumaki's trust. Momosagi wasn't content with being a normal undercover agent. She wanted to become one of the top executives of the Kuja pirates. In terms of strength, Momosagi was confident she could reach that level. But whether she could gain Shin Uzumaki's trust, that, Momosagi couldn't guarantee. "No problem, Captain. Leave it to me." Momosagi finally agreed. Sometimes, sacrificing a few people was unavoidable. A kind heart couldn't save everyone. Shin waited for Momosagi's performance, his arms crossed, a look of someone watching a good show. At this moment, Momosagi probably didn't know who was on that ship. "Vice Admiral Tsuru, it's the Kuja pirates. Should we retreat?" A marine, sweating profusely, reported to Vice Admiral Tsuru. Yes, the person on this ship was Momosagi's sister, Tsuru. Gion. Tsuru didn't speak, her gaze already fixed on the Kuja pirate's ship, on the figure slowly drawing her sword. "Retreat," Tsuru said immediately. Though she desperately wanted to see Gion, a meeting wasn't safe right now. Gion was working undercover, if her cover was blown, her life would be on the line. On Momosagi's side, her hand froze mid-draw. Through her observation haki, she'd sensed who was on that warship, her close sister figure, Tsuru. They weren't blood relatives, and there was a significant age gap between them, but their bond ran deeper than most actual sisters. "Why did you stop? The Marines are about to run away. If you don't act now, they'll get away," Shin said to Momosagi with a faint smile. Momosagi gritted her teeth and acted decisively, a sword aura slashing towards the distant warship. It was fortunate she stepped in. If Shin Uzumaki had made the move himself, her sister would have been in real danger. Momosagi understood this perfectly, that's why she acted without hesitation, putting everything into the attack. However, Momosagi subtly adjusted her aim, making sure the strike would miss Tsuru completely. When Tsuru saw Momosagi spring into action, she breathed a sigh of relief. She'd been terrified Momosagi wouldn't follow through. If Momosagi had refused to act, it might have raised Shin's suspicions, and then Momosagi would be the one in danger. Abandon ship. Tsuru ordered the Marines on the ship, then used moonwalk to leave. And the warship was instantly cut in two and sank into the sea. Some unlucky people died under this sword aura. Momosagi tightly gripped her sword. She had killed pirates before, but now she was killing her people. "Nice work," Shin said with a faint smile, quite satisfied. Momosagi steadied herself, keeping her expression neutral. She couldn't let Shin pick up on anything suspicious. Universal pull. Shin's palm erupted with a black hole-like gravitational force. Tsuru, who had already left, was controlled by the gravitational force, her body flying back uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, she landed on the Kuja pirate's ship. This power. Tsuru looked at Shin in shock. Was this also Shin Uzumaki's ability? According to her knowledge, Shin Uzumaki had shown a bit too many abilities. She didn't know what kind of devil fruit he had eaten. Could it be that Shin Uzumaki had eaten more than one devil fruit? Impossible. There was no example of a person eating two devil fruits. If Tsuru had experienced the Summit War and seen Blackbeard eat a second devil fruit, she would know. But now, it was still very early before the Summit War. Momosagi's expression stiffened. Looking at Tsuru before her, she didn't know what to do at this moment, her heart in extreme turmoil. "Momosagi, take her down," Shin said encouragingly to Momosagi. Momosagi's grip on her sword trembled slightly. Ordering her to attack Tsuru, there was no way she could do it. Tsuru's expression remained calm. If it were possible, she'd actually prefer Momosaji to attack, at least then Momosaji would stay safe. But Tsuru couldn't say anything. She couldn't communicate with Momosaji at all, or Shin would pick up on it immediately. Tsuru knew better than to underestimate Shin Uzumaki. Sorry, Captain. I can't do it. Momosaji took a deep breath and then said to Shin. Hearing Momosaji's words, Tsuru's heart was anxious, but her face showed no change, nor did she dare to show any change. Oh. Why? Give me a reason. If the reason is sufficient enough, I might consider letting her go. Shin looked at Momosaji with a smile. Momosaji took a deep breath, knowing that the critical moment had come. If she couldn't pass this test, she and her sister would both die. She saved me once. When I was little, my village was attacked by pirates. It was Vice Admiral Tsuru who saved me. Maybe she doesn't remember me, but I remember her. Momosaji's words were mostly true with just a hint of deception mixed in. Tsuru really had saved her life. As a child, when pirates attacked her village, she would have died if Tsuru hadn't intervened. Ah, so that's why. Fair enough, you're not heartless, I'll give you that. In that case, I'll just have someone else kill her. Shin waved his hand at Momosaji. Momosaji became anxious upon hearing this and quickly said to Shin, Captain, please, for my sake, let her live. I'll do anything to make it up to you. Oh. And how exactly do you intend to make it up to me? Shin stretched out his hand and placed it on Momosaji's face, asking her flirtatiously. Tsuru's anger welled up upon seeing this. She wished she could cut Shin into 1,000 pieces right now. Momosaji gritted her teeth. To be able to save Tsuru, she had gone all out. Anything. As long as you spare her, I'll agree to whatever you want. Momosaji clenched her jaw and moved closer to Shin. Her gaze looked at Shin. Looking at Shin's handsome, confident face, her inner resistance began to crumble. If it had to be him, maybe it wouldn't be so bad after all. No, was this the time to think about this? Momosaji felt her brain had suddenly short-circuited. Puffed. Dream on. Hancock jealously pushed Momosaji away, then hugged Shin's arm, looking at Momosaji provocatively. Hancock hadn't wanted to speak up before, but now that they were about to snatch him, Hancock couldn't just watch. This scheming vixen was trying to get her claws into Shin. That was her territory, no way was she letting some homewrecker take what was hers. By the way, there are more and more of these vixens circling around him lately. She needed to mark her territory even more clearly. What if one of these scheming vixens actually managed to steal him away? How humiliating would that be? When Hancock pushed her away, Momosaji was secretly relieved. This was the first time she'd been so close to a man, and her body felt tense and awkward. If Hancock hadn't intervened, she might not have been able to keep up the act. Very good. I'll hold you to that promise, don't forget what you just agreed to. Shin said with a knowing smile. Momosaji's heart leaped with hope. Was he really going to spare Tsuru? As long as her sister was safe, she'd accept whatever consequences came her way. Chapter 538, Hand over the op-op fruit. Tsuru looked back with a complicated expression. She had actually been let go by Shin Uzumaki. But what about Gion? Did she really have to pay such a steep price? The more Tsuru thought about it, the angrier she became. This was all on those two old bastards, Sengoku and Garp. They had no idea what kind of catastrophe was heading their way. Compared to Tsuru's conflicted emotions, Momosaji felt relieved. As long as her sister was safe, that was enough. What she feared most was Shin Uzumaki hurting her. If Shin had actually made a move, then even if it meant exposing her true identity, Momosaji wouldn't have hesitated, she would have stepped in without a second thought. Thank you. Momosaji softly uttered 2 words to Shin. Why thank me? This is just a transaction, isn't it? Shin said to Momosaji with a faint smile. Hearing Shin's words, Momosaji felt a little sad, but to save her sister Tsuru, it was worth paying any price. Hancock looked at Momosaji warily. Were they seriously going through with that deal? No, she had to stop it. She hadn't even gotten her turn yet. There was no way she was letting someone else beat her to it. Alvia stared off into the distance, lost in thought. Robin had a book in her hands, but her eyes kept drifting back to Shin. As for Amatsuki Toki, her gaze was different. Shin noticed it right away. It wasn't admiration. It was pure contempt. Toki, what's on your mind? Shin asked as he casually walked up to her, slung an arm around her shoulder, and flashed a friendly smile. Amatsuki Toki's body tensed. That smile on Shin's face looked warm, but she could feel the blade behind it. Her mind was already racing for an escape plan. I'm not thinking about anything. I was just reminiscing about the past. After making up a random reason, Amatsuki Toki walked away as if fleeing. we've been delayed for some time. Let's hurry to Minion Island. Shin said. If they didn't get to Minion Island soon, the op fruit would end up in Law's hands. Trafalgar Law was suffering from amber lead syndrome, and the op fruit was his only shot at a cure. At the moment, the fruit was in the possession of Diaz Barrels, the father of the future supernova, ex-Drake. After getting his hands on it, Barrels planned to sell it to the Marines. The world government had already put up a staggering 5 billion berries to claim it. And the one Diaz Barrels contacted was none other than Doflamingo. He didn't intend to deal with the Marines directly, instead, he brought Doflamingo in as the middleman. Credit where it's due, Diaz Barrels had a real talent for picking the worst possible guy. Doflamingo wasn't just a broker, he had ambitions of his own for the op fruit. Anyone who knew what the op fruit was capable of would find it nearly impossible to resist. At its peak, the fruit could perform the legendary immortality operation, granting eternal life. Doflamingo planned to have his younger brother, Corazon, eat the fruit. Corazon wasn't just his blood relative, he also lived a double life. His devil fruit was the Comcom fruit, a power with limited combat use. But more importantly, Corazon was Sengoku's adopted son, sent undercover into the Don Quixote family on Sengoku's orders. Doflamingo had already uncovered Corazon's true identity, so he intended to use him for the immortality operation, sacrificing his life in the process. What Doflamingo didn't know was that Corazon had already eaten a devil fruit. And now, Corazon had his own plan, to steal the op fruit before anyone else and give it to Law to cure his illness. So if Shin wanted the op fruit, he had to beat Corazon to it. Once it was eaten, there'd be no way to take it back. Doflamingo hasn't arrived yet. It seems we're still early. Shin said with a faint smile after stepping onto Minion Island. Let's go. I've already found them. When Shin stepped onto this island, his observation haki had already enveloped the entire island. The movements of everyone on this island could not escape Shin's notice. Observation haki was very useful in a certain sense. Not everyone on the Kuja pirates' ship came down. Only Hancock and Momosaji followed Shin. Alvia, Robin, and Amatsuki Toki stayed on the ship. Diaz Barrels was originally a marine officer, a student of Black Arm Z, but now he had defected and became a pirate. He got the op fruit, and wants to offer it up for trade. Is he unaware of the importance of the op fruit, or is he blinded by profit? Shin felt Diaz Barrels was a bit stupid. He probably didn't understand what the op fruit was truly capable of. After all, not everyone knew its full potential, if they did, people would be killing each other for it. Momosaji's eyes flickered, her steps faltering for a moment before she let out a quiet, helpless sigh. She knew all about the op fruit. The world government had ordered the Marines to secure it, no matter the cost. But she couldn't make a move. Not with Shin standing right there. It was too risky. Hancock had been wary of Momosaji from the start. Ever since she learned Momosaji was an undercover agent, she never let her guard down. A large door was kicked open by Shin, and then he walked in. Who is it? An angry roar came, and Diaz Barrels led his underlings out. Diaz Barrels. You know who I am? Shin asked calmly. You are. Yonko Shin Uzumaki. Diaz Barrels staggered back 2 steps, eyes wide with fear. One of the 4 emperors, Shin Uzumaki, what the hell was he doing in the North Blue? Could it be? Instantly, Diaz Barrels thought of the reason. The transaction must have been leaked, the matter of the op fruit had been exposed. You figured out why I'm here. Hand over the op fruit. Shin didn't want to waste time with him and spoke directly. Shin Uzumaki, Yonko or not, you can't just take whatever you want from us. Shut up. Diaz Barrels cut in quickly, snapping at his subordinate to shut up. If they said the wrong thing and pissed off Shin, they were as good as dead. Hancock snorted coldly, attracting everyone's attention. So beautiful. A few small-time pirates couldn't handle Hancock's charm, and the moment they fell for her, they were instantly turned to stone. Anyone who disrespects Shin dies, Hancock said coldly. Cold sweat dripped from Diaz Barrels' forehead. He had also been charmed just now, but he hadn't died. It was Hancock who had deliberately spared him. The reason she let him live was simple, the op fruit hadn't been secured yet. Once they had it, Diaz Barrels' life wouldn't matter in the slightest. But until then, he had to stay alive. Diaz Barrels seethed as he looked at his petrified subordinates, but he kept it buried. Showing that anger now would be a death sentence. But giving up the op fruit, the one he'd gone through hell to get. Diaz Barrels couldn't accept that. Pirates lived for profit. And this fruit was worth 5 billion berries. Chapter 539, Fruit in Hand. What's with the silence? You think keeping your mouth shut will stop me from taking the op fruit? Shin was losing his patience. You may be a Yonko, but we worked hard to get this fruit. You can't just take it. Diaz Barrels said, steeling himself. He couldn't just give it up. The potential profit, 5 billion berries, was too tempting. Even if he didn't get the full amount, walking away empty-handed wasn't an option. 3 billion berries. Give me 3 billion berries, and you can have the op-op fruit. Diaz Barrels gritted his teeth and tried to negotiate. You're negotiating with me? Do you even have the strength to make demands? Shin looked at Diaz Barrels with amusement. He was actually trying to negotiate with him. To negotiate, you had to be on equal ground. But Shin stood leagues above him. Diaz Barrels wasn't even in the same arena. If you don't pay, you'll never get the op-op fruit. And if I don't tell you, no one will ever know where it is. Diaz Barrels was playing hardball with Shin. So desperate for money that you'd risk your life? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Shin sneered. He used universal pull to drag Diaz Barrels towards him, then used his Rinnegan's ability to extract his soul. After skimming through Diaz Barrels' memories, finding the op-op fruit was the easy part. As for Diaz Barrels himself, well, he was already dead. He had a chance to live, but he didn't cherish it. So, he died. After obtaining the op-op fruit, Shin planned to leave. As for what to do with it, he hadn't decided yet. Let's go back, Shin said. Shin then returned with Hancock and Momosaji. Momosaji was nervous. She hadn't expected Shin Uzumaki to be able to read memories. What if he looked into hers? He'd find out she was an undercover agent in an instant. As long as I don't arouse Shin Uzumaki's suspicion, he probably won't suspect me. Momosaji thought. From now on, she had to be extremely careful not to arouse suspicion, or it would be very dangerous for her. Shin, the Don Quixote family is here. Alvia said to Shin after he returned. They hadn't landed on this side, but Alvia's observation Haki had detected them. The Don Quixote family, infamous pirates under Doflamingo's command, were feared across the seas as the so-called Jokers of the Sea. Doflamingo himself was no ordinary pirate, he was a fallen celestial dragon. His family once sat among the world's rulers, until they gave it all up. It was precisely for this reason that Doflamingo had killed his own father, attempting to return to the holy land of Mary Geos. But the result was clear. Doflamingo was rejected and humiliated. Oh. Since Doflamingo is here, we can stay a little longer. Let's see if we can watch a good show. The moment Shin heard Doflamingo had arrived, he dropped the idea of leaving. If Doflamingo was here, then Corazon and Law couldn't be far behind. Law was still just a kid, and as for Corazon, he wasn't walking away with the op-op fruit this time. Shin, can I see the op-op fruit? Robin asked, coming to Shin's side with curiosity. Here. Shin took out a heart-shaped red devil fruit with strange patterns. So this is the op-op fruit. Amatsuki Toki looked at the op-op fruit with surprise. You've never seen it. Shin looked at Amatsuki Toki strangely. I've seen it in the encyclopedia, but I've never seen the real fruit. This is the first time. Amatsuki Toki looked at the op-op fruit seriously and said to Shin. Then do you know any secrets about the op-op fruit? Shin asked Amatsuki Toki. The biggest secret of the op-op fruit seemed to be more than just granting eternal life. It seemed to have other uses. The world government really wanted to get this devil fruit, so it must hold a great secret. I don't know. Toki Amatsuki's tone was natural. She wasn't lying. She really didn't know what other purpose the op-op fruit had. I'm going to watch the show. Are you coming? Shin asked the women. He wanted to see the situation after Doflamingo arrived. No, I'm not interested. Amatsuki Toki shook her head. In the end, only Hancock went with Shin, because she didn't want to leave Shin for a moment. Hold on to me, Shin said to Hancock. Hancock was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red. Shin asked me to hold him. Could it be? Hancock's fantasy hadn't even begun before Shin flicked her on the head, snapping her out of it. I'm flying us over, so you'd better hold on. And don't get any bad ideas. Shin said to Hancock. I won't. Hancock retorted, her face red. Shin chuckled. If he didn't know Hancock's personality, he would have believed her. But Hancock was a person who loved to fantasize. But that was also a cute trait. Anyway, Shin quite liked this Hancock. After Hancock held on to Shin, Shin took her and flew into the sky. He's clearly taking advantage of the situation. Shin doesn't need her to hold on for him to fly. He's doing it on purpose. Robin closed her book and said softly. She didn't have the heart to read anymore. Then why didn't you go with him? If you had gone with him, maybe you would be the one Shin is holding now. Alvia said to Robin. I think it would be good if you went, Mother. But you probably don't have the courage. Robin smiled slyly. Alvia's expression stiffened, and she fell silent. Her eyes then shifted to Momosaji. Even if Shin claimed she wasn't a threat, Alvia wasn't about to let her guard down. Hancock had been keeping an eye on Momosaji before. Now that she was gone, it was naturally Alvia's turn to take over. From now on, she'd be the one watching her. Alvia was more secretive, so Momosaji wouldn't notice anything unusual. After all, Momosaji was not weak. Alvia couldn't just stare at Momosaji without any scruples. Robin took the op fruit and started studying it. She was really a bit curious about the fruit. Momosaji's gaze lingered on the op fruit. With Shin gone, the idea of snatching it wasn't entirely out of the question. But she quickly abandoned that idea. Even if she managed to grab the op fruit and make a run for it, they'd definitely catch her. Better not to take that kind of risk. It was safer to just keep playing her undercover role. Chapter 540, What can you do if I take your things? Fufufu. My dear brother, where is the op fruit? Doflamingo looked at Corazon, his face devoid of any emotion, his entire being exuding an extreme killing intent. Actually, Corazon was just a codename for the heart seat. The original Corazon was Virgo, the undercover marine agent who held that title first. The real name of the second Corazon was Don Quixote Rozinante. He only inherited the Corazon title after Virgo left to go undercover in the Marines. At this moment, Corazon was severely injured. It was Virgo who did it, almost killing Corazon in an instant. No need to pretend. I know you can speak. Doflamingo, seeing the silent Corazon, directly exposed him. Corazon's face was made up like a clown, but this time he didn't continue to play dumb, nor did he continue to pretend to be mute. The op fruit is not with me. When I arrived, Diaz Barrels was already dead. Fufufu. Still not ready to be honest with me, dear brother. How about now, feeling more talkative? Doflamingo pulled out a gun and aimed it at the young Law. Yes, Law had been captured too. Both of them had been desperately searching for the op fruit when Virgo found them. Corazon was defeated instantly, and Law, who had no real fighting ability at the time, naturally couldn't get away. Let him go. He's innocent. Corazon was somewhat angry. Ba-away-awang. A gunshot rang out. Law's abdomen was pierced, his entire body twisting in pain on the ground. I'm telling the truth. I didn't get the op fruit. They were already dead before I arrived. Corazon gritted his teeth. He's probably telling the truth. Everyone except Diaz Barrels was turned to stone. Virgo said to Doflamingo. Corazon didn't have that kind of power, so it definitely wasn't him. Someone else had gotten here first and taken the devil fruit. Then do you know whose ability this is? Doflamingo looked at Virgo. Though he could maintain a calm expression on the surface, his heart was filled with insane anger. I know. But it's not someone we can deal with. The vice-captain of the Kuja pirates, Boa Hancock. Virgo said to Doflamingo. A Yonko, that was a monster they couldn't afford to cross. Even with all the Don Quixote family's power, they were still leagues below a Yonko. Fufufu. My things are not so easy to take. Doflamingo's face was sinister. Oh. Then I'd really like to know, what can you do if I take your things? Shin and Hancock appeared behind Doflamingo, startling him. Turning around, this was Doflamingo's first time laying eyes on Shin, one of the legendary Yonko, the world's strongest men who had taken down Whitebeard. Oh no. Virgo felt the situation was very bad. He looked at Doflamingo, hoping in his heart that Doflamingo wouldn't start a conflict. Doflamingo's expression turned grim. The value of the op fruit was obvious, this was a devil fruit capable of granting immortality. The rumors had to be true. Captain Shin, you've got the op fruit. Name your price. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed as he spoke. If he were dealing with some weakling, he'd just take it by force. But going up against Shin Uzumaki, the strongest Yonko. Did he have the balls to try? No. Even Doflamingo didn't have that courage. Buy it. And how much are you planning to offer? Shin looked at Doflamingo with a playful smile. I don't have the berries on me right now. But I can offer 10 billion berries for the op fruit. Doflamingo said crazily. 10 billion berries was a massive sum, even for the Don Quixote family. But to Doflamingo, it was nothing compared to the value of eternal life. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? Shin laughed out loud. A devil fruit that can grant eternal life is worth more than just 10 billion berries. Doflamingo's heart sank. So Shin Uzumaki knows the secret. If he knew, then there was no way to get the op fruit back from him. Looks like the deal's off, guess we'll be heading out. Doflamingo gestured to Virgo. Then Doflamingo turned and left. After walking out 10 meters, he suddenly waved his hand, and invisible strings shot towards Shin. Doflamingo was a string fruit user. He could create extremely sharp strings. The sharpness of these strings was no less than a great sword. I was right about you, Doflamingo. Doflamingo's sudden attack didn't catch Shin off guard, he expected it. But you clearly have no idea how wide the gap between us really is. I'll make sure you learn the hard way. Shin grabbed the strings Doflamingo had created and looked at Doflamingo calmly. Finger pistol. Virgo suddenly attacked, his finger covered in armament hockey, and the strength of his entire body was concentrated on a small finger. Even steel could be pierced. Virgo's move was not weak. You must have a death wish. Hancock drew aim no habakiri and slashed at Virgo. The sword light flashed instantly, and a finger was cut off. Cold sweat dripped from Virgo's forehead. A finger was cut off by Hancock, but Virgo was tough enough not to make a sound. Humph. I am the vice captain of the Kuja pirates. Hancock held her head high with pride. Doflamingo's expression turned grim. Right now, he hadn't reached the peak of his devil fruit awakening like he would in the future. At best, he was just slightly stronger than a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, barely above Virgo's level. Law, let's go. Corazon, seeing this good opportunity, immediately grabbed Law and ran quickly into the distance. Traitors. None of you will escape. Doflamingo looked at the fleeing Corazon and Law, a cold light flashing in his face. Doflamingo absolutely would not allow Corazon to escape in front of him. Overheat. Dozens of transparent strings shot out from his hand, then condensed into one. With a wave of Doflamingo's hand, it slashed down. Just like a huge whip, but this attack power was quite terrifying. Even a huge tall building could be easily cut in two. The fleeing Corazon and Law still couldn't escape Doflamingo's attack speed. They were cut in half by Doflamingo. Chapter 541, Hancock vs. Doflamingo and Virgo. Corazon and Law were dead. Shin had claimed the op fruit. Even if Law had escaped this time, his fate was sealed. The very fruit that could have cured his illness was now in Shin's possession. He was your own brother, yet you could kill him without hesitation. You're a cold piece of work, Shin remarked, looking at Doflamingo with a flat expression. He brought it on himself. I gave him everything, and he betrayed me. Doflamingo's face was a mask of indifference. He wasn't entirely heartless. He cared for his family and subordinates. But Corazon had betrayed him. Betrayal was the one thing no one could accept. Corazon's betrayal had completely killed any affection Doflamingo had for him. Your brother, your business. His death means nothing to me. But now, I believe we have a score to settle. The expression on Shin's face turned cold, and a heavy, oppressive feeling spread through the area. Where are the rest of your Don Quixote family? Aren't you going to call them over, so they can die with you? Virgo, we're leaving. Doflamingo suddenly used his sky's path, attaching strings to the clouds above to walk through the air. However, this technique had a critical weakness. If there was nothing to attach to, like if there were no clouds in the sky, then this move became useless. Hancock, stop them. Shin didn't move. He simply gave the order to Hancock. I'll kill them both. Leave one breathing. Sometimes, a living person is more valuable than a corpse. Shin shook his head slightly. Hancock knew exactly who to spare. Doflamingo, of course. Virgo was worthless. Gale slash. Hancock unleashed the swordsmanship Shin had taught her. This was one of the few sword techniques Hancock could master. Hancock couldn't learn Shin's other sword techniques, or rather, her physique couldn't meet the requirements to perform them. With a single slash, 1,000 wind blades tore through the air, even slicing through the clouds above. Doflamingo fell from the sky. As for Virgo, he was now desperately dodging Hancock's attacks. When he couldn't dodge, he had to block head-on. Virgo's strength was equivalent to a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, no small feat against Hancock. He wouldn't go down easily. Marine Vice Admirals weren't pushovers. Perhaps the branch Vice Admirals in the Four Seas were, but the Headquarters Vice Admirals were all formidable fighters. Some of the stronger Vice Admirals could even hold their own against an Admiral. And Virgo could trade a few blows with an Admiral, at least not being instantly defeated. Shave. Hancock's figure vanished instantly, reappearing behind Virgo and kicking out at him. Iron Body. After activating Iron Body, Virgo immediately layered on armament hockey. Even so, he was sent flying by Hancock's strike. You're not escaping either. After sending Virgo flying, Hancock swung her sword again, the sword aura blocking the fleeing Doflamingo. Hancock, who rarely engaged in serious combat, was thoroughly enjoying herself. She attacked with everything she had, forcing Doflamingo and Virgo into desperate defense. If this keeps up, we'll be killed sooner or later. We have to fight back. Doflamingo's sunglasses had fallen to the ground. He roared in fury. Virgo nodded. Daffy, if it comes to it, I'll buy you time. You escape. Doflamingo didn't say anything. If it really came to that critical moment, that would be the only way. After all, he was far more important than Virgo. Without Doflamingo, the Don Quixote family would collapse instantly. Shin sat on a chair he had created out of thin air, a spectator to the show. The only thing missing was some popcorn. Overheat. Doflamingo used this move again. It had killed Corazon and Law, but against Hancock, it was useless. A single slash from her sword cut the strings. Hancock's strength was nothing to scoff at. She now possessed the perfect sage body. And her diet consisted of sea kings. Though she looked slender, the power she could unleash was unimaginable. Finger pistol. Virgo's voice came from behind Hancock as he launched a merciless attack. Going after a beautiful woman with such killing intent, this guy had to be some kind of bitter incel. After the attack landed, Virgo didn't feel the sensation of hitting a solid body. It felt like hitting empty air. Then he saw Hancock's figure in front of him fade away. Crap. Virgo instantly knew something was wrong. What he had hit was just an afterimage. Swish. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh rang out. Virgo was cut down by Hancock's sword, a huge gash appearing on his back. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. Hancock's face showed a look of disappointment. This woman. Cold sweat dripped from Doflamingo's forehead. This was an unprecedented enemy. He had never suffered such a huge loss before. Daffy, run. I'll hold her off. Virgo stood up, supporting his body, ignoring his pale face from excessive blood loss. Virgo, I will avenge you. Doflamingo turned and fled, his speed incredibly fast. Humph. If you escaped with Shin watching, I'd look like a complete idiot. Hancock snorted lightly, instantly bypassing Virgo and charging towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo tried to use his parasite string, but before any threads could reach Hancock, her sword sliced right through them. His strings were incredibly fine, almost transparent and nearly impossible to see with the naked eye. But with observation hockey, every attack could be anticipated. Doflamingo was completely outmatched. Get back here. Hancock slashed down. Facing this incredibly fast slash, Doflamingo had no chance to dodge and could only block it head-on. Countless strings formed a spiderweb to block all physical attacks from the front. Aim no Habakiri was a great sword. The blade sliced through one string instantly, then cut through all the others in quick succession. Though the strings delayed Hancock for a split second, it wasn't enough for him to escape. All he could do was throw up his arms to block. Armament hockey coated his arms in black. The blade pierced through his defense, but it didn't sever Doflamingo's hands. A deep, bone-visible wound made Doflamingo's arms tremble, blood dripping to the ground, quickly staining a large patch of earth red. Sorry, Daffy. I couldn't stop her. Virgo said to Doflamingo with some guilt. Hancock's speed had been too overwhelming. Virgo wanted to intercept her, but his reaction was a step too slow. Doflamingo didn't blame Virgo at this moment. After that clash, he understood exactly how powerful this woman was. And this was with Shin Uzumaki not even lifting a finger. They had fallen into a desperate situation. Chapter 542, I get half the profits. Check out my new One Piece fanfiction. I'd love your support, thank you, smiley face. Countless terrifying sword auras raged, cutting several gashes into the earth. Doflamingo and Virgo's injuries grew more and more severe. Especially Virgo, he'd taken several potentially fatal hits for Doflamingo, and now he was barely clinging to life. Daffy, send the signal. Virgo, blood streaming down his face, spoke to Doflamingo. Though only the two of them were here, the other Don Quixote family members had come along, they were just positioned elsewhere. As long as he sent the signal, they would definitely come charging over. Doflamingo didn't respond. He knew perfectly well that even if he called for backup and the entire family showed up, it wouldn't make a difference. So what if they came? Could they handle Boa Hancock? And even if they somehow managed that, there was still Shin Uzumaki standing right there. If Shin Uzumaki acted, the Don Quixote family would only be completely annihilated. You two have lasted longer than I expected. Time to finish this, Hancock said with a smug smile, eyeing Doflamingo and Virgo. Seeing that Shin had been sitting here for a long time, Hancock felt she should quickly finish them off. Using the 6 powers shave, she left a fragrant breeze in her place and instantly materialized behind Doflamingo and Virgo. An intense sense of crisis enveloped the two of them. This was a mortal crisis. Doflamingo felt as if he was going to die here. Just then, Virgo shoved Doflamingo hard, pushing him to safety. But he couldn't get himself out of the way in time. Hancock's blade found its mark. In reality, even if Virgo hadn't pushed Doflamingo aside, Hancock's sword wouldn't have been fatal. She'd taken Shin's advice to heart and was planning to keep Doflamingo breathing. But Virgo was a dead man either way. Whether he died now or later didn't really matter. And so Virgo fell, cut down by Hancock's blade in one decisive strike. Doflamingo, are you still going to resist? Hancock pointed her sword at Doflamingo. Phew. Even in this situation, Doflamingo could still laugh. The guy was a real piece of work, cunning and dangerous. After all, anyone with the qualities of a king wasn't someone you could take lightly. Doflamingo had awakened Conqueror's Haki at a young age. That early awakening of Conqueror's Haki was exactly why Virgo and the others followed him so loyally. It marked him as someone truly special. Slap. Quiet down, will you? Shin appeared in front of Doflamingo in an instant and backhanded him, sending him crashing to the ground. Several teeth flew out, and Doflamingo spat a mouthful of blood onto the dirt. Don't laugh so smugly. Do you understand your situation? You're a prisoner now. And you still have the nerve to laugh. Shin said with a cold sneer. Or maybe you think I won't kill you. Sure, you're worth something to me, but it doesn't matter if you die, right? Shin looked down at Doflamingo. His gaze was as calm as water, but it gave Doflamingo an extremely dangerous feeling, making him feel as if he was about to be killed. What do you want? Doflamingo lowered his stance. He could bend when necessary. Facing the unbeatable Shin Uzumaki, he could only humble himself. As far as I know, your Don Quixote family's money-making ability is impressive. In the future, hand over half of your revenue to me. Shin made his demand for half of Doflamingo's profits, causing Doflamingo's veins to bulge with suppressed rage. What, you don't like that idea? That's fine by me. We'll just see how much pain you can handle. Shin looked at Doflamingo with cold detachment, as if he'd execute him on the spot if he dared to refuse. Actually, Shin had solid reasons for demanding the money. Even though the Kuja pirates were one of the 4 emperors, their income wasn't exactly impressive. I agree. Doflamingo forced a smile onto his face. Even if he wanted to murder Shin, he had to bury that rage deep inside and keep it hidden. Then get lost. Shin flicked his hand dismissively, shooing Doflamingo away. Doflamingo didn't need to be told twice, he bolted, moving as fast as he could, terrified that Shin might suddenly change his mind. Shin, I don't think letting him go was a smart move. Doflamingo's ambition is enormous, he's not going to just accept this and walk away. Hancock said to Shin after Doflamingo left. Of course, Hancock was just voicing her opinion. It still depended on what Shin planned to do. Just like before, when Shin said to let Doflamingo go, Hancock hadn't argued. I know his ambition is enormous. But precisely because his ambition is great, our profits will be higher. Shin said to Hancock with a knowing smile. But what if he tries to rebel? Hancock was worried that Doflamingo would rebel. He doesn't have the guts. Even if he really does have the courage to rebel, it doesn't matter. I'll just crush him. Shin said calmly. With his level of power, Shin wasn't worried about Doflamingo turning against him. Even if he did try something, he could just kill him and take all his money anyway. You're right. Hancock felt there was nothing to worry about. Let's go back. Shin took Hancock and returned to his ship. How did it go? Alvia asked Shin curiously. Doflamingo is gone. But in the future, we can get 50% of the Don Quixote family's profits. Shin said with a smile. If it were just Shin on his own, he wouldn't worry about profits. But he had Amazon Lily to think about, a whole kingdom of women counting on him and the Kuja pirates to bring home the money they needed to survive. So of course, he had to focus on making money. And Doflamingo had serious talent for it, that's what caught Shin's attention. This was both Doflamingo's curse and his blessing. Sure, he was now under Shin's thumb, but it was also an opportunity. In the future, as long as he didn't go too far, Shin wouldn't mind if Doflamingo used his name for business deals. Who wouldn't show Doflamingo respect then? With that kind of backing, his growth potential could actually exceed what he achieved in the original story. With Doflamingo's sharp mind, there was no way he'd miss an opportunity like this. The catch was that he couldn't push his luck too far. If he overstepped, Shin would simply eliminate him. Where are we going next? Back to the New World. I heard it's complete chaos over there right now, Alvia said to Shin. Alvia was holding a newspaper she'd gotten from a news coup, filled with reports about major events happening in the New World. Chapter 543, Garp and Sengoku's Misery. Well, there's nothing else for us to do in the North Blue. Let's head back to the New World. Shin's main purpose for coming to the North Blue was the op-op fruit. Now that he had it, there was no need to stay. Holding the op-op fruit, Shin hadn't decided who should eat it yet. Whoever ate this fruit would undoubtedly become powerful in the future, at least reaching the level of an admiral candidate. It was a great opportunity. But keeping it was useless to Shin, he had no intention of eating any devil fruit himself. I'll hold onto it for now. I'll see who performs well and then consider who to give this fruit to. Shin tossed the op-op fruit into the Kamui dimension. Once inside, as long as Shin didn't take it out, the fruit was effectively gone from this world. No one could get it. Captain, if you don't mind me asking, what exactly is your devil fruit ability? Momosaji asked Shin, trying to gather some information. Don't ask questions you shouldn't, Hancock said, glancing at Momosaji coolly. I was just curious, not trying to pry. Momosaji simply waved her hand, dropping the matter. She hadn't expected him to answer anyway. Still, she believed that if she spent enough time with Shin Uzumaki, she'd eventually uncover the truth about his devil fruit ability. She had only just begun her undercover mission, it was best to stay cautious and avoid exposing her identity. Amatsuki Toki glanced over with a trace of regret. Truth be told, she was just as curious about Shin's devil fruit ability. But she had no ill intentions, just pure curiosity. Compared to Momosaji, Amatsuki Toki's intrigue was entirely sincere. To return to the New World, Shin didn't plan to go back through Reverse Mountain into the Grand Line and then into the New World again. That was too much trouble. Shin intended to cut straight through the calm belt from the East Blue to reach the New World, a shortcut no rookie pirate from the Four Seas would ever dare attempt. The Sea Kings in the calm belt were enough to lead them to their deaths. Both the North Blue and the West Blue had access to the New World through the calm belt, but even if one managed to slip in unscathed, they would inevitably clash with the fearsome pirates who ruled those seas. The traditional route through Reverse Mountain and the Grand Line was essentially a proving ground. Only the most elite pirates who survived that gauntlet were worthy of challenging the New World. As Shin was about to return to the New World, Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, was in an uproar. Sengoku stood there sweating nervously as he faced Tsuru. As for Garp, he'd already been turned into laundry by Tsuru's wash fruit and was currently hanging on a clothesline. The dignified marine hero reduced to this, it was a pitiful sight. Worse yet, it had drawn a crowd of spectators. Garp's legendary reputation was in tatters. Tsuru's wash fruit could literally wash enemies like laundry, flattening them out and hanging them up to dry on a clothesline. Anyone washed by the fruit would be completely drained of strength. It could even cleanse evil thoughts from people's hearts. The ability was actually incredibly powerful. If it could truly wash away anything, it would be virtually unstoppable. Sengoku. Start talking. Tsuru said to Sengoku with a cold face. Tsuru, you also know, the only person I could send was Gion. She was the most suitable for the undercover mission. Sengoku said with a bitter smile, while reprimanding the onlookers to leave. Then do you know how dangerous it is? A slight mistake and Gion could die at Shin Uzumaki's hands. Tsuru's expression was very stern. This was not a joke. If an undercover agent was discovered, there was only one way to go, death. Tsuru, it's actually not as bad as you think. Gion has both wisdom and talent, she won't easily expose her identity. Sengoku comforted Tsuru, and also didn't want to become like Garp. Being turned into laundry and hung out to dry while countless Marines watched, it was absolutely humiliating. Garp being like this was entirely because Sengoku had set him up. Garp didn't fight back when Tsuru struck, didn't even attempt to flee. Sure, he could get away once, but eventually she'd catch him. Humph, do you even know I was captured by Shin Uzumaki? If it hadn't been for Gion, I might never have made it back. I wonder if she's fallen under suspicion. Tsuru's face was filled with worry. So don't send Gion on undercover missions anymore. Have Kizaru and the others bring her back, Tsuru said to Sengoku. What? Sengoku was shocked to hear Tsuru had been captured. But after hearing Tsuru's request, a conflicted expression appeared on Sengoku's face. No. If we do that, Gion will be in even more danger. I believe Gion can gain Shin Uzumaki's trust. Sengoku shook his head. He wasn't wrong about this. Acting rashly would only put Gion in more danger. So he had no choice but to refuse Tsuru's request. As for whether she'd be furious with him, well, he'd just have to lay low for a while. Tsuru looked deeply at Sengoku, not speaking. 10 minutes later, Sengoku joined Garp on the clothesline, hanging out to dry in the sun. It was clear Tsuru was absolutely furious. She'd shown him zero mercy. If she'd had any respect left for him, she never would have humiliated him like this. This was mortifying for Sengoku. The Marine soldiers would probably be laughing about this for weeks. After hanging there all day, Garp and Sengoku were finally restored to normal. Garp looked at Sengoku with a deadpan expression. Sengoku, this whole mess had nothing to do with me, and you dragged me right into it. So what exactly do you think I should do about that? Garp clenched his fists, clearly itching for a fight. If Sengoku didn't give him a damn good explanation, Garp was going to lay him out right there. If I hadn't dragged you into this, Tsuru would have murdered me. Sorry about that, Garp. Sengoku's expression showed genuine regret. He had definitely thrown Garp under the bus, dragging him down with him. Save the excuses. Find us a deserted island, let's have a fight. Garp was also really angry. After hanging there like laundry for half a day, Garp's whole body ached. If he didn't beat the hell out of Sengoku, he'd never get this anger out of his system. Alright, I'll accompany you. Sengoku nodded. It was the perfect excuse to lay low for a while and avoid running into Tsuru again. He'd wait until she cooled off. Sengoku knew damn well that Tsuru wouldn't be letting him off the hook anytime soon. What's going through your head? Trying to run away? I'm telling you right now, if I don't kick your ass, I'm not worthy of the name Monkey D. Garp. Garp grabbed Sengoku's collar, dragged him, and left. Then he boarded a warship, Garp's personal vessel. He dragged Sengoku along and left Marine headquarters, actually heading for a deserted island to settle their score. With their level of power, they couldn't just fight anywhere. The collateral damage would be catastrophic. Chapter 544, it's easy to get on board, but hard to get off. Boom. Sengoku's body was sent flying, crashing a huge deep pit on the island. Sengoku, you've gotten weaker. Garp threw another punch, this one aimed straight at Sengoku's face, his expression twisted in panic as the fist came flying. From the beating Sengoku had already taken, it was obvious he was getting demolished. Garp was absolutely destroying him. Garp, are you for real? Sengoku was hit again, his face swollen. Of course. Do you think I'm playing with you? You'd better hope you can take a punch, or you're done for. Garp clenched his fists and walked towards Sengoku step by step. Sengoku's face changed again and again. He knew Garp's strength. In a fight, two of him might not be a match for Garp. Puru. At this moment, Sengoku's Den Den Mushi suddenly rang. Sengoku immediately took out the Den Den Mushi from his pocket. During the fight with Garp, it was a miracle that this poor little thing wasn't killed. This is Fleet Admiral Sengoku of Marine Headquarters. What do you have to report? Humph, I won't be accused of fighting dirty. I'll wait until you're done talking. Garp held back from attacking. But gradually, Garp watched Sengoku's expression shift from bad to worse, his face growing more and more grim. This made Garp's heart start to wonder. What the hell was going on? Or was this bastard Sengoku just putting on an act to throw him off? Okay, I understand. Sengoku put down the Den Den Mushi and stood there with a straight face. Hey, what's going on? Garp asked Sengoku. Sengoku didn't answer. He walked toward the warship nearby. Seeing his condition, Garp didn't try to stop him or ask questions. They had decades of history together, fighting side by side on the seas, hunting down legendary pirates. Garp knew Sengoku inside and out. And he could tell this wasn't an act. Whatever had happened, it was clearly devastating for his old friend. So Garp gave him space. When they returned to Marine headquarters, tears flowed from Sengoku's eyes. Hey, what's wrong? Garp, seeing Sengoku's appearance, although he didn't want to ask, he couldn't help but ask. To be honest, this was the first time Garp had seen Sengoku cry. I received news that Rosinante was killed. His identity was discovered by Doflamingo, and then he was killed, Sengoku said with some pain. Rosinante, also known as Corazon, was dead. The news had finally reached them. Sengoku was devastated. After all, Don Quixote Rosinante wasn't just some expendable agent, he was his adopted son. Sengoku genuinely loved him. A lifetime of fighting pirates had left Sengoku with no family of his own. But Rosinante, though adopted, had been like a real son to him. Garp said nothing. He knew exactly who Rosinante was. All he could do was rest a hand on Sengoku's shoulder. An older man outliving someone younger, it was every parent's nightmare. Garp understood that pain all too well. He'd lived through something similar. His son, Monkey D. Dragon, wasn't dead, but his choices had made him dead to Garp in every way that mattered. Originally, he wanted him to become a Marine and inherit his will. But he not only didn't become a Marine but also became the world's worst criminal, opposing the world government. If he ever faced Dragon again, it would be father against son on opposite sides of a battlefield. And his grandson Luffy. The kid was hell-bent on becoming a pirate. You had to admit, the monkey family was one for the history books. The grandfather, Marine hero. The son, revolutionary leader. The grandson, future pirate king wannabe. You received the news, right? Tsuru suddenly walked over and asked Sengoku with a straight face. At this time, Sengoku's face was bruised and swollen, beaten by Garp, and his clothes were tattered, looking very wretched. But everyone could feel the anger in Sengoku's heart. I'm telling you, Sengoku, if one day, I hear such news about Gion, I will kill you. Tsuru said to Sengoku. This was not Tsuru joking. She really wasn't joking with Sengoku. If one day something happened to Gion, Tsuru would really have the thought of killing Sengoku. I promise you, even if I have to risk my life, I will not let anything happen to Gion. Sengoku took a deep breath and said to Tsuru. No matter what it cost him, Sengoku would make sure nothing happened to Gion. Otherwise, he'd never be able to face Tsuru again. He knew how much Gion meant to her, closer than blood sisters. If anything happened to that girl, Tsuru would lose her mind completely. Sengoku was already regretting sending Gion undercover. If her cover got blown, the fallout would be catastrophic. Unfortunately, it was too late to turn back now. The plan was already in motion, and there was no calling it off. Getting close to Shin Uzumaki was one thing, getting away from him was another story entirely. Tsuru remained silent, but her expression towards Sengoku softened slightly, not quite so ice-cold anymore. But looking at Garp's eyes, they still hadn't changed. Tsuru, this really has nothing to do with me. I didn't participate at all. Garp said to Tsuru with a bitter face. Didn't participate? Couldn't you have stopped it? Tsuru asked Garp coldly. If I'd had any chance to stop it, I would have. By the time I found out, this bastard had already sent Gion out on the mission. You think I beat his ass for fun? Garp quickly explained to Tsuru. He couldn't stand the thought of Tsuru misunderstanding him any further. At the same time, Garp shot Sengoku a withering glare. But remembering that Sengoku had just learned of his adopted son's death and was drowning in grief, Garp held back from pushing him any harder. Really? Tsuru glanced at Garp. Of course. If I'd known, I never would have let Gion go undercover. What kind of monster even comes up with an idea like that? After Garp's words, Sengoku's expression darkened. Was he deliberately trying to twist the knife? But Sengoku had no comeback. After all, what he'd done was genuinely shitty, deliberately dragging Garp into his mess. I'll believe your words for now. Tsuru seemed to believe Garp, which made him finally relax a little. He had been holding his breath before, now he could finally relax. Should we inform the 5 elders about the op fruit? After all, they wanted it for themselves. Now it looks like Shin Uzumaki has it. Tsuru spoke up. Originally, Tsuru was supposed to capture Doflamingo and secure the op fruit. But Shin had interfered and thrown everything off course. Honestly, even without Shin's involvement, if things had played out naturally, the Marines probably wouldn't have gotten their hands on Doflamingo or the fruit anyway. So the end result was the same. But with the op fruit now in Shin's possession, there was no telling how the 5 elders would react. Chapter 545, Undercover Plan. Shortly after Tsuru mentioned the 5 elders, they contacted Sengoku through a den mushi. Garp couldn't help but shoot a look at Tsuru. If she hadn't brought them up, would the 5 elders have even bothered calling? This doesn't concern me. I'm out. Garp left immediately. He could pretty much guess what the 5 elders were going to say, and it wouldn't be pleasant. They were definitely going to tear Sengoku a new one. Listening to Sengoku get chewed out would be awkward, so he decided not to get involved. Sengoku, what the hell are you doing? How did Shin Uzumaki get his hands on the op fruit? Sure enough, before he had even gone far, he heard the 5 elders' furious scolding. Seeing Sengoku's expression, Garp felt a surge of satisfaction. Serves you right, you old bastard, for throwing me under the bus. Now you're getting torn apart. He didn't stick around for the show. If he did, Sengoku would probably take it out on him later. Garp turned and left, Tsuru also left. Sengoku's face was grim. After a scolding, he finally had a chance to breathe. I don't care how you do it. Get the op fruit back from Shin Uzumaki. The 5 elders finally delivered their ultimatum. 5 elders, that's out of the question. Now is not the time to start a war with Shin Uzumaki, Sengoku directly refused. It wasn't that Sengoku wanted to refuse, this was just a suicide mission. If the Marines actually went after Shin Uzumaki, the casualties would be catastrophic. The seas were already in chaos, and he couldn't afford to throw the entire Marine force at one man. Because it wasn't worth it. The Marines couldn't neglect their duty to hunt down countless other pirates just for the sake of one pirate. Besides, compared to Shin Uzumaki, the other pirates were far worse. At least he hadn't burned down cities, slaughtered innocents, or pillaged defenseless towns. Sengoku, are you refusing an order? The 5 elders' tone became severe. Sengoku's face darkened, but he couldn't refuse. Understood. The Marines accept the order. We'll do everything in our power to retrieve the op fruit. But if we fail, I hope the 5 elders won't hold us responsible. Humph. A cold snort came, and the other side hung up directly. Now nobody was satisfied. Sengoku was pissed about the Five Elders' order, and the Five Elders were equally frustrated with Sengoku. At the Holy Land of Mary Geos, within an opulent palace, the Five Elders had gathered, some standing, others seated. Sengoku's insubordination is becoming a problem. Maybe it's time to remind him who's in charge. Saint Ethan Baron v. Nusjiro asked the other Five Elders. Though Sengoku had agreed in the end, they weren't fools. How could they miss that he was just paying lip service, with no real intention of following through? We need the Marines functional right now. Looks like we'll have to retrieve the op-op fruit ourselves, Saint Shepherd Jew Peter shook his head. If the seas were peaceful, disposing of Sengoku would be simple. But with chaos erupting everywhere, they still needed his leadership. Their hands were tied. Then are we going to act? Saint Marcus Mars asked Saint Shepherd Jew Peter. Their status was too elevated for them to act carelessly. But more importantly, they were wary of Shin's true strength. Nobody really knew what he was capable of. What if they underestimated him and got themselves killed? Their lives were precious, they valued self-preservation above all else. Unless they were absolutely certain of victory, they wouldn't move against Shin directly. It wasn't a lack of confidence, they all believed in their power. But Shin's reputation spoke for itself, and they weren't about to take unnecessary risks. Whitebeard was no match for him. And it wasn't just Whitebeard, even Shiki the Golden Lion had fallen to Shin Uzumaki. Then how do we retrieve the op-op fruit? It's absolutely crucial to our plans. We have to get it back. Saint Topman Warcury said. According to our intelligence, the Marines have already sent a Vice Admiral undercover. What if we do the same? Saint J. Garcia Saturn suggested. Excellent idea. If the op-op fruit hasn't been consumed yet, we'll find a way to steal it back. If someone's already eaten it, we capture them instead. Saint Ethan Baron v. Nusjiro nodded approvingly, it was a solid plan. Smart thinking. Plus we'd get intel on Shin Uzumaki himself. It's feasible, though infiltration won't be easy. Saint Shepherd Jew Peter agreed with the concept but questioned the execution. That's what the CP organization is for. We'll select someone suitable and plant them on Shin's crew. Saint Marcus Mars didn't see the difficulty. Finding the right operative would be simple enough, though they'd have to send a woman to blend in with the Kuja pirates. Slightly inconvenient, but not impossible. So, the Five Elders huddled together, debating who to deploy against Shin Uzumaki's crew. Meanwhile, Shin remained oblivious to the Five Elders scheming as his ship crossed back into the New World. Back in the New World again. It feels pretty good. Looking at the familiar scenery of the New World, Shin said with a smile. Howling winds, towering waves, and torrential rain, Momosaji couldn't believe he called this good. She knew little about the New World, having spent most of her career at Marine headquarters. This was her first time in these waters, so she didn't realize that violent storms were basically the standard here. In the New World, weather hit you before pirates did. And if the storms didn't kill you, getting lost might, the magnetic interference could render log poses useless. Navigation here required real skill. First time in the New World. Shin glanced at Momosaji. Is it that obvious? I've never been here before, everything's so different from what I expected. Momosaji nodded, taking in the hostile environment. A newspaper fluttered down from above. Shin snatched it midair, barely glancing at the departing news coup. Whitebeard and Kaido are still going at it. Shin scanned the headlines with mild interest. He remembered seeing reports about their conflict when they'd first reached the North Blue. Apparently, the war was still raging. Should we go join in? Hancock asked Shin with anticipation. For what? There's nothing in it for us. Let's head back to our territory first. Shin had zero interest in someone else's fight. What was the point? No profit, no purpose. Chapter 546, The Blueprints for Pluton. This ship is toast. Look at that massive hole. Shin stared at his damaged vessel with frustration. He'd been napping on deck when they'd crashed into something, a giant sea beast that had punched right through the hull. The creature was already dealt with and ready for dinner, but the ship was another story. Looks like we need a new ride, Shin said to Hancock and the others. Sure, they could patch it up, but what if it happened again? Indeed. Our ship is not very good, Alvia nodded. Despite being a Yonko, Shin was still sailing in the same vessel Elder Nyan had overseen years ago, hardly fitting for someone of his status. Should we contact Elder Nyan about building us something new? Hancock asked Shin. That's one option. But I'm thinking we could try for something bigger, Pluton. Shin's smile turned predatory. Pluton. As in one of the 3 ancient weapons. Toki couldn't hide her shock. Oh, didn't expect you to know about Pluton. Shin studied Toki with renewed interest. The woman was full of surprises, though given her mysterious background, maybe he shouldn't be surprised. Nearby, Momosaji froze mid-step when she heard the name. Her expression darkened immediately. Pluton, the legendary warship built in Water 7, capable of obliterating an entire island with one shot. Even the world government desperately wanted to get their hands on it, but its current location remained a mystery. Only someone who could read poneglyphs might be able to track it down. And those who could read the poneglyphs. Momosaji subconsciously looked at Alvia and Robin. If Shin really wanted to find Pluton, he actually could do it. What was she supposed to do? Just stand by and watch him claim the most dangerous weapon in existence? Momosaji was looking for a way. She couldn't let Pluton fall into Shin Uzumaki's hands. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. She had to get word out somehow. Shin was already a walking catastrophe. If he got his hands on the ancient weapons, who could possibly stop him? Lost in thought, she nearly jumped out of her skin when someone tapped her shoulder. "What are you doing standing here?" Marguerite asked Momosaji. Momosaji spun around to find the young warrior watching her curiously. Despite her age, Marguerite's skills had earned her a spot on the crew when Hancock recruited from Amazon Lily. "Nothing. When did you come over?" Momosaji feigned calmness and asked Marguerite. "Just now. You seemed distracted." Marguerite's gaze was sharp. She'd been ordered by the Empress to keep tabs on their newest member. "I'm feeling a bit off. Still adjusting to the new world, I guess." The lie felt clumsy coming out. Momosaji had never been good at deception. Fortunately, Marguerite didn't seem to notice anything suspicious. Momosaji quickly excused herself, completely unaware that Shin's observation hockey had tracked every moment of the exchange. "Pluton's been missing for centuries. Think we can actually find it?" Alvia asked. "I should be asking you that. Its location should be recorded on the poneglyph somewhere. Haven't you come across anything about it?" Shin looked at Alvia. "I've seen a poneglyph that mentioned Pluton, but it didn't give away its location." Alvia shook her head. Even she wasn't certain the legendary warship still existed. "According to my guess, Pluton is very likely related to Alabasta Kingdom." Shin wasn't certain the kingdom actually housed the weapon, but he knew there was a poneglyph about an ancient weapon hidden there, and it had to be about Pluton. After all, that's exactly why Crocodile had been Southwest obsessed with the place. But this time we're not going after Pluton itself. We're going for the blueprints, build our own version. The original Pluton was a needle in a haystack. Shin didn't have time to scour the entire world looking for it. Building a new one would be much faster. Pluton's blueprints. Robin looked at Shin in surprise, then asked, "Do you know where Pluton's blueprints are?" "Of course I know." Shin's confident smile said it all. Thanks to his knowledge of future events, he knew exactly who possessed them. Frankie's master, Tom, currently held the blueprints. Later, he would have passed them to Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7. Iceberg would then give them to his fellow apprentice Frankie, who would eventually burn them rather than let them fall into the wrong hands. Luffy's Thousand Sunny might have even incorporated elements of Pluton's design. Both Frankie and Iceberg would work on that ship, after all. But right now, Tom was still alive, which meant the blueprints remained in his possession. "Looks like we're leaving the new world." Shin spoke up. His purpose this time was to get Pluton's blueprints. "Change of plans, we're heading to Paradise instead." "By the way, where is Tom being held?" Shin realized that he didn't know where Tom was being held. "Eni's lobby." "No, that was for trials, not long-term imprisonment." "Impel down." Unlikely, Tom was too valuable to the world government for a standard prison. They'd want him somewhere secure but accessible, probably some black site facility. This made things complicated. Finding Tom is a bit troublesome. I have no idea where they're keeping him, and we don't exactly have an intelligence network. "Shin, you mean Pluton's blueprints are on Tom?" Alvia asked Shin. Tom wouldn't be carrying them around, the 5 elders would have seized them by now if he was. But Tom definitely knows where they're hidden. For the sake of getting a proper flagship, Shin was willing to track down the fishman. Once he found Tom, obtaining the blueprints would be straightforward. If Tom refused to cooperate, well, that wasn't really a problem. Shin had ways of extracting information directly from someone's memories. Whether Tom wanted to talk or not wouldn't matter. But first, he had to actually find Tom. Without that, everything else was pointless. Chapter 547, Khalifa the Undercover Agent. The Kuja pirates sailed toward Paradise. Whether they could track Tom down or not, their first stop would be Water 7. Maybe Tom's apprentice, Iceberg, already had answers. As Shin's crew passed through Fishman Island and entered the first half of the Grand Line, word reached the 5 elders. Shin Uzumaki has left the New World again. We don't know his objective, but this is our chance. He'll have to stop at Sabaody Archipelago. St. Ethan Baron v. Nusjiro said. Agreed. Deploy our chosen operative, Saint Shepherd Jupiter nodded. Let's wait a bit. Call her over. To ensure she can successfully go undercover in Shin Uzumaki's pirate crew, we need to give her something. Saint Marcus Mars held a fruit with strange patterns in his hand. This was a devil fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit. The float fruit. Just hand it over to her. Isn't that a bit generous? Saint Topman Warcury frowned. Yes, this was the float fruit, Shiki the Golden Lion's former devil fruit. After Shin killed him, the fruit had respawned, and they'd managed to claim it. Compared to the op fruit, the float fruit is expendable. Without some kind of special ability, she'll have a hell of a time getting accepted into Shin Uzumaki's crew. Saint Marcus Mars addressed Saint Topman Warcury. Warcury remained silent, clearly agreeing that the float fruit was an acceptable sacrifice. Shortly after, a blonde woman in black attire entered the chamber. Her movements were cautious as she stepped into the inner sanctum. Few ever had the privilege of standing before the five elders. The woman felt uneasy, more accurately terrified. The five elders' true nature was a mystery to most, and that uncertainty was terrifying. Califa, you should know the purpose of calling you here. Saint Shepherd Jupiter asked calmly, his tone filled with authority. Yes, this woman was Califa, a CP9 operative. She wasn't exactly elite material, but she was the best female agent they could find for an infiltration mission. Yes. I've already been briefed on the mission, Califa nodded. Then she saw something thrown towards her. Califa instinctively caught it. Her eyes widened at the devil fruit now resting in her palm. Despite being a CP9 elite, even she rarely had access to devil fruits, they were incredibly hard to come by. This is the float fruit, it belonged to Shiki the Golden Lion. After his death, the devil fruit respawned. It's yours now. Thank you, five elders. Califa's excitement surged, her earlier reluctance melting away. Truth was, she'd been dreading this assignment. Going undercover next to someone as dangerous as Shin Uzumaki. One wrong move and she'd be dead. The risk was astronomical, but refusing wasn't an option. Still, getting the float fruit out of it made the mission more bearable. Without hesitation, Califa bit into the devil fruit. The taste hit her like a sledgehammer. She barely managed to keep from puking, the thing was absolutely revolting. Fortunately, you only had to endure that nightmare once. Unless you were some kind of freak like Blackbeard who could handle multiple fruits. Don't let Shin Uzumaki discover your true identity. And you need to report back on his activities regularly. If you can't provide intelligence, you're worthless to us. The five elders' tone was indifferent. They couldn't care less about Califa's survival. All they wanted was intelligence on Shin Uzumaki. If Califa got exposed and murdered, so be it. The five elders' cold threats made Califa's blood boil, though her face remained impassive. These bastards were already sending her on a suicide mission, did they really need to threaten her on top of it? But she kept her mouth shut. The aura radiating from these five men was absolutely terrifying. One wrong word and she'd be dead before she even left the room. According to the intelligence we received, Shin Uzumaki's ship is about to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. Find a chance and find a way to board Shin Uzumaki's ship. The five elders ordered Califa. As for what method Califa used, that was her own business. Five elders, I need your cooperation on something. Califa hesitated for a while, then said to the five elders. What kind of cooperation do you need? St. J. Garcia Saturn's gaze turned deadly as it locked onto Califa. The audacity, she was actually asking them for cooperation. A lowly CP9 agent making demands of the five elders. It's simple. I just need a criminal record. Califa figured joining the Kuja pirates would be easier with a bounty on her head. A wanted poster would give her instant credibility. Once the mission was over, they could clear her record anyway. At least, that's what she hoped, though in reality, once she'd outlived her usefulness, she'd probably just disappear permanently. Very well. Califa assaulted a celestial dragon. Bounty, 60 million berries. St. J. Garcia Saturn's tone was utterly casual. Califa's blood ran cold. She hadn't expected them to fabricate something so extreme. Attacking a celestial dragon. That was practically a death sentence even as a fake crime. Fortunately, it was just a fabricated charge. Califa breathed a sigh of relief. She left Mary Geos and descended to the Sabaody archipelago below. To sell the deception, the five elders even dispatched agents to hunt her down, CP9 operatives who had once been her teammates. Damn it. They're actually not holding back. Califa gritted her teeth as she ran. Were these bastards actually trying to kill her? Was this supposed to be method acting? For a moment, Califa genuinely thought they were trying to kill her. She had no choice but to keep running. The Kuja pirates. Seeing the Kuja pirates' flag, Califa's heart leaped with joy, and she ran towards that direction. Shin's eyes narrowed as he spotted the fleeing woman. That outfit, he'd seen it before. How dare you approach the Kuja pirates? Hancock drew aim no habakiri, ready to cut her down. Khalifa felt death breathing down her neck as she approached, one wrong move and she was finished. Hancock, spare her life. A smile appeared on Shin's face. Shin had figured out who she was. Interesting. Going to all this trouble to stage a performance for him, what was the real game here? Meanwhile, Shin caught sight of the other CP9 agents in pursuit, including their leader, Lucci. Lucci was exceptional, a genuine prodigy. Most of CP9 would eventually graduate to CP0, and even among those elites, Lucci would likely stand out. Once they spotted Shin and his ship, Lucci's team broke off the chase. They'd made their presence known, mission accomplished. Time to withdraw. Chapter 548, Is it because she's beautiful? Khalifa watched the Kuja pirates with a conflicted expression. Usually, she maintained a calm, stoic demeanor, but right now, she was genuinely terrified, especially after that earlier brush with death. I seem to have no way out. Khalifa thought about it. She really had no retreat. If she didn't go and join Shin Uzumaki's Kuja pirates as an undercover agent, then she only had one way to go, death. The five elders were not good people. Khalifa was still clear about this. And if she continued working undercover, while she might still die, at least it wasn't a guaranteed death sentence. So with no other options, she had to board Shin Uzumaki's ship. I'd like to join the Kuja pirates. Khalifa braced herself and walked over, trying her best to remain calm. Alvia studied Khalifa's appearance, her eyes narrowing slightly. Something felt off about this woman. If pressed to explain why, she'd call it intuition. She'd felt the same way when Momosaji first boarded, that same gut feeling that something wasn't right. This time was no different. Alvia's instincts screamed that something was off about this woman, seriously off. Khalifa didn't display any obvious tells, but that was exactly the problem. She was too composed, too controlled for someone in her situation. What she didn't realize was that her carefully maintained calm had already raised red flags. She was still too young at this game. You want to join the Kuja pirates? Then give me a reason. Shin didn't refuse, studying Khalifa with a calm expression. He'd already figured out that she was another undercover agent, just like Momosaji. The five elders had probably sent her. In the original story, she'd been planted next to Iceberg to steal the Pluton blueprints. Now her target was likely the op fruit. The five elders clearly placed enormous value on that fruit. Shin was genuinely curious about what made it so special to them. I assaulted a celestial dragon. Without proper protection, I'm as good as dead. Khalifa stated her reason. You assaulted a celestial dragon. If you've brought that kind of heat on yourself, why would I want you on my ship? Shin's calm question made Khalifa's face go rigid. She was at a loss for words. Could it be that the crime the five elders had given her was too great, making it impossible for her to join the Kuja pirates? Khalifa's composure cracked instantly. If this mission failed, she was finished. The five elders showed no mercy when eliminating failures. I have a very powerful devil fruit ability. Khalifa lifted herself into the air, demonstrating the power of the float fruit. She was confident Shin would recognize its value. You ate the float fruit. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Shin's face. In the original story, Khalifa hadn't possessed any devil fruit powers at this point. She'd only gained abilities later when she encountered Luffy, and even then, it was just the bubble fruit, a pretty mediocre power. That's right. It was because of this float fruit that I crossed a celestial dragon, and now they're hunting me. Khalifa said quickly. Shin's eyes flashed, then he nodded faintly and said, all right, I'll let you join the Kuja pirates. But don't even think about pulling anything. The warning in Shin's tone made Khalifa's heart skip a beat. Had she been found out? What Khalifa didn't realize was that her cover had been blown the moment she approached. Shin simply didn't mind letting her join the crew. Before she demonstrated the float fruit, he might have dismissed her entirely, but that power changed everything. The power of the float fruit was unquestionable. More importantly, when he eventually wanted the ship to fly, he wouldn't have to handle it himself. Having a float fruit user was perfect. As for her being a spy, Shin couldn't care less. Undercover agents could be turned, he was confident about that. Khalifa felt a wave of relief. She'd actually managed to infiltrate the Kuja pirates. For now, at least, she was safe. Getting into the Kuja pirates was easier than expected. Was it because of my looks? Hey, men are all the same. What's going through your mind right now? Care to share? Shin's calm voice entered Khalifa's ears, startling her. Looking at Shin, she couldn't see anything from his face. But Khalifa felt as if she had been seen through. She couldn't treat them like idiots. She had to be careful. If her cover was blown, she was as good as dead. Califa told herself she was still very young and didn't want to die yet. From now on, you'll be learning navigation on this ship. Consider yourself our navigator for the time being, Shin told Califa. Califa looked at Shin, bewildered. Regarding navigation knowledge, she knew nothing at all. But Captain, I know nothing about navigation. I said for now. You learn first. If you don't have talent in this area, then learn something else. We don't keep idlers on the ship. Shin glanced at Califa and said calmly. Califa nodded without saying a word. She'd follow Shin's orders for now and learn navigation. It would give her something to contribute. Califa was taken away to learn knowledge from the navigator on the ship. Robin walked over to Shin. Something's off about that woman. Why did you let her on the ship? Is it just because she's beautiful? Robin's gaze was filled with suspicion. Bomb. The moment she finished speaking, Shin gently flicked Robin's forehead with his finger. Don't talk nonsense here, or I'll teach you some manners. Shin said to Robin. Robin rubbed her head and shot Shin an annoyed glare. What made it worse was that he even bullied her. Robin was furious inside, wanting to bite Shin. But she'd never do something that would damage her image. By the way, Robin, I feel you're not as cute as when you were a child. Shin reached out and pinched Robin's cheek. He thought she was cuter as a child. Even cute kids grow up eventually. Robin held her head high, as if signaling something to Shin. TCH. Pathetic. Hancock's voice reached Robin's ears. Robin couldn't help but glance at Hancock. The look in her eyes made it clear, Robin really was nothing special to her. At least in certain areas, she couldn't compete with Hancock. And the worst part? Hancock was barely older than her. Robin kept her expression neutral, but internally she was cursing Hancock to become flat as a board. Chapter 549, Target, Eni's Lobby. Shin's ship didn't linger at the Sabaody archipelago, setting a course for Eni's Lobby. Alvia's expression turned serious. Heading to Eni's Lobby was incredibly dangerous, she had to be focused. But one look at Shin's completely unfazed demeanor made her spirits sink. They were heading to the judicial island of the world government. Could he at least try to look concerned? I thought we were going to Water 7. Why the sudden change to Eni's Lobby? Alvia asked Shin, puzzled. Just a short while ago, their destination had been Water 7, but now it was Eni's Lobby. What was the reason for this change? We're still going to Water 7. But there's a chance we can find Tom on Eni's Lobby. Since he was arrested and charged with a crime, they're bound to have information on him there. Shin had figured as much, which was why he decided to head to Eni's Lobby first. There was another reason, of course, it was closer. From the Sabaody archipelago, Eni's Lobby was clearly closer than Water 7. Going there first, and then to Water 7, wouldn't waste any time. All right. I think we're in for a fight, Alvia said, already prepared for battle. No need to be so tense. Shin said to Alvia, then pointed at Hancock. Look at Hancock. She's so excited. I bet she's really looking forward to the next fight. Yes, I'm very much looking forward to it. Hancock nodded, drawing her sword. She hadn't had enough fun when dealing with Doflamingo last time. Don't worry, Mother. When have you ever seen Shin do something he wasn't sure about? Robin said, having complete faith in Shin. From the moment Shin had saved her and her mother, Robin's trust in him had been absolute. If Shin claimed he could take on the entire world by himself, Robin wouldn't doubt him for a second. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, the news had already arrived, Shin's Kuja pirates were heading for Eni's Lobby. Though they didn't know if he was actually going to Eni's Lobby, this was enough to put Sengoku on high alert. Garp, it seems we have to go ourselves this time. Shin Uzumaki's Kuja pirates are approaching Eni's Lobby. Sengoku said seriously to Garp. Ah, can't you just send Akiji and the others? I wanted to go see my grandson, Garp said, somewhat reluctantly. Garp, are you playing dumb or do you genuinely not know? Akiji and the others aren't here, they've gone to the New World. Sengoku roared at Garp. All right, I get it. I'll go with you. Garp yawned. He really wanted to go see his grandson, but it seemed he wouldn't have the chance now. As for being afraid, while Shin's strength was undeniable, Garp wasn't intimidated in the least. Back in his day, he'd hunted Roger, battled Whitebeard, and even teamed up with Roger to destroy the Rock's pirates, crushing Rox's ambitions once and for all. Fear had never been in Garp's vocabulary. Even facing someone as unfathomably powerful as Shin, that hadn't changed. Be careful this time. Sengoku still reminded Garp. He also knew how dangerous this operation was. Do we need to call for reinforcements? Garp asked Sengoku. No. They'd just get in the way. Besides, we need to move fast. According to the latest intel, Shin Uzumaki is about to reach Ini's lobby. Though he didn't know why Shin Uzumaki was heading to Ini's lobby, one thing was certain: nothing could happen to that place. Any incident there would be a massive blow to Marine prestige. Ever since Roger's execution, the Marine's reputation had been in steady decline. Roger's final words had sparked the Great Pirate Era, flooding the seas with countless new pirates. Their control over the oceans had hit rock bottom. And now, with pirates stronger than ever before, this truly was the Great Pirate Era at its peak. If Shin Uzumaki caused another major incident, it would be a true disaster. The importance of Ini's lobby was too great. It absolutely could not fall. Sengoku had already resolved to protect Ini's lobby, even if it cost him his life. Garp and Sengoku set off for Ini's lobby. Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, was located very close to the island. Marine Ford, Ini's lobby, and Impel Down formed a triangle. If any of the three were in trouble, Marine headquarters could provide immediate support. By the way, Sengoku, did you tell the five elders? Garp suddenly remembered and asked. Faced with Garp's questioning, Sengoku fell silent, deep in thought. He hadn't informed the five elders beforehand. That was definitely his mistake. Something this major absolutely required their knowledge. Why don't you tell them? Sengoku asked Garp tentatively. Get lost. You already screwed me over with the Gion situation. You think I'm falling for this twice? Garp shot back at Sengoku irritably. Sure, contacting the five elders sounded important, but only when you had good news to share. Calling them with nothing but bad news. That was just asking to get chewed out. I'm just a vice admiral. I don't have the clearance to speak with the five elders. You're on your own, Garp said, picking his nose. He was essentially telling Sengoku to handle it himself. Sengoku sighed quietly. There was no getting around it. He'd have to contact the five elders himself. Hopefully they wouldn't tear him a new one this time. Deep down, Sengoku was already prepared for the verbal lashing he was about to receive. Sengoku, what is it? Why are you contacting us? One of the five elders spoke through the Den mushi. Sengoku couldn't tell which one, and frankly, he didn't have the energy to figure it out. The five elders were shrouded in an unfathomable mystery. They'd wielded power for longer than anyone could fathom, already ruling during his childhood, and even before that, in his father's generation too. I have something important to report. It's about Shin Uzumaki. About Shin Uzumaki? I doubt it's good news. The five elders probably understood quite well. Anything involving Shin Uzumaki was bound to be bad news. Yes. Shin Uzumaki is heading to Ini's lobby. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, then delivered the news. There was no avoiding it, the five elders had to know. After he finished speaking, he braced himself for the inevitable trash talking. What the hell is going on? Tell me, why is Shin Uzumaki heading to Ini's lobby? Sengoku, give me an explanation. The five elders' furious voice came through. Chapter 550, time for a showdown. Faced with the five elders' furious questioning, Sengoku chose silence. Was this really his fault? Shin Uzumaki had his own legs, where he chose to go was hardly something Sengoku could control. But facing the five elders' blame and criticism, Sengoku had no intention of arguing back. What was the point? Would defending himself actually stop them from tearing into him? Not a chance. No matter what, Ini's lobby cannot fall. Do you understand, Sengoku? The five elders' icy voice came through. I understand. Sengoku nodded. He could only say he would do his best. Protecting Ini's lobby from Shin Uzumaki was easier said than done. After hanging up the Den mushi, Sengoku shot a glare at Garp, who was clearly enjoying himself. How could he find this amusing? What did the five elders say? Garp asked Sengoku. Don't tell me you didn't hear what the five elders said, Sengoku said with a straight face. I heard. But this isn't going to be an easy mission. It's a huge pain for us. Garp said. A huge pain was an understatement. It was a complete disaster. How were they supposed to deal with Shin Uzumaki? Hopefully, his target wasn't Ini's lobby itself. Even if it's a false alarm, it's for the best. I hope his target isn't Ini's lobby. And what is his purpose, anyway? Sengoku stared at Garp and asked. Garp looked back, completely baffled. Why was Sengoku asking him? How the hell was he supposed to know what Shin Uzumaki was planning? He wasn't a mind reader. I have no idea what his purpose is. Let's just prepare for the worst. Garp sat on the coast without a word, waiting for Shin's arrival. Sengoku also didn't speak. At this moment, he was prepared. Even Roger had been hunted by them until he was running for his life. Why should they be afraid of Shin Uzumaki? Of course, that was just Sengoku trying to pump himself up. Deep down, he had no clue what he was getting into. Spandam is on Ini's lobby, isn't he? I remember Shin Uzumaki killed his father, Spandine. After a long while, Sengoku said to Garp. I know, but what does that have to do with us? He's a CP agent, Garp said, picking his nose, unconcerned. He's here. Just then, Garp's expression turned serious, his eyes locked on the distant sea. A ship was approaching. It was the Kuja pirates' vessel, and Shin stood at the bow, gazing at Ini's lobby from afar. Well, looks like we've attracted some big shots. Shin spotted Sengoku and Garp. This was Shin's first time meeting them since arriving in this world, but that didn't stop him from recognizing them. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Marine Hero Vice Admiral Garp. This could be trouble, Alvia murmured. Fortunately, the three admirals weren't here. Even with Alvia's complete faith in Shin, she didn't like the odds of facing 5 admiral-level opponents at once. The pirate ship drew closer to Ini's lobby. Neither Sengoku nor Garp made the first move, they wanted to see if there was any chance for negotiation. If they could get Shin Uzumaki to back down through words alone, that would be ideal. Of course, Sengoku knew the odds were slim, so he wasn't holding his breath. Shin Uzumaki, coming to Ini's lobby like this, is this your way of challenging the world government? Sengoku's icy gaze was fixed on Shin. Looking at you two, I'd say you're not exactly eager for a fight. Shin leaped off the ship and strode toward Sengoku and Garp. Alvia and Hancock followed him down. Robin and the others remained on the ship. After all, Robin's current strength was still a bit weak in comparison. Hancock and Robin were roughly the same age, Hancock only slightly older, but their strength levels were worlds apart. The reason was simple, Hancock was obsessed with getting stronger, while Robin saw power as secondary to knowledge. Hard work paid off, and it showed in their abilities. We're not afraid to fight you, but we don't want the people on Ini's lobby getting caught in the crossfire, Sengoku said with conviction. Shin waved dismissively at this and chuckled. Alright, let's skip the pleasantries. No need for the noble act. All this talk about not wanting to fight him was a lie. If they were truly confident, they would have attacked without hesitation. It was only because they weren't confident that they were saying this. You don't want to fight? Fine by me, neither do I. Now hand over Tom, and I'll leave. Refuse, and don't expect any mercy. Shin's voice was calm as he addressed Garp and Sengoku. Tom. Sengoku and Garp's brows furrowed. They didn't know this person. Of course they didn't know. Tom's case wasn't under their jurisdiction, the 5 elders would never hand something like that over to them. Sure, the Marines were technically their subordinates, but the trust between them wasn't as strong as it appeared. The world's #1 shipwright, the Horned Fishman. You should know who I'm talking about now. Shin didn't believe they wouldn't know after that description. If they claimed ignorance now, they were definitely putting on an act. After all, Tom had built a ship for Roger himself. Oh, that Tom. Garp finally realized. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. Why was Shin Uzumaki looking for Tom? But even if Shin Uzumaki was after Tom, Sengoku couldn't make that call. Tom was being held by a CP organization, and as Fleet Admiral of the Marines, Sengoku had zero authority over them. They answered directly to the Celestial Dragons and the 5 Elders. Impossible. Sengoku flat out refused to hand Tom over. It wasn't just that Tom wasn't in his custody, Sengoku didn't have that kind of authority anyway. But even if he did, he wouldn't give Tom up. The men possessed something that could change the world. That had to be Shin Uzumaki's real goal. Sengoku wasn't naive, he knew about the Pluton blueprints, at least enough to understand their significance. He absolutely could not let the blueprints for Pluton fall into Shin Uzumaki's hands. The stakes were too high, the consequences too catastrophic. Whatever it took, he had to keep Shin away from Pluton. Since that's not happening, I'll just have to find Tom myself. Shin said calmly. This time, Shin's target was the Pluton blueprints, and failure wasn't an option. Even if Tom was locked away in the holy land of Mary Geos itself, Shin would march right in there and drag him out. GARP, let's do it. You should know how important the thing in Tom's hands is, it absolutely cannot fall into the hands of any pirate. You know exactly what would happen if it did. Sengoku said seriously to Garp. Chapter 551, How do you know Kazara's light speed kick? Looks like we have to do this the hard way. Good, I'm actually interested to see what you two are capable of. Shin was particularly interested in Garp's strength. In the grand scheme of things, Garp was easily one of the top 10 fighters in the world, and that was even factoring in the mysterious 5 elders and the celestial dragon leader, Imu. Shin, do you need our help? Alvia asked Shin. No need. You and Hancock search the island and see if you can find Tom. Shin shook his head slightly. Don't even think about it. Get off Ini's lobby, you scum of the sea. Sengoku roared angrily, his body expanding and transforming into a colossal golden Buddha, the power of his devil fruit, the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Daibutsu. He unleashed a powerful shockwave, attacking Hancock and Alvia. Sengoku, are you forgetting I'm here? Shin lifted his leg, his right calf dissolving into golden particles of light before he swept it forward in a vicious kick. Boom! The shockwave was kicked apart by Shin's foot. And this kick also hit the transformed giant golden Buddha statue of Sengoku, sending Sengoku's massive body flying several hundred meters. In that moment, both Sengoku and Garp were utterly stunned. It wasn't just the sheer power that shocked them, it was the ability Shin had just used. What attack had Shin used just now? It was a light speed kick, a signature move of Admiral Kizaru. How can you use Kizaru's light speed kick? Sengoku asked Shin in shock, not even caring about his injuries. I can do a lot more than that. Want to see it all? Shin's expression was perfectly calm. Brat, you're even more mysterious than we thought. Then come and taste my fist. Garp's hands darkened with armament hockey. In a flash, he was right beside Shin, his fist rocketing toward him. When it came to speed, Garp had both Whitebeard and Kaido beat. And in terms of raw power, he wasn't far behind either of them. Anticipating Garp's attack, Shin moved like a feather on the wind, effortlessly drifting away from each strike. Garp's powerful blows never found their mark. No matter how powerful an attack, it was useless if it couldn't hit its target. That was the situation Garp now found himself in. Were his fists powerful? He could punch a warship into scrap metal. But he couldn't even graze a single hair on Shin's head. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Garp hadn't even touched Shin once. As expected of the men who defeated Whitebeard. You're the most troublesome opponent I've ever faced. Garp took a deep breath and stepped back, studying Shin with a serious expression. He had no idea how far Shin had developed his observation hockey, but it was clearly superior to his own. Every single attack was being predicted before he even threw it. Even though Shin hadn't attacked yet, Garp had no illusions about how devastating his strikes would be. Hadn't he witnessed Sengoku's massive Buddha form getting launched through the air by a single kick? And Garp could tell that Shin hadn't even been trying. Garp's instincts were spot on. If Shin had used his full power, killing Sengoku with that single kick would have been effortless. But if he'd actually killed Sengoku, this world wouldn't be nearly as entertaining. Shin preferred keeping things interesting. You flatter me. Shin smiled faintly, then gave Hancock and Alvia a meaningful look. They immediately took the cue and left. They were heading off to find Tom. If they couldn't find him, finding Spandam would be the next best thing. Hopefully, Spandam was on Ini's lobby. This time, Sengoku didn't try to stop them, Shin's killing intent was focused directly on him. If Sengoku made any move to interfere, he'd be facing Shin's full wrath. Sengoku wasn't about to test that theory, so he let Alvia and Hancock walk right past. The real target was Shin Uzumaki. If they could take him down, they wouldn't just prevent this crisis, they'd deal a crushing blow to pirate morale worldwide. I've let you have your fun long enough. Now it's my turn, don't you think? Garp, you ready for this? Shin clenched his fists, and the air began to vibrate. The gravel and dust on the ground were constantly jumping. Seeing this, Garp's heart jumped. This power was so familiar. Wasn't this the power of the tremor fruit? You should be familiar with it, right? Shin asked Garp with a smile. Garp had definitely clashed with Whitebeard countless times. After all, one was a legendary pirate, and the other was a marine hero. It would have been strange if they hadn't fought. What devil fruit did you eat? Garp asked with a puzzled face. He was really shocked this time. Kizaru's glint fruit ability, Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability, and the ability Akiji had reported before. Shin Uzumaki wielded far too many dangerous powers. The question was, how did he get so many abilities? Garp didn't know, and he didn't have time to think about it. Shin's fist was already coming towards him. The very air seemed to tear apart as the ground shattered. The distant Garp didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into Sengoku. Puffed. Garp spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest feeling like it was about to collapse, numbness spreading through his entire body. And this was with armament hockey protecting him. Without it, that blow might have killed him outright. Garp. Are you okay? Sengoku immediately asked Garp. The moment Sengoku first encountered Shin Uzumaki, he realized the man's strength was beyond anything he'd imagined. This was the first time Garp had ever taken such a brutal beating. He'd never looked this battered and broken before, not once in his entire career. I'm fine. But the two of us can't beat him. Garp pulled himself to his feet. Despite the injuries, his body was tough enough to handle that level of damage. Even if we can't beat him, we have to fight. Sengoku said seriously. Sengoku knew Shin Uzumaki's strength was overwhelming, but retreat wasn't an option. The reason was simple, they'd never be able to face the five elders afterward. Running away would mean serious consequences from above. Beyond that, Sengoku's pride would never let him back down. Neither would Garp's. I don't want to kill you. You should leave now, before I change my mind. Shin's tone was almost casual as he addressed Sengoku and Garp. If he decided to get serious, they wouldn't survive. Shin Uzumaki, don't get so damn cocky. Sengoku's voice was seething with rage. Did this bastard really think he could just kill them whenever he felt like it? Chapter 552, A Talk with the Five Elders. Shin glanced at the enraged Sengoku but made no further move. He was waiting for good news from Hancock and Alvia, hopefully, they'd bring him what he came for. Shin could afford to be patient, but Sengoku and Garp couldn't continue this stalemate. I'll hold him off. You go. Before Sengoku could finish his words, a huge wound appeared on his body. The golden Buddha form vanished, and his body crashed to the ground. You can't hold me off. Shin calmly retracted his kicked leg. He had combined the glint fruit's power with Tempest Kick, unleashing a slash of golden light that had left a huge wound on Sengoku. You should both understand that you can't stop me. Leaving now is the smartest choice, Shin said to Sengoku and Garp. Shin Uzumaki, you're after the Pluton blueprints, aren't you? Sengoku gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand despite the pain, and questioned Shin. That's right. I'm here for Pluton's blueprints. Shin didn't bother denying his purpose, there was no point. He'd come for Pluton's blueprints, and he wasn't going to pretend otherwise. Why hide it? Even knowing exactly what he was after, Sengoku and the others couldn't do a damn thing to stop him. I suggest you talk to the five elders. If you hand over Tom, Eni's lobby will be safe. If you don't, you can start salvaging it from the bottom of the sea. Shin crossed his arms and looked at Sengoku calmly. He wondered what choice Sengoku and Garp would make. On the Kuja pirate's ship, Robin glanced at Momosaji, then asked nonchalantly, Momosaji, you seem a little nervous. Robin's words startled Momosaji, who had been completely zoned out. What? Momosaji hadn't heard what Robin had said to her before. Robin took a deep breath, then smiled at Momosaji. I said, you look a little nervous. I am a bit. We're facing the Marine Fleet Admiral and the Marine hero Garp, after all. It's natural to be a little tense. Momosaji relaxed a little and said to Robin. She had known for a while that Robin was incredibly smart, so she was always cautious around her, afraid of revealing even the slightest clue. Robin didn't say anything else. Her job was to keep an eye on Momosaji and prevent her from doing anything suspicious. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Garp talked it over and decided to contact the five elders. Eni's lobby simply couldn't be destroyed, the humiliation would be catastrophic. It would only embolden pirates everywhere. As for handing over Tom, that wasn't Sengoku's call to make either. He needed to see what the five elders would decide. After placing the call, the five elders' voice came through the Den Mushi. Sengoku, has the matter of Eni's lobby been resolved? Sengoku gave a bitter smile. Just as he was about to speak, the Den Mushi was plucked from his hand, now held by Shin. His eyes narrowed, and he exchanged a look with Garp. Shin Uzumaki was even more terrifying than he thought. Perhaps he hadn't even been using his full strength earlier, he was just toying with them. Without even using his full power, he could crush both of them. Just how terrifying would he be at full strength? The thought sent a chill down Sengoku's spine. His courage to fight back was completely gone. If an opponent was only slightly stronger, you could muster the courage to face them. But if they were overwhelmingly stronger, how could you even begin to fight? Five elders. Maybe we should have a little conversation. I'm curious, are you interested in hearing what I have to offer? Shin asked, wearing a casual smile. On the other side, in the holy land of Mary Geos, the expressions of the five elders turned grim. They might look down on Shin Uzumaki on the surface, but to actually underestimate him would be foolish. Are you Shin Uzumaki? Five voices came through. That's right. I am Shin Uzumaki. How about I make a deal with you? What do you say? Do you want to do it? Shin's tone was nonchalant, as if he didn't take the five elders seriously. So what if they held all that power? If he truly wanted them dead, it would be effortless. One golden will reincarnation explosion from here could cleave the holy land of Mary Geos clean in half. What deal do you want to make with us? The five elders were seething at this point. Did Shin Uzumaki have no respect for them whatsoever? But given how powerful he actually was, they'd have to swallow their pride for now. What did Shin's ability to contact them directly represent? The five elders were too intelligent not to understand the implications. Sengoku and Garp must have been defeated. The Den Mushi had fallen into Shin Uzumaki's hands. Though the five elders were somewhat displeased with Sengoku right now, they couldn't afford to lose him. As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku was irreplaceable. If something happened to him, the Marines would be left without a leader, and with the seas becoming increasingly chaotic, they'd lose all control of the situation. That was not something the five elders wanted to see. So, they had to ensure Sengoku and Garp were safe. It's simple. I want Tom. In return, you get to keep Enies Lobby in one piece. Oh, and you also get back your two top-tier fighters, Sengoku and Garp. After Shin finished, the faces of the five elders turned black. If Shin could see their expressions now, it would probably be quite amusing. Shin Uzumaki, you're using our own assets to bargain with us. What the hell is the meaning of this? Saint Ethan Baron v. Nustero roared angrily. If Shin were in front of him, he would absolutely not be able to control his emotions and would slash at him. Your assets. I can destroy Enies Lobby right now. I can kill Sengoku and Garp whenever I want. So tell me, what exactly is yours? Shin asked with disdain. Beside them, Sengoku and Garp shifted uncomfortably. They were literally being treated like bargaining chips. Hey, that's going too far, brat. You're talking about me like I'm some kind of object. Garp stared at Shin angrily. Oh, my mistake. You're right, you're not an object. Is that better? Shin's face showed a smile. That's more like it. Bwahaha. Garp couldn't help but laugh twice. But as he laughed, he suddenly felt something was off. He just couldn't put his finger on what it was. Sengoku, standing beside him, remained expressionless. Honestly, he wanted to distance himself from Garp. It was too embarrassing. He didn't want to stand with him and be associated with that level of goofiness. Without hesitation, he moved away from Garp, afraid his goofiness might be contagious. Chapter 553, Wiping Enies Lobby off the map. So, what's your decision? I don't have all day. My patience is wearing thin. Shin's voice cut through the silence on the Den Mushi. What game were they playing, staying silent this long? Did they think he was bluffing? If that was the case, one punch from him and Enies Lobby would be sleeping with the fishes. Shin Uzumaki, let me be clear. Tom will not be handed over to you. Tom held the blueprints for Pluton. They hadn't even gotten their hands on them yet, so there was no way they were giving them to Shin Uzumaki. That was absolutely out of the question. If Pluton fell into his hands, Shin Uzumaki would become an even greater threat. They couldn't allow that to happen. Think carefully before you answer. Shin clenched his fist, and the entire island began to tremble and shake. That's definitely the power of the tremor fruit. What kind of devil fruit did he eat that lets him use other people's abilities? Sengoku racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Just then, Hancock and Alvia returned, dragging someone with them, Spandine's son, Spandam. Does he know where Tom is? Shin asked Alvia and Hancock. He does. But Tom isn't here. He's in the holy land of Mary Geos, Alvia told Shin. In Mary Geos? Shin was quite surprised, but considering the five elders' obsession with the three ancient weapons, it made sense. We've got what we came for. No point keeping this piece of trash alive. Shin said, eyeing Spandam coldly. He'd always despised both father and son. Spandine was already dead, now it was Spandam's turn. Kill him, Shin said to Hancock. Wait. You said you wouldn't kill me. Spandam cried out in terror. He was a coward who feared death above all else. Ignoring his pleas, Hancock swung her sword, a flash of steel that cut him down instantly. Since Shin had ordered his death, Hancock acted swiftly. Sengoku's temper flared, but Garp held him back. No point getting himself killed over a CP agent. And truth be told, Garp had no love for Spandam either, so whether Shin killed him or not, it made no difference to him. Five elders, shall we pick up where we left off? If you don't hand over Tom, what makes you think I won't march straight to Mary Geos? Shin's threat was clear. The choice was up to the five elders. Are you threatening us? The five elders were furious, completely enraged by Shin's words. Yes, you can consider it a threat. So make your choice quickly. I don't have much time to waste with you. Shin was getting impatient. Oh, and before I head to Mary Geos, I might just destroy Enies Lobby first. As for Sengoku and Garp, you'd better pray they survive. Fine, we'll make a deal. You want Tom? Come to Mary Geos and take him yourself, if you've got the balls, the five elders' voice came through again. Hey, you idiots. Shin tossed the Den Den mushi back to Sengoku. Did they really think he had a good temper? Still trying to play mind games with him? Was that supposed to be amusing? Tengai Shinsei. A pitch-black Susanoo materialized behind Shin, its hands mirroring Shin's as they flew through a series of hand seals. Soon, a fiery red meteor appeared in the sky, hurtling towards them at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, what had been a mere speck in the sky magnified hundreds of times. Let's go. Garp looked up at the falling meteor and immediately grabbed Sengoku and fled. This thing was bigger than Ini's lobby itself. If they didn't run, they'd be flattened. Sengoku was heavily injured and couldn't escape on his own. Garp would never leave him behind. Whether you survive or not is up to luck. Let's go. Shin scooped up Alvia and Hancock, then appeared on the ship. Alvia glanced at him, her face flushing slightly. Hancock, on the other hand, was completely unbothered, still clinging to Shin without letting go. Khalifa, get the ship into the air, Shin said, glancing at the little spy. Khalifa's heart sank. She'd literally just eaten the float fruit, could she really make an entire ship fly? She had to try anyway. To her amazement, the vessel actually lifted off, and it took way less effort than she'd expected. The float fruit didn't drain her stamina nearly as much as she'd feared. After all, Shiki the Golden Lion had kept his entire fleet, and even an entire island, floating in the sky 24/7. Boom! The meteor crashed from the sky, instantly smashing Ini's lobby into the seabed, wiping it from existence. The impact created a massive tsunami, a superwave dozens of meters high. If it spread out, it could probably submerge an island. And the closest island to Ini's lobby was Marineford. Garp, carrying Sengoku, flew through the air, his heart pounding with the thrill of the near miss. A second later, and they would have been pulverized. Thankfully, he was fast enough. Sengoku's face went pale. Summon a meteor to smash people. Was that the power of the gravity fruit? But the records didn't mention any user of the fruit with such immense power. Could the gravity fruit really do that? On Shin's ship, Hancock looked at Shin with admiration. Alvia and Robin, though shocked, had seen so many of Shin's extraordinary feats that they were becoming used to it. As for Amatsuki Toki, and the two little spies, Momosaji and Khalifa, their jaws hung open in astonishment. Shin glanced at them. You're shocked now. What if I pulled the moon down? Would you be even more shocked? In truth, if Shin really did pull the moon down, it wouldn't be just shock, that would be pure terror. A lunar impact would obliterate the entire planet. Nobody would survive. A show of force to scare them. Now we'll see what the five elders do. If they still don't cooperate, then I'll pay a visit to Mary Geos. Destroying Ini's lobby was just a warning shot. If the five elders wanted to keep being stubborn, Shin wouldn't hesitate to drop a final truth-seeking orb on them. A quick reminder, the final truth-seeking orb is a technique that destroys the world and then creates it anew, a terrifying power that brings rebirth after destruction. I think the five elders will definitely compromise, Alvia said. At this point, even surrounded by enemies, Alvia felt completely at ease. Shin's strength was so ridiculously overpowered that if he called himself a god, she'd believe it without question. Chapter 554, The Five Elders Compromise. After leveling Ini's lobby, Shin had the ship chart a course straight for Marine headquarters at Marineford. His message to the five elders should be crystal clear by now. Now it was up to them to decide what was more important. This is bad. I've got eyes on Shin Uzumaki's ship, it's heading straight for Marineford. Garp, using moonwalk to stay airborne, saw this and his pupils constricted. He immediately reported to Sengoku. What? Sengoku's head snapped up. He looked and saw Shin's ship was indeed heading for Marineford. Sengoku, do you think Shin Uzumaki will use that on Marineford? Garp asked, pointing towards the now vanished Ini's lobby. We have to get back there, now. Sengoku said immediately, then looked at Garp. He was injured, he had to rely on Garp to get him back. Wait. Sengoku suddenly shouted at Garp, his expression shifting rapidly. Even if they rushed back, what could they do? Could they stop Shin Uzumaki? The answer was no. Even if they returned, Sengoku had no power to stop him. Contact the five elders. What he wants is Tom. Sengoku said after taking a deep breath. If they handed over Tom, could they save Marineford from disaster? Sengoku contacted the five elders again. Before he could even speak, they immediately asked, Sengoku, what's the situation now? Five elders, Ini's lobby is gone. What did you say? Ini's lobby is gone. Was it destroyed by Shin Uzumaki? The five elders were furious. Shin Uzumaki had really done it. Not only did he destroy Ini's lobby, but his next target is Marine headquarters, Marineford. I suspect he will continue to attack Marineford. Sengoku felt utterly humiliated. What did he think Marineford was, some playground he could just attack whenever he pleased? But Sengoku found himself completely powerless to stop it. He'd witnessed Shin Uzumaki's strength firsthand when he summoned that meteor. Even if Garp could stop something that massive, it wouldn't come without a cost. The force of its fall from the sky would be enough to severely injure Garp. And looking at Shin Uzumaki, after using that move, he seemed completely unfazed. So Sengoku couldn't risk it. How did he destroy Ini's lobby? The five elders asked Sengoku. Ini's lobby has completely sunk into the sea. Shin Uzumaki pulled a meteor from the sky and destroyed it. Sengoku emphasized the severity of the situation. From his perspective, he wanted to hand over Tom. After all, Marineford was more important, even more so than Pluton. How big was the meteor? Saint Ethan Baron v. Nusjiro asked first. The meteor was massive, at least as big as Ini's lobby, maybe even bigger. Sengoku recalled. Though he had been in a panic, he had still noted the size of the meteor. All right, we understand. You can negotiate with Shin Uzumaki. You can give him Tom. The five elders made their call without hesitation. Even if they handed Tom over to Shin Uzumaki, there was no guarantee he'd actually get his hands on the Pluton blueprints. If it were that easy to get the blueprints from Tom, they would have had them long ago. But it wasn't that simple. Tom was a tough nut to crack, he'd die before he said where the blueprints were. So, this deal wasn't impossible. In fact, the five elders were regretting their earlier decision. If they'd just sat down and negotiated with Shin Uzumaki from the beginning, maybe Ini's lobby would still be standing. Now Ini's lobby was gone. Marineford absolutely could not be compromised. If something happened to it, they'd be backed into a corner. The pirates still needed the Marines to keep them in check. Hearing the five elders agree, Sengoku finally exhaled in relief. Otherwise, they would have been forced into a death match with Shin Uzumaki. You stall Shin Uzumaki. Tom will be sent over immediately. After the five elders finished, they hung up, probably to make arrangements. This time, they'd been forced to compromise. But what choice did they have? They couldn't handle Shin Uzumaki. Garp, you heard that, right? Full speed ahead. We have to get back to Marineford before Shin Uzumaki. Sengoku said to Garp. Oh, how about this? I just drop you here. I'll get there faster that way. Garp said to Sengoku. Don't joke around. This is not the time. Hurry up. Sengoku glared at Garp. If Garp dropped him here, with nothing but seawater below, how was a devil fruit user like him supposed to survive? If the five elders had just compromised earlier, none of this would have happened. Garp grumbled under his breath, then used Moonwalk to race back to Marineford. Carrying Sengoku with him, he arrived to find most of the base in ruins from the tsunami. Fortunately, the vice-admirals had worked together to block the worst of it, preventing massive casualties. It must have been caused by Shin Uzumaki's meteor. Garp said, looking at the scene. Yes. Garp, you gather all the Marines. We'll fight Shin Uzumaki together. Sengoku nodded and said to Garp. Garp glanced at Sengoku. Weren't they not supposed to fight? We have to prepare for the worst. If a fight breaks out, we have to resist to the end. Sengoku's expression was grim. Who knew if Shin Uzumaki would let this slide so easily? If a fight actually broke out, he definitely wouldn't abandon Marineford. All right. Garp felt it was necessary and immediately went to gather the Marines. As for Sengoku's injuries, he wasn't going to die yet. There was no time to treat him now. As long as he didn't die, he could endure it. Not long after, the Marines were gathered, and the other residents were evacuated. Garp, what the hell is going on? Tsuru asked Garp. Big trouble. Shin Uzumaki is about to arrive at Marineford. Garp didn't hide it from Tsuru and told her. Shin Uzumaki is about to arrive at Marineford. Why? Tsuru couldn't figure out why Shin Uzumaki would come to Marineford. Seeing both Sengoku and Garp so on edge, that was definitely a bad sign. And Sengoku's injuries. Even during the hunt for Roger, Sengoku had never been this badly hurt. The massive wound was deep enough to expose bone. At least the bleeding had stopped. Chapter 555, Pluton's blueprint acquired. So that's how it is. Ini's lobby has been destroyed, and the five elders actually chose to compromise. Tsuru's brow furrowed. She couldn't figure out the five elders' reasoning. To be bullied like this and then just back down, was that really their style? Perhaps they're wary of Shin Uzumaki. To this day, no one truly knows the extent of his power. Garp said to Tsuru. In his view, the five elders' decision to compromise wasn't hard to understand. If it were Whitebeard, they would never have let him go. But Shin Uzumaki possessed the strength to easily defeat both him and Sengoku. Coupled with his past achievements, like that meteor that wiped Eni's lobby off the map, it was enough to make the five elders think twice. If the five elders continue to stand their ground, it would be foolish. After this, the five elders will definitely do everything in their power to deal with Shin Uzumaki. Garp believed that after this incident, the five elders would be even more aware of the threat Shin posed. This is not the time to think about that. We should focus on how to deal with Shin Uzumaki now. Sengoku shook his head and said. A doctor had already come to treat his injuries. So the injuries on your body were caused by Shin Uzumaki. Tsuru looked at Sengoku's wounds and understood how they had been inflicted. They didn't have to wait long. Shin's ship arrived. Of course, his ship was fast, but it couldn't compare to Garp using moonwalk at full speed. He's here. All forces, on alert. Sengoku rose to his feet, waving the doctor away. Injuries or not, as Fleet Admiral, he couldn't afford to show weakness. Looks like the Marines are ready. Shin stood on the bow of the ship, surveying the situation at Marine Ford. This is insane. I never thought I'd live to see this day, Alvia said. They were here to cause trouble at Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. She had never imagined she'd be able to do something like this in her lifetime. You'll see many more things you never imagined in the future. Better get used to it, Shin joked to Alvia. The ship approached Marine Ford. Shin looked at Sengoku, Garp, and the others, who were waiting in formation. Are you really planning to fight me? Shin asked with a smile. If Sengoku reached out to the five elders now, they should have reached a decision by this point. But judging by the Marines' battle formation, had the five elders turned them down? Were they really planning to fight to the bitter end? Wait, Shin Uzumaki. The five elders have agreed to hand over Tom. Sengoku said, seeing Shin raise his hand, a sense of dread washing over him. Oh, they agreed. But it seems a bit late. Shin looked up at the sky. A meteor was falling from the sky. Using Tengai Shinsei didn't require Susanoo's assistance for Shin. He could pull a meteor from space directly. Sengoku's face turned grim. He quickly understood what Shin meant by late. How about this? Give me 10 devil fruits, and I'll help you send the meteor back. You don't have much time to think. Make a decision, quickly. Shin said to Sengoku with a faint smile. Are you doing this on purpose? Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at Shin. That's not important. Does it really matter if I'm doing it on purpose? All that matters is the result. Shin shook his head lightly and said to Sengoku. Sengoku frowned. Indeed, the current situation was not what he wanted. He knew very well the destruction the meteor would cause when it hit. Even if he could shatter it, the fragments would still destroy Marine Ford. The choice was clear. Shin Uzumaki hadn't given him any other options. All right, 10 devil fruits it is. Sengoku said through gritted teeth. He couldn't produce 10 devil fruits on his own, but the five elders were another story. The celestial dragons had stockpiles of devil fruits, getting them to hand some over shouldn't be an issue. Good. Shin looked up at the sky. The falling meteor flew back up, pushed back into space by Shin's repulsive force. He wasn't concerned about Sengoku backing out of the deal. If he tried anything, Shin wouldn't hesitate to drop a meteor on his head. He was confident Sengoku wasn't stupid enough to test him. Immediately after, Sengoku urgently called the five elders. Although they were furious with Shin Uzumaki for taking advantage of the situation, they ultimately compromised. After a few hours, Tom and 10 devil fruits were delivered to Shin. Shin glanced at Tom, his eyes transforming into the 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen. He had already scanned through Tom's memories. Let's go. Shin took the 10 devil fruits. As for Tom, Shin let him go. He already had Tom's memories and knew where the Pluton blueprints were, so keeping him around served no purpose. But since Tom had provided the blueprints, killing him would be ungrateful, so he let him go. Whether Tom got captured again afterward wasn't Shin's problem. Sengoku watched Shin leave and breathed a sigh of relief. The longer Shin was here, the greater the pressure he felt. Now he was finally gone. Sengoku, did you see that? He actually let Tom go. What's the meaning of this? Garp patted Sengoku and asked, but didn't get a response, which made him look over. Sengoku, what's wrong? Looking at the fainted Sengoku, Garp's eyes narrowed, a terrifying aura emanating from his body. Vice Admiral Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku fainted from excessive blood loss. It's not serious. His injuries can heal in half a month with proper rest. The doctor immediately said to the worried Garp. After learning of Sengoku's condition, Garp finally relaxed. So he had just fainted from blood loss. Fortunately, it wasn't anything major. Focus on treating Sengoku. Shin, why did you let Tom go? Hancock asked Shin, puzzled. Not just Hancock, but Robin and the others were equally puzzled, though they trusted that Shin had his reasons for releasing Tom. There's no need to keep him anymore. Because the Pluton blueprints are already in my hands. Where were the Pluton blueprints hidden? In Tom's memory. Tom had memorized the entire blueprint, so when Shin accessed his memories, he obtained them completely. All Shin had to do now was draw the blueprints and give them to a shipwright to build. But where could he find a suitable shipwright? Tom was certainly qualified, but he definitely refused to build Pluton for him, unless he forced him to comply. Forget it. I'll ask Elder Nyan first. If she can do it, I'll let her handle it. If not, I'll go find Tom. I'll control him if I have to. Chapter 556, A Big Catch, Guild Tesoro. In the Holy Land of Mary Geos. The 5 elders were silent, their faces grim and as dark as water. What do you all think of Shin Uzumaki letting Tom go? Saint Shepherd Jew Peter asked the others. I don't know what his purpose is, but our reputation has been completely tarnished because of him. A cold gleam flashed in Saint Ethan Baron V. Nustero's eyes. The Shodai Katetsu slid from its sheath in one fluid motion, instantly splitting the ground before him. The blade radiated a dark, malevolent aura, truly living up to its reputation as a cursed sword. Should we recapture Tom? Saint Marcus Mars asked the others. Let's not for now. We have to be wary of Shin Uzumaki using this as an excuse to do something. Saint J. Garcia Saturn immediately refused. Who knew if Shin Uzumaki would use this as an excuse to attack again? A single pirate, and he has us cornered. The 5 elders were all furious. Shin Uzumaki was just one pirate, yet he had them feeling completely helpless. He was even more troublesome than Roger. After all, Roger's strength wasn't that overwhelming. Shin Uzumaki's strength was the biggest threat. It seemed sending that undercover agent was the right call after all. At this moment, they realized Khalifa still had value. Maybe not immediately, but she could prove useful down the line. Shin had no idea about the 5 elders' discussion, nor did he have time to care about a group of people he didn't take seriously. He had already returned to Amazon Lily. These 10 devil fruits are complete trash. All Zoan types, not a single paramecia among them. Shin tossed the 10 strange fruits on the deck. These were the devil fruits he had gotten from Sengoku, or rather, from the 5 elders. What did you expect? Did you really think they'd hand over something powerful? Alvia said. Shin shook his head. Getting a strong devil fruit was wishful thinking, sure, but he hadn't expected them to all be Zoan types. Forget it. Ask around the ship. If anyone wants one, they can have it. Really? Just giving them away. Amatsuki Toki couldn't help but say. These were devil fruits. Even a Zoan type wasn't cheap. In a sea like the East Blue, just having a Zoan devil fruit would make someone a formidable pirate. What's wrong with giving them to our people? Shin couldn't help but say. Strengthening the crew members' strength would save him the trouble of having to act himself when they encountered enemies. He was a pirate captain, after all. He couldn't micromanage everything. If his crew could handle things on their own, wouldn't that make him look even more impressive as their leader? The only crew members who could really handle themselves in a fight were Alvia, Hancock, and Momosaji. And Momosaji was still working undercover. But Shin was confident he'd eventually turn her into a genuine member of the Kuja Pirates, not just a spy. Soon, Shin and his group made it back to Amazon Lily smoothly, assuming you consider butchering a few sea kings part of a smooth trip. Elder Nyan, I have a task for you. Can the shipwrights of Amazon Lily build the ship from this blueprint? Shin held the blueprint of Pluton in his hand. He had drawn it himself. It's pretty complicated, but I think we can pull it off. The materials are just going to cost a fortune. Elder Nyan was confident it could be done. Don't let the all-female population fool you. Amazon Lily had incredibly skilled women in every trade, including some excellent shipwrights. The material problem doesn't matter. As long as it can be built, how long will it take? With a steady supply of materials, we're looking at about 6 months to finish. The main issue was the sheer size of the Pluton that Shin wanted to build, a project that massive was going to take time. If I may ask, is this one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton? Elder Nyan still asked Shin. Exactly. This is Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. I'm impressed you could recognize it just from the blueprint. Shin looked at Elder Nyan with genuine surprise. It really is Pluton. Elder Nyan was a bit excited, so excited she almost fainted. Just how powerful was Pluton? Legend said it could obliterate an entire island with a single shot, making it one of the most devastating ancient weapons ever created. Don't worry. I can definitely get this done. Elder Nyan felt she had to be involved. After all, they were talking about building Pluton itself. Perfect. Round up the shipwrights and start analyzing the plans. I'll handle getting the materials. Shin handed the blueprint to Elder Nyan and headed for the door. After that, Shin set out to sea again. This time, his purpose was to get materials. Time to reel in a big fish. Shin's thoughts turned to Doflamingo. He hadn't let that bastard live for nothing, now it was time to collect. This time, he'd make Doflamingo handle the material procurement. After all, the guy had connections everywhere and could get his hands on rare resources. Whether Doflamingo wanted to cooperate or not. Well, that wasn't really his choice to make. Alvia, do you know who the richest person on the sea is? Shin asked Alvia. I do. If we're talking about who's got the most money, that'd be Guild Tesoro, Alvia told Shin. Shin recognized the name immediately. Guild Tesoro, the Golden Emperor, a Paramecia gold fruit user who ruled the world's largest entertainment city. He was a recent upstart who'd become absolutely unstoppable. The current Tesoro definitely wasn't as powerful as he'd become later, and he hadn't even earned the Golden Emperor title yet, but he was already filthy rich. Alright. In that case, let's start with him. Shin set his sights on Tesoro. Building Pluton required an enormous amount of money, so much that even Shin would have trouble funding it. After all, he had to support all of Amazon Lily. And since he refused to resort to raiding and pillaging, his options for raising funds were pretty limited. At best, he could collect taxes from his own territory. This money was more than enough to keep Amazon Lily running, but for building Pluton, it wasn't even close. The materials needed for Pluton were all rare and valuable. The rarer the material, the higher the price tag. Some of these precious resources couldn't even be bought with money alone. Are you short on money to build Pluton? Alvia asked Shin. It had to be said, Alvia was incredibly perceptive, figuring out Shin's predicament immediately. Yep, I'm broke. So this Tesoro's about to have some very bad luck. Shin nodded with a shrug. What could he say? Wrong place, wrong time for Tesoro. Still, from what Shin knew, Tesoro wasn't exactly a pushover. The guy was a major player, someone who'd eventually control 20% of global money circulation. Chapter 557, World's Largest Entertainment City, Looking for Trouble Always. Shin had set his sights on Tesoro, and finding him wasn't difficult. Tesoro's entertainment city was practically a landmark. It was the largest entertainment city in the world, a massive 10,000-meter-long ship made entirely of gold, called Grand Tesoro. It even had a town on it, making it the undisputed largest entertainment city in the world. So flashy, isn't Tesoro afraid of getting robbed? Robin couldn't help but ask. After hearing some information about Tesoro, she found it strange that he could even survive out there on the seas. It's not that strange. He has the celestial dragons backing him. Even the 4 emperors wouldn't mess with him. And small-time pirates are no match for Tesoro, Shin explained to Robin. The celestial dragons are backing him. Are they friends or something? Robin was even more surprised. Not friends. He used to be a slave, and the woman he loved died because of the celestial dragons. To be precise, he's their enemy. Shin shook his head. Tesoro's ambition was very great. He wanted to control everything with money, even the celestial dragons. What's more, Doflamingo was one of his business partners, despite their complicated history. Tesoro's gold fruit had originally been stolen from Doflamingo. By the time Doflamingo tracked him down, Tesoro had already become too powerful to simply eliminate. Faced with an equal opponent, Doflamingo chose to bury the hatchet and work together instead. There were no permanent enemies, no permanent friends, only permanent interests. This was especially true in the pirate world. Now that I've set my sights on him, he'll have no choice but to hand over his fortune. He didn't care how powerful Tesoro was. Once Shin had marked someone as a target, there was no getting away. Tesoro simply didn't have what it took to fight back. A few days later, Shin finally arrived at the world's largest entertainment city. Is this the place? It's quite luxurious. The entire large ship is made of gold. Hancock looked at this massive entertainment city in amazement. It felt less like a ship and more like an island. It had its own towns, and also the world's largest casino. There are quite a few pirate ships. Shin glanced at the ships docked here. There were over a dozen, all from different crews. Alvia, you guys stay on the ship for now. Hancock and I will go check it out. If you're interested, you can come along too. I think I'll stay on the ship. Alvia decided to stay behind to prevent any unexpected situations. I want to go with you. Robin stepped forward and said to Shin. Shin glanced at Robin and nodded without protest. Since she wanted to come, he had no reason to refuse. If anyone else is curious, you can come along. Shin turned his head and said to the people on the ship. I have no interest in this kind of place. Amatsuki Toki glanced at the entertainment city. She had no interest in places like this and naturally wouldn't be going. Momosaji shared the same sentiment. Khalifa, meanwhile, considered for a moment before deciding to follow. This could be a chance to build trust. As an undercover agent, she needed to earn Shin's trust. Captain, I'll go with you, Khalifa said, standing beside Shin. Shin glanced at Khalifa and didn't refuse. Then he led Hancock, Robin, and Khalifa to the Grand Tesoro Entertainment City. Tesoro should know I'm here. I wonder what he'll do. A faint smile appeared on Shin's face. He had come here with great fanfare. If Tesoro didn't know, Shin would doubt his abilities. Even if he knows Shin is here, he'll probably just cower in hiding, Hancock said dismissively. Let's look around first. After all, it's an entertainment city. There should be some fun things here. Shin gazed at the extravagant entertainment city. Even he couldn't help feeling a flicker of curiosity. The scale was breathtaking, a city built entirely of gold. Looks like I overestimated this place. After looking around, Shin wasn't particularly impressed with the place. It felt kind of sleazy. Not surprising, really, the clientele was mostly pirates. But these pirates were keeping themselves in line, at least smart enough not to start trouble whenever they felt like it. Causing problems here was the same as declaring war on Tesoro. Those who'd made that mistake were no longer breathing. Hey, little miss over there, want to have a drink? Suddenly, some idiot looking to get himself killed piped up from nearby, staring right at Hancock. You want to die? What the hell did you just call me? Hancock slashed with her sword, killing the men instantly. Good, now the trouble has been stirred up. Shin smiled at the scene. Since he was here to stir up trouble, he naturally needed an excuse. Kill them, Shin ordered Khalifa behind him. Me. Khalifa was stunned for a moment. Who else? You don't expect me to clean up these small fry, do you? Shin said irritably. Oh, I understand. Khalifa immediately used the power of the float fruit, making the surrounding objects float and then smashing them towards those people. Are you deliberately causing trouble? Robin couldn't help but ask Shin. Exactly, Robin. You nailed it. I'm deliberately stirring up trouble. Let's see if Tesoro will show his face. Even if Tesoro didn't come out on his own, Shin would drag him out, unless Tesoro was willing to abandon his floating entertainment empire. But giving up the city was unthinkable. Most of his profits relied on the city. Captain, they've all been dealt with. Khalifa flicked her hair and said to Shin. Shin gave a slight nod. If Khalifa couldn't handle these worthless pirates after eating the float fruit, she'd be completely useless. Sure, Khalifa might not be some legendary prodigy, but joining a CP organization meant her abilities were definitely above average, much stronger than an average person. Captain Shin, I wonder if you could cut our boss some slack. Just then, a very attractive woman approached and addressed Shin. Shin's eyes narrowed as he studied her. This woman was the receptionist here, Baccarat. Shin wasn't focused on her because of her looks. Honestly, she was a step below Hancock, Robin, and the others. What caught his attention was the devil fruit she had eaten. It was also an incredibly overpowered devil fruit, the luck fruit, which could steal other people's luck and make them incredibly unlucky. She could literally kill people without lifting a finger, while boosting her own fortune at the same time. This was an absolutely broken devil fruit ability. System, copy her devil fruit ability. Shin instructed the system. Master, she does not have a devil fruit ability. Shin was slightly stunned. Could it be that she hadn't eaten the luck fruit yet? Chapter 558, this place is mine now. After learning that she hadn't eaten the luck fruit, Shin immediately lost interest in Baccarat. Go and bring Tesoro to me. Shin said calmly to Baccarat. Hearing this, Baccarat's expression showed a flicker of concern. Didn't you hear our captain say to go get Tesoro? Khalifa kicked Baccarat away, staring at her coldly. Beating up enemies like this felt particularly satisfying. Khalifa couldn't help but strike again, even taking out her weapon. Khalifa's weapon was a thorny whip. It struck Baccarat's body, leaving a bloody mark on her. Shin was completely unconcerned. Khalifa was very perceptive and had done well. Not just Shin, even Hancock was quite impressed with Khalifa. Although she knew from Shin that Khalifa was a spy, it didn't mean she couldn't be used. Shin just hadn't had the time to deal with it before. Once he had some free time, he would completely subdue Khalifa, letting the 5 elders know what it meant to lose both the bait and the fish. Baccarat climbed up from the ground, furious, but looking at Khalifa's whip, she felt a different kind of anger. Sorry, our boss is very busy, so he can't see you. As soon as Baccarat finished speaking, several more bloody marks appeared on her body, again from Khalifa. Captain, should we kill her? Khalifa's face was cold. Don't be fooled by Khalifa's age, she was ruthless, having been trained since she was a child. Give her 3 seconds. If she doesn't go get Tesoro, then there's no need for her to live. Shin sat on a chair and said calmly. Did you hear what our captain said? This is a chance our captain is giving you. Don't be ungrateful. A cold light flashed in Khalifa's eyes. I'll go right away. A smart man knows when to bend. Although Baccarat was a woman, she understood what mattered more than her own life. No need, I'm already here. Tesoro, dressed in a pink suit with 10 gold rings adorning his fingers, strutted over with complete arrogance. Even knowing he was facing Shin, Tesoro showed no fear whatsoever. He believed money could solve anything. In his mind, there wasn't a problem that couldn't be bought off. You came out instead of observing from the shadows. Shin stood up, his eyes fixed on the very muscular man. Tesoro was a gold fruit user, a paramecia-type devil fruit, not a logia type. His body could turn into gold, and he could control metal, making it expand, contract, and change shape. He could also temporarily turn objects he touched into gold using gold dust or gold. In the future, Tesoro's development of the gold fruit had reached the awakening stage, but at this time, Tesoro might not have developed it to that extent. Shin Uzumaki, even though you're one of the 4 emperors, this is my territory. And in my territory, I don't tolerate anyone getting too cocky. Tesoro took a puff of his cigar and blew a smoke ring. Your territory? This place is mine now. You got a problem with that? Shin stared at Tesoro coldly. It seemed Tesoro had let his success get to his head, completely unaware of who he was talking to. What do you mean? Tesoro's face was very grim. He stared at Shin, wanting to act. What I mean? It's exactly as it sounds. I like this golden city. From now on, it belongs to me. You can get lost. Shin waved his hand at Tesoro. This golden city was more than enough for him to build Pluton. Golden control. Tesoro attacked instantly, the gold transforming into a golden dragon, lunging at Shin. Gold melts under heat. With a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning struck Tesoro. As for the golden dragon that had lunged at him, it had already been vaporized. Gold was afraid of high temperatures, and lightning naturally carried high temperatures. In the blink of an eye, Tesoro's body was charred black, looking extremely miserable. If you had walked away just now, you might have lived. But now, you're definitely dead. Shin spread his hands and said calmly. Let me be the one to kill him. Hancock said, pointing her sword toward Shin. She felt that Tesoro's strength didn't even qualify him to be killed by Shin personally. All right, but be careful, Hancock. His gold fruit is quite tricky, Shin reminded Hancock. Hancock nodded. Before arriving, Shin had already briefed them on all of Tesoro's abilities. Knowing exactly what her opponent could do, Hancock was absolutely confident she could defeat him, slaughter him. Hancock, if you can't handle it, I can help you. Robin smiled slightly at Hancock. I don't need your help. I want Shin to see that I can handle this myself. Hancock said with pride. Fine, just don't let your ego get you killed. Robin said, watching Hancock's display of arrogance. Shin, I've developed a new ability, Hancock said, ignoring Robin, to Shin. She drew aim no habakiri, and the sword in her hand was enveloped in a pink light. Then Hancock swung out a sword aura, also pink. Anything hit by this sword aura was petrified. Combining the power of the love fruit with swordsmanship. Shin laughed at the sight. Hancock was indeed very talented. Yes. Now with one slash, I can turn my enemies to stone. Hancock nodded. Her strength had improved dramatically. Then Hancock's gaze shifted to Tesoro. It was time to test her swordsmanship on him. Tesoro had also seen it and was somewhat wary, especially since he was charred black and already injured by Shin's lightning. He looked heavily wounded. Could he really withstand Hancock's sword slash now? Wait. I surrender. I surrender. Tesoro stood up and surrendered to Shin, not wanting to continue fighting. His life was the most important thing. Tesoro wanted to surrender, but he was deluding himself. Did he really think he could just give up and walk away? Shin wanted him dead. Chapter 559, A Vanity Project. Hancock's pink-hued sword aura flashed through the air, the intersecting slashes instantly petrifying everything they touched. Seeing this, Khalifa immediately retreated to Shin's side. If Hancock's aim slipped and one of those slashes hit her, it would be fatal. It was better to keep a safe distance. If even a bystander like Khalifa was terrified, you could only imagine what Tesoro, the actual target, was going through. If he hadn't managed to block Hancock's sword aura with his gold at the last second, he'd already be a stone statue by now. Is his observation haki that strong? Hancock mused. Tesoro's observation haki had to be impressive to allow him to block every single one of her attacks so precisely. Damn it. Tesoro was furious. He wanted to negotiate with Shin, but Hancock's relentless assault gave him no chance. From this, he knew, Shin Uzumaki had no intention of making peace. He wanted him dead. Golden Giant. Tesoro gathered the gold around him, covering his body and forming an incredibly tall golden giant. Since you all insist on dying, then I'll kill you. Tesoro's confidence surged once more. But he had to finish off all his opponents fast, because in his current condition, he couldn't keep this up much longer. He needed to end the fight as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he'd collapse from exhaustion. Devil Fruit abilities all drained stamina to activate. If his energy ran out, he wouldn't be able to use his powers at all. You think turning into a giant will save you? Hancock sheathed her sword, completely unfazed by the giant before her. She took a step forward, a powerful aura emanating from her body, the aura of Conqueror's Haki. Slave arrow. Countless arrows rained down like a storm. Anything struck by an arrow was instantly petrified. The petrification could be reversed, but only if Hancock was incapacitated. And right now, it was Tesoro who was on the verge of collapse. His stamina was nearly depleted, while Hancock was still going strong. If he hadn't used the Golden Giant, Tesoro might have lasted a bit longer. But by using it, he not only exhausted his stamina but also turned himself into a massive target. The entire Golden Giant had now become a colossal stone statue. Now shatter. Hancock gripped Aim no Habakiri and unleashed a cross-shaped slash, shattering the statue, and Tesoro along with it. If the petrified form wasn't broken, he might have survived after Hancock released the effect. But once shattered, there was no coming back. Shin, how did I do? Hancock came to Shin's side, looking at him expectantly. Excellent. Absolutely perfect. I'm very happy. Shin praised her. He knew that all Hancock really wanted was his approval, and he wasn't about to be stingy with it. Hearing Shin's praise, a smile bloomed on Hancock's lips. We've taken over the Golden City, but what are you going to do with it? Dealing with this massive thing will be a lot of trouble, Robin said to Shin. Let's leave that to the professionals. Shin took out a Den Den Mushi and contacted Doflamingo. Shin-sama, to what do I owe the pleasure? Doflamingo's cautious voice came through. He was more respectful to Shin than he probably was to the five elders. The reason was simple, Doflamingo knew Shin would actually kill him. Against the five elders, he at least had a few trump cards to keep them at bay. Come to Tesoro's Golden City. After Shin finished, he hung up. He didn't need to say more to Doflamingo. As long as Doflamingo followed his orders, that was enough. Let's stay here for a few days. Clear out all the unnecessary people. Shin gave this task to Khalifa, confident she could handle it. Hearing Shin's command, Khalifa wasn't upset in the slightest. In fact, she was thrilled. This was a good thing for her. If he was entrusting her with tasks, didn't that mean Shin Uzumaki was starting to trust her more? Khalifa was genuinely happy, but she had no idea that her real test was just around the corner. Her choice would determine her future. One wrong step, and she would fall into an abyss. About 3 days later, Doflamingo arrived. Looking at the empty Golden City, he roughly guessed what had happened. Though he had some business dealings with Tesoro, they also had a history, a very bad one. If it weren't for Tesoro's formidable strength, Doflamingo would never have let him go, especially after he stole the gold fruit, a devil fruit of immense value. Fufufu. That bastard Tesoro is probably dead. Doflamingo laughed out loud. Good riddance. Soon after, Doflamingo met with Shin. To his relief, the news he received wasn't bad for him. His task was to handle the Golden City and Tesoro's remaining assets, and also to purchase some materials. Doflamingo, of course, wouldn't refuse. He wouldn't dare. He immediately began dismantling the Golden City. As the dismantling began, a strange expression appeared on Shin's face. So it was a facade. The Golden City wasn't entirely made of gold. Only the outer layer was gold, the inside was still concrete. It was all just for show. After thinking about it, Shin wasn't surprised. It made sense. After all, Tesoro hadn't reached his future level of wealth yet, he wasn't nearly that rich. Obviously, he couldn't construct an entire city out of gold. If he had, the amount of gold needed would have been absolutely staggering, far beyond even Tesoro's means. His gold fruit couldn't create gold out of thin air. Shin, is it really a good idea to let Doflamingo handle this? Alvia asked Shin. Of course he's not reliable. But Doflamingo knows better than to cross me, so relax. Shin had never fully trusted Doflamingo either. He wasn't using Doflamingo out of trust, but because he was confident he could keep him in check. As long as he could keep him in line, Doflamingo would behave. He was certain Doflamingo wouldn't have the balls to steal his money, otherwise, he'd find out the hard way what it meant to lose everything. Chapter 560, Subduing Califa. Are these all the devil fruits Zoro collected? Shin examined the dozen or so devil fruits laid out before him. These were the ones Doflamingo had managed to acquire. But Doflamingo wouldn't keep them for himself, so he'd had someone rush them over to Shin immediately. Doflamingo knows his place, Hancock commented. It seemed Doflamingo was smart enough to know what was off-limits. He wasn't stupid enough to risk his life over some devil fruits. If he'd taken them and Shin never found out, maybe he could have gotten away with it. But if Shin discovered the theft, he'd be a dead man. Are they all Zoan-type devil fruits? Robin asked, looking at them. Though she hadn't examined them closely, she could tell from the patterns that they were all Zoan types. The patterns of Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia devil fruits were all different. Anyone with experience could tell them apart. Yeah, not very valuable. Give them to your mother to handle, Shin said to Robin. Give them to my mother? Robin looked at Shin with a questioning gaze. Yeah. See if anyone on the ship wants one. Have Alvia hand them out. Robin nodded, then took the devil fruits and left. Now only Shin, Hancock, and Califa remained. For some reason, Califa felt deeply uneasy. Califa. Captain, what can I do for you? Califa felt the unease in her heart grow stronger. You were sent by the 5 elders, weren't you? Shin directly confronted Califa. He was done with her being a spy, he wanted to subdue her completely. Califa's heart skipped a beat. She immediately took a few steps back, her scalp tingling as she looked at Shin, extremely nervous. What do I do? My cover's been blown. What the hell should I do now? Captain, I don't know what you're talking about, Still trying to deny it. You think you can hide anything from Shin? Hancock's sword was already drawn, its blade resting on Califa's neck. Feeling the cold steel of Hancock's blade against her throat, Califa froze completely. With a sword at your neck, who would risk moving? One twitch and she'd be dead. Are you really going to lie to my face? Tell the truth and you might have a chance. Keep lying to me, and you can imagine how this ends. Shin's sharp gaze was fixed on Califa, making her breath catch in her throat. She felt as if she was about to be killed. Califa was trapped. If she told the truth, she was dead. Once her cover was blown, nobody would let her live. Shin would kill her, and so would the 5 elders. But looking at Shin, he seemed to already know the critical details, like he had all the pieces of the puzzle. Given her current situation, staying silent meant certain death. Speaking up at least gave her a tiny chance of survival. The choice was obvious. She had to come clean. I am a spy sent by the 5 elders. They wanted me to earn Captain Shin's trust and then steal the op fruit. Califa valued her life, so she confessed everything. She wasn't that loyal to the 5 elders anyway. She couldn't bring herself to die for them. I've told you everything. What do you plan to do with me? Califa had composed herself by now. If there really was no way out, then death was inevitable. If I spare you, what would you do? Shin asked, looking at Califa. Hearing Shin's words, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Califa's heart. She looked at Shin with hopeful eyes. Captain, you'll spare me. That depends on your choice, Shin said calmly. Though Shin didn't say it explicitly, Califa wasn't a fool. She of course understood what he meant. I will be loyal to the captain forever, Califa said firmly. How can we believe you? Hancock asked Califa, not trusting her. I can't prove it to the captain and vice captain right now. But time can prove everything. After Califa finished speaking, she waited for Shin's judgment. She really had no way to make Shin believe she had truly surrendered. All right, I'll give you that time. You can continue to contact the 5 elders. You understand what I mean, right? She nodded without hesitation. Califa knew her life was saved. But from now on, she had been turned. She would have to be a double agent. Califa, you're a smart woman. I hope you don't do anything foolish in the future. Shin came to Califa and pinched her cheek. Califa's face showed a hint of shame and annoyance. It was the first time her face had been pinched like this. Captain, I know what to do, Califa said. Serving me is far better than staying loyal to the 5 elders. Eternal youth, eternal life, I can give you all of that. You'll realize eventually that you came out ahead in this deal. Shin patted Califa's shoulder, then walked outside. Only Hancock and Califa remained in the hall, and Hancock's sword was still at Califa's neck. Vice Captain, can you let me go now? Califa was a bit scared to move. She knew exactly how powerful Hancock was. Until Hancock lowered her weapon, Califa wasn't budging an inch. Even though Shin trusts you, I'll be watching your every move. If you try to betray us, you're dead. Hancock threatened Califa. I won't. Vice Captain, you should know, I have no other choice now, Khalifa said. It was true. Khalifa had genuinely surrendered, and there was no going back. Even if she had the opportunity, she might not return to the five elders anyway. The reason was simple, life here was better. Most importantly, Shin's power was overwhelming. He could call down a meteor and obliterate Eni's lobby in one attack. And after wiping out Eni's lobby, the five elders didn't even retaliate. That told you everything about which side had the real power. I hope so. Hancock sheathed her sword, then gave Khalifa another deep look. Facing Hancock's meaningful gaze, Khalifa took it calmly. She had a clear conscience now and didn't need to be afraid. Khalifa felt that this might actually be a good thing for her. She could finally breathe easy. From now on, she didn't have to walk on eggshells. Before, with her cover identity, she'd been constantly paranoid on the ship, terrified of blowing her cover. Now that her identity was exposed, she had genuinely become part of the Kuja pirates, and the weight on her shoulders was finally gone. With the pressure gone, Khalifa felt her mood improve. Chapter 561, The Fifth Emperor. Shin was back on the Kuja pirates' ship, holding the op fruit, wondering who he should give it to. Alvia and the others have already eaten devil fruits. Momosaji hasn't, but she can't be trusted. Shin knew that Momosaji wasn't like Khalifa. Subduing Khalifa had been easy, but Momosaji would require a completely different approach. Captain, here's your wine. A blonde girl walked over, carrying a bottle of wine and a cup. Seeing her, Shin's eyes lit up slightly. Thank you, Marguerite. You can have this devil fruit. Shin handed the op fruit to Marguerite, Amazon Lily's future guardian warrior. The girl had serious talent, otherwise, Hancock never would have brought someone so young onto the crew. Of course, Shin would never admit that he gave the op fruit to Marguerite because he thought she was pretty and cute. Ah. For me. Marguerite looked at the devil fruit, hesitating whether to eat it. It's too precious, and besides. Eat it. This devil fruit is incredibly valuable, and after you do, you'd better get stronger to make it worth my investment. Shin pushed the devil fruit into Marguerite's hands. All right. If the captain wants me to have it, I'll eat it, I'll take whatever comes with it. Marguerite said with a determined look on her face. Marguerite took a bite of the op fruit and immediately grimaced. Devil fruits lived up to their reputation, the taste was absolutely revolting. That's enough, one bite is all it takes. Shin said, looking at the miserable Marguerite. Just one bite was enough to gain the devil fruit's ability, there was no need to eat the whole thing. Oh. Marguerite breathed a sigh of relief. Marguerite, you seem very reluctant to eat a devil fruit. Shin settled into his seat and struck up a conversation with Marguerite, having nothing else to occupy his time. He uncorked a bottle of wine, poured himself a glass, and took a leisurely sip. The elders always taught us that devil fruits are dangerous, that they carry a devil's curse. But I trust you wouldn't put me in harm's way. Marguerite said to Shin. The people of Amazon Lily had always been wary of devil fruits, treating them almost like forbidden objects. Although devil fruits do have some curses, the pros outweigh the cons. Shin patted Marguerite's little head and said to her. After chatting with Marguerite for a while, Alvia found Shin and brought him the 24 devil fruits. These are the devil fruits you gave me. I tried handing them out, but nobody wanted them, Alvia said with a frustrated shrug. It was bizarre, anywhere else, people would be killing each other for these things. It's not surprising. The people of Amazon Lily are quite repulsed by devil fruits, mainly because they're wary of the devil's curse. Shin might have been caught off guard before, but not anymore. His conversation with Marguerite had clued him in. According to legend, every devil fruit contained a devil, and the seawater weakness was the curse inflicted on whoever ate it. This belief was pretty common knowledge, and the people of Amazon Lily clearly took it seriously. Oh, so that's why they didn't eat the devil fruits. Now Alvia understood. She'd thought the devil fruits just weren't attractive enough, but it turned out Amazon Lily's people were simply disgusted by them. In that case, let's have Doflamingo auction these off. Shin didn't want to handle it himself. He lacked the connections, but Doflamingo obviously had them in spades. Even after getting kicked out of the Celestial Dragons, the bastard still had his network. This was exactly why Shin had kept him alive, having Doflamingo around was incredibly useful. After that, Shin led the Kuja pirates back home to Amazon Lily. As for the shipbuilding materials he needed, Doflamingo would handle the delivery. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The seas were no longer ruled by the 4 emperors, but the 5 emperors. Shanks had successfully become the 5th. The new world had been completely divided up. Any pirate wanting to become an emperor wouldn't have an easy road ahead. Territory was finite. To claim the title, you'd have to take down an existing emperor and steal their throne. Shanks is quite capable. Shin said, holding up a newspaper. By the way, Shin, I've got some inside intel. The Marines are planning to establish the 7 warlords, Alvia told him. This was highly classified information that very few people knew about. Alvia had picked it up through her underground contacts. The 7 warlords. They want to use the power of pirates to keep other pirates in check. Shin shook his head slightly, not knowing what to say. Hard to believe this came from Sengoku, a guy who absolutely despised pirates. The 7 warlords system would basically give official recognition to 7 major pirates, letting them operate without marine interference. In exchange, the Marines could use them as attack dogs against other pirates, especially rising threats. And when push came to shove, they could call in the warlords for backup, just like what happened during the Summit War. The 7 warlords were mainly established to counter the 4 emperors, no, the 5 emperors now. Actually, it wasn't about countering anything, it was about creating a balance of power. Marine headquarters, the 5 emperors, and the 7 warlords would form the 3 great powers ruling the seas. What do you think? Alvia asked Shin. I have no thoughts on it. Shin said with a shrug. We've been hanging around Amazon Lily long enough. Time to get moving, let's head to the New World. Shin was ready to return to the New World. After being away this long, his territory was probably in chaos. He couldn't stand the thought of some 2-bit pirates thinking they could muscle in on what was his. Besides, once Pluton was finished, it would need a proper maiden voyage. Shin was definitely looking forward to that. The Pluton they built wasn't as massive as the original blueprints called for. It wasn't a budget issue, Shin had deliberately scaled down the design. His reasoning was straightforward, he didn't want something that huge. Bigger meant less maneuverable, and while a larger ship might pack more destructive punch, Shin didn't need that kind of overkill. What could possibly require more firepower than he already possessed? So Shin's Pluton looked relatively small. Of course, small was a relative term, the thing was still massive, easily the size of a marine battleship. Chapter 562, The 7 Warlords of the Sea. On the sea, a pitch-black ship was sailing at high speed. It was impossible to tell what it was made of. It's so fast. Hancock stood at the bow, sea breeze flowing through her hair, making her look absolutely stunning. Shin found his eyes drawn to her despite himself. I'm so beautiful, even Shin can't look away, Hancock said with a dazzling smile after catching his stare. Then her expression went dreamy, her cheeks turning pink as she lost herself in whatever fantasy was playing in her head. Are you imagining something inappropriate? Robin pushed Hancock, pulling her back from her fantasy. Robin, what are you doing? I was about to marry Shin, and you ruined it. Hancock grabbed Robin's neck and shook her, her face filled with annoyance. That was just your imagination. Nothing exciting about that, Robin said, breaking free and moving away from Hancock. Humph, you say it's all in my head, but who knows? You're probably doing the same thing, Hancock huffed. Shin caught their conversation and couldn't help but smirk before settling back into his beach chair to continue sunbathing. While Shin and his group were speeding on the sea, a meeting was being held at Marine headquarters. The meeting was about the 7 warlords proposal that Alvia and Shin had discussed before. They'd already held several sessions on this topic. The Marine officers were almost universally against this plan. It felt like a complete betrayal of everything they stood for. Legal pirates. What the hell was that supposed to mean? How would the public see them after this? Everyone, this plan is a last resort. You all know the situation in the New World. It's completely divided, and our control over it has been reduced to a minimum. Sengoku said with a heavy voice. That's why I came up with this method, to use the power of pirates to keep other pirates in check. And at the same time, we can monitor these scums of the sea. Garp listened to Sengoku's explanation, shot him a look, then said nothing. He wasn't on board with the plan, but he understood the bind Sengoku was in. Given how much Sengoku despised pirates, he never would have suggested this unless he was completely out of options. Fleet Admiral, I disagree with this matter, Akiji said. If this gets out, will the public think we're colluding with pirates? Even though they were both doves, Akiji still opposed Sengoku's plan. And this wasn't his first time shooting it down. I also object, Akaina said calmly, for once agreeing with Akiji. Kizaru, meanwhile, stayed completely silent. Of the 3 admirals, he was always the quietest during meetings. When he did bother to speak, it was usually just random observations. He never weighed in on big decisions, preferring to stay on the sidelines. This time, I didn't call you here to object. The 5 elders have already agreed. Sengoku made the call. He'd already been to the Holy Land of Mary Geos and pitched his plan to the 5 elders. They hadn't shot it down. This is the approval from the 5 elders. Take a look. Sengoku passed the document down. Don't bother calling me to meetings like this anymore. Black Arm Zephyr stood up and walked straight out of the room. Sengoku felt completely helpless. Zephyr's reaction was perfectly understandable. After all, pirates had murdered his family. Sure, Zephyr was known as the admiral who never killed, having never taken a single pirate's life, but that didn't mean he didn't despise them. Clearly, this proposal had crossed a line for him. And it wasn't just Zephyr, even his old friend Garp looked like he'd tasted something bitter. Sengoku, you called us for a meeting, but it turns out it's not a discussion, but a direct announcement. Garp looked at Sengoku. Akiji and Akainu also didn't speak. The matter had become a foregone conclusion. It wasn't something they could change by objecting. Sorry. Sengoku's face showed a hint of apology. The 7 warlords plan has been approved. Now let's discuss who would be suitable candidates. This was the real purpose of the meeting, not to debate the system itself, but to figure out who qualified. What kind of pirates should become warlords? First, weaklings were obviously out of the question. The whole point was to use them against other pirates, so they needed real power. But if they were too strong, they'd become impossible to control. Piru. Sengoku's brow furrowed. He looked at the jumping Den Mushi, then at the others in the meeting room, and finally picked it up. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you're a hard man to reach. The notorious sea rogue Doflamingo was calling Sengoku at that very moment. Doflamingo, do you want me to send someone to hunt you down? Sengoku's voice was ice cold. Just hearing Doflamingo's name brought back thoughts of his adopted son, Razananti, and made him want to tear the bastard apart. Fufufu. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I'm actually calling because I want to become one of the 7 warlords. Your intel is impressive as always. But forget it, not happening. Sengoku hung up immediately. Making Doflamingo a warlord was absolutely out of the question. Personal hatred aside, he knew exactly what kind of monster Doflamingo was. The bastard was already completely out of control. Give him official protection from marine interference. He'd become utterly unstoppable. Let's continue the meeting. Sengoku acted like nothing had happened and continued the meeting. He'd already dismissed Doflamingo from his thoughts, there was no way in hell he'd ever let that bastard become a warlord. But some decisions weren't his to make. The real power lay with the 5 elders. Shin and his crew had already cleared the calm belt and were racing toward the Sabaody archipelago. At the moment, Shin was living it up, sunbathing, snacking on fruit, and getting hand-fed by Hancock herself. Talk about the good life. You're no better than those corrupt celestial dragons. Robin glanced at Shin and said. Hey, Robin, that's crossing a line. You looking for trouble? There's a huge difference between me and those hideous celestial dragons. Shin grabbed Robin's arm, annoyed. Comparing him to the celestial dragons. When had he become that despicable? Come to think of it, were there any attractive celestial dragons? Those guys were genuine scumbags, he was just having a good time. When Shin pulled her close, Robin tried to resist briefly, but his grip was too strong. She gave up struggling and went still. Hancock watched with obvious envy. Chapter 563, Killing a Celestial Dragon. Arriving once again at the Sabaody archipelago, Shin felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Let's look around the island first and buy what we need. Shin addressed the women. They needed to restock essentials, food, fresh water, and medical supplies. Speaking of which, his ship still lacked a proper doctor. Marguerite was currently studying medicine, and with the op fruit she had eaten, she was shaping up to be a competent surgeon. But Shin wasn't too worried about it. He could fill in as a doctor if needed. After all, he'd learned medical techniques from Tsunade and had long since surpassed her. Make way. A celestial dragon is coming. Everyone, on your knees. An arrogant voice cut through the air, belonging to one of the celestial dragon's lackeys. A grotesquely ugly, fat man with a bubble helmet on his head held a chain, the other end of which was attached to a muscular fishman slave. The fishman was crawling on the ground in humiliation. Even after Fisher Tiger's slave liberation incident, countless fishmen were still being captured and enslaved. To the celestial dragons, fishmen made perfect slaves, while mermaids were prized as the ultimate trophies. This is my first time seeing a celestial dragon, Robin said, looking at the approaching figure. A bunch of idiots. Wearing bubble helmets, you'd think they wanted to be astronauts. Shin had absolutely no sympathy for the celestial dragons. They were the world's biggest pieces of shit, strutting around claiming to be descendants of gods, so arrogant they wouldn't even breathe the same air as commoners. I have a bad feeling about this. Alvia said with a resigned sigh. Encountering a celestial dragon meant their peaceful departure was now in jeopardy. It was simple, you had to kneel before a celestial dragon. They wouldn't tolerate any disrespect. And would they kneel? Absolutely not. A conflict was inevitable. Some pirates, sensing trouble, had already slipped away. No one wanted to mess with the celestial dragons, everyone knew the consequences. Cross them, and you'd have a Marine Admiral hunting you down. Who the hell wanted that kind of heat unless they had a death wish? The pirates who remained knelt in humiliation. Dignity was important, but not everyone valued it more than their life. Soon, almost everyone was on their knees, leaving only Shin and his group standing. Well, we certainly stand out, Shin said with a smile. Get ready to fight. Alvia said, sparks of electricity crackling on her hands. She had already guessed what would happen next. Soon, they would be facing a Marine Admiral or a powerhouse from the secret organization, CP0. How dare you disrespect a celestial dragon? The ugly celestial dragon raised his golden pistol. Clang. The bullet fired at Shin was sliced in half by Hancock's sword, along with the celestial dragon himself. Blood splattered, and a dead silence fell. After a long moment, terrified screams erupted. Many people had pissed their pants. A celestial dragon is dead. What do we do? Someone just killed a celestial dragon. We're all going to be implicated. Damn it. Who the hell was that? Who just dragged us into this mess? Let's kill him first. You go ahead. That's Shin Uzumaki, one of the 5 emperors. You'd probably be the one getting killed. Whispers and panicked discussions spread through the crowd. A celestial dragon had been killed, it was like the sky was falling. They might all be killed along with him. Some people recognized Shin and knew a good show was about to start. The celestial dragons might have high status, but Shin Uzumaki was no pushover. One of the 5 emperors of the sea, the world's strongest man. No wonder he had the balls to kill a celestial dragon. Everyone, looks like we're in for a good show. This time, the killer of the celestial dragon probably won't get into trouble. We can just watch. Goodbye, everyone. I don't want to watch this show. I'm afraid I won't live to see the end. Some wanted to watch the show, but others were terrified and didn't want to get involved. This wasn't something you could just watch for fun. When gods fight, mortals suffer. If a real fight broke out, they would be the ones to suffer. You're quite decisive, Hancock. Alvia glanced at Hancock, then asked Shin, Shin, are we leaving now, or are we waiting here? Let's wait. Let's see how the 5 elders react. Shin wasn't in a hurry to leave. He swaggered into a nearby bar, with Hancock, Robin, and the others following him. The bar owner was on the verge of tears when he saw Shin walk in. I'm getting the hell out of here. The owner bolted, abandoning his bar without a second thought. The business was valuable, but not worth dying over. Alvia, what do you want to drink? Shin asked. I don't drink. And, are you sure it's a good idea to be this calm? Alvia glanced at Shin and couldn't help but say. What else can I do if I'm not calm? You want me to cry? It's just killing one celestial dragon. Shin poured himself a beer. It's been years since anyone killed a celestial dragon. This matter won't be resolved so easily. Robin said. So what? If the 5 elders come, I'll kill them too. Hancock was quite confident. Her strength now rivaled any admiral's. Even facing one head-on, she could hold her own. Don't get overconfident, Hancock. The 5 elders aren't pushovers. They might be even stronger than the admirals, Shin warned her. Most celestial dragons were complete garbage, but the 5 elders were different. Their power was absolutely terrifying. You don't reach the top of the world government without having the strength to back it up. As Shin and his group waited for trouble to arrive, the 5 elders had already received the news. Shin Uzumaki and his group killed a celestial dragon. Their audacity knows no bounds. Saint Ethan Baron V. Nustero held his sword, a cold light flashing in his eyes. How the hell were they supposed to explain this to Imusama? What if their master flew into a rage? The 5 elders were absolutely livid. This bastard keeps pushing his luck. 2 years ago, he leveled Ini's lobby, and now he's murdered a celestial dragon. We can't let this slide anymore. Saint Shepherd Jupiter's voice was ice cold. His patience had finally snapped. Shin Uzumaki was crossing every line they had. Chapter 564, The Shield named Alvia. What do you think we should do? Turn a blind eye, or go settle scores with Shin Uzumaki? Saint Marcus Mars spoke up after a moment of silence. Although Saint Shepherd Jupiter had angrily declared that Shin Uzumaki had to pay, but how exactly were they supposed to make that happen? Shin Uzumaki wasn't some pushover they could easily handle. If he were, they would have dealt with him ages ago. Let me say this, we have to act, but a life-or-death battle with Shin Uzumaki is out of the question. Saint J. Garcia Saturn spoke up. Act. Of course, they had to move against Shin Uzumaki eventually, but not now. They weren't ready. The 5 elders didn't actually want to take action yet. If they were serious about it, they wouldn't be sitting here stewing in frustration. Notify the Marines. Send the 3 admirals over. And have CP0 act as well. The main goal is to probe Shin Uzumaki's strength. St. J. Garcia Saturn said with determination. Can they really probe Shin Uzumaki's strength? St. Topman Warkiri expressed his doubts. Sengoku and Garp together were no match for Shin Uzumaki. And according to what they had said, they were completely crushed by him. In that case, could the 3 admirals and CP0 deal with Shin Uzumaki? Even if we only get scraps of intel, it's better than nothing. Let's give the order now. If Shin Uzumaki slips away, he'll be even harder to track down later. We need to show we're taking this seriously. With St. J. Garcia Saturn's explanation, the other 5 elders finally got it. This was all for Imusama's benefit, a show of action. That made sense. Since we're all in agreement, let's contact Sengoku. The 5 elders immediately contacted Sengoku, who grew deadly serious the moment he received the order. Anything involving Shin Uzumaki demanded his absolute focus. Having fought the men before, Sengoku had witnessed that terrifying power firsthand. He knew Shin Uzumaki operated on a completely different level from Whitebeard and the other emperors. After ending the Den Den Mushi call, Sengoku immediately summoned all 3 admirals. I have a very important mission for you, regarding the celestial dragons. Sengoku said solemnly to Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. Did someone mess with the celestial dragons? Akiji's eyes narrowed. Who the hell was crazy enough to pick a fight with them? More than that, someone actually killed one of them. Sengoku took a deep breath before continuing. Sengoku took a deep breath and then spoke. A celestial dragon is dead. Akainu and the others stared in shock. Even Kizaru, who normally didn't give a damn about anything, couldn't hide his surprise. That's right. A celestial dragon was killed. And it was Shin Uzumaki who did it. Even though Hancock was the one who actually killed the celestial dragon, it might as well have been Shin who did it. According to the reports they'd received, Shin was being blamed for the murder. Shin Uzumaki. Fire sparked in Akainu's eyes as he remembered his past humiliation. A dignified Marine admiral had been captured by Shin Uzumaki. Akainu had to wash away this shame. Even after so many years, there were still Marines who talked about it. His reputation in the Marines was in tatters. Only by personally capturing Shin Uzumaki could Akainu wash away his shame. For a long time, he had been applying to Sengoku to deal with Shin Uzumaki, but he had always been rejected. Now, he finally had a chance to act. Remember, if you can't beat him, retreat immediately. I don't want to hear that anything has happened to you. Sengoku said to them. Don't worry, Fleet Admiral. Kizaru's face broke into a grin. When he smiled, his already sketchy expression looked even more sleazier. It wasn't his fault, that's just how his face was. Sengoku glanced at Kizaru. Knowing Kizaru, Sengoku could read his thoughts, the lazy bastard just wanted to get out of work. Normally, Sengoku would chew him out for that attitude, but this time he kept his mouth shut. Kizaru being like this was actually better. The only one he was worried about was Akainu. Sure, they had different philosophies, but Akainu's dedication to fighting pirates was undeniable. You could say that among the 3 admirals, Akainu was the most committed to hunting down pirates, and his track record proved it. Alright, you can go now. The world government should have someone to assist you. Sengoku ordered the 3 admirals to go and deal with Shin Uzumaki. They had to put on a show. Kizaru was the fastest and headed to the Sabaody archipelago first. Akainu and Akiji followed by warship, they'd probably arrive shortly after. In the bar on the Sabaody archipelago, Shin had his legs on the table. This is so slow. If it were anyone else, they would have left long ago. Shin picked his ear, looking bored. That's just us. Anyone else would have bolted by now. They probably think we're completely insane, Alvia couldn't help but say. Killing a celestial dragon and then casually hanging around drinking, even Whitebeard wouldn't have the balls to pull that off. This just proves how strong we are. I wonder who they're sending this time, Hancock said, itching for a fight. Hancock, you're too warlike. I think reading is more interesting than fighting. Robin glanced at Hancock and said. Is that so? But Shin likes me this way. Hancock said provocatively to Robin. That's not necessarily true. I think Shin probably prefers women who aren't constantly looking for a fight. Robin smiled elegantly. Shin glanced between Hancock and Robin. He had no idea why they were always at each other's throats. By now he'd learned to just stay out of it, pretending not to see or hear anything was the safest bet. Getting caught in the middle of their rivalry was the last thing he wanted. But alas, no matter how hard he tried to play oblivious, he always ended up getting dragged into it anyway. Shin, who do you like the most among us? Hancock looked at Shin with expectant eyes. I like Alvia the most. She's obedient, Shin said irritably. Shin, what the hell are you saying? Robin pinched him hard. Alvia was her mother, how could he even go there? It's the truth, isn't it, Alvia? Shin's gaze turned to Alvia. Alvia's eyes flickered slightly, then she rolled her eyes at Shin. She suspected Shin was just using her as a shield. Chapter 565, The Battle Begins. Seeing Alvia's silence, Shin lost interest in the conversation and decided to just wait for the Marine's move. Shin, you weren't serious, were you? Hancock asked him. Is her charm really no match for Alvia's? Hancock felt a pang of sadness. As for Robin, she stared at Shin with a straight face, looking as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. Ahem, let's not talk about that now. Our opponent has arrived, Shin said, looking at the golden light streaking across the sky. That must be Kizaru. Perfect timing. Well, Shin-san, you seem quite relaxed, Kizaru said as the golden light coalesced into a human figure. Kizaru, are you the only one here? If so, I'll be very disappointed. Shin's gaze was fixed on Kizaru. Of course not. If it were just me, I'd never show my face here. It's too scary. Usually, when Kizaru said scary, he was being sarcastic. But this time, he was genuinely terrified. Even Garp was no match for him, Kizaru certainly didn't stand a chance. It was better not to fight if he could avoid it. Sit down, have a drink, Shin said to Kizaru. I appreciate the offer, but I don't think I can. If Fleet Admiral Sengoku found out, I'd lose my position, Kizaru said with a troubled expression. So, are you going to fight or not? Hancock drew her sword and pointed it at Kizaru. Honestly, I don't want to be your enemy, Shin-san, but I've got my orders. Kizaru's hands materialized a sword of golden light from thin air, the Ama no Murakumo. The moment Kizaru's sword appeared, Hancock attacked without hesitation, sending a sword slash straight at his head. What an intense sword energy. Though Kizaru said it was scary, he easily blocked Hancock's attack. As expected of an admiral. Hancock looked down at Kizaru with obvious pride. Not many people could withstand even one strike from her anymore. Her swordsmanship had definitely reached great swordsman level. Under Shin's training, every aspect of her strength had improved dramatically. With another slash, Hancock and Kizaru clashed. Faced with Hancock's fierce swordsmanship, Kizaru could only defend passively. In terms of swordsmanship, Kizaru was only decent, a far cry from Hancock. After all, Kizaru's strength didn't lie in his swordsmanship. Is Hancock that strong? She can easily suppress an admiral. Robin was a bit surprised. At this moment, Hancock was pressing Kizaru, who could only defend passively, looking quite pathetic. Kizaru's holding back. Otherwise, Hancock wouldn't be having such an easy time. Shin shook his head and said. If it were a real life-or-death battle, Hancock would likely be defeated. The best-case scenario would be a mutual defeat. An admiral's power wasn't far behind an emperor's. Of course, that didn't apply to Shin. The gap between him and Kizaru was on a completely different level, Shin could end him in seconds. Alvia, take care of the guy who's hiding and trying to launch a sneak attack, Shin said to Alvia. Alvia nodded, and a beast of lightning flew from her hand, striking an empty space. The ground was blasted open, and a figure flew out, somewhat injured. This guy must have been sent by the Five Elders, Shin glanced at him. He was definitely sent by the Five Elders. As for his strength, judging by his aura, he was only slightly weaker than Kizaru. Was he from CP0? It was very likely. But no matter who he was, Shin only knew that he was his enemy. Shin, leave this to me, Alvia said to Shin. She couldn't let Shin handle everything. Besides, he was the captain, he shouldn't have to micromanage every fight. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Alvia. Just be careful, he's stronger than he looks. Shin didn't object. Hearing the concern in Shin's voice, Alvia smiled softly. She was confident she could handle it. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Alvia could tell her opponent wasn't weak, but she felt he was still within her capabilities. I'll help my mother, Robin said, standing up. But as soon as she stood up, Shin pressed her down. Robin, don't cause any trouble. Your strength is not enough to help Alvia, Shin said to Robin. At this point, she might just be a hindrance, forcing Alvia to look after her. Shin, you're looking down on me. Though Robin kept her expression neutral, she was clearly frustrated. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but have you ever been in a real fight? Shin asked Robin. His question caught her off guard. She didn't know what to say. Of course, she had been in fights, but they couldn't really be called fights. They were all against small fry that could be easily dealt with. As for real powerhouses, she had never fought one. The reason was simple, Robin wasn't a fighter on the ship, even though her strength had improved considerably through training. Usually when they ran into serious threats, Alvia and Hancock handled them, leaving Robin without any real combat experience. So just watch from here. I know you're worried about Alvia, but she's got this. She can handle him. Shin said calmly to Robin. Besides, he was still here. If things went south, he could always step in himself. It feels a bit embarrassing to just watch, Robin said. At the same time, she felt she should contribute somehow. Maybe she'd learn combat techniques from Hancock in the future and get some real battle experience. Robin had trained hard and wasn't weak, she was even stronger than a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, but her combat effectiveness was lacking. Shin smiled faintly, then formed a hand seal. Instantly, a person who looked exactly like him appeared beside him, and after exchanging a look with Shin, he headed into the distance. What is this? Robin looked at Shin with confusion, not knowing what he was doing. Forgot. Our ship's still docked at the port, and Akainu and Akiji are about to show up. Of course I have to deal with them. Shin said to Robin. Right now, the strongest person on Pluton was Momosaji, and she was still working undercover. So Shin wasn't planning to rely on her for backup. Even if she did help, she couldn't handle both Akainu and Akiji anyway. So Shin sent a wood clone over, more than enough to take care of them. Chapter 566, One Shot. On the sea, the marine warship was indeed approaching at high speed. Akainu and Akiji stood at the bow. Is that the Kuja pirates' flag? Akiji's gaze had already spotted the Pluton docked outside. Although the ship had changed, the pirate flag had not. Fire. Akainu ordered calmly. Akiji frowned when he heard this, but didn't intervene. After all, they were here to deal with Shin Uzumaki. What would it look like if they spotted his ship and didn't have the guts to attack? They had to make a move. Akiji wouldn't stop him, but if Akainu really went overboard, he'd definitely step in. Cannonballs flew towards the Pluton. Momosaji and the others on the ship also saw the incoming projectiles. Shambles. Marguerite acted without hesitation, using the power of the op fruit to slice apart all the incoming cannonballs. The sliced cannonballs all fell into the sea. Momosaji looked at the nearby warship, a hesitant expression on her face. Should she act or not? But there was no time for her to hesitate. Another round of cannonballs came. Seeing this, Momosaji gritted her teeth and drew her sword. With a single slash, all the cannonballs were cut apart, exploding before they could get close to the Pluton. Momosaji was a bit dazed. When she saw the ship being attacked, for some reason, she just wanted to act without hesitation to block the attack. In fact, after so many years with the Kuja pirates, unless Momosaji was completely heartless like Blackbeard, she would inevitably be influenced and develop genuine feelings for the crew. Most importantly, she knew the Kuja pirates hadn't done anything truly evil. Even their captain, Shin Uzumaki, wasn't nearly as bad as she'd originally thought. It's a Marine Admiral. We need to inform Shin quickly. Amatsuki Toki said after spotting the two Marine Admirals. She immediately realized how serious the situation had become. Just as she was about to use a Den Mushi to contact Shin, a figure suddenly charged toward the Marine warship. The captain is here, Khalifa said to Amatsuki Toki. Of course, that wasn't the real Shin, just his wood clone. Wood clones were similar to shadow clones, but far more advanced. While shadow clones would vanish after taking a single hit, wood clones would not. Additionally, wood clones could access some of the original body's Kekkei Genkai abilities. For instance, they could use Sharingan powers, even the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, more powerful abilities like the 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen were beyond this wood clone's capabilities. It's Shin Uzumaki. Prepare for battle, Akiji ordered the Marines behind him. Akainu had already acted, using Moonwalk to fly towards Shin. Great eruption. A giant magma fist struck towards Shin. The scorching magma made the seawater evaporate. Akainu's punch was enough to destroy several warships, its power terrifying. Few could withstand the temperature of the magma. However, as the magma fist approached, a pitch-black Susanoo appeared in the air, a perfect Susanoo, 100 meters tall. What? Akiji's expression changed, somewhat shocked as he looked at the perfect Susanoo. What the hell was that? It was Akiji's first time seeing a Susanoo, but he was still shocked by its strength. Because Akainu's attack hit the Susanoo's body and couldn't cause any damage to it. Even steel warships could be melted, yet it couldn't break through this armored warrior's defense. Akiji was shocked, Akainu was even more so. Akainu was smashed down by the Susanoo's punch. Yes, even though Akainu had a Logia-type devil fruit, he couldn't elementalize to avoid this punch. The reason was simple, the Susanoo's fist was covered in armament hockey. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then Akainu was like a cannonball, smashing into the sea. Akiji just stared blankly at Akainu being smashed into the sea. He was one-shot. That was too clean and neat. Needless to say, Akainu, who had fallen into the sea, had lost his abilities. No matter how powerful a devil fruit user was, they would lose their ability to move in the sea. Quick, get Akainu out of the water. Akiji ordered the marine soldiers to quickly rescue Akainu. Otherwise, he'd drown in the sea. If any powerful sea kings showed up, Akainu could literally become fish food. Akiji couldn't save Akainu in the sea. He could only have the marine soldiers who hadn't eaten a devil fruit rescue him. Ice ball. 5 streams of cold air shot from Akiji's hand, hitting the Susanoo and freezing the massive figure into an ice ball. I hope it works. Akiji looked at the Susanoo nervously. However, to Akiji's disappointment, it was completely useless. In just a second, the surface of the ice ball was covered in dense cracks. Finally, the ice ball shattered, and the Susanoo, holding a katana, slashed towards Akiji. This katana was bigger than their warship. Akiji knew very well what the consequences would be if it came down. Everyone, abandon ship immediately. Akiji shouted to the marines on the ship. Staying here meant death. Only by jumping ship could they have a sliver of hope of survival. As for Akiji, he used moonwalk to fly up. Some of the stronger high-ranking officers on the ship also used moonwalk to fly up. Boom! The sea was cut in half by a single slash, revealing the seabed. This sword definitely had the power to flatten an island. Prepare to retreat. Akiji gritted his teeth and ordered. But we can't win this fight. Akainu is seriously injured, and I'm no match for him on my own. So we retreat. Akiji interrupted them and said again. Saying retreat was putting it nicely. To put it bluntly, it was running away. After rescuing Akainu, they retreated hastily without any hesitation, which meant they were not participating in this matter anymore. This could also be considered following Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders. He had also said that if they couldn't win, they shouldn't force it and should retreat immediately. Although it was embarrassing to be beaten away as soon as they arrived, it was better to be embarrassed than to die. Akainu refused to retreat, but the decision was no longer his to make. He was already injured, so naturally they followed Akiji's orders instead. When Akainu kept resisting, Akiji knocked him out cold and dragged him away. Although this move saved Akainu's life, knowing his personality, he wouldn't thank Akiji for it. After they left, the wood clone dispersed. Shin, still sitting in the bar, nodded slightly. They'd shown some sense. If they hadn't, they would have been dead. He swirled the red wine in his glass and looked at the battle outside. Chapter 567, Steal My Territory. Wait. Kizaru retreated a great distance, then took out a den mushi. Sorry, I have to take this call. Are you mocking me? Hancock's beautiful face was filled with anger. In her eyes, Kizaru's action was a deliberate insult. Not at all. I've been ordered to retreat, so I'm leaving, Shin-san. Kizaru shot a glance toward Shin, then transformed into a streak of light and vanished. The glint fruit was unmatched when it came to making a quick escape. The warning had come from Akiji. After getting away himself, he had immediately urged Kizaru to retreat. As for the CP0 member still fighting Alvia, Kizaru simply pretended not to see him. He certainly wouldn't help. Akiji and Akainu were gone, his life was the most important thing. As for the other's life, that was up to fate. Damn bastard. The CP0 powerhouse roared in anger. He hadn't expected that bastard Kizaru to just run away. After I escape, you're going to pay for this, Borsellino. You won't have that chance, Thunder God. Alvia said coldly. This was the strongest move Alvia had developed. With a single blow, she obliterated the opponent, not even leaving a corpse behind. This powerhouse, whose strength was comparable to an admiral's, was killed in an instant by Alvia because of a moment of distraction. Seeing the battle end, Robin breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards her mother. Mother shouldn't be injured, right? Don't worry, Robin. I'm fine. Alvia saw Robin's worried gaze and smiled at her. Hearing Alvia say she was fine, Robin finally relaxed. She was really worried that Alvia would hide her injuries from her. It's over just like that. Hancock's face showed her displeasure. The reason, of course, was that Kizaru had escaped. She wanted to hunt him down, but her speed was no match for his. That was the advantage of the glint fruit, even if you couldn't win, escaping was never a problem. The Marines were smart. As for that CP organization member, he probably wanted to run too, but he never got the chance. Shin felt a little regretful that he hadn't encountered the 5 elders. That was a shame. Let's go back to the ship. Shin stood up and said. Shin, next time we meet Kizaru, I will not let him escape. Hancock said to Shin. It's fine, if I really wanted to kill him, no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't escape. Shin shook his head and said to Hancock. Gravity was the bane of all things, including light. If he used universal pull, Kizaru would be pulled directly to him. Back on the ship, the purchasing had already been completed. Someone on the ship was responsible for procurement. Let's go to Fishman Island. Shin's eyes flickered slightly. Should he pull Shirahoshi onto his ship? Speaking of which, Shirahoshi was still young now, so there was no hurry. He'd wait a few years. Shirahoshi was Poseidon. Shin certainly wanted Shirahoshi on his ship. With Shirahoshi commanding the Sea Kings, his future travels would be even more impressive. But Shirahoshi's size was a bit of a problem. This was a bit difficult. But not completely unsolvable. He just needed to find the mini fruit. Shin didn't coat the ship. He could just use repulsive force to push the seawater away. Shin and his group departed, leaving the three admirals in a miserable state. Naturally, they were punished, the mission had failed. A public reprimand was inevitable, without it, there would be no way to justify the outcome. What made the five elders upset was that a CP0 member had died. This was a high-level combatant. Akiji and Akainu said they were defeated by Shin Uzumaki. Kizaru said Shin Uzumaki didn't even act and was sitting in a bar the whole time. What do you all think? St. J. Garcia Saturn asked the other five elders. Perhaps it was a clone. St. Shepherd Jew Peter thought for a moment and then guessed the truth. They were all smart people, it wasn't hard for them to guess the truth. Shin Uzumaki has too many abilities, St. Marcus Mars said. According to their understanding, Shin Uzumaki had countless abilities. Honestly, even these old geezers felt it was too much. I have no idea what devil fruit he ate. There are countless of them, who knows what kind of broken abilities might exist. After some discussion, they decided not to act against Shin Uzumaki for the time being and to block the news, not letting it spread. The news of a celestial dragon being killed would definitely have a great impact, especially if the killer was fine. Some people might get ideas. This was not what they wanted to see, so they would try their best to block it. On Fishman Island, Shin's expression darkened while Hancock's face radiated killing intent. Shin, that old hag Big Mom is asking for trouble, how dare she try to steal our territory? Hancock said very angrily. When they arrived at Fishman Island, they received some news about the New World. Part of their territory had been occupied by Big Mom. You're right. Shin nodded. He had always been the one to make others suffer, this was the first time he had suffered a loss. Did she think he didn't exist just because he hadn't been to the New World in a few years? He didn't know where Big Mom got the guts. This time, we need to put those unruly pirates in the New World in their place. Alvia said to Shin. How to intimidate them? Of course, by killing them. Pirates were also bullies who feared the strong. Yes, let's start with Big Mom. As for any other crews that get involved, wipe them out. Shin was not a merciful person either. I was planning to stay on Fishman Island for a while, but now, forget it. Let's go back to the New World and deal with Big Mom first. Shin had originally planned to deal with Vanderdecken 9, who also knew Shirahoshi's identity and harbored ill intentions toward her. He had intended to eliminate him, but returning to the New World took priority. For now, Vanderdecken would be left alone. It seems I don't have to act personally. Shin's gaze suddenly narrowed. For someone as insignificant as Vanderdecken 9, there was no reason for Shin to step in himself. All he had to do was spread the word, and others would handle it. Chapter 568, Dracula Mihawk. Shin ordered a bounty to be placed on Vanderdecken 9. It probably wouldn't be long before his head was delivered to him. After that, Shin and his group hurriedly left Fishman Island and headed for the New World. This time, we'll go straight to Whole Cake Island. Shin ordered. Shin's destination was Whole Cake Island, and it would not be as simple as before. He intended to destroy the island completely. Soon, the 5 emperors would become the 4. Shin headed to Whole Cake Island with great fanfare. It was impossible to hide with the massive Pluton. The New World was in an uproar. Countless great pirates were watching. A war between emperors was about to break out. They also wanted to watch the show. If they were lucky, they might be able to pick up some scraps. On the Moby Dick, Marco looked at Whitebeard. Pops, Shin Uzumaki has come to the New World. What will happen in his fight with Big Mom? Whitebeard drank a cup of wine. Well, it was a cup to him, but a barrel to others. Gururara. The New World is about to get more lively. I heard the Marines are also planning to form the 7 warlords. The seas will be more exciting in the future. Whitebeard said with a loud laugh. But Whitebeard's eyes were a bit dim. A new era was coming, but he was already old. Recently, his health had not been very good. His body was strong, but he had too many injuries. The injuries caused by using the tremor fruit, and the injuries from fighting enemies, had taken a toll on his body. The future era belongs to you. Whitebeard said to his sons with a wave of his hand. No, this era belongs to you, Pops. Marco said firmly. Whitebeard shook his head upon hearing this. If it weren't for Shin Uzumaki's sudden appearance, he would have had the right to say that. But now he didn't. Shin Uzumaki's strength was too great. This time, Big Mom is finished. You all remember, never cross Shin Uzumaki. Whitebeard instructed his sons. Having fought with Shin Uzumaki, he knew how strong he was. So Whitebeard was even more reluctant to let his sons face him. Is Big Mom really finished? In terms of influence, she should be the strongest on the sea, right? Diamond Joseph came to Whitebeard's side. Although Joseph felt that their Whitebeard pirates were definitely stronger than the Big Mom pirates, they couldn't be dealt with so easily. You don't understand Shin Uzumaki's strength. The last time I fought him, I lost. Whitebeard not only thought of the last battle with Shin Uzumaki, but it had been many years, and he still couldn't forget those memories. That overwhelming power made Whitebeard admire him. He admitted from the bottom of his heart that Shin Uzumaki's strength was stronger than his. And at that time, Shin Uzumaki had not used his full strength. After so long, who knew if his strength had increased again? This time, we'll all be spectators. Don't get involved. Whitebeard ordered. At the same time, the red-haired pirates, after some discussion, also decided to watch the show. After all, they had no friendship with the Big Mom pirates. In fact, there was a lot of enmity between the two crews, with many frictions. As for Kaido, he was currently hesitating whether to help Big Mom. Big Mom had helped him before, but if he helped her now, it would mean being an enemy of Shin Uzumaki. Finally, after some hesitation, Kaido decided to pretend he didn't know. And as one of the main characters, Big Mom was also preparing to deal with Shin's attack. The morale of the Big Mom pirates was not high. They were complaining about their mother for angering Shin Uzumaki. Everything was fine, why did she have to pick a fight with him? Shin Uzumaki's territory in the New World wasn't that big. Was it really for that little bit of money? Actually, it wasn't. Big Mom wanted to take revenge on Shin. He had inexplicably come to her door before, and she had always remembered it. Women are very vengeful. Although Big Mom was ugly, she was still a woman. But for a moment of satisfaction, she had put herself in this situation. Shin, there seems to be someone on that small boat floating over. Alvia said to Shin, then pointed to the small boat floating over in front of them. Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Shin had already seen who it was. World's strongest swordsman. How presumptuous. Hancock drew her sword and slashed at the distant Mihawk, a pink sword aura splitting the sky and sea. Today, Hancock intended to put the so-called world's strongest swordsman in his place. In her eyes, that title belonged only to Shin. No one else was worthy of it. Mihawk looked at the incoming sword aura, his sharp eyes like a blade. The black blade Yuru was held in front of him, covered in armament haki, blocking the attack. Along with the small boat, he was sent flying a great distance. The small boat, under Mihawk's protection, was not damaged. A woman. Mihawk's sharp eyes narrowed. The vice-captain of the Kuja pirates, Hancock, he hadn't expected her swordsmanship to be so powerful. But his opponent was not Hancock, but Shin Uzumaki. Shin Uzumaki, I've heard your swordsmanship is very strong. I want to challenge you, Mihawk shouted to Shin. His appearance here was not a coincidence. He had learned of the Kuja pirates' movements and had deliberately come here. You want to challenge Shin? You think you're qualified? Hancock, hearing that he still wanted to challenge Shin without knowing his place, her gaze immediately sharpened. Shin, let me handle him. Hancock slashed out another sword aura. Mihawk had no choice but to respond. A surge of green sword energy erupted from his blade, cutting through Hancock's strike. Your skills are decent, but you don't deserve to be called the world's strongest swordsman. Hancock's gaze burned with arrogance and open disdain as she looked at Mihawk. Aren't you going to stop them? Alvia asked Shin. Why would I? Shin asked, giving Alvia a puzzled look. Hearing Shin's words, Alvia was left stunned. Weren't they supposed to be dealing with Big Mom? Chapter 569, Do you want the truth or a lie? Shin watched Hancock and Mihawk clash without any intention of intervening. Letting Hancock fight against a powerful opponent would be a great benefit to her. Alvia, don't worry. Big Mom can't escape. Even if she did, I could just drag her back. Shin said to Alvia with an unconcerned expression. Besides, would Big Mom really run away? That was absolutely impossible, not for the sake of some empty honor. First and foremost, she would never abandon her vast fortune, so there was no need to worry. Dealing with Big Mom after Mihawk wouldn't be too late. To come and challenge me alone, this Mihawk has a lot of guts. Shin said with a smile, quite appreciating Mihawk's courage. He's just reckless. In my opinion, it's a brainless move. Khalifa looked at Mihawk with disdain. In her eyes, Mihawk's challenge was as foolish as her own undercover mission. Of course, her mission wasn't her decision, it was the foolish 5 elders who had decided, and she had no choice but to obey. But Mihawk coming here on his own. That was just plain stupid in her eyes. If you lost, you might die. And if you won, that option didn't even exist. Khalifa couldn't imagine anyone stronger than Shin. Boom. Hancock once again sent Mihawk flying. Mihawk's brow furrowed. His opponent was a woman, she should be at a disadvantage in terms of strength. How was she so powerful? Well, some people were just born with exceptional talent, like Big Mom, who could beat up giants at the age of 5. Of course, Hancock didn't have such innate strength, but she had Shin's help. Shin had helped her obtain the perfect sage body, so her strength had increased dramatically. In terms of strength, she might not be far superior to Mihawk, but she was certainly not weaker. Gale Slash. The swift, gale-like slash forced Mihawk to defend desperately, unable to even think of a counterattack. He had come to challenge Shin Uzumaki, only to be overwhelmed by a woman before even reaching him. It was a bit humiliating. Even though Mihawk's expression stayed calm, he definitely wasn't happy about it. This is bad. Mihawk suddenly felt a sense of danger. He absolutely couldn't block this attack. He immediately dodged it. As the attack missed, it struck Mihawk's small boat, instantly petrifying it. Don't forget, Hancock wasn't just a swordsman, she also had the love fruit. In a real fight, Mihawk was no match for Hancock. After all, if he were to fight Kizaru, he would definitely be the one to be defeated. At this moment, Mihawk looked at Hancock with extreme caution. The power of a devil fruit was the most dangerous. Even if you were stronger than your opponent, you could still lose, let alone if you were weaker. After their clash, Mihawk knew his strength fell short of Hancock's. If he couldn't even match her, how could he hope to rival Shin Uzumaki? So, in his heart, he had already abandoned the challenge. You're right. I'm not worthy of the title of world's strongest swordsman right now, Mihawk said, admitting it frankly. In fact, Mihawk was an extremely proud person. It was hard for him to admit defeat. If Hancock had suppressed him with other powers, Mihawk wouldn't have thought his swordsmanship was inferior, but she had suppressed him with swordsmanship. Farewell. Mihawk sheathed his sword, with no intention of continuing the fight, and turned to leave. Hancock snorted lightly, looking at Mihawk's back. She wouldn't attack an opponent who had given up. Moreover, she was not used to sneak attacks from behind. Shin, are we letting him go? Hancock asked Shin. Let him go. Shin glanced at Mihawk and said. Mihawk wasn't here to cause trouble, just to challenge him. Shin wouldn't kill him for that. Shin, how was my swordsmanship? Hancock came to Shin's side, looking at him with anticipation. Well, Hancock, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Shin asked Hancock. Of course the truth. I want to hear the truth. Fine, since you want the truth, I'll say it, Hancock, your swordsmanship is still fairly average. After Shin finished, Hancock pouted, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Was it really that average? Truthfully, she wasn't convinced. For most, your swordsmanship is already quite good. But compared to me, you're still far off. Shin flicked Hancock's nose and said. Oh. But I can't compare to you, Shin. Isn't that a given? Hancock nodded, then said to Shin. So, you can't take this for granted. Work hard. In the future, your talent will definitely improve again. Shin patted Hancock's head and said to her with a smile. Will it really improve? Hancock didn't quite believe it. She hadn't made any progress in her strength recently, as if she had reached her limit. Well, that depends on your own efforts. I can't say for sure. Shin spread his hands and said with a slight smile. The Pluton warship continued to advance, and at full speed, the speed of the warship was ridiculously fast. Shin, we're moving too fast. The people on the ship can't handle it, Alvia said. Then let's slow down a bit. Shin said. After that, Shin's pirate crew encountered many pirate crews blocking their way. These were all affiliated with the Big Mom pirates. They were here to cause trouble for Shin and his group. I don't know if Big Mom's head was hit or something to send these wastes to stop us. Shin couldn't help but say. What could these people do? Cause me trouble? She's probably desperate. Alvia smiled slightly and said to Shin. Yes, that's a possibility. Shin nodded. It was possible that she was desperate. After all, she was about to face her greatest disaster. The closer they got to Whole Cake Island, the more pirate crews they encountered. Shin didn't spare a single one, wiped them all out. With the Kuja pirates' current strength, Shin didn't even need to lift a finger. His crew wasn't just for decoration. Some pirate crews got cut clean in half by a single slash from Hancock, while others were vaporized by one lightning bolt from Alvia. Chapter 570, Bombarding Whole Cake Island. On Whole Cake Island, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive. Big Mom's children stayed silent. They all knew this was her fault, but no one was brave enough to say it out loud, let alone criticize her. Speaking up would only turn them into her next meal, being her children offered no protection. Where is Shin Uzumaki now? At the fastest speed, he should be here by tomorrow morning. Hearing Big Mom's question, someone immediately reported. Humph, that bastard Kaido. Big Mom stood up, furious. Kaido had ghosted her. If Kaido had stood with her, Big Mom believed they could have faced even Shin Uzumaki. But now, Kaido was nowhere to be found, leaving Big Mom with two choices. Fight a decisive battle with Shin Uzumaki, or abandon Whole Cake Island, forsaking the empire she had built and fleeing in disgrace. She didn't want to choose either. Going to war with Shin offered a low chance of victory. Even if she won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory at best, and that was a complete fantasy. Taking on Shin alone and expecting anything less than total defeat was delusional. Mama, why don't we negotiate with Shin Uzumaki? Baron Tamago said to Big Mom. Boom. Just as Baron Tamago finished speaking, an explosion came from outside. Countless ships outside were engulfed in the explosion. Big Mom stormed out, her expression turning monstrous. Her pirate ship had just been hit by a cannonball. You useless fool. Didn't you say Shin Uzumaki wouldn't be here until tomorrow? Big Mom roared at Baron Tamago. Baron Tamago froze in terror as Big Mom opened her massive, bloodthirsty maw. Before he could even scream, he was swallowed whole. The others who saw this scene felt a chill in their hearts. If Shin Uzumaki wants a fight, then a fight he'll get. Big Mom held a sword, a huge sword. Her crew had no choice but to follow her into battle. On the other side, Shin nodded with satisfaction. The cannonballs on his Pluton were indeed powerful. Half of Whole Cake Island had been obliterated, and this wasn't even a direct hit on the island. It was a shot fired into the sea outside, and it had destroyed half of Whole Cake Island. It seems that one shot to destroy an island is not an exaggeration. It really can destroy an island with one shot. Shin said. Pluton's power was immense, with a long range and powerful attack. It might not be useful against those real powerhouses, but its strategic significance was great. Especially at sea, it could destroy the opponent's pirate ship with a single shot. If the opponent was a devil fruit user, even if they could withstand Pluton's bombardment, they would definitely die. After wiping out more than half of the Big Mom pirates with one shot, the next step was finishing off the rest. He had promised to destroy them, and he always kept his word, the Big Mom pirates were going down. Alvia, fire another shot at Whole Cake Island. This time, blow up the whole island. Shin turned his head and said to Alvia. If he could solve it with cannonballs, he didn't want to act. We probably can't kill Big Mom with Pluton, Alvia noted. We don't need to, just clean up the small fry around her. Shin said with a smile. All right, but one cannonball costs a lot of berries. Alvia felt a little pained. A cannonball capable of destroying an island wasn't cheap. It's fine. We have plenty of money now. Shin could now be considered a big tycoon in the pirate world. It was all because 2 years ago, he had killed Tesoro and become rich in one go, becoming a big tycoon second only to the Celestial Dragons. When he had the time, he planned to settle accounts with the Celestial Dragons. That would likely make him even richer, since the Celestial Dragons were the wealthiest in the world, all treasures eventually ended up in their hands. Pirates chasing Roger's treasure would be better off targeting the Celestial Dragons instead. Even if Roger had been wealthy, his riches could never compare to theirs, his fortune was dwarfed hundreds of times over. Yet the treasure Roger left behind might not be gold or wealth at all, so its true value remained uncertain. Moreover, no one dared to mess with the Celestial Dragons. Sure, they were complete trash, but their influence was massive. Just like before, when Hancock killed a Celestial Dragon, 3 admirals showed up along with someone from CP. Of course, this was because they knew Shin was involved, so they brought that kind of firepower. If it were anyone else, they'd send 1 admiral at most. Another cannonball was fired at Whole Cake Island. The previous one had done its job, but this time it was blocked. Big Mom punched the cannonball, sending it flying into the air to explode. Although she was affected by the blast, she was not injured. Big Mom's defense is really unimaginably strong. Shin couldn't help but say. Her skin was so thick that even Pluton's cannonballs couldn't break through. Of course, this was not a direct hit on her. If it had been a direct hit, she would at least be seriously injured. Should we continue the bombardment? I think we'd be wasting ammunition. We only have 10 shells in total, and we've already used 2. The main cannon shells were incredibly difficult to manufacture, so their supply was limited. Then let's stop this attack and strike the Big Mom pirates directly. Shin looked at Big Mom and said. Hancock, Alvia, you two handle Big Mom. Momosaji, the rest are yours. Shin decided to hold back this time, using the battle as training for the Kuja pirates. Now that the Big Mom pirates had been half wiped out by the bombardment, even without Shin stepping in, they should be able to handle the rest. Of course, this assumed that Hancock and Alvia could take down Big Mom herself. After all, if they couldn't deal with her, the Big Mom pirates would never truly fall. Big Mom was their captain, the heart of the entire crew. Don't worry, leave it to me. I think I can take Big Mom one-on-one, Hancock said with confidence. Chapter 571, War with the Big Mom Pirates. Hancock, you can't beat Big Mom on your own. Shin said to the confident Hancock. Don't underestimate me, Shin. I'll prove it to you, Hancock said seriously, gripping aim no habakiri. Do you need me to take care of those two homies? Shin pointed at the Sun Prometheus and the Thundercloud Zeus. There was also the Bicorn Hat Napoleon, but it had already transformed into a sword and was being held by Big Mom. No need. Just watch. We can handle it, Alvia said, also quite confident. It's rare to see you this confident, Alvia. Shin couldn't help but say, looking at her. It really was rare to see her so self-assured. It made her even more charming. Have I not been confident before? Alvia asked, looking at Shin with a puzzled expression. Die. Big Mom had already launched her assault, massive fists wreathed in flames and lightning streaking toward them. The attack, a fusion of her two homies, was devastatingly powerful, a raging tempest of fire and electricity. Lightning slash. Alvia, wielding the sword of Futsanamatama, struck at Big Mom. Like Kizaru's Ama no Murakumo, this was a blade sheet forged from pure lightning, compressed, high-voltage energy capable of splitting the ocean and reducing enemies to ash with a single cut. Alvia's slash collided with Big Mom's fist. A blinding light made everyone squint. I should have been the one to attack, Hancock grumbled, feeling as if Alvia had stolen her kill. Boom! An explosion erupted, and a massive wave rolled across the sea. Big Mom was pushed back. Phew! Alvia exhaled heavily. The attack she had just unleashed had consumed a lot of her energy. Hancock, I don't think either of us can beat Big Mom alone. Let's take her on together. Alvia said to Hancock. It might have seemed like Big Mom was the one pushed back, but that attack was one of Alvia's strongest, and it had barely scratched her. Fine, I'll work with you this time. But I could totally take her down alone. Hancock said with a touch of arrogance. Give it a rest, Hancock. Face reality. You're no match for Big Mom by yourself, Robin said, glancing at Hancock. At that moment, Robin also acted, but her target wasn't Big Mom, it was the grunts. Dealing with them was simple for her, she easily snapped their necks with her sprouted arms. For sneak attacks, Robin's flower fruit was quite effective. Momosaji drew her sword. If she were fighting the Marines, she would have hesitated, but against the infamous Big Mom pirates, there was no need to hold back. With every move she made, the Big Mom pirates suffered heavy casualties. They had already been hit hard, and now there were only a few of them left. A whole bunch of Big Mom's children were dead. Shin's Kuja pirates weren't large in number, less than 100 in total, but they were all elites, the finest warriors from Amazon Lily. Under Shin's guidance, their strength was not to be underestimated just because they were women. And in terms of top-tier combat power, there were quite a few. Alvia and Hancock were on par with admirals, and Momosaji was a quasi-admiral. Marguerite, despite her youth, was incredibly strong, especially with the Op Fruit's bizarre spatial abilities that let her take down opponents way above her weight class. Calipha and Amatsuki Toki were forces to be reckoned with too. Calipha wielded the float fruit with devastating effect, making her far more powerful than she'd been in the original timeline. As for Amatsuki Toki, while the time fruit wasn't built for combat, that didn't make her helpless. She'd mastered all 6 powers and was a skilled swordswoman. Shin had even lent her Enma temporarily. Now I can just sit back and watch. Shin lay comfortably on a beach chair, completely relaxed. He didn't need to act. Seeing Alvia and Hancock suppress Big Mom, he was confident they could handle her even without his help. The Kuja pirates had grown to this point, even without him, they were no weaker than the other emperors. The Thundercloud Zeus and the Sun Prometheus suddenly joined forces, unleashing a powerful thunderstorm at Hancock and Alvia. Hancock, I'll block the thunderstorm, Alvia said to Hancock. Hancock nodded. She knew this wouldn't be a problem for Alvia, it would actually help her. As a Rumble fruit user, Alvia was lightning incarnate. How could she be afraid of her own element? In fact, after absorbing the power of the thunderstorm, Alvia became even stronger. The storm was like a power-up for her. 1 billion volt, Amaru. A giant made of lightning appeared in the sea area, the raging lightning stirring up a storm. The lightning giant's fist struck towards Big Mom. You think you can dodge that? Not so easy, slave arrow. Hancock saw Big Mom trying to dodge and use slave arrow to block all of her escape routes. Big Mom's face was ferocious. Elbaf spear, Ikoku sovereignty. This was a technique from the giants of Elbaf, a massive sword wave that could cut through anything. The lightning giant's fist was sliced clean in half by Big Mom's single strike, but the giant sword in her hand also shattered completely. That sword was Napoleon, her bicorn hat, which meant Napoleon had been destroyed. Die. Hancock's sword slashed at Big Mom. While Big Mom was focused on Alvia, Hancock struck from her blind spot. Two fighters working together were far more effective than the sum of their parts. Hancock sent Big Mom flying with a single slash, then stared at her. She's not injured. Hancock was a bit incredulous. Big Mom's defense was too strong. Was her armament hockey that powerful? Hancock had gone all out just now, holding nothing back. Her arm was still numb from the impact, but the results were pathetically disappointing. The remaining Big Mom pirates, seeing their captain unharmed, all breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that if their mother fell, they would lose. Chapter 572, The Death of Big Mom. Shin's gaze was locked on Big Mom. By his assessment, her defense was probably even stronger than Whitebeard's. It wasn't just her armament hockey, Hancock's slash had already cut through that. But even after piercing her hockey barrier, the attack still couldn't break her skin. It's confirmed. She's a freak. Even Shin had to admit Big Mom was a freak of nature. Kaido, the so-called strongest creature in the world, might not even have better defense than her. He could actually be weaker in that regard. Among the four emperors in the original story, Big Mom was definitely not the weakest link. You two little brats, I'll kill you. Big Mom's face was cruel as she reached for Hancock with her large hand. Humph. You're seriously underestimating me. Hancock, seeing Big Mom's contemptuous expression, was furious. She channeled the power of her love fruit into her blade and struck at Big Mom's hand. The attack didn't pierce her defense, but the moment it made contact, her hand started turning to stone. The petrification spread rapidly. Within seconds, her entire arm had been transformed to solid stone. Big Mom was shocked, then her face turned fierce. She struck out with her other hand, shattering the petrified arm. Hancock's face showed a hint of regret. She had almost petrified Big Mom entirely. I'll kill you. Big Mom let out a scream, making Hancock's face turn pale. The terrifying sound wave affected everything around them. Damn old hag. Hancock retreated, only then did she feel better. She hadn't expected Big Mom's voice to be so loud. Hancock, are you all right? Shin asked with concern. Shin, I think I'm not. Hancock, who was about to say she was fine, her eyes rolled slightly, and then she fell towards Shin and was caught in his embrace. I feel dizzy, my limbs are weak. I don't think I can fight anymore. Hancock said to Shin with an exaggerated expression. Shin was a bit speechless. If Hancock claimed she was fine, she definitely wasn't. If she admitted she wasn't fine, then she actually was. Marguerite, Hancock is not well. Come and take a look at her. Robin called out to Marguerite, and the blushing girl ran over. Ah, the Empress doesn't seem to be in any danger. Marguerite had been very worried, but after seeing Hancock's condition, she was stunned. There was nothing wrong at all. This woman's brain is broken. Can you try to replace it for her? Robin said with a straight face. Marguerite was sweating. She could replace a heart with the op fruit, but replacing a brain? Forget it. Besides, if you really replace the brain, would she still be the same person? You're the one who needs a brain replacement. Hancock suddenly jumped up and looked at Robin angrily. I'll step in now and take care of Big Mom. Shin said. Ah, I think I can handle her. Hancock quickly said to Shin, wanting to prove herself to him. You've already made her lose an arm. You're very impressive. Let me kill her now. Shin shook his head slightly. Hancock and Alvia probably didn't have the ability to kill someone with such a powerful defense. Don't be fooled by how Hancock had just turned one of Big Mom's arms to stone, that only worked because she caught her off guard. From now on, she wouldn't get another opening like that. And don't think Big Mom was slow just because of her massive size. Despite her huge frame, she was incredibly fast. It would be nearly impossible for Hancock to land another love fruit attack on her. Plus, Hockey could counter devil fruit powers anyway. Alright, Hancock, you don't need to act anymore. Shin patted Hancock's little head. Okay. Hancock, being gently patted on the head by Shin, obediently nodded in agreement, then pounced on him, refusing to leave. Since she had no chance to act, she would just take some advantage of him. Of course, Hancock thought she was taking advantage, but in Shin's eyes, he was the one who was really taking advantage. Alvia, come back. Shin called out to Alvia. Hearing Shin's words, Alvia was slightly stunned, then nodded and returned to his side. The 9-tomo Rinnegan Seigen activated, and Shin gazed calmly at Big Mom in the distance. An overwhelming aura radiated from his body. Big Mom's massive frame went rigid, completely paralyzed by Shin's oppressive presence. Even the sea kings in the ocean depths sensed the power and fled in terror. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. A truth-seeking orb flew into Shin's hand, forming a light sword that reached the heavens. Then Shin swung it at Big Mom. No matter how strong her defense was, could she really block the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion? As for dodging, she couldn't even move right now. Big Mom, along with the entire sea around her, was cleaved in half. And this was with Shin holding back. If he'd used full power, he couldn't even estimate the devastation it would cause. After all, he'd never unleashed the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion at maximum strength. The remaining crew members of the Big Mom pirates stared at this scene in a daze. Was this terrifying power really created by a human? How should we deal with them? Alvia asked Shin. Them. Shin glanced at the surviving Big Mom pirates. There was no point dealing with them. He wouldn't go out of his way to kill them, they posed no threat anymore. Let's go. Don't bother with them. Shin shook his head slightly, letting all the members of the Kuja pirates return and sail away from here. Whole Cake Island had been completely destroyed, and Big Mom was dead. The remaining Big Mom pirates were just scattered survivors now. They might still manage to survive on these seas, but they'd never reclaim their former power. Worse yet, countless pirate crews would be hunting them down. Big Mom had been a tyrant, destroying entire nations on a whim. Her children would have to answer for her crimes. While she was alive, people were too terrified to seek vengeance, but now that she was gone, they'd come for blood with a fury. Chapter 573, Sengoku's Worries. It didn't take long for the news to spread across the entire sea. The death of Big Mom shocked every powerhouse on the ocean. As for the people living under Big Mom's rule, after the initial shock wore off, they were absolutely ecstatic. The cruel tyrant who had terrorized them for years was dead. They could finally be free. We haven't even reached Whole Cake Island yet, and Shin Uzumaki has already killed Big Mom. The pirates who had intended to watch the show were dumbfounded when they learned that Big Mom was dead before they had even arrived. Was Shin Uzumaki that fast? Then came the terror. One could only guess the true extent of his power. To defeat Big Mom so quickly meant that her strength was not even in the same league as his. The news of Lin's death came so quickly. Whitebeard fell into deep thought after receiving the news. It seemed the seas were about to become even more turbulent. His sons were also silent at this moment. They had to admit that Shin Uzumaki and the Kuja pirates were powerful. Previously, the Whitebeard Pirates division commanders had acknowledged Shin's power, but they still believed that in an all-out war, the Whitebeard Pirates would definitely come out on top against the Kuja pirates. The Kuja pirates, besides Shin, were all women, so they were naturally looked down upon. They thought that besides Shin Uzumaki, the rest were just eye candy. However, this battle changed everything. The Big Mom pirates got completely wiped out. Word was that even without Shin lifting a finger, the Kuja pirates could go toe-to-toe with the Big Mom pirates. From now on, stay away from the Kuja pirates and their territory, Whitebeard ordered. He figured that after this incident, nobody would be stupid enough to cross that line. Big Mom got herself killed because she tried to steal Shin's territory. Unless you had a death wish, or you were delusional enough to think you could take on someone who destroyed the Big Mom pirates, you wouldn't go looking for trouble. Truth was, the pirate world was full of idiots like that. Plenty of people with screwed-up judgment. Even the protagonist Luffy was a complete airhead. But now, with this example staring them in the face, even if it didn't scare them off forever, at least they wouldn't be stupid enough to try anything anytime soon. When Kaido got the news, he was relieved he hadn't tried to help Big Mom. In fact, even if he'd wanted to, he never would have made it in time. By the time he showed up, she'd probably already be dead. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku sighed. Sengoku, what are you sighing for? Isn't this a good thing? Garp said, eating a donut. The 5 emperors had become the 4 emperors. If Shin Uzumaki had won through a life-or-death battle with Big Mom, I would be happy. But he won too easily. Although the threat of Big Mom was gone, he found that the threat of Shin Uzumaki had increased even more. According to Kizaru, the vice-captain of the Kuja pirates, Hancock, is no weaker than him, and there's also Alvia. Sengoku was baffled. Wasn't Alvia just a simple historian? How had she suddenly become so powerful? Was it really all because of the Rumble Rumble fruit? Sure, devil fruits were game changers, but reaching admiral-level strength through devil fruit power alone was absolutely impossible. Actually, I don't think it's a big deal. You're worrying too much. The threat posed by Shin Uzumaki is not as great as the one posed by Big Mom. Garp said to Sengoku. Garp, what are you talking about? He destroyed Ini's lobby, killed a celestial dragon, and you're telling me he's less of a threat than Big Mom. Sengoku slammed his fist on the table and shot to his feet. And he seriously injured Kong, who's still laid up in the hospital. Garp didn't argue further. When he really thought about it, the stuff Shin Uzumaki had pulled wasn't exactly minor. But compared to Big Mom, Garp still figured Shin wasn't that bad. At least people under his rule could eat properly, while in Big Mom's territories, it was hard just to survive. Sengoku, I heard a great pirate has appeared in the East Blue. I'm going there. Garp had no desire to continue this debate. Sengoku could worry himself sick for all he cared. He was leaving. Watching Garp walk away, Sengoku's expression grew dark. A great pirate in the East Blue. Could someone that dangerous even emerge from a backwater like that? Sengoku also knew Garp was going to visit his grandson. He decided to turn a blind eye. A few days later, the seas were in an uproar. After the shock of Big Mom's death wore off, some major pirates got greedy for the wealth she'd left behind. Whole Cake Island had been obliterated by Shin. Even if there were treasures buried there, nobody could get to them. Big Mom had controlled more than just her main island. Her other territories were still up for grabs, and that represented serious money. Maybe one of them could claim her empire and become the new emperor of the sea. Hancock, announce a message. From now on, the former territories of the Big Mom pirates belong to me. Shin said to Hancock. This was territory he'd fought for, he wasn't about to let it fall into someone else's hands. So, Big Mom's former territory belonged to him. Phew, I thought you didn't want it, Shin. Hancock exhaled. Hancock had been planning to bring this up with Shin. The Big Mom pirates' territory couldn't just be handed over to some random pirates. Of course I want it. I'm not that generous, Shin shook his head and said. He wasn't a generous guy, of course he wanted it. Sure, he might not be able to micromanage everything, but he didn't need to. Those countries could govern themselves. They'd just pay him tribute, and he'd stay out of their business otherwise. He figured those kingdoms would prefer his rule anyway. After all, the other pirate crews were complete scumbags. Falling into their hands wouldn't be any better than being under Big Mom's thumb. But Shin was different. He considered himself relatively merciful, at least he wouldn't kill indiscriminately. After Hancock made the announcement, the news quickly spread throughout the sea. Some were happy, some were worried. This news crushed the spirits of pirates hoping to grab Big Mom's territory. But the kings of those kingdoms were relieved. For them, this might actually be a better deal. Are there any rebels? Shin asked Hancock. Hancock nodded. There were indeed some rebels. A few pirate crews had completely ignored Shin's warning. Chapter 574, Doflamingo wants to plant a spy. Afterward, Shin led his crew to crush a few stubborn pirate crews, making it crystal clear to everyone else that Big Mom's territory now belonged to him. Shin's foothold in the New World had been modest before, but after absorbing Big Mom's empire, it had expanded exponentially. Now Shin's Kuja pirates were undoubtedly the largest pirate crew on the sea. No other force could compare. Shin, someone claiming to be Doflamingo's subordinate wants to see you, Alvia said to Shin. Doflamingo's subordinate wants to see me. Who is it? Shin asked Alvia with confusion. He hadn't ordered Doflamingo to do anything now. However, Shin was aware of Doflamingo's recent exploits. He had stolen the Celestial Dragon's heavenly tribute and was now leveraging it to demand a warlord position from Sengoku. If Shin's destruction of Big Mom's crew hadn't completely dominated the headlines, Doflamingo's stunt would have made him famous across the seas. After all, stealing the Celestial Dragon's heavenly tribute took serious balls. At the very least, other pirates definitely wouldn't have the guts to pull something like that. It's a woman with light green hair, I think she's called Monet. When Shin heard the description, he immediately knew who she was. Monet, a user of the Logia-type Snow fruit. As one of the few Logia users, she was memorable. Let her in, Shin nodded to Alvia. He was genuinely curious about what Doflamingo was planning. Was this some kind of move against him? Hearing Shin's command, Alvia immediately brought Monet over. When Monet stood before Shin, she looked visibly nervous. This version of her was different from the one in the original story. Her hands and feet had been modified into bird wings and claws, but this Monet was fully human. Because Law was dead and the op fruit had been eaten by Marguerite, Monet had never undergone the modification. Doflamingo sent you. Shin looked at Monet calmly. Although she was quite beautiful, Shin wasn't the type to be stunned speechless just by a pretty face. Captain Shin, I was sent by the young master to bring you a gift. Monet relaxed a little. Facing the most powerful men on the seas, she found it impossible to maintain her usual composure. A gift from Doflamingo. Shin's gaze was fixed on her, making Monet feel as if he could see right through her. It was deeply unsettling. Tell me, what is it? The sharpness in Shin's eyes disappeared, making the nervous Monet relax a little. Monet immediately took out a small box and opened it. Inside was a severed head, the head of a fishman. The young master was aware of your bounty on Vanderdecken 9. So, he took the liberty of eliminating the target and has sent me with his head as proof. Shin smiled faintly. He knew Doflamingo was trying to curry favor with him. It was not bad, saving him a trip to Fishman Island. Also, there are some treasures on the ship. Monet took out a den mushi and gave the order for the treasures to be brought aboard. This was all part of Doflamingo's tribute. The last time they'd met in the North Blue, Shin had let Doflamingo go on the condition that he would receive half of his future earnings. Doflamingo knows how to play the game. Impressive. All right, you can go, Shin said, waving his hand dismissively at Monet. Monet didn't leave and said nervously to Shin, Captain Shin, the young master has ordered me to stay here with you for the time being. Oh. And what's this about? Is Doflamingo trying to plant a spy in my crew? Shin's eyes narrowed. No, Captain Shin, please don't misunderstand. I am only here to act as a liaison, in case you have any instructions for him. Monet quickly said. She knew that if she didn't explain well, she might not even be able to keep her life. Is that really all? Shin asked, a smile playing on his lips. It seemed Doflamingo's motives were more complex than that. Yes, that's all, I swear. A shiver ran down Monet's spine. Damn it, did young master just send me here to die? Monet thought, gritting her teeth. Originally, Monet had been fiercely loyal to Doflamingo, believing he had what it took to become the Pirate King. But seeing him act so subserviently to Shin Uzumaki had left her deeply disappointed. Now, that disappointment was turning into resentment. Doflamingo had sent her here with the implicit mission to seduce Shin Uzumaki. Although Shin Uzumaki was very handsome, he was also very dangerous. If her true purpose was discovered, she knew it would be a dead end. Monet didn't believe for a second that his good looks meant he was merciful. No pirate was. At this moment, Monet lowered her head, awaiting Shin's judgment. If he decided she was up to no good and killed her, she knew Doflamingo wouldn't lift a finger to avenge her. A secret hatred for her master began to fester in her heart. You can be a maid on the ship for now. After a long while, Shin said to Monet. Phew. Monet breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no immediate danger. As long as she was safe for now, she could figure something out later. If she could survive today, getting through tomorrow shouldn't be too hard. But being forced to work as a maid? That really stung her pride. In the Don Quixote family, she was at least a cadre. Now she had become a maid. Still, for the sake of her life, Monet endured it. Her sister was still in Doflamingo's hands. If she really died, she couldn't rest in peace. It wasn't that she feared death for herself, but she worried about what would happen to her sister, Sugar, without anyone to protect her. That's right, Monet's sister was Sugar, the hobby fruit user, a ridiculously broken devil fruit ability. Anyone Sugar touched, even monsters like Whitebeard and Kaido, would instantly become a toy. You could argue it was the most overpowered devil fruit in existence. However, Sugar herself was way too weak. Against monsters like Whitebeard and Kaido, she probably couldn't even get within 100 feet of them. Plus, the hobby fruit's effects would break the moment the user passed out. This devil fruit in the hands of someone strong would be absolutely game-breaking. In weak hands, though, pretty limited. Unless your opponent had no clue what your power did and wasn't watching out for you, you'd never land a hit. Monet was temporarily assigned to work as a maid on the ship. From now on, all the cleaning duties would fall to her. Looking at the massive warship Pluton, Monet felt a wave of despair. Chapter 575, The 7 Warlords are established. Captain, I have a suitable companion in mind. I think she's a better fit for the maid role. After a grueling day of cleaning a third of the Pluton, Monet found Shin and made her proposal. If she had to clean like this every day, she'd be worked to death. She couldn't take it anymore. Oh. And who might that be? Shin asked Monet calmly. Baby 5. She's a member of the Don Quixote family, Monet said, a faint trace of guilt in her heart. Was she setting Baby 5 up? Yeah, she definitely was. But she was sure Baby 5 would love it. Monet knew her personality inside and out. If she got these tasks, not only would she not complain, she'd throw herself into it completely. Shin gave Monet a deep look, then nodded. All right, I'll ask Doflamingo for her. From now on, you two will be the maids on the Pluton, handling all the cleaning. A wave of despair washed over Monet. She hadn't expected that even after dragging Baby 5 into this, she still couldn't escape her fate. You contact Doflamingo. Tell him Shin Uzumaki wants her. Just as Shin was about to contact Doflamingo, his gaze shifted to Monet. It was best to have her do it. Honestly, his ship was full of spies. Momosaji was a marine spy, Khalifa was a spy for the Five Elders, and even Doflamingo had the nerve to plant a mole. Khalifa had been completely won over by Shin. Momosaji hadn't. As for Monet, she'd serve as a useful asset for now. He hadn't expected this asset to recommend another one, Baby 5, the arms fruit user. And the easiest person to manipulate, at that. Shin was quite pleased. He figured the Pluton would be spotless from now on. All right. Monet sighed quietly. She didn't know if Doflamingo would be angry if she told him. Whatever, Monet didn't want to overthink it anymore. Even if Doflamingo flew into a rage, there wasn't much he could do to her now. As for threatening her with her sister's safety, Monet wasn't worried. Worst case scenario, they'd become enemies. She'd just ask Captain Shin to handle it. Given Doflamingo's cowardly streak, he'd probably cave and hand sugar over without a fight. In such a short time, Monet had developed serious contempt for her young master. This shift was Shin's doing, of course. Just a subtle mental suggestion. She'd been influenced without even knowing it, completely unaware that Shin had manipulated her thoughts. A few days later, Baby 5 was sent over. At first, she was quite sad. Had Doflamingo just abandoned her? Of course, she was unwanted, like always. Baby 5's eyes went blank with despair. But then Shin told her he needed her to clean the entire Pluton, and she instantly perked up. She didn't care how exhausting it would be. As long as someone needed her, Baby 5 was ready to give everything. See? I knew she wouldn't hate me. Monet couldn't help but say. She really knew Baby 5 well. Good job. Much better than her. Shin said, looking over Baby 5's cleaning with clear approval. Her efficiency was nearly 10 times better than Monet's. It was hard to imagine. This time, Shin stayed put in the new world instead of roaming around, keeping to his own territory. Meanwhile, the 7 warlords of the sea had been officially announced, and the entire ocean was buzzing with the news. Doflamingo had secured one of the positions by leveraging heavenly tribute. Sengoku was against it, but the celestial dragons put pressure on him, leaving him no choice but to follow their orders. The other warlords were Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Jinbe, and Edward Weevil. Edward Weevil, also called Whitebeard Jr., had taken Hancock's spot from the original story. Shin, do you think that Whitebeard Jr. is really Whitebeard's son? Hancock asked Shin curiously. I didn't know you were such a gossip, Hancock, Shin said, looking at her curious expression with an amused smile. Whitebeard Jr. only showed up in the original story after Whitebeard had already died. Kizaru claimed the guy had the same monstrous strength as young Whitebeard, but that didn't prove he was actually his son. If he really was Whitebeard's kid, would someone who obsessed over family the way Whitebeard did just let his own son wander around alone? Absolutely not. So Shin figured it was all bullshit. It has nothing to do with us. Let's not dwell on it. Shin said to Hancock. Whether Whitebeard Jr. was really Whitebeard's son didn't matter to them either way. While they were talking about this, other pirates were having very different conversations. They'd lost all respect for the 7 warlords, seeing them as nothing but government lapdogs. Working with the Marines was a betrayal of everything pirates stood for. For a while, pirates across the seas were openly hostile toward any warlord they encountered. It was exactly what Sengoku expected. This was his plan all along, to turn the pirates against the 7 warlords. As for what happened to the warlords themselves, Sengoku couldn't care less. Using the warlords as bait to keep other pirates busy fighting each other instead of the Marines. Sure, it damaged the Marines' reputation somewhat, but from a strategic standpoint, the benefits were worth it. If the costs had outweighed the gains, he never would have pushed for the 7 warlord system in the first place. Pops, what's the deal with that Edward Weevil? The commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates' various divisions were all curiously asking about Whitebeard Jr. Gururara. Interesting. Whitebeard laughed and drank a cup of wine, then didn't tell Marco and the others whether this was his son or not. Looks like Pops doesn't want to talk about it. What do you guys think, is that Edward Weevil Pop's son? Diamond Jozu asked the others. Probably not. Given Pop's protective nature, he'd never allow his son to drift around unprotected. I've been with Pops since I was little, and I've never heard him mention having a son. Marco shook his head. Either way, he didn't buy it. The guy was probably just using their old man's name for clout. Honestly, if it turned out to be true, Marco would be thrilled. Having a real blood relative would be amazing for Pops. But if it was all fake, he'd be pissed. Their father's name wasn't something you could just throw around. Anyone who tried would pay for it. Chapter 576, Monkey D. Dragon Visit. Marco and a few of the other commanders discussed it, then decided to investigate Edward Weevil's identity first. If he truly was Pop's son, they would bring him into the family. If not, they would kill him. They would not allow anyone to tarnish their father's name. Whitebeard had heard all of their discussion. With his observation hockey active, basically nothing on the ship could escape his notice. That being said, he wouldn't casually eavesdrop on his sons, he respected their privacy. Because of the 7 warlords, the seas were in an uproar, and the original peace was broken again. Some pirates were hostile toward the 7 warlords, while others envied them. After all, becoming a warlord meant the Marines would leave you alone. On the red-haired pirate's ship. This is a move to weaken the pirates, to turn them against each other. Ben Beckman had seen right through Sengoku's strategy. Any intelligent person could see the purpose behind the warlord system. The appearance of the 7 warlords won't affect us, Shanks said calmly. However, the fact that Mihawk had become a warlord surprised him very much. Logically, with Mihawk's personality, he shouldn't have any interest in the title of a warlord. Why would he become one? This question really bothered Shanks. He could always ask Mihawk directly, but he wasn't going to do that. Whatever the reason was, it was Mihawk's business, and Shanks didn't want to stick his nose where it didn't belong. The emergence of the warlords shook up the entire pirate world, but for the Marines, it was exactly what they needed. Using pirates to fight other pirates was working like a charm, and Sengoku finally felt some of the weight lift off his shoulders. If this plan had backfired, he would have been completely humiliated, and his reputation within the Marines would have been shot. Dragon, I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Shin's gaze fell on Dragon. While the rest of the world was reeling from the news about the warlords, Dragon had sought him out. Captain Shin, I came to you today to propose a partnership, Dragon said. I don't think we have anything to cooperate on. Now, don't bother me with your troubles. Leave. Shin waved Dragon off dismissively. He didn't have time for this. It was obvious what Dragon was after, help taking down the world government. Shin wasn't interested. He had no desire to rule the world. Before he could even properly state his case, Shin was dismissing him out of hand. A frown creased Dragon's brow. Captain Shin, you killed a celestial dragon. You must know the consequences. If you don't deal with the world government and the celestial dragons, you're painting a target on your back. Dragon prepared to reason with him, to appeal to his logic. He needed to bring Shin over to his side. Only by gathering enough allies could he hope to overthrow the 5 elders and the celestial dragons. I'm not concerned about the consequences. Or do you really think the celestial dragons are a threat to me? Shin unleashed his aura, enveloping Dragon. The force whipped his green coat as he narrowed his eyes, bracing himself against the immense pressure. Shin's aura was the strongest Dragon had ever felt. Even his father, Garp, didn't exude this level of power. Alright, don't talk to me about these things. I'm not interested in your goals. Leave now. Don't force my hand. If Shin were to act, Dragon would soon become a corpse, one that would be little more than ash. Shin had no connection to Dragon or Garp, and he wouldn't spare him on anyone's account. Our cooperation to deal with the celestial dragons would benefit you as well, wouldn't it? Dragon just didn't understand why Shin Uzumaki would refuse. He wasn't even giving him a chance to speak. He hadn't even mentioned the potential benefits, and Shin was already telling him to get lost. Shin told you to get lost, didn't you hear? Hancock drew aim no habakiri and pointed the blade straight at Dragon. If you didn't, then I'll make you hear more clearly. Looking at Hancock's blade and the impatience written all over Shin's face, Dragon realized persuasion was pointless. He gave up on trying to convince Shin. If you change your mind in the future, feel free to contact me. After being so thoroughly dismissed, Dragon turned and left, leaving behind a method of contact. Shin looked at the paper Dragon had left and incinerated it with a flicker of flame. Contact Dragon. Cooperate in the future. That would never happen. He didn't need to cooperate with anyone. Even if he one day decided to wipe out the 5 elders, he wouldn't need help. Shin, I feel that man's ambition is dangerous. He's up to no good, Hancock said. Yes. His ambition is massive, otherwise he never would have started the Revolutionary Army and become the world's most wanted criminal. Shin nodded in agreement. Then why didn't you just kill him? Hancock asked, confused. If Shin had wanted to, Dragon never would have left alive. Why kill him? First of all, he hasn't pissed me off or crossed any lines, so I have no reason to kill him. Mainly, Shin felt that Dragon's existence made the world more interesting. By the way, Hancock, I have some things to do and will be gone for a few days. Shin turned his head and said to Hancock, then his figure vanished. Damn it. Where did he go? Hancock watched Shin's figure vanish in an instant and immediately pouted. She was used to his sudden disappearances by now, it happened all the time. She just never knew where he went or what he was up to. But every time he came back, he'd have this particular scent on him. Hancock was certain it was definitely a woman's perfume. The thought made Hancock's jealousy flare up, and she stomped off in a foul mood. She needed to go train, had to work off this frustration somehow. In reality, Shin had just gone to the system space to spend time with Kushina, Mikoto, and the others. They were always on his mind. Whenever he had free time, he'd slip into the system space to be with them. Chapter 577, Deploying the Undercover Agent. Dragon left Shin's territory after being shut down, but the news of his visit spread like wildfire. Upon receiving this information, both the five elders and Sengoku were deeply concerned. To them, Dragon was a far greater threat than any pirate, as his ultimate goal was to overthrow the world government. The world's most dangerous criminal, Dragon, had made contact with the equally notorious pirate, Shin Uzumaki. What would come of this meeting? The five elders convened another emergency meeting, and this time, they summoned Sengoku, the three admirals, and Garp to the Holy Land of Mary Geos. It was normal for Sengoku and the three admirals to be called, but Garp, despite being a marine hero, was only a vice admiral. Nevertheless, the five elders had specifically requested his presence. The reason was simple, Garp was Dragon's father. Garp lowered his head, a hint of shame on his face. He was a celebrated marine hero, yet his son was a revolutionary. And it wasn't just his son, his grandson, Luffy, was constantly shouting about becoming the Pirate King. Garp had disciplined the boy several times, but with Luffy's personality, changing his mind was a near impossible task. You should all be aware of why we have summoned you here, Saint Ethan Baron V, Nusturo said calmly. Dragon has made contact with Shin Uzumaki. Although we don't know what they discussed, it is undoubtedly not good news for us. Saint J. Garcia Saturn slammed the table, making the atmosphere serious. Garp, I believe you owe us an explanation. Saint Marcus Mars looked at Garp calmly. Garp's contribution to the Marines has been immense, a fact I'm sure the five elders are well aware of. His loyalty is beyond question. Hearing the five elders target Garp, Sengoku immediately stood up to defend his friend. It was my failure as a father, Garp sighed, offering no other defense. If the five elders wanted to punish him, he didn't care. He wasn't particularly fond of them anyway. His loyalty was to the Marines. In that case, we will give you a mission, Garp. Capture Dragon. I believe the marine hero Garp can do it, Saint Shepherd Jupiter said, looking at Garp. Garp's brow furrowed. Although he was furious with Dragon's actions, he could never bring himself to capture his own son. Garp chose to remain silent. At this moment, Sengoku couldn't defend him, and the three admirals had no right to speak. In this room, their authority was minimal. Despite being only a vice admiral, Garp's words carried more weight than all three admirals combined. After Garp's tense silence, the five elders found themselves in a tight spot. Could they really punish him? His reputation in the Marines was legendary, he was a hero revered by every Marine. Garp, your contributions over the years have indeed been great. We do not wish to make things difficult for you. Saint Topman Warcury intervened, de-escalating the situation. How about this, you investigate what Dragon and Shin Uzumaki discussed. Find out what kind of deal they made. This was what the five elders truly wanted to know. All right, I'll do my best to investigate. This time, Garp didn't refuse. He couldn't bring himself to capture his own son, but an investigation that he could handle. Besides, there was no deadline. Even if he came up empty-handed, he doubted they'd do anything about it. Very well. You may leave. From now on, pay close attention to Shin Uzumaki's movements. The five elders could only helplessly dismiss them. They didn't truly suspect Garp, his loyalty to the Marines was unquestionable. After Sengoku and the others left, the five elders discussed again, this time among themselves. What do you think Dragon's purpose was in finding Shin Uzumaki? Saint J. Garcia Saturn asked the others. He definitely wanted to cooperate with Shin Uzumaki, Saint Ethan Baron V. Nusturo said with certainty. There was no other possibility. Dragon must have seen Shin's immense power and wanted to cooperate with him. The key is, we don't know if they reached an agreement. If they had, the fallout would be catastrophic. A partnership between Shin and Dragon would make the Kaido-Big Mom alliance look like child's play. Of course, Big Mom was out of the picture now. If Kaido wanted to team up with her again, he'd have to look for her in the afterlife. It's time to reach out to our undercover agent, Khalifa. She should have earned Shin Uzumaki's trust by now. After some discussion, they found that contacting the undercover agent was the only option. The key was to know whether Shin Uzumaki had reached a cooperation agreement with Dragon. As long as they could confirm that, it wouldn't matter if Calipha's cover was blown in the process. The 5 elders prepared to contact Calipha, confident in their secret methods of communication. They had no idea that she was now completely loyal to Shin. The matter of Dragon meeting Shin had become almost known to everyone. Shin had just come out of the system space when he received this news. His expression turned cold. The news couldn't have come from his side, which meant it could only have been spread by Dragon. Is he trying to use my name as leverage? Shin roughly guessed Dragon's purpose. Even though it was just news of a meeting, anyone who heard about it would jump to conclusions. With the implied support of a Yonko, Dragon would have a much easier time convincing kingdoms to abandon the world government. Shin, let's go deal with that dragon. Hancock said very angrily. Captain, the 5 elders contacted me and asked me about Dragon and you, Calipha said to Shin. The 5 elders contacted you. Have you replied to them yet? Shin asked Calipha. Not yet, I'm waiting for your instructions, Captain. Calipha shook her head. Before speaking with Shin, she never would have replied to the 5 elders so casually. She needed to see how Shin planned to handle it first. You can tell the 5 elders that I have reached a cooperation agreement with Dragon, Shin said with a faint smile to Calipha. Calipha glanced at Shin in confusion. Judging by the vice-captain's angry reaction, there clearly hadn't been any such agreement. Still, Calipha simply nodded in compliance. Chapter 578, The Confused Momosaji. Are you all confused? Shin looked at the puzzled Alvia and the others and asked with a light chuckle. I am. This shouldn't be good for us, but I support whatever decision Shin makes. Hancock expressed her unconditional support for Shin. No matter what decision he made, she would support him unconditionally. It doesn't necessarily help us, but it doesn't hurt us either, Shin said with a shrug. But it can scare the 5 elders. They probably won't be able to sleep at night after receiving this news. Shin said with a smile. As for whether the 5 elders would become even more suspicious of him because of this, it didn't matter. They were already paranoid enough. If they had a way to take him down, they would have made their move long ago. Then I'll go and deliver the message to the 5 elders. Calipha left to deliver the message. Shin, did you forget that Momosaji also knows? When she passes the message to the Marines, the 5 elders probably won't be as sleepless as you think. Robin said to Shin. No, the 5 elders will be even more conflicted, because they won't know who to believe. Shin was just simply trying to annoy the 5 elders. He had no other motive. Then are we just going to let Dragon go? Hancock was not happy. Dragon will pay the price in the future. I'm not so easily used. Shin waved his hand. He wouldn't go after Dragon now, but when the right opportunity came up, he'd make him regret it so badly he'd wish he'd never been born. Let's go. Time to set sail. Shin put on a black feather coat, then took Hancock and the others. The Kuja pirates set sail again. I estimate it won't be long before the 5 elders and the Marines receive news of me setting sail and my whereabouts being unknown. Shin sat on the bow of the ship, a mischievous smile on his face. Momosaji looked at Shin. Although she didn't know what he was planning, she could tell he was toying with the 5 elders and the Marines. In fact, Sengoku had already contacted Momosaji. She hadn't revealed that Dragon and Shin had no cooperation agreement, she'd simply claimed she didn't know. Sengoku hadn't thought much of it. He figured that if Shin and Dragon were truly cooperating, their discussions would have been held in secret, not where others could overhear. However, in reality, the entire Kuja pirates knew. Momosaji leaned against the side and was in a daze. She had been sent by Sengoku to be an undercover agent, and now she was complicit in passing on false information. Have I betrayed them? Momosaji clutched her heart and whispered to herself. She was deeply confused. What are you talking about, Momosaji? Marguerite suddenly patted her from the side, startling her. Marguerite, you almost scared me to death. Momosaji recovered her senses and glared at the little girl irritably. Her relationship with Marguerite was quite good. You're too sensitive. What were you thinking about just now? Marguerite asked Momosaji curiously. Nothing. Momosaji was a little flustered. She couldn't expose her identity as an undercover agent. Although Marguerite noticed the change in Momosaji's expression was odd, she didn't ask any more questions. Shin had observed Momosaji's expression completely. Although he was facing away from her, his vision was 360 degrees without any blind spots. She's a terrible spy. Shin couldn't help but say in a low voice. Captain Shin, the work you assigned me is done. I wonder what else I need to do. Baby 5 ran over and asked Shin. Shin glanced at Baby 5. Not to mention her looks, just her personality was definitely what all men liked. She longed to be needed. As long as she was needed, it didn't matter what she did. Take a good rest. Shin wiped the sweat from Baby Five's forehead and said to her with a smile. This scene did not go unnoticed by Hancock. Seeing Shin gently wipe Baby Five's sweat, Hancock couldn't help but pout. How nice it would be if it were me. Hancock couldn't help but fantasize, standing beside Shin, and then Shin gently stroked her head, wiped her sweat, and even kissed her. Bam. While Hancock was still fantasizing, Robin walked past her and knocked her on the head. The awakened Hancock's eyes were spitting fire. To disturb her in Shin's bridal chamber, yes, in just a short time, Hancock had already fantasized to the bridal chamber. You were definitely not thinking about anything wholesome just now, Robin glanced at Hancock and said. It was too obvious. Hancock's cheeks were flushed. It was clear she was thinking of something unhealthy. No, I was thinking of wonderful things, and you ruined it. Robin, I challenge you to a duel. Hancock said in a huff. Robin glanced at Hancock, then refused without hesitation. She was no match for her. She wasn't a fool looking to get beaten. Umph. Hancock snorted lightly, then walked towards Shin. Shin had just sent Baby Five to rest, and then Hancock came over. She was a bit clingy. But Shin felt that being clung to by her was quite nice. Captain, the shaved ice you wanted is ready. Monet's expression was very special at this moment, a look of entanglement. A proud Logia devil fruit user, reduced to making ice cream and shaved ice every day. Though honestly, the snow fruit didn't deserve much respect anyway. If you rank the weakest Logia devil fruits, the snow fruit would definitely make the list. There weren't many Logia devil fruits to begin with. The powerhouse ones like the three Admiral's fruits and the Rumble fruit were in a league of their own. Meanwhile, the weaker ones like the snow fruit and swamp fruit were just plain embarrassing. Of course, a large part of a fruit's power depended on its user. If undeveloped, any fruit was trash. The swamp fruit, for instance, had a lot of potential, but its user was a complete weakling. And honestly, that fruit was pretty repulsive. Turning into a pile of mud was just disgusting to look at. Thank you for your hard work, Monet. You're getting really good at this. You deserve a reward. Shin said with a smile. Monet was a bit speechless. Is that so? Then I'll try it too. Hancock's watery eyes stared at Shin like a pitiful little animal. The Empress acting cute was a deadly weapon. Since Hancock wanted to try some, Shin was happy to indulge her. Chapter 579, Sudden Death. Robin's gaze remained fixed on Hancock, making her feel a little uneasy. Why do you keep staring at me? Hancock asked, annoyed. Isn't there ice cream right next to you? Why are you snatching Shin's? Robin said, slightly annoyed. Because I want to. What's it to you? Hancock popped the spoon Shin had just used into her mouth, then shot Robin a provocative look, closing her eyes to savor the moment. Shin, who had been enjoying the sun with his eyes closed, opened them. Shin, let me feed you. Hancock scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and offered it to Shin. Shin didn't refuse. To live a life where he was hand-fed, it was quite a nice feeling. Alvia walked over, gently nudged Shin, and said, You still haven't said where we're going. Shin had said they were setting sail, and they had. But after setting sail, Shin hadn't specified a destination. The Pluton was just drifting aimlessly. There is no destination. We can go wherever we want. How about we take a tour of my territory first? Shin thought for a moment and then said to Alvia. He had simply wanted to go out to sea, he had no specific goal. But he might as well take the opportunity to check out his territory. After taking over Big Mom's territory, his own had expanded quite a bit. It was only right to take a look. They would sail around his territory first. The massive Pluton sailed through the wind and waves. Honestly, there weren't many ships that could compare to its size. Gecko Moria's thriller bark was larger, and Whitebeard's Moby Dick was probably about the same size. The Pluton jolted as if it had hit something. But with its sturdy construction, there was no damage. Was that some brainless sea beast? It hit my ship and thinks it can just run away. Shin raised his hand, and a laser beam shot out, a golden ray of light piercing through the seawater and hitting the sea beast. The beast's body was instantly pierced, and it was dead before it could even register what had happened. Let's have roasted sea beast for lunch today. Shin used his gravitational pull to lift the massive sea beast onto the deck. The huge creature filled the entire deck, its length exceeding 20 meters. It was enough to feed the entire crew for some time. But they would at most eat one meal. The sea was full of sea beasts, there were countless of them, so of course, they would eat fresh. Food wasn't really scarce at sea. They mainly needed to stock up on fresh water, vegetables, and fruits. As for meat, any decent pirate crew had plenty of that. They just had to hunt the sea beasts in the ocean. Of course, this only worked for crews with real strength. Most pirate crews would get their ships destroyed if they ran into a sea beast. Shin, how about you do the roasting? Robin asked. It had been a long time since she had eaten roasted meat made by him. She missed it. All right. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll roast it for you all. You're in for a treat. Shin said with a smile. Shin-sama, let me help, baby, 5 volunteered. Hearing this, Monet's expression changed. She had never heard of baby 5 being able to barbecue. She won't make a bunch of charcoal, will she? Facts proved that Monet was right. After baby 5 helped for a while, she really did produce a pile of charcoal. Baby 5 lowered her head with a frustrated expression. It seemed she wasn't good at this. But she would definitely practice more in the future. Monet, want to try some? Baby 5 offered the charcoal in her hand to Monet. Monet's face paled. Was baby 5 trying to poison her? Eating this would probably kill her on the spot. No, thank you. You can have it yourself. Monet immediately refused baby 5's kind offer. While Shin and his group were enjoying their barbecue on the ship, the 5 elders were truly worried. Had Shin Uzumaki really cooperated with Dragon? As for the authenticity of the news, the 5 elders did not doubt it. They felt that Khalifa would not have the courage to betray them. At this moment, the 5 elders were strategizing countermeasures, how to deal with the alliance between Shin Uzumaki and Dragon. The Revolutionary Army's recent actions had confirmed their worst fears. Dragon, having taken such a risk to gain this advantage, wasn't about to waste it. So he seized the moment to pull off several major operations that sent shockwaves around the world. Multiple kingdoms suddenly announced their withdrawal from the world government. Dragon is taking too big a step. Shin held the newspaper delivered by the news coup. Regarding the latest developments in the world, Dragon had indeed done many great things. But he had forgotten that he still didn't have the ability to fight the world government. Perhaps he still wants to use your influence, Alvia said. That should be it. It all comes down to whether the 5 elders have the guts to move against Dragon. If they act fast, he's done for. Not completely destroyed, but years of hard work would be wasted. Dragon was playing a dangerous game. Should we take this opportunity to deal with Dragon? Khalifa asked. No, we're going to Fishman Island. Shin had already toured his own territory. Now he was going to Fishman Island to see the current Shirahoshi. Shin's Pluton raced toward Fishman Island. If he played his cards right, he could convince Shirahoshi to join his crew this time. With her on board, his Kuja pirates would become an absolute powerhouse on the seas. Shirahoshi's abilities were game-changing in this world, she could command the Sea Kings. In the ocean depths lurked massive Sea Kings that dwarfed entire islands. While Pluton could obliterate an island with a single blast, Poseidon could control these ancient beasts. He still had no clue what Uranus could do, or even what it was. That remained the biggest mystery in the One Piece world, was it an object or a living creature? The celestial dragons probably held that secret. Honestly, no matter how enigmatic Uranus was, Shin wasn't that interested. His fascination with Pluton was purely practical, it was a ship, and he needed a ship. As for Poseidon, well, she was the adorable Shirahoshi. Of course he was interested. After all these years in the One Piece world, Shin had never actually visited Fishman Island. It was technically under Whitebeard's protection now, wasn't it? Well, not officially his territory, but everyone treated it that way. At least most pirates had stopped causing trouble there. Plus, with Jinbe, the Knight of the Sea and a warlord, being a fishman himself, pirates thought twice before messing with the island. Chapter 580, First Meeting with Shirahoshi. These fishmen don't seem to welcome us. Robin looked at the fishmen walking past, all with hostile gazes. Is there anything wrong with that? Fishmen don't welcome humans in the first place. They're very hostile to them. Shin didn't think there was anything wrong. Most fishmen were very hostile to humans. Some even felt that they were a more noble race. In some aspects, fishmen were indeed stronger than humans. For example, being able to live in water, and their strength was almost 100 times that of humans. I think there are other reasons. You previously put a bounty on Vanderdecken 9, so you are hated by the fishmen. Alvia said. Vanderdecken 9 was also a fishman. Shin directly putting a bounty on his life would naturally cause a backlash from some fishmen. Let's go to Ryugu Palace. Shin had no time to deal with these fishmen. Their hostility meant nothing to him. Shin and his group headed to Ryugu Palace. As the king, Neptune naturally heard the news and immediately came out to greet them. I didn't know Captain Shin was coming. I apologize for the poor reception, Neptune said nervously. He was terrified of offending Shin, he didn't dare risk it. The man was one of the 4 emperors of the sea. After Big Mom's death, the 5 emperors had become 4 again. No one had managed to claim her position, and Shin had absorbed most of her territory. Neptune was a merman, but honestly, while female mermaids were stunning, the males were pretty hideous. Shin had no interest in wasting time with Neptune. His target was Shirahoshi, so he cut straight to the point. Neptune, I'd like to meet Shirahoshi, Shin said, looking directly at him. The moment Shin mentioned Shirahoshi, Neptune's eyes widened and his expression turned wary. What does he want with my daughter? What, you don't agree? Although Shin's face was still calm, it still startled Neptune. He was afraid Shin would really get angry. No, of course Captain Shin can see Shirahoshi, Neptune said with a bitter smile. Refusal was out of the question. While Whitebeard's protection covered Fishman Island as a whole, it wouldn't shield Neptune personally from the wrath of a fellow emperor. Shirahoshi's personality is a bit timid. I hope Captain Shin won't mind. Neptune personally led the way for Shin to Shirahoshi's palace. Only Hancock followed Shin. Alvia and the others didn't. May I ask why Captain Shin wants to see Shirahoshi? Neptune asked after a moment's hesitation. He needed to know what Shin wanted with his daughter, he was worried about her. Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. I have no intention of harming her, Shin said, glancing at Neptune. Hearing this, Neptune visibly relaxed. As long as she wouldn't be hurt, that was what mattered. He trusted Shin's words, after all, there was no point in lying to him. He wasn't even important enough to bother deceiving. Soon, they reached Shirahoshi's massive palace. The structure was built on an enormous scale, it had to be to accommodate her size. Of course, this hardshell tower also served as her sanctuary. She'd been stalked and threatened by Vanderdecken 9 for years. Shirahoshi is in here. Neptune had the palace guards open the huge door, and then they saw a somewhat dreamy room inside. Shirahoshi, who was sleeping on a huge bed made of a scallop, opened her eyes, rubbed them slightly, and then looked at Neptune with surprise and joy. Father, you came to see me. Shirahoshi said with great surprise. But when she saw Shin and Hancock, Shirahoshi was a little scared. In the original story, Luffy had called her a coward and a crybaby. And honestly, she did cry constantly, so the nickname fit. But eventually, Shirahoshi grew out of that timid personality. Seeing his beloved daughter, Neptune smiled. In the future, Shirahoshi would no longer have to be trapped in the hardshell tower. He had already received news that Vanderdecken 9 was dead, killed because of Shin Uzumaki's bounty. From that perspective, Neptune should be thanking Shin, but he still hoped Shin had no ulterior motives regarding Shirahoshi. As both her father and Otoheim's husband, Neptune knew more than most, including the truth about the mermaid princess. While all mermaids and fishmen could communicate with sea life, only Shirahoshi and the legendary mermaid princess from the Void Century possessed the power to command sea kings. Don't let Shirahoshi's gentle nature fool you, she was the sovereign of the sea kings. Anyone who threatened her would face the wrath of countless ancient beasts. The truth was, the most powerful creatures in this world were the sea kings lurking in the ocean depths. Nobody knew exactly how many existed down there. These colossal monsters could reshape coastlines with a single movement. If they all went berserk simultaneously, they could literally end the world. In other words, Shirahoshi wielded world-ending power. Shirahoshi, this is Captain Shin, our friend. Neptune directly classified Shin as a friend, also to get closer to him. Although he had Whitebeard's protection, if he could have one more person, Fishman Island would be even safer. A friend. Shirahoshi's wide, curious eyes focused on Shin. She didn't sense any hostility from him. This was one of Shirahoshi's special gifts, she could feel malicious intent from others. Neptune, are you sure she's your daughter? Hancock couldn't help but ask. She looked nothing like her father. She was absolutely stunning, a complete contrast to Neptune's rough appearance. Shirahoshi clearly inherited Queen Otoheim's beauty rather than his looks. But when it came to size, she'd definitely gotten Neptune's genes. Even though she was still young, she was already as tall as Whitebeard. Neptune smiled awkwardly, then looked at Shin. He really wanted to know what his purpose was in finding Shirahoshi. Could it be that he knows something? If that was the case, this was bad news. Neptune just prayed nothing would happen to her. If Shin Uzumaki had any ill intentions toward his daughter, Neptune would fight to the death to protect her. Chapter 581, Princess Shirahoshi. Shin glanced at Neptune beside him and said, King Neptune, would you mind leaving us for a moment? Hearing Shin's words, Neptune's expression changed. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt Shirahoshi. She can sense that, can't you? Shin said as he walked towards her. Yes, father. He's telling the truth, Shirahoshi nodded her cute little head. Neptune believed his daughter. After some hesitation, he chose to leave. Disobeying Shin would bring disaster. For now, he could only trust Shin Uzumaki and hope he wouldn't harm his daughter. After Neptune left, only Shin, Shirahoshi, and Hancock remained. The large doors were closed. Shirahoshi looked at Shin timidly, especially after her father left. She felt even more scared. But mixed in with her fear was genuine curiosity. Shirahoshi had always been naturally inquisitive, and Shin intrigued her. "You're human, from above the sea, right?" Shirahoshi asked Shin. "That's right," Shin nodded. After that, Shirahoshi turned into a curious baby, bombarding Shin with questions about the land. Things like the sun, the animals on land, everything on land was worth her curiosity. Shirahoshi had been trapped here all her life, never having even seen flowers and grass. It was all because of that damn Vanderdecken 9. From her initial fear to now curiously talking with Shin and Hancock, Shirahoshi had changed a lot. Looking at the longing Shirahoshi, Shin smiled and asked, "Have you ever thought about leaving Fishman Island, Shirahoshi?" Leaving Fishman Island? Shirahoshi's face showed a hint of longing, then hesitation. Although she really wanted to leave and see the outside world, it seemed she couldn't. Wah! Shirahoshi suddenly burst into tears, leaving Shin completely baffled. They'd been having a perfectly normal conversation, why was she crying all of a sudden? Anyone walking by would think he'd done something terrible to her. "I can't leave this place. The moment I step outside, I'll be under attack," Shirahoshi said to Shin, crying. So that's what it was. That has already been taken care of. Her attacker was Vanderdecken 9, a bullhead shark fisherman who captained the flying pirates and had eaten the mark fruit. The mark fruit was actually pretty dangerous. Once he touched someone, he could mark them permanently. After that, anything he threw would home in on his target no matter the distance. It wasn't true teleportation though, the projectiles could still be blocked or intercepted by obstacles. That's why Shirahoshi was safe here in Hardshell Tower. The fortress was built to withstand those tracking attacks. Don't worry. The bad guy who wants to hurt you has been dealt with. You can go out in the future, Shin said to Shirahoshi. Really? Shin-sama, you're not lying to me. Shirahoshi stopped her tears and asked Shin. Of course not. We're friends. Do you think I'd lie to you? Shin said very calmly. I can really go out. Shirahoshi cried again, but this time, she was crying with excitement. So have you thought about it, Shirahoshi? Would you like to come with us and see what the surface world looks like? Hancock asked. Knowing that Shin wanted to bring her along, Hancock was more than happy to help convince her. But if I leave, what about my father and brothers? Will I ever see them again? Shirahoshi asked, her face clouded with uncertainty. Even if you leave, it's not like you can't come back, Shin said to Shirahoshi. Hearing that she could come back, Shirahoshi was not so worried anymore. Then I will. I've dreamed of seeing the surface world for so long. Her eyes sparkled with hope and wonder. Shin smiled at her response. Looks like he'd successfully recruited Shirahoshi. Then he pulled out a devil fruit. Eat this. A devil fruit? Shirahoshi looked at Shin with confusion, then felt that he wouldn't harm her, so she ate it. Ugh, it's so disgusting, Shirahoshi said pitifully, clearly disgusted by the fruit Shin had given her. Hancock stared at Shin in disbelief. Didn't you say she was Poseidon? If she eats a devil fruit and can't swim anymore, what kind of Sea King commander is that? Actually, Shin didn't need Shirahoshi for combat, so it wouldn't matter if she ate a devil fruit. Besides, consuming one wouldn't strip away her identity as Poseidon. After she swallowed it, her body suddenly blazed with brilliant light, and she began to shrink. Why did I become so small? Shirahoshi looked at the tall Shin in front of her, so anxious that she was about to cry. This is too small, Shin couldn't help but say, looking at the Shirahoshi who had become only a few centimeters tall. The devil fruit Shin gave Shirahoshi was the mini fruit, which allowed the user to shrink their size. In the original story, it had been eaten by the female giant Lily Enstomach, who could shift between three forms, 5 mm, 30 mm, and her original giant size. Next, Shin helped Shirahoshi learn to control her new devil fruit powers. After considerable practice, she finally managed to adjust her size, not back to her original massive height, but to a more manageable form just over 1 meter tall. She looked absolutely adorable. Is this a devil fruit that can shrink the body? No wonder you gave it to her, Hancock was very curious. Some devil fruits had really bizarre abilities, like the mini fruit he'd just given Shirahoshi, that one was particularly weird. Let's go. Shin took the innocent-looking Shirahoshi and left the place where she had lived for several years. Shirahoshi, how did you become so small? Neptune was stunned when he saw the shrunken Shirahoshi. I gave her a devil fruit, so she became small. Shin looked at Neptune and didn't hide it from him. What? Neptune's reaction was intense. His daughter had eaten a devil fruit. As a mermaid, she'd lost her ability to swim. Technically, she could still survive underwater, but she'd need a coating bubble like Vander Decken 9 used. Neptune's face went pale, but he didn't have the guts to say anything to Shin. Was he really going to pick a fight with this man? Honestly, Neptune didn't have the balls for that, even though he was furious. What would happen to her future after eating a devil fruit? Neptune's mind raced with worry. His pale, weathered face turned toward Shin. Don't worry. Shirahoshi will be under my protection from now on. I'll take good care of her, you have my word. Shin told Neptune. Chapter 582, Leaving Fishman Island. Neptune was stunned by Shin's words. You should understand that it's actually a good thing for Shirahoshi to leave with me. Otherwise, she'll be in even more danger. Shin said to Neptune with a deep meaning. Captain Shin, do you know something? Neptune asked Shin tentatively after hearing this. The mermaid princess who appears once every few hundred years, Poseidon, if this gets out, do you think your Ryugu kingdom can protect her? Shin directly stated it. He believed Neptune should know, after all, he was the king of Ryugu kingdom and the husband of Queen Otoheim. But you can rest assured, I'm not taking her away to be a tool. I just simply like this little girl. Shin reached out and gently patted her head. At his touch, Shirahoshi's eyes fluttered closed with contentment, clearly enjoying the affection. Sigh. Neptune let out a heavy sigh. Even if Shin decided to take her by force, there was nothing he could do to stop it. He simply didn't have that kind of power. All he could do was hope that Shin meant what he said about not treating Shirahoshi like some kind of weapon. And honestly, even if she stayed here, discovery of her identity would put her in far greater danger. Ryugu Kingdom didn't have the strength to protect Poseidon. Countless enemies would come for that power. If Shin genuinely intended to protect her, then at least her future would be secure. Of course, the real reason Neptune didn't try to stop this was because Shirahoshi herself wasn't resisting. That was crucial. She had an innate ability to sense people's true intentions, good or evil. The fact that she not only accepted Shin but actually seemed to like him proved he harbored no ill will toward her. And as long as his intentions were pure, that was enough. I'll bring her back often when I have time. Shin continued to say to Neptune. Fine. I just hope you'll truly protect her. But if you ever hurt her, even if I'm no match for you, I'll fight you with everything I have. Neptune summoned his courage and faced Shin with that warning. Shin wasn't offended by the threat. Any father willing to challenge someone vastly stronger than himself for his daughter's sake, clearly loved her deeply. Don't worry. I won't hurt her. Shin reached out and pinched her cheek playfully. Neptune's eye twitched. He'd never been that casual with his own daughter. The urge to fight Shin to the death flashed through his mind. Shin didn't leave right away. He spent some time exploring Fishman Island, even visiting the notorious Fishman district. This was the most dangerous part of the island, a complete lawless zone. Both Jinbe and Fisher Tiger had come from these rough streets. There was truth to the saying that the strongest people emerged from the harshest places. Heroes really did rise from chaos, and anyone who could lead in a place like this was no ordinary person. Fisher Tiger had been the former boss of Fishman District, and his reputation was legendary. The man had balls of steel, brazenly challenging the celestial dragons, storming the holy land of Mary Geos, and freeing countless slaves. That took guts most people couldn't even imagine. But the Fishman District had zero tolerance for humans. Shin and his crew were immediately targeted and attacked on sight. Those fishmen made a fatal mistake. Before Shin could even react, Hancock had already cut them all down with a single stroke. Shirahoshi, say goodbye to your father. We're leaving, Shin said to Shirahoshi, who was following behind him. Oh. Shirahoshi's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, and at the same time, anticipation. She was reluctant to leave her father and brothers, but she was also looking forward to the land. Afterward, Shirahoshi went to say goodbye to Neptune, who had tears in his eyes. Neptune, in the future, your Ryugu kingdom can hang our Kuja pirate's flag. Shin said to Neptune. Hearing this brought Neptune some relief, but then he remembered this was Whitebeard's territory, and worry crept back into his expression. Shin caught the concern immediately and said calmly, if Whitebeard has a problem with it, he can take it up with me. And I didn't say you couldn't hang the Whitebeard pirate's flag. He believed Whitebeard wouldn't come to him for an explanation over this matter. Then thank you, Captain Shin. I hope you can take good care of Shirahoshi, Neptune said solemnly. After that, Shin left with Shirahoshi, and Neptune saw them off. After boarding the Pluton, the ship sailed towards the sea, following the current, and rushed towards the sea above Fishman Island. Of course, Shin was returning to the New World, not going to the first half of the Grand Line. Shirahoshi, try to touch the sea stone. Shin held the sea stone and handed it to Shirahoshi. Although Shirahoshi was confused, she trusted Shin completely and reached out to take the sea stone. What's going on? Alvia looked at Shirahoshi in surprise. She was holding the sea stone, and she didn't feel any discomfort at all. Is this sea stone fake? Alvia couldn't help but reach out to take it, but the moment she touched it, she felt a sense of weakness. The sea stone is real. The reason Shirahoshi is not affected is because she is special. Shin said with a slight smile. He'd just been testing a theory. Shirahoshi was the mermaid princess who only appeared once every few centuries, Poseidon herself. As ruler of the seas, she shouldn't be bound by the ocean's curse. So Shin decided to put it to the test. Sure enough, Shirahoshi was completely unaffected. The devil fruit curse had no power over her whatsoever. Hancock and the others were stunned. This shattered everything they thought they knew about devil fruits. But Shin wasn't surprised at all. Just look at Blackbeard. That bastard had already broken the rules by eating a second devil fruit. Everyone knew that was supposed to be a death sentence, but his freakish body somehow handled it. And honestly, no matter how weird Blackbeard's physiology was, could it really be more special than Shirahoshi, the legendary mermaid princess herself? I suddenly envy Shirahoshi a little. Robin admitted. The devil fruit curse really was a pain to deal with. Shirahoshi herself didn't understand what a big deal this was. After being locked away in Hardshell Tower for so long, she was pretty naive about the world and lived without a care. And honestly, she'd probably stay that way. Everyone on the ship had already taken a liking to her, but she was still shy around the others. For now, she only felt comfortable staying close to Shin. She'd get anxious if he wasn't nearby. Chapter 583, Stussy, Queen of the Pleasure District. Alvia, what's up? Shin was fishing when he sensed Alvia approaching. We've got a situation. While we were on our way to Fishman Island, a woman named Stussy put out a message. She wants to invite us to be her guests. Stussy. Yes. She's one of the heads of the underworld, the Queen of the Pleasure District. She's very well known, even more so than Doflamingo. Alvia had already looked into her, though she wasn't particularly concerned. No matter how powerful an underworld boss was, they were nothing in the face of the Kuja pirates. Oh, so it's her. Hearing the title, Queen of the Pleasure District, Shin's expression grew thoughtful. You seem to know her. Alvia looked at Shin, quite surprised. You could say that. Shin smiled faintly. On the surface, this woman was an underworld kingpin, but in reality, she was a member of CP0. So, are we going? Alvia didn't press for details, just asked for his decision. If she wants to see me, she can come find me. Shin had no intention of accepting an invitation. Besides, he had a pretty good idea of what she wanted. It had to be about Dragon. After Shin had Khalifa leak the news of their supposed alliance, the 5 elders were probably getting anxious. Sending Stussy to get close and probe the situation, that sounded exactly like their playbook. Alvia nodded and dropped the subject. Shin lost interest in fishing and headed to the massive swimming pool on the Pluton. Shirahoshi was swimming happily. Seeing Shin approach, her eyes lit up, and she immediately swam over to him. Shin-sama, you're here. Shirahoshi said, rubbing her small head against him affectionately. Shirahoshi, are you getting used to life on the Pluton? Shin asked. Yes, Shin-sama. I'm very used to it. It had been several days since they left Fishman Island, and Shirahoshi had temporarily set aside her longing for her family. But I'm different from everyone else on the ship, Shirahoshi said, looking down at her fish tail. As a mermaid, her lower body was naturally a fish tail. Generally, female mermaids could transform their tails into legs once they turned 30. Male mermaids, however, could not. Shin smiled faintly, then reached out and touched her fish tail. Actually, I think you look very beautiful just the way you are. The little lowly Shirahoshi blushed, wiggling her tail slightly. Shin stayed and chatted with her. Meanwhile, Stussy, who had been trying to invite him, was getting restless. She knew Shin had gone to Fishman Island, so she had waited. Now she had received news that he had left, but there was no reply to her invitation. It seemed he had no intention of accepting. So, Stussy had no choice but to try and approach him herself. But she didn't know where his ship was. Finding a single person on the vast sea, especially in the New World, was incredibly difficult. The strange magnetic fields of the New World could easily get you lost. Finding a single ship was like finding a needle in a haystack. Looks like I need to see Doflamingo. Stussy had received some intel that Doflamingo had a connection with Shin Uzumaki, so she decided to find him first. Doflamingo was much easier to find. As one of the 7 warlords, he was acting with particular arrogance lately. His high-profile actions made him easy to locate. At this moment, Doflamingo was in Dressrosa, a country that had now fallen into his hands. In fact, long ago, Dressrosa was his family's territory. It was only after his father gave it up that the Rika family inherited it. Now, Doflamingo had taken it back. Fufufu. To what do I owe the pleasure of a visit from the Queen of the Pleasure District? Doflamingo lounged on the sofa. I hear you have a connection with the Emperor, Shin Uzumaki. I was wondering if you could contact him for me. Stussy stared at Doflamingo and said calmly. So that's what this is about. In that case, I can't help you. Doflamingo glanced at Stussy. He had no friendship with her, no partnership. Why should he reveal Shin's whereabouts? Besides, Doflamingo genuinely didn't know. He had originally sent Monet to be his informant, but she seemed to have gone rogue. As for Baby 5, he couldn't count on her. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? A powerful aura emanated from Stussy, pressing down on Doflamingo. Fufufu. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Doflamingo was smiling, but his expression was ice-cold. Very well, Doflamingo. Stussy gave him a deep look, then turned and left. She hadn't expected to be stonewalled by him. Some upstart like Doflamingo had the nerve to disrespect her. Doffy, pissing off Stussy isn't exactly smart for us, is it? Treble said to Doflamingo. Getting on her bad side could spell serious trouble for the Don Quixote family, and nobody needed that headache. Who would you rather piss off, Shin Uzumaki or Stussy? Doflamingo asked Treble. Sure, crossing Stussy would cause some problems, but nothing they couldn't handle. But crossing Shin Uzumaki? That was a death sentence. When it came down to it, Doflamingo knew exactly what choice to make. Hearing this, Treble fell silent. He had a point. Stussy might make their lives difficult, but Shin Uzumaki would end them. Just look what happened to Virgo. Treble, continue to contact the beast pirates, Doflamingo said to him. Contacting the beast pirates was naturally for business. The Don Quixote family's business was very extensive. All right, I've been in contact with them, but they haven't responded yet. Treble nodded. Then a hesitant look appeared on his face. Doffy, I don't think it's a good idea for us to do business with the beast pirates, especially since I heard they're not on good terms with the Kucha pirates. Treble voiced his concerns to Doflamingo. He didn't want them caught in the crossfire between titans. They were the weakest player in this game. Chapter 584, You Want to Partner with Dragon. After hearing Treble's reminder, Doflamingo considered it for a moment, then nodded faintly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just contact the beast pirates. Doflamingo waved his hand at Treble. In the end, Treble was just a subordinate. He just had to do what Doflamingo ordered. However, their relationship was unusual. When Doflamingo was young, Treble had invested in him. The string fruit Doflamingo had eaten was given to him by Treble. Treble left. He could see that Doflamingo's ambition was great, and he wasn't content with the current situation. This was better. If he really had no ambition, then their choice would have been wrong. Meanwhile, after Stussy left in anger, she did indeed cause some trouble for Doflamingo. But it was just a small problem that he could easily solve, and he didn't care. Unable to get anything from Doflamingo, Stussy could only notify the 5 elders and have them come up with a solution. After all, she was doing this for them. They had to provide intelligence support. The 5 elders did not refuse her request and agreed. And the way they found out Shin's whereabouts was, of course, through an undercover agent. They asked the undercover agent Khalifa, and after Khalifa requested Shin's permission, he didn't ask her to hide it. Tell them. I want to see if this Queen of the Pleasure District's purpose is what I think it is, Shin said with a smile. Calling herself the Queen of the Pleasure District. She's definitely not a good person. When I see her, she's getting what's coming to her. Hancock snorted lightly and said. Hancock, don't underestimate Stussy, she's no pushover, Shin warned. She might not be quite on Hancock's level, but the gap wasn't huge. You don't become an underworld boss without serious power to back it up. In the original story, Stussy had taken out the lone shark king Lu Feld with a flying finger pistol from several miles away. Her strength was probably close to admiral level. After all, CP0 doesn't recruit weaklings. Let's stop at that island ahead. Shin looked at the island in front of them. It was an unrecorded island, with no humans, but plenty of wild beasts. Are these land creatures? Shirahoshi was like a curious baby, her injuries full of surprise. She was extremely curious about everything on land. Be careful, Shirahoshi. This island is not safe, but I'll protect you. Marguerite said to Shirahoshi. Originally, Marguerite was the youngest, but after Shirahoshi came on board, the youngest became her. So Marguerite was more friendly to Shirahoshi and liked her very much. Hearing Marguerite say it was not safe, Shirahoshi was a little scared and quickly came to Shin's side. After staying for only half a day, Stussy, who had been looking for Shin, found them. Captain Shin, this is our first time meeting, right? Stussy looked at Shin and said with a smile. Stop. Take one more step and I'll cut you down where you stand, Hancock said coldly to Stussy. Stussy's expression froze. Honestly, no one had ever treated her like this before. Even the 5 elders showed her respect. Stussy's face twisted with rage, but Shin couldn't care less about her wounded pride. Tell me, what's your purpose in finding me? Shin asked calmly. His calm tone infuriated Stussy. She was used to being treated with reverence, so Shin's casual indifference felt like a slap in the face. But she also knew exactly who she was dealing with. Shin Uzumaki was someone even the 5 elders considered a serious threat. It's like this, I know you have a relationship with Dragon, Captain Shin. I also want to cooperate with him. I was wondering if you could introduce me. Stussy said to Shin. Oh, you want to cooperate with Dragon too? Shin looked at Stussy. In that instant, it was as if everything about her had been seen through by him. Even though she felt she had been seen through, Stussy couldn't back down. She braced herself and nodded to Shin. Since you want to work with Dragon so badly, go find him yourself. Why do you need me to make introductions? What am I, your messenger boy? Shin's voice turned razor-sharp, and crushing pressure slammed down on Stussy, making her body feel like it was sinking while the air was squeezed from her lungs. That's not it. Stussy smiled stiffly, just to hide her embarrassment. Shin Uzumaki's aura was too strong. Before, she had been skeptical of his strength. It seemed that his ability to make even the 5 elders wary was beyond doubt. Then get the hell out of here. Shin waved his hand at Stussy. Stussy was a bit stunned. What do you mean, get the hell out? I haven't even finished speaking. And this was the first time anyone had ever told her to get the hell out. She felt utterly humiliated and glared at Shin with pure rage. What, you got a problem with that? Shin asked Stussy calmly. Captain Shin, don't push your luck. I have a reputation to maintain. Stussy's voice turned ice cold. She was the queen of the pleasure district, after all. Being treated like this was completely unacceptable. What does that have to do with me? Your reputation means jack shit to me. Shin's attitude of completely disregarding her thoroughly enraged her. Finger pistol. In her fury, Stussy couldn't stop herself from attacking Shin. It wasn't that she'd forgotten how powerful he was, she just couldn't take it anymore. He was completely humiliating her, showing her zero respect. If she didn't fight back to salvage her dignity, how could she show her face anywhere again? Seeing her attack, Shin remained completely calm, not moving an inch. He just quietly watched her approach. Not many people had the balls to come at him anymore. Shin's expression stayed perfectly composed, but Shirahoshi beside him jumped in alarm, glancing at him nervously. He patted her head gently, then watched as Robin intercepted Stussy's attack. Chapter 585, A Helpless Stussy. The members of the Kuja pirates closed in, swarming around Stussy. When Robin blocked her attack, a moment of clarity pierced through Stussy's fury. What the hell was she thinking? She'd let her temper get the better of her, and now she was completely outnumbered. And it wasn't just about the numbers, even in a fair fight, she was no match for Shin Uzumaki. She opened her mouth to apologize when steel flashed toward her. Hancock had drawn her sword and was coming straight for her throat. You've got a lot of nerve. Hancock's attack was relentless, forcing Stussy to use the shave technique of the 6 powers to constantly dodge. Her reflexes were incredibly sharp, she managed to evade Hancock's strikes, her speed was astonishing. But over time, it became a struggle. Hancock's blade grew faster, and several cuts appeared on her body. Stussy wanted to stop, to surrender, but she didn't have a choice. Under Hancock's relentless assault, she couldn't even get a word out. It wasn't that she didn't want to give up, she literally couldn't afford to. One moment of distraction and Hancock would finish her off. Shin watched calmly, with no intention of stopping them. Alvia and the others didn't help Hancock either. The reason was simple, they didn't need to. They could see that Hancock was clearly stronger than Stussy. So they didn't need to help, Hancock could handle it herself. And with Hancock's personality, she probably wouldn't appreciate their help anyway. Wait. Stussy seized an opportunity to create some distance and quickly shouted. I'm sorry. I was completely out of line, I apologize. Stussy blurted out as fast as she could. She was terrified Hancock's blade would come for her throat again. Humph, I don't need your apology. Anyone who attacks Shin dies. Hancock snorted, with no intention of stopping. She swung her katana, the blade creating a web that left Stussy with no escape. Facing the attack, Stussy wanted to spit blood. Can't you let me finish? I haven't even finished speaking. What, are you scared? Shin asked Shirahoshi. She was covering her eyes, too afraid to open them. Shin couldn't help but ask. Shirahoshi didn't speak, but she nodded her little head. At this moment, Stussy had several cuts on her body, and a lot of blood was flowing out. After seeing the blood, Shirahoshi felt a little scared. Hancock, stop for a moment, Shin said to Hancock. Hearing Shin's words, the blade that was about to strike Stussy was pulled back by Hancock. Stussy breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had just walked through the gates of hell. Captain Shin, I want to apologize for acting so foolishly earlier. When I return, I'll send you 1 million berries as compensation. Stussy immediately expressed her remorse to Shin. 1 million berries? What do you think that is to me? Shin asked calmly. 1 million berries was pocket change, the currency was practically worthless. A regular beer at any bar cost at least 1,000 berries. Looks like you're not serious about this at all. In that case, why don't you stay here forever? Shin stood up and walked toward Stussy. Each footstep thundered in her ears, making her heart race. It felt like death itself was closing in on her. She was on the verge of losing it completely. Shin terrified her in ways the 5 elders never could. And what did making this her permanent resting place mean? She knew exactly what: death. Wait. I'll give Captain Shin plenty of treasure. Stussy said frantically. She had to save her own life first. Sure, she'd lived for a long time, but the longer you're alive, the more you want to stay that way. Oh. And how much is that? Shin wasn't against making some money. I'll give you half my fortune, Stussy said through gritted teeth. Money was just money, she loved wealth, sure, but not more than breathing. Trading cash for her life was a no-brainer. Nothing mattered more than staying alive. Not bad. But now tell me your real reason for tracking me down. And don't even think about lying, you won't like what happens next. Shin's piercing gaze seemed to see straight through her. Stussy hesitated. Should she reveal her true mission? The 5 elders had sent her, should she admit that too? But telling the truth would blow her cover completely. Her CP0 identity would be exposed, and once that happened, the entire underworld would have her head. I really do just want to work with Dragon, so I was hoping Captain Shin could introduce us. Stussy finally decided to stick with her story. Impressive, you actually have the balls to lie to my face. You think I don't know your CP0? The 5 elders sent you to scope me out, didn't they? Shin's voice was ice cold. Stussy's face went rigid with shock. He knows. He actually knows who I am. How is that possible? I never slipped up. How could he know? Does he have someone inside the world government? This bitch is still lying to us. I say we kill her and be done with it, Khalifa said, adjusting her glasses. She had zero love for CP0, quite the opposite, actually. As a former CP9 agent, she'd watched those CP0 assholes look down on her for years. Stussy shot Khalifa a venomous glare. I don't have any beef with this woman, do I? Clack. Khalifa struck with her thorned whip, the blow sending Stussy stumbling backward. Despite her anger at the attack, Stussy didn't retaliate. Seeing her restraint, Khalifa felt a surge of vindication. Shin glanced at Khalifa without any hint of disapproval. She was part of his crew, after all. Looks like you're not being straight with me. So tell me, what should I do with you? Shin asked, studying Stussy with cold indifference. That's right, the 5 elders did send me to gather intel. Since Shin Uzumaki already knew the truth, Stussy saw no point in keeping up the charade. She couldn't come up with any more believable lies anyway. Stussy closed her eyes, waiting for him to decide her fate. There was nothing left to say, she'd let him do whatever he wanted. She stopped fighting it. He wasn't going to let her walk away from this. Chapter 586, Hancock, I just like looking at you like this. Stussy stood there, looking utterly defeated, her eyes squeezed shut as she braced for the end. But after a long moment, nothing happened. Shin hadn't killed her. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you right now. But whether you survive in the long run, that's entirely up to you. Shin had no plans to kill Stussy, but he wasn't about to let her off the hook that easily either. Feeling a surge of hope, Stussy's eyes lit up. What's the price? Stussy was, after all, the queen of the pleasure district. She knew how things worked. The price is simple. You'll gather devil fruits for me. I don't care what type. Shin gave Stussy her mission. Collect devil fruits. Stussy frowned. She knew this wouldn't be a walk in the park. Devil fruits weren't exactly lying around everywhere. The rare ones especially, those were nearly impossible to get. Even with unlimited money, you couldn't guarantee finding them. Sometimes a single devil fruit could destroy an entire pirate crew from the inside out. That's how much power a strong devil fruit held. You have a problem with that? Shin asked, seeing her furrowed brow. If you don't agree, that's fine too. I won't make things difficult for you. Even though Shin said he wouldn't make things difficult for her, Stussy wasn't about to take that risk. trusting his word completely. That would be stupid. All right, I will do my best to collect devil fruits, Stussy said, nodding. A wise choice. A faint smile crossed Shin's face. If Stussy had refused, he wouldn't have bothered with her. She wasn't worth the effort. But that didn't mean the others would let it slide. The Kuja pirates weren't just him alone. As for the 5 elders, you can handle them yourself, Shin said with a dismissive wave, signaling for Stussy to leave. Stussy didn't say another word. Getting angry earlier had been stupid. Now she understood the situation and knew what she had to do. She turned and walked away. Once she was gone, Alvia looked at Shin and asked, "You're really just letting her walk away like that? Aren't you worried she'll back out on the deal?" "Do I need to be? As long as she remembers what happened to Big Mom, she'll know what to do." Shin chuckled softly. As one of the underworld's top players, Stussy shouldn't be an idiot. And if she wasn't an idiot, she'd know exactly what she could and couldn't get away with. Of course, if Stussy really was that stupid, then he'd be happy to educate her. Though by that point, he wouldn't be teaching her how to be smart, he'd be teaching her how to be dead. Those 5 elders are becoming a real pain in the ass. When I get around to it, I'll pay the Holy Land a visit and show them what's what. The idea of putting the 5 elders in their place was definitely appealing to Shin. He just wasn't motivated to act right now, but once he finally decided to move, it would be too late for them to do anything about it. Only you would have the guts to say something like that, Robin couldn't help but comment. The climate on this island is nice. Let's stay here for a while. Shin smiled and said. As for the 5 elders, he was too lazy to mention them for now. Yes, I also think this island is very nice. Why don't we occupy it? Hancock suggested. It's just an uninhabited island. There's not much point in occupying it. Shin shook his head slightly. This place had perfect conditions, but the island was crawling with dangerous wildlife, no way any humans could settle here. There were tons of islands like this throughout the One Piece world, beautiful environments overrun by deadly beasts. And these weren't your average animals either. Some of these creatures could go toe-to-toe with a vice admiral, maybe even stronger. What sane person would try to live somewhere like that? It would be suicide. Sure, you could try to clear them out, but why bother? The cost wasn't worth it, and you'd probably lose people in the process. Never underestimate these beasts, some of them are just as smart as humans. After staying on the island for several days, Shin lay on the beach, sunbathing, feeling very comfortable. Hancock sat beside him, her eyes fixed on him. Hancock, you know, if you keep staring at me like that, you're going to make me blush, Shin said, a teasing note in his voice. I just like looking at you. Hancock continued to stare at him, even draping herself over him. All right, have it your way. Shin couldn't help but smile. Shin-sama, I found a fruit in the sea. Shirahoshi's voice came, and then she emerged from the sea. A devil fruit. Shin looked at the fruit in her hand. It was a devil fruit. From the looks of it, this is a paramecia-type devil fruit. Just can't tell which one it is. Shin stood up and walked over with Hancock to examine the fruit. He'd studied the devil fruit encyclopedia that Alvia had compiled, but this one wasn't in there. An unknown devil fruit. It's either unrecorded, or no one has ever eaten it. Shin stared at the devil fruit. Should he find someone to eat it and figure out what it did? If he already knew the fruit's power, he probably wouldn't care much. But seeing an unknown devil fruit like this, he couldn't help being curious. Looks like your luck is really good, Shirahoshi. Shin patted her little head and couldn't help but say. Devil fruits were quite precious and hard to come by. Shirahoshi had found one just by swimming in the sea. Shirahoshi smiled at Shin, very happy with his praise. Let's go find Alvia and see if she knows what this devil fruit is. Shin took Shirahoshi and Hancock and went to find Alvia. Alvia, Shirahoshi found a devil fruit in the sea. See what it is. Shin called out to Alvia. Let me take a look, Alvia was equally curious. After all, Shin had become quite an expert on devil fruits. If there was one even he couldn't identify, that was definitely intriguing. Robin, overhearing their conversation, also came over to examine the mysterious fruit. Judging by the pattern, it's a paramecia-type devil fruit, but I've never seen any record of a devil fruit with this pattern. Alvia looked at it carefully for a long time, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Chapter 587, The Destruction Fruit. Shin held the mysterious devil fruit in his hands. Even Alvia and Robin couldn't identify it, which meant this was a fruit that had never been documented before. He had no idea what its ability was, but his gut told him it was something special. Momosaji, interested in eating a devil fruit? Shin asked her. Momosaji, who had been preparing to grill some meat, froze for a moment. I have a good feeling about this fruit's ability. And my intuition is usually spot on. Want to give it a try? Hearing this, Momosagi's face was filled with hesitation. Should she eat it or not? Devil fruits could dramatically boost someone's strength. Take Whitebeard, for example. The reason he could cause such massive destruction was largely thanks to the tremor fruit. Alright, I'll eat it. I'll bet on my luck. Momosagi nodded. Even if the fruit's ability was terrible, it wouldn't diminish her own strength. She felt it was a gamble worth taking. Taking the devil fruit, she hesitated again. I heard devil fruits taste absolutely horrible. Is that true? Momosagi asked Hancock and the others. She'd always heard about how awful they tasted, but she didn't know if it was actually that bad. Disgusting. Hancock didn't even want to think about the taste. It was truly unbearable. It's definitely disgusting, but compared to the power you gain, it's worth it. Alvia said to Momosagi. Of course, if she had another chance, even knowing she could gain great power, she wouldn't want to eat the rumble fruit. Momosagi, you're not scared, are you? Trust me, it's not that bad. Shin said to her. You've never eaten one, so you don't get an opinion, Amatsuki Toki said, glancing at Shin dismissively. They'd all known for ages that he hadn't eaten a devil fruit, which made his argument pretty unconvincing. Alright, word is that devil fruits taste worse than shit. I really have no say. Shin said with a smile. After he finished, Hancock and the others all rolled their eyes at him, and even had the urge to beat him up. Wasn't he basically saying they'd eaten something worse than shit? The thought of it made them angry. Now that you mention it, I'm not sure I want to eat it, Momosagi said hesitantly. If you don't want to eat it, I won't force you. I'll just find someone else to try it. Besides, we don't even know what this fruit's ability is. Shin said to Momosagi. Even though he could sense the fruit's power was incredible, it was just a gut feeling. He had no idea what it actually did. Shin worried he might be completely wrong. That would be embarrassing. I'll eat it. Momosagi gritted her teeth and prepared to eat it. But looking at the rock-hard devil fruit, she asked Hancock and the others, do I need to peel this thing? I ate mine with the skin on, but I don't think you can manage that with this one. Hancock tapped the devil fruit with the hilt of her sword, producing a solid thudding sound. If Momosagi didn't mind the hardness, she could eat it with the peel. Forget it, I'll peel it. After peeling it, Momosagi stared at the dark flesh, her hesitation growing stronger. This looks even worse than burnt food. But since she'd committed to eating it, she didn't hesitate anymore. Otherwise, she'd lose face. Taking a bite, her expression twisted in agony. She couldn't tell if it was bitter, sour, or something entirely worse. Either way, she knew she'd never forget this taste. I thought it was just disgusting, but I never imagined it would be that disgusting. Momosagi felt that disgusting couldn't even begin to describe it. This taste made her want to die. One bite is enough. You don't need to eat the whole thing. Shin told Momosagi. Oh, thank God. Momosagi immediately threw away the fruit in her hand. One bite of that horrific devil fruit was more than enough. She just wondered if other devil fruits tasted as awful as the one she'd just eaten. So, what's the ability? Robin asked Momosagi curiously. Momosagi closed her eyes, and a black mist appeared in her hand. Then she touched a nearby stone, and the stone instantly shattered into dust. It seems it's not simple. My intuition was right. Shin said with a smile. The power of this devil fruit is destruction. Using the fruit's ability, I can destroy everything the black mist touches. Momosagi took a deep breath and said to Shin and the others. Then she experimented on a piece of steel. The moment she touched it, the steel was obliterated, shattering into several pieces. Even living creatures were the same. As long as she touched them, she could destroy and split them apart. Incredible. Shin's face showed genuine surprise. It was even more powerful than he'd imagined. He felt that the ability of this devil fruit was definitely not weaker than the tremor fruit, and might even be stronger. Why don't you try to see if you can destroy a great sword? Shin pointed at the sword in Momosagi's hand. Hearing this, Momosagi immediately became alert and firmly refused. Absolutely not. I'm not destroying my sword. Momosagi cherished the Kenpira in her hand deeply. As a swordswoman, nothing was more precious to her than her blade. Alright, then try this sword. Shin took out his Kusanagi blade. Even if the Kusanagi blade got destroyed, he wouldn't care, since he didn't use it anymore anyway. No, this sword is even more valuable than my Kenpira. Momosagi refused again. Although the Kusanagi blade belonged to Shin, she couldn't bear to destroy this blade. Then this should work. Shin used his glint fruit ability to create the Ama no Murakumo, a sword formed from golden light. In fact, it was no less impressive than a supreme-grade sword. It would be interesting to see whether Momosagi's destruction fruit ability could destroy this blade. This is fine. Momosaji nodded. Since Shin could create this at will and make as many as he wanted, she didn't mind testing it. Momosaji placed her hand on the Ama no Murakumo, channeling the power of the destruction fruit. After using the ability, the sword remained completely unaffected. It doesn't work. Maybe I haven't developed the fruit's power enough yet. Momosaji shook her head at Shin. After all, she'd only just eaten the devil fruit. It was impossible to master all of its power immediately. This kind of development took time and practice. Since she hadn't fully developed her abilities yet, she could only tap into a fraction of her potential power. Shin nodded slightly upon hearing this. That made sense. As long as she continued developing it, her devil fruit would definitely rank among the most powerful ones on the seas. Chapter 588, Akainu and Kaido Clash. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed on this nameless island. Shin and his group had temporarily settled here. I just saw a news coup fly by. Did you buy a newspaper? Shin asked the approaching Alvia. Yes, a lot has happened on the sea recently. The biggest of which is the conflict between Kaido's beast pirates and the Marines. Alvia said to Shin. Kaido's beast pirates and the Marines. Why the sudden conflict? Haven't they always kept their distance? Shin was a bit puzzled. Weren't the four emperors and the Marines supposed to be in a careful balance, with neither side willing to make the first move? According to what I just read in the newspaper, Jack the Drought from the beast pirates got captured by Akainu. Then Kaido sent King the Conflagration and Queen the Plague to rescue Jack, and they destroyed several marine warships in the process. Akainu showed up later and had a massive battle with the three All-Stars. After that, the Marines and the beast pirates officially went to war. Alvia explained the situation to Shin. I see. Things are getting interesting. Shin perked up with interest. The Marines and an Emperor-level pirate could not easily go to war. It wasn't that the Marines were weaker than the four Emperors. Honestly, if the Marines went all out, any single Emperor would get crushed. Just look at the Summit War, didn't Whitebeard end up dead? And during that war, plenty of Marines were holding back. Take Garp, for example, he probably wanted Whitebeard to rescue Ace, so he barely did anything. It's a good thing he didn't help the Whitebeard pirates. The only one who really gave it everything during the Summit War was Akainu. Everyone else was either slacking off or just going through the motions. The reason the Marines won't easily move against the four Emperors is they're terrified of them joining forces. Everyone knows the old saying, united we stand, divided we fall. If the Marines can take out the beast pirates today, tomorrow they might go after the Whitebeard pirates. So if the beast pirates were really in deep trouble, even with all the bad blood between them and the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard would definitely step in to help. As for red-haired Shanks, he might not directly fight the Marines, but he'd sure as hell find a way to stop the battle. Shin could just sit back and enjoy the show, because whether the Marines or Kaido took a beating, it wouldn't affect him one bit. How was the battle between Akainu and Kaido? Shin asked Alvia. I don't know. Are you really that interested, Shin? Alvia shook her head. She'd only gotten some basic info through the newspapers. She didn't know the specific details of the fight. I am a bit interested. The seas have been calm for way too long. Now that something big is finally happening, of course I want to pay attention. Shin said to Alvia. Ever since Shin took down Big Mom, the seas had been eerily calm, especially in the New World. Pirates who used to run wild were keeping their heads down. But now this massive showdown between Akainu and Kaido was stirring things up again. I haven't been out to sea in ages. We've been stuck on this island way too long. Come on, let's set sail and see what's happening out there. Shin stood up and addressed the Kuja pirates. It was time to get moving and witness some real action, specifically, the showdown between Akainu and Kaido. Both were absolute powerhouses. Among the three admirals, Akainu was probably the strongest, though honestly, all three were pretty evenly matched. That bastard Kizaru never seemed to go all out in any fight, so it was hard to tell who'd really come out on top. Still, Akainu definitely had a slight edge over Akiji. But against Kaido, one admiral wouldn't stand a chance. Plus, Kaido had his three all-stars backing him up, and those guys were no joke. Even the weakest one, Jack the Drought, could easily crush most Marine vice-admirals. Of course, if things got serious, the Marines would send backup. The real question was how much firepower they'd bring. If they went all out, they could definitely wipe Kaido's beast pirates off the map entirely. I wonder if the warlords will show up for this war between the Marines and pirates, Robin mused as she boarded the ship. These days, the 7 warlords were basically seen as the Marines' lapdogs. Knowing Sengoku's personality, he'll definitely call in the 7 warlords, Shin nodded. If he were in Sengoku's position, he'd do the exact same thing. The reasoning was simple, you always plan for the worst-case scenario. And what was the worst case here? An all-out war between the Marines and pirates. Sure, Sengoku would try to prevent that from happening, but once things got rolling, nobody could predict how it would all play out. I want to get in on the action too, Hancock said, gripping the hilt of aim no habakiri. We're not getting involved. We're here to watch the show. Shin pinched Hancock's cheek and told her. Are we really just going to watch the show? Hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but look a bit disappointed. Exactly. Why would we get involved? This is between the Marines and the Beast Pirates. But I guarantee we won't be the only ones watching from the sidelines. Shin had zero interest in jumping into a fight between Admiral Akainu and Kaido. Simple reason, there was nothing in it for him. If he stood to gain something, he might have considered interfering. The Pluton headed towards the place where Akainu and Kaido were fighting. As for the specific reason for the battle, Shin had figured it all out by now. Jack the Drought had destroyed a village and had the bad luck of running into Akainu. Given Akainu's personality, he definitely wouldn't let any pirate slide, especially not Jack the Drought, one of Kaido's 3 all-stars. Even if Kaido himself had been there, Akainu wouldn't have backed down. A huge battle broke out. Jack the Drought gave it everything he had but was no match for Marine Admiral Akainu and naturally got captured. After that, everything played out just like the newspaper information Alvia had told Shin about. King the Conflagration and Queen the Plague made their move and rescued Jack the Drought. The furious Akainu obviously wasn't going to let the 3 all-stars get away, so an all-out war erupted. When Kaido appeared, Akainu was beaten back and forth, but soon, reinforcements from the Marines arrived. Kizaru used the Glint fruit to arrive at the fastest speed to support Akainu. With Kizaru backing him up, Akainu wasn't about to let Kaido slip away. The two had erupted into an epic battle that was still raging, and if anything, it seemed to be escalating. The Pluton was incredibly fast, and since the battle wasn't that far from their previous location, they arrived in no time. Looks like the intel's already outdated. Akiji has also arrived. Shin looked at the frozen sea and couldn't help commenting. Honestly, against all 3 admirals, even the Beast Pirates didn't stand a chance, no matter how strong they were. Chapter 589, A Stalemate. Akiji single-handedly held back the 3 all-stars, while Akainu and Kizaru focused on Kaido. The remaining pirates were left for the other Marines to handle. Several Marine headquarters vice admirals had also arrived, giving the Marines the upper hand. The top brass of Marine headquarters were no pushovers. Kaido, facing the combined might of Akainu and Kizaru, couldn't afford to be careless. Akainu met him head-on, fearless, while Kaido also had to be wary of Kizaru's sneak attacks. Kaido's defense was incredibly tough, but Kizaru's glint fruit had serious piercing power to match. If Kaido let his guard down for even a second, he could get skewered. The arrival of Shin's Kuja pirates brought the fierce battle to a brief halt. But seeing that Shin had no intention of interfering, they resumed their fight. However, both the Beast Pirates and the Marines were now wary of the Kuja pirates. After all, Shin and Kaido weren't exactly buddies. In the past, Kaido might have had Big Mom as an ally, but now he was completely isolated on the seas. The Whitebeard pirates are here too. Hancock pointed at the approaching fleet. Compared to the Kuja pirates, Whitebeard's fleet was massive, with thousands of members. Shin's Kuja pirates, on the other hand, had less than 100 members. It's not just the Whitebeard pirates. Garp is here too. Shin's gaze shifted to the reinforcing Marine fleet. Will Whitebeard save Kaido? Amatsuki Toki couldn't help but ask. Whitebeard won't make any reckless moves, and neither will Garp. Alvia shook her head. Both sides were wary of each other. The Whitebeard pirates and Beast pirates had been at each other's throats for years. There was serious bad blood between them. During the Summit War, the Beast pirates had even tried to attack Whitebeard's territory. That pretty much summed up their relationship. In truth, if Garp attacked Kaido now, Whitebeard might actually step in to help the bastard. Sure, they were enemies, but at the end of the day, pirates had to stick together against a common threat. If the Marines took down Kaido today, who's to say the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't be next on their hit list? As expected, both the Whitebeard pirates and Garp stayed at a distance, neither approaching. Garp glanced at the Whitebeard pirates and the Kuja pirates. That old geezer Sengoku, always giving me trouble. Garp yawned, feeling that Sengoku was just looking for trouble for him. Isn't it nice to sleep at Marine headquarters? Why was I sent here? Coming here was incredibly risky. He might end up facing either Whitebeard or Shin Uzumaki. Against Whitebeard, Garp wouldn't back down, he could hold his own in that fight. But Shin Uzumaki? That was a different story entirely. Garp knew he didn't stand a chance. The last time they'd fought, even with Sengoku backing him up, Shin had crushed them both without breaking a sweat. Vice Admiral Garp, are we really not going to act? A high-ranking officer on the ship asked him. Now is not the time. Trust Akiji and the others. They can handle Kaido's pirate crew, Garp said calmly. Right now, the beast pirates were at a serious disadvantage. The Marines didn't need to rush things, and Garp had no intention of getting involved. If he jumped in, who knew how Shin would react, but the Whitebeard pirates would definitely make their move. The Marines had enough firepower to take down any single emperor, but fighting two at once. That would be brutal. Against three. The Marines wouldn't stand a chance. The most powerful force in the One Piece world was actually the countless pirates scattered across the seas, but they could never work together. If pirates ever united, the world government would be toast, completely overthrown ages ago. But given pirates' nature, that kind of unity was impossible. Most of them were just too greedy and selfish. Sengoku calling pirates the scum of the sea wasn't wrong. At least, most of them were exactly that. Even Whitebeard wasn't some saint. Boom. Magma crashed into the sea, sending up clouds of steam. Even the seawater frozen by Akiji evaporated on contact. Kaido was engulfed, as if bathing in magma. Only his armament haki kept him from being burned alive. Umph. Kaido snorted. He was not feeling good after being bathed in magma. He swung his club at Akainu, this blow imbued with armament haki. Akainu didn't even consider taking the strike head-on. With armament haki nullifying his elemental form, a single hit could cost him half his life. Light speed kick. As Kaido was attacking Akainu, the flying Kizaru suddenly launched a surprise attack, kicking down at Kaido. The moment Kizaru attacked, Kaido raised his hand to block the kick but still got sent flying several miles. This was exactly why Kaido had been fighting for so long without being able to finish off Akainu. Every time he went on the offensive, Kizaru would hit him with a cheap shot. So Kaido didn't hate Akainu the most, he hated that damn monkey Kizaru more than anyone. Kizaru, I'm going to kill you. Kaido roared, his terrifying voice shaking the sea and creating waves. Ooh. So scary, so scary. Kizaru looked at Kaido with a sleazy, punchable face. He said it was scary, but it sounded more like a taunt. Darkhound. While Kizaru was drawing Kaido's hatred, Akainu wasn't sitting idle. He seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while Kaido's attention was focused on Kizaru. Akainu was capable of something like that, and he pulled it off flawlessly. After all, he wasn't exactly an honorable fighter. The two admirals working together drove Kaido into a frenzy. Especially with a speedster like Kizaru in the mix, it was incredibly difficult for him to handle both Akainu and Kizaru simultaneously. He couldn't target Kizaru, the guy was too fast, unless he completely ignored Akainu and went all out against Kizaru. However, Akainu's attacks were too vicious. Kaido didn't dare turn his back on him. As for landing a solid hit on Akainu, that wasn't happening either. Kizaru would capitalize on any opening with a sneak attack. With Whitebeard and Garp locked in their own stalemate and unable to intervene, the beast pirates were completely outmatched against the three marine admirals. Moreover, the enemies the beast pirates were facing weren't just the three admirals, but also numerous marine headquarters vice admirals. These vice admirals were no pushovers, they were just as strong as the top officers among pirate crews. Chapter 590, Look at others, then look at yourself. Pops, shouldn't we be attacking the beast pirates right now? Diamond Josu said to Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates and the beast pirates had always been rivals. Now that the beast pirates were in trouble, wasn't it the perfect time to kick them while they were down? Josu, have you thought about what would happen to our reputation if we actually did that? Marco said to Josu. If they took this opportunity to attack the beast pirates now, what would the other pirates think of them? After all, when facing the Marines, pirates basically stuck together. Even if they didn't help each other, they couldn't stab each other in the back. That would be completely despicable. If Kaido gets wiped out in the New World, the whole balance will be shattered. At that point, the Marines might not hesitate to go after the other four emperors. In other words, if Kaido goes down, we'll be their next target. Flower Sword Vista said to Josu. Although Josu was incredibly strong, his brain was not. There was no benefit in attacking Kaido right now. Whitebeard remained silent, watching his sons debate. As the battle raged on, more and more pirates gathered in the area. But they all kept their distance from the center of the battlefield. This was to avoid getting hit by the Marines. The three admirals were all Logia Devil Fruit users, with incredibly destructive power. If they weren't careful, a sudden attack from the three admirals could cause them massive casualties. Logia Devil Fruits had plenty of wide area attack moves. If it were just Akiji and Kizaru, they wouldn't be too worried, but with Akainu in the mix, they had to stay on guard. Every pirate on the seas knew that Akainu was a guy who'd do anything to achieve his goals, and his attacks were absolutely brutal. He'd even attack his own people, let alone them. In reality, Akainu didn't have time to deal with these small fry right now. He was already having his hands full dealing with Kaido. Two admirals against Kaido couldn't actually take him down, at most they could keep him suppressed. Even gradually, they were starting to lose their ability to contain his power. Akainu had picked up some more injuries, which Kaido had inflicted in desperation. Even at the risk of taking a hit from Kizaru, he had to wound Akainu. Kaido going all out like this had a reason. If this battle of attrition continued, he'd be the one worn down to nothing. So Kaido had to find a way to eliminate one of them. Kizaru was too slippery and temporarily impossible to deal with, so he could only focus on Akainu. With a somewhat savage glare, Kaido locked onto Akainu. His massive body moved with surprising agility. In an instant, he was right in front of Akainu, then brought a huge fist crashing down on him. Akainu's height was actually pretty impressive, but standing in front of the 8-meter-plus Kaido, he really didn't measure up. Akainu went flying from Kaido's punch, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking pretty beaten up. I never thought I'd see Akainu in such a state. What if we finished him off? Some pirates in the distance started talking, even considering killing Akainu. To be honest, even if Akainu was in rough shape, they couldn't kill him. A wounded Akainu still wasn't someone they could handle. Besides, Akainu wasn't seriously injured. Kaido had only managed to hurt him a bit. For someone with Akainu's tough body, this wasn't a major injury. People in the One Piece world were incredibly durable, with exceptional resistance to damage. Yasakani no Magatama. Just as Kaido was about to press his advantage, Kizaru suddenly unleashed his ultimate move. Countless light bullets bombarded Kaido. A technique that could cover an entire island and instantly devastate it, even Kaido had to abandon the idea of following up his attack. Meteor Volcano. Akainu picked himself up from the ice surface, spat out a mouthful of magma, then frantically swung his fists toward the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky turned crimson, and countless magma fists rained down on Kaido. Each massive magma fist was almost equivalent to a great eruption. This was like unleashing countless great eruptions in a single attack. This was the terrifying destructive power of a Logia devil fruit. Look at their Logia fruit abilities, then look at Alvia's Rumble fruit, and then look at your own. Shin couldn't help but comment to Monet. Monet was speechless. I'm just a measly snow fruit user. How can I compare to those top-tier devil fruits? Monet felt that even among Logia devil fruit users, she was relatively weak. Especially since Akiji's ice fruit was basically the superior version of her snow fruit. In fact, if the snow fruit could be properly developed, it definitely wouldn't be weaker than the ice fruit. The problem was that she was basically hopeless at developing it. How long will their battle last? Monet asked, partly to change the subject and hide her embarrassment. Fighting for 10 days and 10 nights shouldn't be a problem, maybe even longer. It depends on whether Kaido's willing to fight for that long. Shin said to Monet. With their stamina, they wouldn't feel tired even if they fought continuously. This was why they were called monsters. Especially Kaido, who was known as the strongest creature in the world. If this turned into a battle of endurance, it was really hard to say who would win in the end. Maybe 2 admirals wouldn't be enough to defeat Kaido. They can fight for that long. What incredible stamina, Monet said in disbelief. She used to think Doflamingo was incredibly powerful, but now it seemed like she'd been a frog in a well. There were so many powerful people out there. I'm betting Kaido will be fine. Shin said. Don't let his current sorry state fool you. If he was determined to escape, even all 3 admirals together might not be able to stop him. As long as Kaido didn't die, the beast pirates could be rebuilt even if they were completely wiped out. Powerhouses like the All-Stars would be impossible to replace, but average pirates? They could recruit a dozen by tomorrow. Plus, it all depended on Sengoku's choice. If he wanted the seas to be chaotic, he could try to take down Kaido at all costs. If he didn't want the seas to become chaotic, then Kaido would have to be let go in the end. If the sea was chaotic, it might not be a bad thing for the Marines, but for the world government, it was not a good thing. The 5 elders demanded order above all else, so if the seas descended into chaos, Sengoku would be the one taking the fall. Being Fleet Admiral might sound prestigious, but the position came with a target on his back. Chapter 591, The Battle Ends. The battle between the 3 admirals and Kaido's beast pirates raged on for several days. With more and more pirates gathering, Garp began to feel the pressure. He alone couldn't deter all of them. Peru. Garp called Sengoku. The situation was not looking good. Whether to retreat or continue fighting Kaido was up to Sengoku. After all, he was the fleet admiral. It was his call to make. Garp wasn't going to get involved, he just had to carry out his orders. Sengoku, most of the New World pirates have gathered here. What's your plan? Garp asked directly. All the pirates of the New World have gathered there. Sengoku's expression was grim. Not all of them, but it's close. Shin Uzumaki and Whitebeard are here. Red-haired Shanks is not. Garp explained the situation. He was practically calling for reinforcements. But Sengoku had none to send. If he were to act, he would be the only one available. There used to be Zephyr, but because Whitebeard Jr. had become a warlord earlier than in the original story, Zephyr had already defected. They haven't acted, have they? Sengoku asked Garp. As long as those pirates hadn't acted, it was still manageable. If they had, then they would have to go to war with them. No, but facing all these pirates, I can't hold on much longer. Although they hadn't acted, with so many pirates watching, including Whitebeard and Shin Uzumaki, Garp had to be on his guard. Then try to hold on as long as you can. After Sengoku finished, he hung up. Garp was stunned. You didn't even tell me what to do. Did I not explain the situation clearly enough? That old bastard Sengoku, is he trying to get me killed? Garp couldn't help but mutter to himself. He suspected that old geezer was trying to get him killed. At this time, shouldn't he say whether they should retreat or continue fighting? Perhaps he's discussing it with Tsuru. Garp guessed. The battle had been going on for several days. Kaido could still hold on, and so could the 3 All-Stars, but the other members of the Beast Pirates couldn't. Facing the elite Marines of the headquarters, some pirates were no match. The well-equipped Marines could finish them off in an instant. Although the Beast Pirates were strong, they couldn't withstand the force of the Marines. Most of them were captured, and some were killed. Akainu, Kizaru. I will remember this. Kaido's anger surged. Oh. Are you trying to escape? Kizaru probably saw through his intentions. Retreat. Kaido roared. After hearing his order, the 3 All-Stars immediately began to retreat. Kizaru alone couldn't stop them. As for Kaido himself, it was even easier for him to leave. He transformed into a dragon, grabbed a cloud, and flew into the distance. Kizaru. Stop them. Akainu shouted to Kizaru. If Kaido wanted to escape, only Kizaru had the ability to stop him. As Akainu shouted to Kizaru, Kizaru had already acted. He instantly appeared in front of Kaido, then kicked down at Kaido with a light-speed kick. This light-speed kick was aimed at Kaido's head. Even Kaido's massive body was kicked down by Kizaru. Die. Kaido spat out a dragon flame, attacking Kizaru. Kizaru was not flustered. After elementalizing, he was immune to Kaido's attack, rendering it ineffective. Angry now. So scary, so scary. He said so scary twice, but it didn't sound like he was really scared. It was more like he was teasing Kaido. Kizaru was quite bold, but he also had his own capital. His glint fruit was very strong and had a great advantage. It was difficult for normal attacks to hit him, and his superfast movement speed could make him invincible. So it was because of this that Kizaru had developed his personality. He did rely on his fruit a bit too much. Kaido had no time to entangle with Kizaru. He was not just facing Kizaru, but also Akainu. If he were to face Kizaru alone, Kaido would make him pay, but facing 2 admirals, even he couldn't win. They had been fighting for several days without a result, which already said everything. If he continued to fight, he might be captured by the Marines. It was different now. If he was captured now, he would definitely be under the strictest guard. Back then, he wasn't nearly as powerful, he hadn't even become one of the 4 emperors yet. So when the Marines captured him, they didn't take him seriously enough, which is how he kept breaking out. But now, if they got their hands on him, multiple admirals would be standing guard. There's no way he'd slip away that easily. Puru. Sorry, let's pause for a moment. Kizaru's den mushi suddenly rang. He was about to continue his fight with Kaido, but stopped mid-motion and pulled out the snail. Kizaru, let Kaido go. Sengoku's voice came. Let him go. After hearing Sengoku's order, Kizaru did not refuse. If it had been Akainu who was notified, he would most likely have disobeyed the order. But Kizaru was very obedient. Besides, he would save effort if he could. He didn't like to do extra work. Kizaru, what are you doing? Akainu roared at Kizaru. While he was on the phone, Kaido had already escaped. Sorry, it was the fleet admiral's order to let him go. Kizaru said calmly, unfazed by Akainu's furious questioning. Besides, Akainu had no authority over him anyway. Akainu wasn't his superior, and honestly, Kizaru couldn't care less what he thought. He didn't answer to him. Akainu snorted in frustration. He didn't bother chasing after Kaido, he knew damn well he'd never catch up. His speed couldn't match a flying dragon, no matter how massive Kaido looked. Size didn't mean slow when it came to that beast. Meanwhile, Akiji had managed to capture Jack the Drought. King and Queen had slipped away, but Jack wasn't so lucky. The massive mammoth now stood frozen solid in a block of ice, courtesy of Akiji's powers. This whole battle is pretty ironic when you think about it. Kaido started a war to rescue Jack, and now that it's over, Jack's right back in Marine custody. Shin couldn't help but say, watching this scene. He even felt a sense of déjà vu of the Summit War. In the Summit War, the Whitebeard pirates had lost their captain, and countless crew members had died. And in the end, Ace, whom they wanted to save, still died.